Chapter 1: How did I get pregnant through online dating? The Great Xia Kingdom.
A school in Hebei City held a mobilization meeting in its main conference room.
I think I'm pregnant with your child.
Xia Yu nearly dropped his phone upon receiving the message, completely bewildered. He had been casually listening to the details of the talent awakening process when he suddenly froze, inwardly cursing.
Seriously, is this girl crazy? We only met online and never met in person, and she's pregnant with my child?
Although this is a world of extraordinary individuals with all sorts of talents and physiques, the idea of getting pregnant remotely is simply unscientific.
Xia Yu quickly replied, Mumu, are you trying to cheer me up because you think I don't have much time left?
I appreciate your kindness, but unfortunately, Sai, if I didn't have this special talent in my next life, I would definitely cherish this relationship with you.
The other person replied, it's true, you told me to, and then you didn't show up.
Xia Yu was speechless. She truly lacked basic physiological knowledge, so she found a popular science article and sent it to her. Popular science: proper relaxation can help relieve stress. Then, Xia Yu opened several other chat windows and replied to them one by one.
Chatbox 2, the owner is in a meeting. Chatbox 3, thank you, Sister Fong. No elixir can cure this kind of constitution. What? A 60 million yuan elixir? Take a picture so I can see what it looks like.
After replying to all the messages, Xia Yu put away his phone.
The remaining 99 plus unread messages can be selectively ignored.
Xia Yu transmigrated to this extraordinary world more than a decade ago. In this world, everyone who reaches adulthood has the opportunity to awaken their innate talent and become an extraordinary cultivator. I wanted to work hard and make a name for myself in this world of superhumans with its mystical realms. I wasn't in a hurry to get involved in matters of the heart. Unexpectedly, 3 years ago, Xia Yu awakened the system.
And the system actually asked him to go on an online dating trip. Moreover, there are no upper limits or requirements, only a progress target is given. Each 10% increase will double your physical attributes. On the day of talent awakening, players will be rewarded with god-level talents based on their progress.
In order to keep up with the schedule, the number of online dating partners was stabilized at 3+N daily, weekly, and monthly.
Mumu alone contributed 47% of the progress. Check the progress.
Ding, completion rate, 157%.
Current physical enhancement, 15.7 times.
Upon awakening your talent, you will have a 100% chance of obtaining a God-tier talent. And there is a 57% chance to obtain an additional God-tier support talent.
Each talent is unique.
Looking at the system's notification, Xia Yu was very satisfied. It was worth spending day and night chatting with various girlfriends and providing them with all sorts of emotional support. During this time, Xia Yu refused their requests to meet in person countless times. He also told them that his talent was the Dayu constitution, and that he would slowly weaken and die in 3 years, and that they were only contract lovers for a short time.
It's just an online relationship, why would I expect to meet in person? What if we both get caught and attacked?
And this 3-year time frame is shortly after tomorrow's talent awakening.
On the podium, the school teachers are still loudly proclaiming, students, don't be discouraged if you fail to awaken your talent. Especially for students with lower overall potential scores. We also provide career planning guides for entering the factory.
At the same time, our school also collaborates with various organizations for students who have awakened lower-level support talents. The top 10 students in the potential ranking assessment, please come to the stage.
They are the hope of this year's graduating class.
As soon as he finished speaking, 9 students walked onto the stage one after another.
At the very back of the conference room. Brother Xia, what are we going to do after the awakening ceremony tomorrow? My uncle needs some help. How about we keep each other company and reinforce the outer wall of the maze together? Wang Daong nudged Xia Yu and whispered.
They were all rated C in the potential meter test.
What does that mean? The chance of them awakening into combat-type superhumans is practically zero.
Even the chance of awakening a support-type talent is pitifully small. In particular, their academic performance was poor, and they were not even qualified to participate in the general cultural examinations. Xia Yu's studies were completely neglected because of his online romance.
But that's a system. A god-level talent.
He knows which is more important.
Xia Yu turned to the side and said, I've always been lucky.
It's not too late to make plans after I develop my talent.
Wang Daon laughed and said, I just love Xia Ji's optimism. You must have S-level talent, ha ha.
His smile froze, his gaze fixed on the girl walking over next to Xiaoyu.
The girl's name was Su Mu.
She had a beautiful face and delicate features, and her whole appearance seemed to be carved from jade. At the same time, she also broke the school's record for the highest score on the potential instrument. At this moment, Sumu stood next to Xiaoyu, her brows slightly furrowed, and asked with a mixture of doubt and seriousness.
Why did you lie to me?
The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed particularly loud in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. After all, Sumu was very famous at school and was undoubtedly a prodigy. Teachers and school leaders had high hopes for her. They even speculated whether Sumu might awaken a talent of S rank or higher.
Sumu was speaking to Xiaoyu at that moment.
In an instant, all the students' eyes were on the two of them, including the teachers and school leaders. The top 10 people in the potential ranking were just asked to come up on stage, but Sumu didn't go up.
Why did he walk directly in front of Xiaoyu? One is a high-achieving student, and the other is a complete failure. What kind of intersection will these two have? Hearing this, could it be that this bad student bullied her?
That's impossible. Sumu's family has a powerful background, and she usually has a martial arts driver to pick her up and drop her off.
Immediately, various doubts arose in everyone's minds. Xiaoyu looked around and made sure Sumu was talking to him. So he pointed at himself and asked, Su, you're kidding me? We haven't even spoken, okay? Sumu looked directly at Xiaoyu, thought for a moment, and said, Dayu's innate physique is fake, why are you treating me like this? After the question was posed, the entire room erupted in chaos. What? The school's goddess Su said such a thing in public? This feeling was like Xiaoyu did something indescribable to her. These two? How is that possible? And what's with all this talk about constitution? Could it be? Whispers arose among the crowd. I'll be waiting for you at the Bou building.
After saying that, Sumu quickly left the venue with her slender legs, completely unconcerned about being invited to the stage by the college teachers and leaders. At this moment, Xiaoyu's mind went completely blank.
Holy crap! My online girlfriend, Mumu, is her.
I haven't posted any photos, and I always speak in a low voice.
How did she find out? Could it be that her pregnancy post just now was a test to gauge my reaction? And then she was secretly observing me? And so, they just suddenly met up like that? She's from the same school, and is widely recognized as a top student?
I've been talking to her for 2.5 years, and we've talked about everything that should and shouldn't have been talked about.
They even helped her learn about growth and development.
Now that it's right in front of me, alive and well, with good looks, talent, and a powerful background, it feels rather fake and absurd. The hall was in an uproar as everyone discussed what they had just witnessed.
They never imagined that people from almost two different worlds could have such a connection. Wang Daong asked Xiaoyu in disbelief in a low voice, Brother? Goddess Su and you? What's going on? Xiaoyu was still pondering.
The script was messed up. He had originally planned to disappear into the crowd once the 3-year agreement was up and he had successfully awakened, and never contact anyone again.
How did they end up meeting up in person?
He was caught red-handed in public. The leaders on the stage all turned pale and looked coldly at Xiaoyu. The principal whispered a few words to the head of the teaching staff, who then stepped down from the stage and walked towards Xiaoyu. The balding and somewhat overweight head instructor stopped in front of Xiaoyu's seat, smoothed his thinning hair, and said somewhat seriously, Although I don't remember you, you're sitting in the back row, and I don't want anything you do to affect Sumu. I'll go with you to Boa Tower and talk to Sumu to clear things up. The first few minor characters introduce the plot, and it gets increasingly exciting after a dozen or so chapters.
P.S. This is also an urban martial arts novel, and the plot will definitely not disappoint you. Chapter 2 You're definitely not pregnant. Explain clearly?
The instructor's words rang in Xiaoyu's ears, pulling him back from his thoughts.
Why would I suddenly meet my online girlfriend in person? Don't panic.
They were contract lovers to begin with, and they never agreed to meet in person, so what's there to be ashamed of? The only thing I might feel guilty about is having seen the legs and given guidance on the exploration. After thinking it through, Xiaoyu stood up abruptly and said to the head of the teaching department, No problem. The head of the faculty frowned, led him out of the venue, followed by 2 other faculty members.
On the road.
The head of student affairs said in a detached yet warning tone.
I just checked, Xiaoyu, right?
Potential rating, C, grades in all subjects, C, caught using mobile phone in class 123 times, 11 mobile phones confiscated, and late 896 times. If it weren't for the policies of the Great Xia dynasty, you would have been fired long ago with a record like this.
Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. I won't interfere after that. Now tell me the truth, how did you influence Su Mu?
Xia Yu's mind was completely occupied with what he had talked about with Su Mu over the past 2 years, and he didn't hear a word the head of the teaching department said, only the part about confiscating cell phones.
Yes, I've contributed a lot of phones. I'm graduating tomorrow.
So Xia Yu asked from behind.
Director, after tomorrow's event, can you return those confiscated phones to me? I saved up money to buy them. The head instructor paused instantly, then turned around and said angrily. Am I discussing whether or not you should return your phones? Does the school even want those phones of yours?
Those phones were smashed a long time ago.
That's punishment for violating the rules.
A student like you should be grateful that the policy has helped you.
After awakening, you'll graduate. Don't tell anyone you're from our school when you go out. And what exactly did you do to Su Mu?
Hearing the head teacher's anger, the accompanying teacher quickly chimed in, yes, let Xia Yu recount the events in detail so we can understand. We're afraid it might be something very serious, and we would also be guilty of serious dereliction of duty. After all, the school attaches great importance to Su Mu.
She's the most promising candidate in Hebei City's history to awaken an SSS level innate talent. And
several junior students started chattering incessantly, all saying how important Su Mu was and how great his potential was. Xia Yu was too lazy to argue with them.
I can't exactly tell them, we fell in love online, isn't that surprising?
We've been chatting for over 2 years, which is practically like being together every day.
Even if we told others, none of the teachers would believe us.
Because there were always many rumors about Su Mu at school, she was the dream crush of almost all the male students. She is as beautiful as a fairy, has a perfect figure, excels in all subjects, and comes from a prominent family.
She is almost impeccable.
Furthermore, she rarely interacted with her classmates at school, let alone with men. It's hard for teachers to believe she chats with men online, let alone has an online romance. They'd just laugh it off if word got out. Moreover, it's completely unbelievable that Xia Yu, a poor student, would be involved.
Xia Yu listened to each of them saying anything more now wouldn't make much difference.
Just to be on the safe side, at the last minute before entering the Bou building, the head instructor suddenly pulled Xia Yu aside and gave him another instruction. Xia Yu, be sure to watch your attitude later. As far as I know, Su Mu comes from a good family and is well-mannered. She shouldn't hold it against you as long as you have the right attitude. Then, the head instructor changed to an even deeper voice and said, Su Mu has martial arts bodyguards, so don't think he won't dare to make a move.
Martial arts bodyguard? That is, a superhuman.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Xia Yu patted his chest.
He certainly understood Su Mu's personality. After all, they had been contract lovers for so long. On the phone, Su Mu seemed a bit dazed, believing everything she was told. She also liked to share photos of all sorts of desserts she made, which Xia Yu later asked her to put on her lap for the photos.
I knew it, her legs looked so familiar when she walked out just now. No wonder she was so naive, not even knowing those things.
It turns out she was just a reclusive genius school beauty who had just turned 18.
The head teacher said impatiently, if you had any sense of propriety, you wouldn't have let Su Mu, who is usually very well-mannered, question you in public. Remember to correct your attitude. Enter the Bou building.
A burly man with dark skin stood in front of the hall.
He was imposing and had an extraordinary presence.
His brows exuded a murderous aura, and he was clearly a superhuman with considerable strength. The head of the teaching staff and 2 other teachers clearly respected him, immediately putting on smiles, and were also aware of his presence. For potential students with bodyguards, it's not an option for others, no matter how rich they are. But for Su Mu, the school wished they could send someone to protect her even more.
The reason for this is Su Mu's extraordinary potential.
The head teacher bent down and smiled at the man in black, saying, we're just worried that some minor misunderstandings between students might get tangled up and affect Su's awakening tomorrow.
So we came along to check things out, he.
The bodyguard in black remained expressionless and said indifferently, the young lady is on the rooftop. After speaking, he stepped aside to make way for everyone to go up.
The group quickly walked past the bodyguards in black. The instructors and directors are a bit better off.
They are first-tier D-level extraordinary individuals and have seen many situations before. They have also seen many extraordinary individuals of higher rank.
There is pressure, but not that much.
The 2 teachers at the school had beads of sweat on their foreheads, as if they were feeling a great deal of pressure.
Xiaoyu, however, did not feel any pressure due to the system's enhancement. The group took the elevator, then walked down the stairs, and soon arrived at the rooftop entrance. The head instructor walked at the front, coughed lightly, and then pushed the door open with his hand. It was afternoon. Sunlight streamed onto the rooftop terrace, casting a beautiful, enchanting shadow. The warm yellow light shone on the girl's beautiful face, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, and her slender figure made her look like a painting. What's most eye-catching are her tall, slender legs. At this moment, Sumu was holding an exquisite box in her hands, quietly gazing into the distance. Seeing this, even the school teachers sighed inwardly, wondering which window the creator had closed when creating her. She possesses extraordinary natural beauty and is also exceptionally beautiful. Sumu snapped out of her gaze passing over the school principal and teachers before finally settling on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu met her gaze, immediately smiled, raised his hand in greeting, and said, "Hi." He was immediately pulled by the head instructor, who meant to tell him not to speak yet. The head instructor was the first to smile kindly and say, "Sumu, there are some areas in the school that aren't strictly managed. Is it possible that this Xiaoyu has influenced you in any way? If so..." Sumu did not react, but simply looked at Xiaoyu quietly, as if she was carefully observing his appearance. Seeing that the atmosphere had become awkward, the head instructor quickly patted Xiaoyu on the back, his meaning clear: he should say something with a good attitude. "You'd better apologize to Sumu as soon as possible." Xiaoyu didn't know how to start, so he said, "You definitely won't get pregnant. Chapter 3 is about how she allowed me to take photos." These words were spoken. The sound rang in everyone's ears like a thunderbolt. The head instructor felt his head buzz and couldn't believe his ears. What? Pregnant? Is Sumu pregnant? Doesn't she have bodyguards? How could they let a student like that succeed? For a moment, the head teacher and the accompanying teachers were all stunned. What explosive news! If the Su family finds out, they'll turn the school upside down. They knew that Sumu's father was the head of the Su family, a genuine 4th-tier, 9th-level martial artist, and one of the top experts in Haibei City. It was said that he was about to step into the 5th tier. What should we do? What nonsense are you talking about? What exactly did you do? The head instructor trembled with anger and fear. You. At this moment, the head instructor didn't know what to say, realizing that things had gotten much worse. Especially, look at Sumu's reaction. Combined with his open questioning in the conference hall. This might actually be true. "I didn't do anything, it's a misunderstanding," Xiaoyu explained. At this moment, Sumu spoke up. She clutched a box tightly in her hands, made a thoughtful expression, and said in a calm tone, "I'm not pregnant, but don't you have to take responsibility?" "Director, my heart is completely chilled." Sumu said it herself, "I have to take responsibility for this." Isn't this solid proof? So Sumu really was bullied by Xiaoyu. And since it involves pregnancy, the process must be. Xiaoyu is trying to destroy our school. Taking advantage of the genius girl's unfulfilled potential, they cruelly forced her to bloom, committing such despicable acts. Such a terrible thing happened under his management. The director was so angry he stomped his feet. This is absolutely outrageous. Sumu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the other people's reactions, and his eyes never left Xiaoyu's face. She asked softly again. "Zero Summer, the contract won't expire early, will it?" She's only concerned about whether the contract is invalid or not? This thought process. Xiaoyu looked at Sumu and said, "I am a man of my word." Upon hearing this, Sumu loosened her grip on the box, her expression becoming much more relaxed, but her tone remained calm as she said, 127 days. She remembers it very clearly. "It's just keeping my promise to stay with you for another 127 days. Judging from her blank expression, it's impossible that she's truly in love with me." Xiaoyu didn't waste any more words and simply said, "Okay." Although it was the first time the two had met in real life, Sumu was somewhat dazed for a moment. She never expected that her first love would appear in reality. She first appeared on dating apps because she had been overprotected since childhood and gave off a cold and aloof vibe, but in reality, she had no true friends and was very lonely. When she met Lingxia, she found the concept of her companionship, which involved short-term companionship, quite interesting. She wasn't stupid either. In the world of superhumans, there were all sorts of dirty things happening online, especially those men or organizations that preyed on naive girls.
Therefore, Xiaoyu's approach of not requiring a face-to-face meeting and even proactively setting a safety line was her initial and best choice.
Who knew that as they chatted?
She felt increasingly uneasy, and she even made sure to check the calendar every morning to compare it with the numbers in her mind, and she increasingly didn't want that time to come. She didn't know if this was what people called love. A few days ago, by chance, she accidentally saw a special screensaver on a confiscated phone in the office, and after some investigation, she indeed discovered Ling Xia's true identity. Today's test confirmed it really was him.
Actually, she herself was conflicted and didn't know how to deal with it.
She never expected that her online boyfriend, with whom she spent every day, would actually be from the same school as her. When the surrounding faculty and teachers heard about 127 days and keeping promises, they wondered if Sumu had been threatened.
I've already imagined the story behind it.
A school beauty was bullied by a scumbag student who took photos and threatened her, promising to delete the photos or videos if she didn't report him within a specified time.
Otherwise, release the indecent photos to the public and ruin her life. This is outrageous.
This is outrageous, the director roared angrily.
This matter must be explained.
You all go wait by the stairs, the director instructed the accompanying teachers, sending them away.
The director walked quickly to Sumu's side and said anxiously and with concern, "Sumu, with your teacher here to support you, don't be afraid of what he might do.
Did this little rascal take your picture?" Upon hearing this, Sumu immediately looked down at her legs. She posted a lot of photos of her legs. At first, she posted pictures of various pastries, but later Xiaoyu asked her to take photos of them on her legs, and she agreed. She felt a sense of satisfaction every time she received Xiaoyu's praise. Upon seeing this performance, the director knew it was confirmed.
"I'll notify the police immediately." Sumu spoke up to stop him.
"Wait a minute, those were all photos I was willing to take for him."
Chapter 4 Enlightenment Elixir.
Sumu was also surprised.
Is it really that upsetting for a boyfriend to look at a picture of his girlfriend's legs? Why was this chubby teacher so agitated?
So she took the initiative to explain. Hearing this, the director's worldview was shattered once again.
Did Sumu voluntarily allow him to take photos?
For a moment, the director felt his brain shut down.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She must still be being threatened.
This is just outrageous no matter how you look at it. At this moment, Xiaoyu said speechlessly.
This was a mutual agreement, director, why are you getting so worked up? Consensual? The director's face darkened. I haven't even figured this out yet. How could Sumu have been in a consensual relationship with you? That's the truth. Xiaoyu spread his hands.
If you don't believe me, ask her. Sumu nodded immediately.
The director took a deep breath. It's all fake, it's all fake. The best student is willing to have his picture taken by a bad student, it's all consensual. This isn't a case of a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. I fell into a cesspool. Undeterred, he said earnestly to Sumu. Su, do you know about Xiaoyu's situation?
He has a C in all his grades, and there is basically no possibility of him awakening his support talent.
Putting aside his family background, you are not even in the same world in terms of academics and potential. You don't understand many things right now, don't be fooled by sweet talk.
This old man Xiaoyu listened to him like he was chanting a sutra, too lazy to defend himself.
His talent was about to awaken tomorrow, and he wondered what the old man's reaction would be when he found out. The director launched into his signature long-winded monologue, beginning to explain his views in an educational tone. Unfortunately, Sumu didn't respond to him at all, and was only focused on looking Xiaoyu up and down, her mind seemingly preoccupied with something else. When he mentioned his talent, she suddenly seemed to realize something and said, "That's right." Sumu, holding the exquisite wooden box in her hand, walked up to Xiaoyu. Slender fingers lightly tapped it a few times. A faint white aura flashed across the wooden box, eventually converging into a single point. Then, with a click, the box opened. Xiaoyu looked at the wooden box curiously. Was this a wooden box with runes engraved on it? He had seen this kind of artifact in the encyclopedia. It was a rune tool carved by an extremely special, extraordinary talent, a rune master. Last year, a girl awakened a talent for talisman mastery and was specially recruited by Tsinghua University's Spiritual Academy. Xiaoyu had considered in his heart how amazing it would be if the auxiliary talent rewarded by the system were a god-level talisman master talent. Now, not only Xiaoyu's attention was drawn, but even the director stopped his incessant chatter and looked at the box in Sumu's hand.
He was also curious about what was inside the box, and surprisingly used seal engraving tools that were not commonly seen.
He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sumu's family background is truly impressive. There must be something extraordinary inside this wooden box. But why give it to Xiaoyu? That smooth-talking kid, Su has definitely been fooled.
As the wooden box slowly opened,
the precious items the director had imagined didn't appear. Instead, there were neatly arranged, exquisite pastries? No. Sumu used a magical artifact to hold pastries? Sumu said slowly, "We've discussed the taste of what I make many times before, and this time you can really taste it." Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised to see the pastries. I didn't expect this person to be so thoughtful. Is she planning to develop real feelings for me? I was also surprised that she used such a prop to hold the pastries. A regular lunchbox would have been perfectly sufficient. As he spoke, Xiaoyu picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Damn! It turns out it only has color and aroma. It's cloyingly sweet, yet also has a bitter and sour taste. So this is what the dessert she's loved making all these years taste like. The taste is absolutely awful. From now on, I'll just stick to taking photos.
Although Sumu appeared calm on the surface, his eyes revealed a look of anticipation, like a fine horse waiting for praise. Xiaoyu reluctantly gave a thumbs up, a very unique flavor. Sumu took out all the pastries from the first tier and said seriously, "I checked the recipes online, and they said this flavor is called love dessert.
Then Sumu took out the items from the next floor.
After removing the compartment containing the pastries, a test tube filled with an orange-yellow liquid was revealed. The liquid has a matte finish, making it clearly an extraordinary product. The director beside him was the first to exclaim in surprise.
This is Enlightenment Elixir. Sumu, how could you bring such an expensive item to school?
Xiaoyu had also heard of this. It was a valuable medicinal herb. It is said that a single dose costs tens of millions of dollars, and its effect is that after drinking it, one will become an extraordinary person 100% of the time when their talent awakens. Of course, it doesn't have the effect of increasing talent level. The talent will still awaken as it was originally intended. Only extremely high-quality awakening elixir can potentially increase talent potential.
Enlightenment Elixir is considered essential for the younger generation of various families.
They drink it before awakening, just in case. However, given Sumu's potential rating, it seems she doesn't need this kind of potion. She's basically 100% ready to awaken her talent and become an extraordinary being.
I didn't expect her father to prepare it for her anyway.
Based on the experience summarized by many people, most people with low potential ratings, even if they use this potion, although it can guarantee a certain awakening, most people will only awaken lower level talents of E or F grade or below. However, as long as one awakens their talent and becomes an extraordinary being, they are much better off than ordinary people because they have the qualifications to improve. Therefore, as long as they are descendants of a large family, even if their potential rating is terrible, they can successfully awaken their potential with the help of this medicine.
This is the benefit of having financial resources. At least in Haibei City, not many families can afford to buy and use Chi-Fuling liquid. The director then reminded her, "Sumu, quickly put this away. You'll be using it tomorrow, right?" Patriarch Su is indeed very thoughtful. Better safe than sorry, ha ha ha. He knew that the spiritual liquid wouldn't have much effect on Sumu, but he was just reminding her again. Now he understood why they used the wooden box. It's too extravagant to use rune engraving tools only to hold pastries. Sumu picked up the Chi-Fu elixir and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Here you go, it guarantees the awakening of your talent." Chapter 5, It's none of your business if you're in a free choice relationship? After saying that, Xiaoyu was about to refuse. The director spoke first. "Sumu, are you sure this is Chi-enhancing elixir? Does Patriarch Su know about this?" Sumu took out his phone and sent a voice message indifferently. "Dad, I gave away the spirit liquid." Then he said to the director, "My dad agreed." Director. This doesn't sound like someone has already been notified. Out of a sense of responsibility, the director temporarily left and ran to the fire escape outside the door, saying to the teachers who had come to wait with him, "Quickly find out the phone number of Sumu's parents. I need to inform them about this." The teacher immediately took out her phone and said, "I just checked. After all, the girl was bullied, so we should notify her parents." The director sighed with a hint of helplessness. "It's not about bullying anymore, it's about Chi-Fu. Never mind, I won't argue with you for now." After saying that, he took the phone and returned to Xiaoyu and the other person. In front of the two of them, he dialed Sumu's father's number.
Then the instructor adjusted his breathing. This was the head of the Su family, a master close to the 5th level, so he couldn't help but treat him with utmost seriousness.
The call was connected. Dear Mr. Su, I am Sumu's teacher. The matter is as follows: Sumu intends to give her enlightenment elixir to other students. Oh, she texted me about it. This. The director was speechless for a moment. Had he really just agreed? The director added, it's a male student, and there's something else going on between them. Aha! Beep beep beep. The call was immediately disconnected. The director was deflated. It turned out that Su's father didn't care about this little thing at all. Xia, you really got a good deal on such a precious spiritual liquid. I really don't understand how the school's star student could fall in love with a student like Xia Yu so early. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. A dark figure quickly appeared beside the three of them. Sumu's bodyguard, Ade, appeared and respectfully said to Sumu, Miss, the head of the family has given instructions. Sumu frowned slightly and asked, what? Ade remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Xiaoyu after spotting the Chifu spirit liquid. His hand slowly reached into his waist, his eyes coldly fixed on Xiaoyu. This scene made Xiaoyu take it seriously. Is this bodyguard planning to kill me to silence me? Xiaoyu was completely focused, calculating in his mind whether he could defeat his bodyguard or escape. As Ade approached Xiaoyu, he reached into his waistband, like a warrior poised to strike. He coldly said to Xiaoyu, please cooperate. As he spoke, Ade quickly pulled out a mobile phone, turned on the camera function, and started snapping pictures of Xiaoyu. With extremely fast movements, he captured Xiaoyu from all angles in just a few seconds. Then he said to Sumu, Miss, the task assigned by the Patriarch has been completed. I will take my leave now. The Patriarch also said that I can take her home to visit. Xiaoyu was speechless. He had prepared everything to test his skills, but all he got was a photo. After saying that, Ade disappeared from the spot in an instant. Should I take him home to meet you? Sumu thought about it seriously. The dating guide said that was the final step in a relationship. They've all gone mad, the director said, somewhat distraught. How come he never had such good fortune when he was in school? So Xiaoyu has been accepted by the Su family head? Besides, he usually pays close attention to Sumu. When exactly did she and Xiaoyu start dating? At this moment, Xiaoyu walked up to Sumu, and upon closer inspection, her appearance was truly captivating. Xiaoyu put the Chifu elixir into the box, but took away the pastry layer and said, I'll accept the pastries, but I don't need the elixir. I really don't need it. Sumu didn't understand, if you don't drink it, you won't be able to awaken. Xiaoyu flashed a bright smile, don't worry, there won't be any problems. But Sumu looked conflicted. When she made a rough assessment yesterday, she also looked at Xiaoyu's potential rating. She really wanted to help Xiaoyu. Heh, you know it's the same whether you're awakened or not, the director said inappropriately from the side. That's not necessarily true, it might be the highest grade, Xiaoyu said with a grin. The director scoffed, I'm not as easily fooled as Sumu. Realizing his words were inappropriate, he quickly said to Sumu, Sumu, I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about his potential and talent. Sumu said somewhat coldly and displeasedly, Teacher, you're always interfering with our relationship. Okay, a relationship? Is this a direct confrontation? The director was speechless and swallowed his words. They began to pin their hopes on the awakening of their talents tomorrow. Just wait and see. When Sumu awakens her top-tier talent, the huge difference in their social status will make it clear how Xiaoyu will still have the nerve to deny reality. You two are destined to be from different worlds. Xiaoyu firmly returned the wooden box containing the elixir to Sumu and said thank you. Sumu had a general understanding of Xiaoyu's personality, and although she was somewhat worried, she didn't press the matter further. Just then, a noisy sound came from the corridor leading to the rooftop. A teacher arrived with security personnel and shouted, That's the male student. Take him away. Unexpectedly, it was the director who blocked their way, and reluctantly said, This is a misunderstanding. They fell in love freely and are both adults. Chapter 6 Standard Procedures. The teacher in charge couldn't understand it. In just a short while, even the director was threatened with being photographed? After it was all over, the director didn't want to stay there anymore. What happened today was something he had never heard of in all the classes of students he had taught. I've seen plenty of early relationships, but I've never seen one with such a significant gap in social standing. I've never seen anything like this before.
I've never seen someone rush to offer chi boosting elixir and get rejected. After everyone left, only Xiaoyu and Sumu remained on the rooftop.
Xiaoyu said with emotion. Finally, it's quiet. Those teachers were making a big fuss. But how did you figure out it was me?
Xiaoyu was also very curious. Sumu took out a cell phone from his pocket.
Go to the administration office. It just happened to be lit up. The screensaver looks familiar, it's my legs and snacks.
The screensaver was set by Xiaoyu by accident, it's a picture of Sumu's legs covered in pastries.
Xiaoyu laughed heartily, I never expected it to be like this. That's life.
Sumu hummed in agreement, hesitated for a moment, and then said, after our talents awaken, let's have a meal together, and then we can go to the hotel.
Wow, what the heck? A hotel? So direct. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Eating is fine, but what's with going to a hotel? Sumu said seriously, it's just going to a hotel.
I looked up the process of meeting someone you met online in person. It says that you need to meet, have a meal, and go to a hotel.
Once you have all three elements, it's a complete online relationship. She really doesn't understand relationships. What kind of information is this? Does nobody write what happened next? And then it's just, I just wanted a hug, I just wanted to. Xiaoyu agreed, okay, no problem with dinner. He had a feeling of bullying a naive and ignorant girl.
Sumu nodded in satisfaction and smiled slightly, feeling that she had indeed done the right thing by researching more information about love. Xiaoyu, having talked with her for so long, knew that despite Sumu's exceptional talent and excellent academic performance, she was actually completely clueless about certain things, like a blank sheet of paper.
They especially lack basic physiological knowledge.
I had never heard of her family before, but I never expected that her father was the head of the Su family in Hebei City.
The two chatted for a long time, one after the other.
Just like in the virtual world online, Xiaoyu was the one who led the conversation, while Sumu mostly nodded with a smile. But face to face, Sumu's refreshing charm made Xiaoyu lose his composure several times.
Until, when they were talking about the director's misunderstanding about taking photos, Sumu actually asked seriously, didn't you always ask me how my legs feel when we were chatting before? Now you can try it.
These words almost made Xiaoyu lose his composure. Especially seeing her expression as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. However, Xiaoyu dared not make a move at the moment, as her bodyguards might be filming with their phones somewhere, which was absolutely out of the question. The head of the Su family was close to being a fifth-tier superhuman, and he feared he would be killed before he could awaken his powers.
Before we knew it, the school bell rang. Xiaoyu said, it's time to go. There's an important talent awakening ceremony tomorrow. Yes. Sumu nodded emphatically.
As soon as she finished speaking, bodyguard AD appeared beside her like a ghost.
He usually escorted Sumu to and from school.
Seeing this, Xiaoyu secretly rejoiced. Thankfully he hadn't made any move, as his every move was definitely being monitored. After saying goodbye, Xiaoyu went downstairs first, walked out of the Bowu building, still holding the pastries in his hand, glanced at his phone, and saw dozens of unread messages.
Sumu, who was still on the rooftop, sniffed and said to Adi, the air is so sweet today.
Miss, there are no other strange smells or potential dangers such as poisonous fragrances in the vicinity. Xiaoyu replied to messages on his phone as he walked. Strangely, it seemed that quite a few people on campus were secretly watching him along the way. And people were clearly whispering among themselves, their eyes frequently glancing at Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu figured it might be that in the meeting room, people misunderstood that he had bullied the school beauty.
Just then, a panting voice called out to him, Brother Xia, wait for me.
Wang Daong ran after Xiaoyu, excitedly and in amazement, saying, holy crap, Brother Xia, you're amazing. How did you manage to win over Goddess Su? You're a role model for us all. Xiaoyu retorted, bullying is also a form of winning over? Brother Xia, stop pretending. It's all over the school. You two are dating.
Someone overheard the principal and director talking, and then it spread among the teachers.
Almost everyone knows. No wonder so many men were giving me hostile looks. Xiaoyu understood.
Wang Daong whispered again, but Brother Xia, you might not have a good day tomorrow.
A lot of people have bad intentions and are talking behind your back.
They all know our potential rating isn't good, and they're waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Especially since I heard that the head of the teaching staff seems to have a lot of opinions about you. Those female classmates who were already jealous of Sumu, who usually couldn't find a reason, were just waiting for you, Brother Xia, not to wake up so they could laugh at Su Mu's poor taste. Brother Xia, you'll definitely be the target of everyone's criticism.
How about we don't come tomorrow?
Anyway, we didn't have any hope of awakening our talents.
Wang Dayong sincerely suggested.
Just wait and see tomorrow, Xiaoyu said with a playful smile. In a place like Hebei City, the censors for ordinary talent awakening rituals will only display S-level talents at most.
Talents are divided into SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E, and F levels.
Only the extraordinary individual themselves may know about SS and SSS level talents, or they may need to be assessed using more advanced equipment. Talents are categorized into superior talents, mid-tier talents, and inferior talents based on their type. The chance of awakening into a transcendent being is quite high, around 33%. However, 70% of awakened individuals will have lower-level talents, below D grade, meaning they are only slightly stronger than ordinary people.
Although they are extraordinary, they still work and act like beasts of burden in their daily lives. The world Xiaoyu transmigrated to was not much different from the lives of normal people. However, for those with extraordinary abilities, this world is a labyrinth.
The labyrinth is like countless hidden paradises, or even dungeons. The more dangerous parts are filled with strange creatures and perils, but also offer rare treasures and opportunities. Mazes come in all shapes and sizes, ranging from invasive to rule-based to even harmless tourist attractions.
In addition, the labyrinth is also a kind of resource for superhuman organizations.
Xiaoyu's current goal is to see what kind of talent the system he has been nurturing for 3 years will awaken.
A god-level talent must be stronger than an SSS-level talent, right? On the way home. Ding-a-ling. Xiaoyu received a text message. Shueya, I bought a mask tonight and requested a video call, is that okay? Chapter 7 The Matter of Snowsprout. Xiaoyu replied, depending on the situation, we'll confirm later. Shueya, yes.
Xiaoyu was surprised when he turned off the screen. The woman whose online nickname is Shueya was someone I chatted with several years ago, even longer than the time I chatted with Su Mu. They've been chatting on and off for almost a year now, and he's only made 3% progress. Xiaoyu is almost ready to give up. The time and progress are not worth it at all. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu cursed a few times when the boy was slacking off.
It opens up a new world.
From then on, the progress contribution increased rapidly, ultimately contributing 37% to the completion of Xiaoyu's system task.
Only lower than Su Mu.
Moreover, the closer it gets to the end of the 3-year agreement, the faster it grows.
Strangely, she has always been very protective of her privacy.
Su Mashang has also posted quite a few photos of his legs. On the contrary, regarding his relationship with Yukiya, not a single photo of her has ever been posted.
Not to mention any explicit photos. Why the sudden request for a video call? This is definitely unusual. Is it because the 3-year period is approaching?
Xiaoyu stopped thinking about it and rode his bike home with peace of mind.
Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of an ordinary residential community. This is the home of his aunt and uncle, Zhang Beicheng.
He grew up with them since he was little, and they treated Xiaoyu like their own son, or even better than their own. Their greatest wish was that he would always be safe and sound, and never take any risks. On the contrary, he had no memory of his parents at all. When asked, his aunt only said that they had died in an accident. Over time, Xiaoyu became too lazy to ask. He unlocked the door with his key, and before he could even step inside, Xiaoyu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Auntie, your precious baby is back." There was no response.
Xiaoyu was puzzled.
There was no secondary lock on the door, so there should be someone inside.
As I walked into the living room, I glanced to the side and realized something was off.
Aunt and Uncle Zhang Beichen sat at the dining table, their expression serious, the table completely empty.
You see, before, when Xiaoyu came home, Aunt would always have dinner ready early, and it was never bad.
Because my aunt is an extraordinary being, but only possesses the F-rank auxiliary talent salt control, the saltiness of her cooking is always perfectly just right. Neither of them spoke at this moment, a stark contrast to their usual cheerful family atmosphere.
What's wrong? Did the two of them have a fight?
Xiaoyu walked up to his uncle Zhang Beichen with a grin.
Quickly comfort your wife. How can you bully your aunt? Zhang Beichen didn't reply, his expression solemn.
He pointed to the chair next to him and said somewhat solemnly,
"Xiaoyu, sit down. There are some things I need to tell you."
Xiaoyu was somewhat confused, so he sat down next to him and asked,
"You ordered another one?" Auntie broke down first. What are you talking about? I'm so old. Xiaoyu continued to ask. What's wrong? Are you some kind of unparalleled masters who are hiding in the shadows? Or am I burdened with a blood feud? The aunt and uncle shook their heads simultaneously. We are just ordinary superhumans. You don't have any deep-seated hatred on your hands. Xiaoyu guessed again. Could it be that you billionaires are about to reveal your true colors? Don't be afraid, I can handle it. Quickly corrupt me with money. My aunt continued to shake her head. I'm just a pure brine dispenser. My monthly salary is 15,000. Xiaoyu then looked at his uncle Zheng Beicheng, who continued, I'm not even as good as your aunt. She does manual labor, carrying meat, and barely earns around 10,000 yuan a month. I knew it. The stuff in novels is definitely a lie. There aren't that many wealthy families pretending to be poor to fool their descendants. Xiaoyu poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. Then he saw his uncle, Zheng Beicheng, open an inconspicuous iron box on the table. Upon seeing the item, Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of water and coughed incessantly. Awakening elixir? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Moreover, judging from the quality, it's completely different from the tube that Sumu took out this afternoon. This tube is of extremely high quality, with a shimmering, concentrated fluorescent yellow hue that even has a subtle hint of turning golden green. Although Xiaoyu wasn't that knowledgeable, this quality meant it was definitely worth a lot. They still say they're not billionaires? What are these two pretending for? Could an ordinary family afford this? Uncle Zhang Beicheng nodded. That's right, it is Chi-Fu Spirit Liquid, the highest quality one. No, you two are getting a bit estranged, aren't you? Xiaoyu picked up the Chi-Fu elixir and examined it carefully, muttering to himself. It's really not fake. You two, one preparing brine and the other a meat handler, were just guaranteeing that you weren't reclusive billionaires. And then, just the day before his nephew was to awaken, he casually produced a spiritual liquid worth 500 million? Xiaoyu retorted, listen to this, is this reasonable? Zhang Beichen let out a breath and said, Xiaoyu, because you have completed the test, I can give you this. A test? Xiaoyu gasped, hiss. Could it be that we have a powerful family behind us testing me? Then that's definitely not it, sigh. Aunt sighed, her expression somewhat sad. Uncle slowly explained. This vial of spiritual liquid was left to you by your deceased parents. They entrusted us with the task of giving it to you if you pass the test, so that you can become an extraordinary being and live happily. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu understood it turned out that they had left it behind. He had heard that his parents were extraordinary individuals. Xiaoyu asked, what test did I pass? It must have been very difficult, right? My uncle said with a satisfied look. You wouldn't have passed the test a few years ago, back when you were eager to learn and work hard. But you've changed in recent years. You're late every day, glued to your phone, flirting online, your grades are always at the bottom, and your potential rating is C. Your aunt and I are very pleased. Feeling relieved? Xiaoyu's face darkened. What kind of test is this? It sounds so awkward. My aunt continued, explaining sadly, before they left, they told us that if you worked hard, they wouldn't give you this. But if you were lazy and didn't know anything, they would give you this so you could stay idle for longer. After all, superhumans have much better physical fitness than ordinary people, are less prone to illness, and have a relatively longer lifespan. Zhang Beichen chimed in, that's right. After you awaken, you can stay up all night on your phone chatting without any problem, but you need to be moderate and watch fewer pornographic movies. What is all this nonsense? Xiaoyu said speechlessly. So, the reason my parents left me this thing is to wake me up, but also to give me more time and energy to just give up? My aunt and uncle nodded at the same time and answered in unison, yes. Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at how unique the thinking of those departing parents was. My uncle took out another report card and said with satisfaction. This is the potential assessment form I got from your school a couple of days ago, along with your academic transcripts. I was so happy to see your achievements, I immediately called your aunt to share the good news. Especially hearing your teacher talk about your terrible performance at school makes me even happier. I'm really afraid you'll become an excellent student in both character and academics. Xiaoyu tilted his head. Something about that doesn't sound right. Uncle pushed the Chi-Fu elixir in front of Xiaoyu. I'll leave this to you. Just drink it before you awaken tomorrow. I've consulted professionals, and given your situation, even with top-tier awakening elixir, you'll at most have a D-grade trash talent. I guarantee there won't be any problems. The aunt, standing to the side with some concern, said, Old Zhang, what if it turns out to be a sea level?
After a moment of contemplation, the uncle said, No, I've seen what kind of person this kid is.
He'll continue to slack off even at sea level. I believe in his laziness. Xiaoyu sighed and chuckled bitterly, rubbing his forehead. I'm really not their biological son. Auntie said solemnly, Yes, we're not your biological children. But we love you and only want you to live a happy life. What's so great about being an outstanding superhuman? Look at your parents.
At this point, tears welled up in my aunt's eyes. Uncle quickly changed the subject, saying, All right, we've accomplished our mission over the years.
Let's go out to eat tonight.
Congratulations in advance to Xiaoyu on becoming a trashy superhuman.
Yes, fight for E and protect D.
Xiaoyu, you have to tell us as soon as you finish your awakening tomorrow.
If it's lower than D rank, your aunt will give you a big red envelope. Xiaoyu, let's go eat. After dinner.
Xiaoyu returned to his bedroom.
At that moment, Shueya sent a message, Is it okay? Chapter 8 Special Group.
Xiaoyu had just lain down on the bed and replied to a few messages when Shueya's message arrived.
During the conversation, Sumu asked him what he was doing.
Xiaoyu took a picture of the dinner party, and she replied with a smiley face emoji before they stopped talking.
The other sister Fong seemed to be quite busy today and didn't show up much.
Since the awakening day approached, Xiaoyu has deliberately reduced the frequency of his conversations with the three of them, except for his regular chats with them.
In reality, the remaining relationships aren't very deep either.
Most of the daily or weekly disposables that are used to cast a wide net only provide very little progress, around 1%, and it's hard to find any that exceed 5%. Xiaoyu first covered the front and rear cameras of the phone with washi tape, then cleared his throat and replied to Shueya, All done. The thought had barely crossed my mind when my phone rang with a video call. It was Shueya calling. Xiaoyu clicked the green button to connect the video call, deliberately changed his voice, and said sternly, I waited for 5 minutes. Then the camera slowly rotated, and Shueya's figure gradually appeared in the frame. Shueya was wearing a flowing, light gauze dress in soft, elegant colors, the hem of which cascaded lightly to the ground. She stood before the camera, her head bowed low, her face completely obscured by an opaque veil. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down to her waist and was adorned with exquisite crystal hair accessories. So beautiful. However, when the screen was cut off, Xiaoyu still discovered a clue. Shueya was an extraordinary being. Because before the final video signal was cut off, I saw an icy blue aura. Then Xiaoyu was surprised to find that the system notification indicated that Shueya's progress had increased to 47%. Video calls increased by 10% this time? Good thing it's increased. The chance of obtaining extra god-level support talents is higher now, and Sumu's chance has also increased by 3%. Xiaoyu put away the Chi Fu elixir, not intending to use it. With the system in place, there's no point in using this thing anymore. I'll see if I can sell it later. It could greatly improve my life. Let's see what talent will be awakened tomorrow. Recalling his aunt and uncle's behavior that evening, Xiaoyu chuckled to himself and then fell into a deep sleep. The capital city. Tsinghua and Peking University School of Medicine. In this Spirit Academy, which gathers many of the top geniuses of the Great Xia Kingdom, the lights were still on even though it was late at night. Inside a charming detached villa in the student area, Shueya's face showed a conflicted and self-loathing expression. In front of her was her phone, which had been shattered by ice crystals. The surrounding temperature became extremely cold. She muttered, This is the last time, the last time. My last wish has been fulfilled. I can't do this anymore. I am a transcendent being with the talent for ice magic. This is truly the last time. As she spoke, she helplessly closed her eyes. But as soon as she closed her eyes, Ling Xia's powerful voice and unique words echoed in her mind, making it hard for her to let go of them. It's all right. He said that Daiyu's talent would die in 3 years, and I don't think there would be anything I could do then. I can't trust anyone else anymore. As for Ling Xia, there's no chance I'll ever meet him in this lifetime. His talent level and status are insurmountable barriers. Shueya kept reassuring herself that as long as Ling Xia was still around for the next 3 years, that would be her last indulgence. After Ling Xia disappeared, she only remained the SSS-level superhuman on whom countless people placed their hopes. That snow bud will forever remain buried in her heart. The thought of Ling Xia disappearing from her life brought an overwhelming sadness to Shueya's heart. Just then, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Shueya calmed herself down, took out a long inkwash-style dress from the wardrobe, changed into it, and slowly walked downstairs. The door opened, and there were male students from Tsinghua and Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine. The boy is an A-level high-ranking extraordinary individual, which was already quite impressive among extraordinary individuals before he came to the Spirit Academy. However, he is now facing a true prodigy. Shueya, an SSS-level talent. So the boys were very nervous, especially when they saw Shueya's stunningly beautiful face with its icy and aloof features.
What is it? Shueya asked calmly.
The boy's breath hitched, and he avoided eye contact as he said, "The college professors asked me to inform you that you are also eligible to participate in this year's special admissions team."
Okay, is there anything else?
There is none left.
Shueya turned and left, and the door closed automatically. After Shueya left, the boy wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but think to himself. It's not like we don't have cell phones, why didn't the professor call to let us know? Back on the second floor to rest, Shueya took out a new phone from the drawer, replaced the old SIM card, and immediately received a lot of missed calls and email notifications. Among them is the special admissions group for Tsinghua and Peking University's Lingyuan College. This group is formed every year and consists of a supervising teacher and a highly talented student. Their fundamental purpose is singular: to snatch up geniuses from all over the world. However, this year's lineup seems particularly unusual. Could it be because of that labyrinth? Shueya noticed something was wrong. Shueya didn't object to the academy's arrangements at all. Her parents were from Tsinghua and Peking University's Ling Academy, so she could be said to come from a prestigious family. She would be happy to help Tsinghua and Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine. After logging back into the mobile chat app, Shueya hesitated for a moment before opening Lingxia's chat window. My phone just ran out of battery, so I'm kneeling here to pay my respects. Chapter 9. I'm not a leg fetishist. The next day, Xiaoyu woke up in bed and glanced at the unread messages on his phone. Nothing important. The wealthy young woman, Ms. Fong, explained why she wasn't there yesterday, saying that there was some extraordinary joint conference in the capital, related to a certain mysterious realm. She had already said that she was from the capital, but Xiaoyu didn't care much about it, since he had no intention of meeting her in person anyway. Currently, apart from Su Mu, the other two are unaware that they are ordinary people who have not yet awakened their powers. Ant had already prepared breakfast and thoughtfully checked that Xiaoyu's lucky color for the day was green. So she made tomato soup, steamed carrots, and boiled sweet potatoes. Xiaoyu reluctantly finished his meal and prepared to go to school. Uncle Zhang Beicheng, wearing a red belt, reminded him not to forget to drink the Qi Fu Ling liquid, to which Xiaoyu replied that he had already drunk it. The uncle pondered for a moment but didn't say much, encouraging Xiaoyu, reduce your oil intake. Aim for an E to maintain AD. Xiaoyu left in a huff. He understood his aunt and uncle's intentions, but he didn't support them. He must awaken his god-level talent, otherwise, all that time he spent feeding the system will have been in vain. Arrived at the school gate. The school was bustling with activity, unlike any other day. After all, it is one of the most important events in their children's lives, so many parents accompany their children to send them off. If one's talent awakens well, there's no need to take the major academic exams a few days later. Of course, the major cultural exam is only open to students with an overall cultural score of B+ or above. With Xiaoyu's score of C, he is not even eligible to participate. Many parents were wearing cheongsams, symbolizing a successful start. Several of the older women, who were clearly students, had good figures, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. However, after only a few glances and witnessing the various details of Shueya's explosive figure last night, Xiaoyu felt that his immunity was now very high. Brother Xia! From a great distance, Wang Daong ran over, shouting at the top of his lungs. Xiaoyu waved and greeted him. Wang Daong was still holding his unfinished breakfast when he saw Xiaoyu and started talking non-stop. Brother Xia, I knew you'd come today. We're not afraid of losing face. Brother Xia, have you heard? It seems a new labyrinth has appeared in the northern part of our city. The official task force has sent superhumans there. I wonder if it can be turned into a low-danger trial labyrinth. If it can, the housing prices there will go up. Xiaoyu nodded and agreed as they walked into the school gate. For ordinary people or low-level superhumans, the most important concerns are life and safety. When faced with the appearance of a maze, their primary concern is the changes it brings to their lives or whether it will threaten their own safety. At that moment, a pure black luxury sedan drove up from a distance, its body faintly glowing with the light of runes.
Xiaoyu could tell at a glance that the car's windows and body had been engraved with runes by a talisman master.
It should be a defensive formation. I wonder which family student this is, to be so skilled.
It's important to know that hiring a talisman master is not cheap, especially when it comes to engraving talismans on everyday items. Since the black sedan appeared, many people have turned their attention to it, wondering which young master or nobleman is about to awaken today. Wang Daong echoed this sentiment, craning his short neck and saying enviously, "Wow, this is a Curry North, a luxury car worth tens of millions, plus the rune array, its value is enormous."
Brother Xia, do you think it has any power-type runes engraved on it? I don't know. Xia Yu answered truthfully.
He had heard that some supercars would be modified by talisman masters to achieve extremely high speeds. Of course, top-tier superhumans don't really care about this kind of product. Many rich kids buy it to pick up girls. The black sedan slowly came to a stop, and the front door opened first.
A bodyguard in black quickly got out of the car and opened the back door. Ah da? Xia Yu recognized the person as Su Mu's bodyguard. Did she really need such tight protection?
Even the car had protective runes engraved on it.
Sure enough, Su Mu got out of the car with a calm expression.
In the past, Xiaoyu would have thought she was aloof, but now that he understands the situation, he thinks she's becoming more and more naive and clueless. As soon as Su Mu appeared, her pure and beautiful appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. She wore a simple pair of denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs, and a plain white t-shirt on top. Her hair was tied in a ponytail and emerged from behind a blue baseball cap.
Almost everyone in the school knows her. It's not just because of their looks and figure. As the most promising genius in Hebei City's history, what level of talent he can awaken has been a topic of much speculation among the public.
Of course, there were also those who heard about her dating a poor student yesterday and were ready to watch the drama unfold.
Brother Xia, this is your wife's car.
Wang Daong also saw it, nudged Xiaoyu with his shoulder, and said with a sly grin, "You guys kept it a secret pretty well.
How far have things progressed?"
"We just met." Xiaoyu continued walking forward, his mind filled with thoughts of what kind of talent the system would reward him with.
"We just met. Brother Xia, you're just trying to fool me."
Wang Daong didn't believe him at all, and then quickly grabbed Xiaoyu. "Sister-in-law is coming towards us." It was obvious that Su Mu had spotted Xiaoyu in the crowd and was walking towards them. Xiaoyu had no choice but to stop and wait for her.
There was no need to hide anything now.
Rumors were already circulating, with all sorts of things being said, but none of this affected him at all. After Su Mu walked over, Xiaoyu greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, wish you good luck with your awakening today, let's hurry into the school."
Su Muqing nodded and then walked with the two of them.
When Su Mu arrived, Wang Daong became reserved, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The usually talkative Wang Daong didn't say a word. He had heard that Su Mu and Xiaoyu were dating, but seeing the two walking side by side together felt like something out of a science fiction movie.
Especially, is their relationship really that bizarre? They don't say a word, they just walk around in silence? Wang Daong was starting to wonder if he was the third wheel in bothering them. Just then, Su Mu spoke up, "After your talent awakens, let's go on a date tonight, but we can only have dinner, we can't go to a hotel together." "Wow, have a seat at the hotel?"
Wang Daong felt he had heard something incredible. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and agreed, "No problem, it's on me."
"You don't need to treat me, we're going to my house." Wang Daong was startled. They weren't going to a hotel, but straight to their home? Weren't these two talking about such intimate things without even trying to hide it from others?
In just a few words, his admiration for Xiaoyu reached an unparalleled level.
Xiaoyu stopped and asked, puzzled, "Going to your house? Just the two of us?"
Su Mu shook her head. "No, it was my dad's suggestion.
I thought it was feasible, so I agreed. It doesn't matter where we eat on our date."
Then she added, "Don't worry about my dad, you can treat him like he's not there."
Xiaoyu was taken aback. Meeting the parents? Besides, he's the head of the Su family. If he summons me, would I dare treat him like he's invisible? Besides, this isn't a real relationship, why meet the parents? Xiaoyu tentatively asked, "Did Uncle Su say anything else? Like feeding the ferocious beast or giving me a check or something?"
Su Mu thought about it carefully and said, "Last night I was looking through our chat history and didn't listen carefully. He seemed to have mentioned something about a live-in son-in-law, but I don't understand.
Let's see how things go after we've awakened."
Xiaoyu did not agree immediately. The internet says that when men are hesitant, they will find something to postpone, which is actually a way of escaping, Sumu muttered to himself. The parties involved felt there was nothing wrong with the conversation, but Daeong, who was listening nearby, was utterly shocked.
A date to Sumu's house. Treating the head of the Su family like heir. Take care of things at the hotel from home. Brother Xia. I'm kneeling.
To his surprise, Sumu's next words left him frozen in place. Xiaoyu, I went through our chat history for a long time last night and found that you seem to really like legs. People online say that this might be called a leg fetish, which is a normal phenomenon. I read online that high-waisted denim shorts make your legs look longer, and after trying them on today, I can confirm it's true.
Do you want to touch them and try them on? Chapter 10 Preparing for Awakening.
After walking a short distance, Xiaoyu and his companion arrived at the foot of the school's playground platform. Along the way, Xiaoyu received countless hostile and jealous glances. Even Wang Daong ran away, saying he couldn't stand this display of affection.
Sumu asked curiously, does eating dog food make people this fat?
Xiaoyu told her to look up the meaning of showing off your love online when she had time. The playground was already filled with waiting students, all from Xiaoyu's year.
On the high platform at the center is the Talent Awakening array. The order of Talent Awakening is based on student ID numbers.
Once it officially begins, everyone just needs to follow their numbers as they are called, so the overall process is not fast.
After their talents are awakened, a large number of students will leave the school. All that's left is to continue preparing for the major cultural exam.
The designated assembly time had arrived, and the school leaders took to the stage one after another to deliver their speeches.
The principal picked up the microphone. Now, I'll say a few words. 1 hour later. The students are getting increasingly bored, and they're basically all talking about their own things. The students, who had been dozing off, perked up as soon as they saw someone go on stage. It's the head of the teaching staff. Everyone knew that once the director finished speaking, the most important thing for the day would begin. The director began his passionate and inspiring speech. Students. Next up is Talent Awakening.
The turning point that will decide which path you take is approaching. Whether you lead an ordinary life or an extraordinary one filled with danger and opportunity depends entirely on the outcome of your awakening.
I hereby declare the awakening of the 2042nd generation of talents begins.
As soon as he finished speaking, various sounds rang out in the playground. Some cheered, some shouted encouragement to themselves, some knelt on the ground to pray, and some with poor mental fortitude fainted from the tension.
Xiaoyu was also a little excited.
He had opened and closed the system interface countless times, constantly checking whether the reward for the god-level talent was 100%. On the contrary, Sumu remained very calm, as if she didn't need to awaken today. Wang Daong rubbed his hands excitedly. Brother Xia, although our chances of awakening are low, it doesn't mean it's impossible.
Even the lowest level talent will do.
Xiaoyu could see that he also longed to awaken his talent, since once he awakened his talent, he would be much stronger than ordinary people in every aspect. At this moment, Sumu pulled out a small fluorescent yellow test tube from his jeans pocket and said with an exaggerated fake smile, "It's so hot, Xiaoyu, are you thirsty?
Drink some pure mineral water." Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Could your lie be any more blatant?
Even a blind person could tell that this bright yellow liquid is Qi Fu Ling liquid.
Xiaoyu refused. Really, there's no need.
You should drink this Qi Fu elixir to ensure everything goes smoothly.
Oh.
Sumu's fake smile disappeared, and he frowned as he stuffed the spirit liquid back into his pocket, muttering, "This really is mineral water." As the group was talking, the first student who wanted to awaken his talent stepped forward, his steps trembling slightly. The head instructor kindly encouraged him, "You can start once you stand in the center."
Good luck, student. The boy nervously walked into the center of the circular formation.
Then a beam of white light shone from the soles of his feet, enveloping the boy's entire body. Just a few seconds later, the light suddenly intensified and became even brighter. Finally, the white light converged on the light screen above the instrument, revealing a C-shaped halo. There's another pointer next to it, hovering between middle and lower, which is close to the mid-level talent level. The teacher next to him, holding a microphone, said with a smile, "Congratulations, Ma Dashwan, for awakening your C-level talent."
Tell us about your talent. Ma Dachwan exclaimed excitedly, "It's muscle enhancement. Grade C muscle enhancement. I can become a martial arts type superhuman."
After they finished speaking, the recorder immediately wrote it down, which can greatly help them with career planning or college selection.
The instructor said with great satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad.
This year's class has made a great start.
He has a very good talent." Ma can join the army. With this kind of talent, he can be easily recruited. Ma Dashwan ran off the stage excitedly, drawing envious glances from many classmates.
Although a C-level talent is considered lower middle tier, it still makes one a very good superhuman. Then the talent awakening ceremony continued.
Montaigne, awakening failed.
Zhang Ruoyun, D-level lower tier support talent, instant memory.
Niu Xiaoli, F-level support talent, quick-witted and eloquent. Zhang Wei, awakening failed.
As the awakening of talent continues, some are happy while others are sad. To this day, the highest level of awakened talent is only that initial success, C-level muscle enhancement. This made the faces of the school's leaders increasingly grim. This was clearly not as good as the previous year. Fortunately, they still had a trump card, Sumu, on whom they placed great hope. At that moment, a voice came from the loudspeaker, immediately silencing the previously noisy playground. He Chen, mid-level rank talent, shadow step.
Let's congratulate He Chen.
The principal and the head of the teaching staff applauded at the same time.
A great talent. Having already broken the best record in recent years, they couldn't help but look forward to Sumu's performance next. After this term, the task from above has been exceeded. The students in the audience were also constantly discussing. Wow! That's amazing! What incredible luck! What luck! He's the eldest son of the He family. He must have been eating the best food since he was a child.
He Chen stood on the stage for a while longer, enjoying the envious glances from his classmates. Then his gaze fell on Sumu, who was talking to Xiaoyu in the crowd, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He was furious after witnessing what happened in the conference room yesterday, coupled with the subsequent rumors.
Sumu was such a perfect goddess. Only someone with his talent and equally outstanding family background is worthy of her. He had secretly harbored a crush on Sumu for a long time. He Chen stepped off the stage and walked towards Sumu's direction.
Sure enough, He Chen stopped in front of Sumu, but his expression became extremely gentle as he greeted Sumu, saying, "I wanted to wait for you at the school gate this morning, but the vice principal called me in for a talk.
I spotted you in the crowd right away on the platform.
After awakening your A-level talent and becoming a superhuman, your improvement has indeed been tremendous."
Oh. Sumu didn't even glance at He Chen.
He Chen continued, "If I can awaken an A-level talent, you'll definitely be even luckier. When that happens, I'll definitely have my dad send Uncle Su a very generous gift to congratulate him."
Oh.
Hearing such perfunctory answers, He Chen became somewhat annoyed and said in a slightly louder voice,
"Sumu, may I invite you to dinner tonight?"
As soon as he finished speaking, all the students around him looked over.
This is going to be interesting. He Chen is basically confessing his feelings in public. Look next to Sumu, that's her rumored boyfriend. He's supposedly rated C for potential. Shu, don't talk, let's eat.
Xiaoyu said irritably, "Some flies are really annoying chattering away here."
Mumu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Sumu thought for a moment and said, "You're a man, you decide." Chapter 11 God-level support talent. Who are you calling a fly?
He Chen's face showed anger, especially after hearing that Sumu was going on a date with another man and had rejected him.
Sumu, are you really with him?
He Chen couldn't understand at all why Sumu would fall for Xiaoyu. Sumu thought for a moment and said, "We're not living together yet, but we're dating, and there's a time limit."
Still want to live together?
He Chen gritted his teeth and said,
"He can't even become a superhuman, he's not good enough for you." Xiaoyu scoffed, "I haven't awakened yet, how do you know I can't become a superhuman?" "You're only a level, that's not the limit." Sumu chimed in, "Yeah, the talent level isn't high." He Chen said angrily, "I want to see what talent you awaken later. Stop being so stubborn. I've already found out your background. Potential rating, C."
Aside from the talent awakening stage, Xiaoyu has become the focus of everyone's attention. They couldn't help but complain that Xiaoyu was really a bit arrogant. He Chen's awakening has already broken the school's best record in recent years, but we don't care about that.
Is it that ignorance breeds fearlessness? Or is it blind confidence? Or is it the last bit of dignity one can give oneself before awakening? At that moment, a name was read out from the stage, and the playground fell silent once again. Because the name read out was Sumu.
Not only the students, but even the school leaders became nervous. Sumu has now become the main character of the entire event.
Xiaoyu said to her, "Good luck." Sumu nodded, Sumu then walked onto the stage step by step,
his face showing no signs of nervousness or excitement, appearing completely at ease. The head instructor personally walked to the steps to encourage Sumu. "Don't be nervous, Sumu.
You will definitely be the most dazzling one. Just stand in the center of the circle." Sumu nodded slightly and stepped into the circular formation.
Suddenly, a white light enveloped Sumu. It gradually became brighter and brighter. The school leaders didn't dare to breathe, holding their breath as they watched the changes within the talent awakening array. The students were all watching the stage intently, perhaps they would witness the emergence of an S-level talent. The white light grew stronger and stronger, and the next second, a clear phoenix cry rang out, echoing throughout the entire playground. As the phoenix cried out, the white light gradually turned golden and slowly transformed into a surging spiritual light resembling burning flames.
The stage became dazzling and magnificent.
Sumu felt as if he had been reborn from the ashes amidst the burning flames of spiritual energy, and he could only vaguely see a tall figure within the crimson gold spiritual light.
An anomaly. It's an anomaly, the head instructor exclaimed with great joy.
As time passed, the crimson gold spiritual energy began to gather, eventually condensing at Sumu's brow, transforming into a flame-shaped spiritual pattern before disappearing into his skin.
And the light screen above their heads suddenly appeared. S rank.
The pointer has also reached the very top of up.
It's S rank.
No, it's guaranteed to be at least S rank.
Our school actually has someone with an S level or higher. The director could not contain his elation and exclaimed aloud.
Historically, Haibei City has never had an S-level talent, but unexpectedly, one has actually appeared at their school.
Their school will surely be remembered in the history of Haibei City.
The principal also hurriedly called the city leaders to inform them of the good news.
The entire playground was then thrown into a huge uproar. This is an S-class item. It could even be SS or SSS level.
However, there are clear official regulations that if an S-level talent emerges, it is not allowed to publicly inquire about or reveal the name and specific level of their talent during the awakening ceremony. Of course, it won't stop the extraordinary person from saying it themselves. As for grades below C, it's better to just say it directly, and the school can give you some good suggestions and directions. The students were also fortunate enough to witness firsthand what an S-class anomaly was like, which they can brag about for a long time. Sumu calmly walked out of the circular formation, looking thoughtful, which seemed a bit dazed to Xiaoyu. Now her temperament has changed. Her already fair skin is even more radiant, giving her a gentle and understated feel. Especially her long legs, and she was wearing high-waisted denim shorts. If this continued, Xiaoyu was afraid he would become a leg fetishist. Sumu slowly walked off the stage and immediately returned to Xiaoyu's side. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered, 3 S's.
Aren't I amazing?
Xiaoyu was surprised.
SSS level? That's amazing.
He quickly covered her mouth, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, you should know how to hide your shortcomings." Sumu broke free from Xiaoyu's hand.
So I'm only telling you this secretly.
It says online that the more outstanding a girlfriend is, the more proud the boyfriend will be.
I'm quite proud,
but Xiaoyu glanced at the murderous glares from the boys around him and He-chen beside him. It seems like I have more rivals now. Sumu was already attracting a lot of attention, and then she acted intimately with Xiaoyu in public, which was a huge blow to them. The head instructor also came down at this moment, ignoring Xiaoyu.
He came down from the stage intending to invite Sumu and the school leaders to take a group photo, but Xiaoyu next to him really annoyed him.
Facing Sumu, the head teacher completely changed his tune.
"Student Su, the school leaders here have all invited you to take photos. We've found a professional photographer. It would be best if you could take a few more pictures with our school environment, so we can have some souvenirs later, right? And He-chen, you're here too. You're also an outstanding student at our school."
"Okay, thank you for your hard work, director," He-chen replied politely. Sumu shook her head and pointed at Xiaoyu. "I'm going home for a date after he awakens, unless he's willing to let me film it."
The head teacher instantly felt a pang of heartache. She was so love-struck. What did she see in Xiaoyu? Then, the director turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Xia, do you agree?"
Xiaoyu shrugged, "We still have a date."
Sumu quickly added, "Then I won't go." He-chen became anxious at this point. "Xiaoyu, what gives you the right to make decisions for her?"
"Sumu will definitely become a powerful superhuman in the future."
"Do you know the gap between you two?"
Just as the instructor was about to offer some advice, Xiaoyu's name was called out from the stage.
He-chen said sarcastically, "It's your turn. I want to see what kind of talent you can awaken."
Xiaoyu's expression turned serious.
The system's gifts are now ready to be tested. Xiaoyu had only taken 2 steps when Sumu's voice came from behind him. Good luck, go on your date after this.
Xiaoyu felt the murderous gazes emanating from him intensify.
After adjusting your breathing, Xiaoyu stepped into the awakening circle array.
Ding host's talent awakening has been detected. Current additional God tier support talent acquisition rate, 67%.
Current God level talent acquisition rate, 100%. Ding.
Bonus God tier support talent acquired successfully.
Chapter 12 Core God level talent.
A system notification popped up in my mind.
Xiaoyu understood things were settled now.
I've already got the extra support God tier talent.
Inside the school,
Xiaoyu's talent awakening ceremony also attracted much attention, but most people watched it with a let's watch the show attitude. The main reason was Sumu. They wanted to see if this boy, who had luckily won the heart of the goddess, would awaken to something new. Of course, most people were hoping Xiaoyu would turn out badly even if he were to successfully awaken. They wanted him to be the worst kind. He Chen, in particular, was well aware of Xiaoyu's potential rating and watched the situation on stage with a playful expression. He Chen would also occasionally add fuel to the fire beside Sumu, describing how big the gap was between superhumans and ordinary people. However, Sumu did not reply to a single word from beginning to end, until He Chen said something slightly threatening. A person like Xiaoyu, let alone whether he can protect you in the future, he himself has to be careful not to have any accidents, he. Sumu turned his head instantly, his eyes indifferent, with what seemed like golden flames flickering in them, and said, word by word, I don't understand love, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid. If you say another word, you'll die here.
The overwhelming aura instantly stunned He Chen.
He truly felt Sumu's killing intent, as if he were about to make a move at any moment. So he shut his mouth and stopped talking, continuing to look at Xiaoyu on the stage.
Let's see how embarrassing you are next.
Besides, I have plenty of ways to kill you.
He Chen suppressed his anger and waited for Xiaoyu's awakening to end. But now, the instructors have noticed something's not right.
Xiaoyu's talent awakening seems to have taken a little too long. For other students, after being enveloped in white light, a next stage of light, whether strong or weak, will erupt, ultimately revealing their level. Why is Xiaoyu's awakening process just flashing a faint white light without indicating failure or displaying his level?
A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. It remains the same. Could there be a problem with the awakening array?
They didn't know that Xiaoyu was tall because the system rewarded him with 2 talents. The principal is already considering calling Xiaoyu down, as this would delay the time of the students behind him.
Sudden. The awakening array emitted a low hum.
Visible ripples began to spread outwards from the high platform, and people heard an echo similar to tinnitus. Immediately afterwards, countless strange patterns emerged from above Xiaoyu's head, then swirled and coiled around him, forming chains of runes. Upon seeing this, the principal slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face filled with shock. It's the talent of a talisman master. It's a special type among extraordinary individuals, a talent for talisman masters.
The head instructor's expression also changed drastically. This kid is so lucky?
Once Xiaoyu steps down, we can't treat him the same way we did before, since he has a support talent similar to a talisman master. Even if it's a low-level talent, having this type of talent will give you a wide network of connections in the future, because you are very likely to become an apprentice to some great talisman masters. He Chen clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, he's a talisman master type. I need to think of a way to deal with him soon. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally saw his first talent.
The panel introduction then follows. God tier talent, Spirit Restoration Rune. Types of talisman masters.
Effect: each inscription or drawing of the same rune permanently increases its power and effect by 5%. There is also a chance to add rule-based effects upon completion of the entire inscription. During the inscription process, there is a chance to learn new rune combinations.
Hiss. Xiaoyu gasped. This is too powerful.
Putting aside the inscribed rune array, take the simplest fireball talisman as an example. Each time you draw one, its power will be permanently increased by 5%.
This is practically a bug. No wonder it's a god-level talent. The system is truly amazing. Now we can only look forward to the rewards from the main talent.
Anyway, Xiaoyu had never heard of the existence of dual talents in the world of superhumans, and he didn't know how the instrument would display it.
Xiaoyu closed his eyes, feeling the physical enhancement brought about by his awakened talent. This is the inevitable experience for an ordinary person to become an extraordinary one.
What he didn't know was that the school playground had become so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The director stared blankly at the display of the awakening array, his mouth agape, his mind a complete blank. Other school leaders weren't much better off, they seemed to be hallucinating. They actually saw an S class? An S-rank talisman master? How is this possible? At this moment, they had completely forgotten about Xiaoyu's previous potential rating, because they were completely stunned by the words S-level rune master. S-rank talisman master, what does that even mean? The higher the rank of a talisman master, the stronger they become. Most talisman masters only have talismans as their offensive means in the early stages. When their rank is low, their spiritual power is limited, and the offensive power of the talismans they can draw is also limited, so they are not strong when their rank is low. Especially in real-time combat, formations with slightly greater power are too time-consuming, and the enemy won't wait for you to complete the inscription of the entire rune formation. But higher-ranking talisman masters are absolutely terrifying. It can not only create ever-changing and mysterious runes and arrays, but it can even inscribe world-destroying forbidden spells on a single talisman. Those talisman masters with high talent levels are even more blessed by nature. An eerie silence fell over the playground, with some even wondering if the talent awakening array had malfunctioned. After all, Xiaoyu's talent awakening is not yet over. Before the aura completely dissipates, no one can say for sure what level it is. But for an S-rank talisman master, this awakening display is terrifying. This type of S-level talent should never appear in High Bay City. They would rather believe that High Bay City was unworthy than believe that an S-level talisman master had actually appeared. At the same time, Xiaoyu's talent awakening was successful. Ding God-level talent successfully awakened. Gain talent, Spirit Network Dagger. Chapter 13 Unexpected Situation. Xiaoyu was still considering his talent as a God-level talisman master when his second main talent arrived. God-tier talent, Spirit Network Dagger. Short sword type. Effect: each time you advance in rank, you will comprehend one or more characters. These characters contain the power of rules, as well as sword techniques and skills. Note, during cultivation or under special conditions, there is also a chance to comprehend the origin of the character law and obtain the origin character. Current strength, Tier 1. The original characters are Gu, Xie. Immobilize, wield sword energy to solidify the power of invincible rules, granting immunity to all attacks and damage for 10 seconds. The rules cannot be broken. Duration increases with rank. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Steal, the power of theft is imbued within the sword. Each strike can steal the essence of all things and return it to the user. Current steal percentage, 2%. The steal percentage increases with rank. No cooldown. The original characters can be combined and used in sequence with effects increasing according to rank. The interval between using each combination of characters is 10 minutes. Solid Steal, for 10 seconds, grants immunity to all forms of attack and steals the attacker's corresponding power, spiritual energy, etc. Steal Solidify, when the next sword aura strikes the target will lose all defensive capabilities for 10 seconds, including magical artifacts and body refinement. Note, the effect is reduced by 50% when the short sword is not in use. Note, there are two types of word combinations, standard and advanced. Advanced word combinations should be used first, and some words cannot be combined with each other. Xiaoyu carefully examined this god-level talent. He still needed to test some of the descriptions. Overall, it's a rule-based sword technique effect that takes effect based on the different origins of the characters. The invincible effect of the word alone is very powerful. It is a rule-based approach that ignores all attacks. I wonder what surprises await as my rank increases. The stealing aspect still needs to be tested in actual combat, especially whether stealing spiritual energy and transferring it to oneself can quickly improve one's strength. At this point, Xiaoyu's talent awakening ceremony was nearing its end. Name, Xiaoyu. Talents, Spirit Restoration Runes, Spirit Network Dagger. Rank, first level. Ding. Awakening quest successful. Next stage of the mission begins. Please complete physical contact with your online dating partner. Progress percentage achieved based on contact time and intensity. Reaching 100% will reward you with a divine artifact. Failing to complete it within 6 months will result in a 10 cm reduction in height. Note, for a single target, the maximum percentage reward provided is 1.5 times the percentage provided by the first stage task. Xiaoyu was still immersed in the joy of his god-level talent for a short while. Then I saw the introduction of the next system task. Puff. Touch.
Isn't this forcing people to meet in real life instead of online?
He also told others that he would die in 3 years.
How the hell is he supposed to get people to meet up with him after that?
And then there's this physical contact. Who knows what the criteria are for determining it?
Currently, the only person I'm meeting in person is Sumu.
Currently, Sumu has reached 50% of the reward progress, which means that according to the system's explanation, she can only provide a maximum of 50%. 1.5 equals 75% progress for the next stage of the task.
We still need to find at least one more high-speed face-to-face meeting.
Xiaoyu was numb, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and go on.
Meanwhile, on the playground.
With another sword cry, Xiaoyu's awakening ceremony ended, and all the luster on his body disappeared.
The instrument ultimately determined. Level S. Everyone in the school playground stared blankly at the stage.
And they naturally assumed that the final sword cry was nothing more than an anomaly of an S-rank talisman master. Nobody even considered the possibility of having dual talents. It wasn't until Xiaoyu stretched his limbs that various discussions erupted from the audience.
It's S rank. Another S class. It's not just S rank. It's a talent for a rune master.
I've seen those rune effects in popular science materials.
Isn't it rumored that his potential rating is C? That doesn't make sense.
Meanwhile, the principal, who was watching from the sidelines, could hardly contain his excitement.
2 S-rank students emerged in 1 year. One of them even has the talent of a talisman master. This is absolutely incredible news.
This is not just happening in Hebei City, but in the entire province. It's something that has never happened before.
The principal rushed to Xiaoyu and said excitedly, "Xiaoyu, congratulations." I don't know what to say. Come on, let's go to the office first.
Then the principal called out to the director below the stage, "Director Xiao, stop daydreaming.
Come to the office.
Oh, and first go to my car and get that box of the best tea."
Wait a minute.
Xiaoyu frowned and looked down at the playground below the stage.
Something's not right. Why are runes inscribed on the playground?
After awakening as a superhuman, he could clearly sense spiritual power, and was especially sensitive to runes. At that moment, the playground he saw revealed the beginnings of runes.
It looks like a formation.
Out of curiosity, and also because of the novelty of seeing the array runes, Xiaoyu stepped off the stage and carefully examined the various rune patterns.
However, in the eyes of others, Xiaoyu's behavior was somewhat strange.
Ignoring the principal's words, and showing no obvious joy, he instead stared at the ground. The director was called out by the principal as he passed by, which brought him back to his senses.
What incredible luck this kid has! From then on, he became an absolutely extraordinary person. The director quickly trotted up behind Xiaoyu and said somewhat obsequiously, "What are you looking at, Xia? I can't be happier to see that you've awakened such a talent."
Xiaoyu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The rune array on the school playground seemed far too complex. And it was intentionally hidden. Ordinary superhumans, unless they were rune masters, would have virtually no chance of detecting it.
Then Sumu and Wang Daong also came over.
Wang Daong originally wanted to hug Xiaoyu excitedly to congratulate him, but seeing Xiaoyu's serious expression, he didn't dare to interrupt.
Sumu, who was not fond of talking, followed quietly behind.
Not far from them stood a man with bloodshot eyes and a face full of resentment and venom.
It was He Chen, who had just mocked Xiaoyu. He didn't understand why this was happening. He's clearly trash, so how did he awaken a top-tier S-class talent? It's the rarest kind of support talent.
Especially when he saw Sumu following behind him, his intense jealousy and resentment turned into hatred. The hushed discussions of his classmates behind him were also stimulating his senses.
I knew it.
Sumu probably knew something all along, which is why she got together with Xiaoyu. They are truly a match made in heaven, both S rank. They're going to be extraordinary in the future.
Shu, keep your voice down.
He Chen is just ahead, but given the current situation, it's even less likely that Sumu will choose He Chen. The sounds made He Chen want to kill Xiaoyu at that moment. No, although he is an S-rank talisman master, he has only just awakened and has no background. Thinking of this, He Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Xiaoyu was still observing the runes. He felt that observing this formation helped him understand the runes. A large group of school leaders were already following behind him. The 2 S ranks who awakened today are both here now, and the principal certainly knows who to focus on.
Especially since Sumu is Xiaoyu's girlfriend.
Suddenly, Xiaoyu stopped and turned to ask the principal.
Has a talisman master been hired to inscribe arrays on this playground before? The principal looked puzzled. No, is there a formation on the playground? That's impossible. This playground was just renovated not long ago, specifically for this year's awakening. The director bent down and added with a smile, yes, it was actually prepared for Sumu. The principal said that once Sumu awakens to S level, the school will definitely be on the news, and it will be a good photo opportunity. Who would have thought that another prodigy like Xia Yu would emerge? Double happiness, ha ha ha. Xia Yuxian was more focused on the formations on the playground. Renovation of the formation. Who did the renovation of this playground? Xia Yu asked. The principal asked, somewhat puzzled. All the school's projects have always been contracted by the He family. Is there a problem, Xia? Xia Yu said seriously, there's a problem. There's a rune array under our feet, and I feel a sense of danger. I suggest we evacuate the students. Chapter 14 The Divine Technique of Solidifying the Character. There really is a rune array? The principal was still not quite convinced, but felt that Xia Yu would not make such a claim without reason. After all, he had just awakened as a talisman master. Xia Yu nodded. Such a complex formation must have a purpose. Xia, is it possible that she had it a long time ago? The principal was also puzzled. It's a recent rune array, but I can't tell what kind of array it is right now. The director interjected, hiring a talisman master is very expensive, and the school doesn't have a specific budget for it. Is all this trouble really for the students' benefit, without seeking recognition? Xia Yu's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! It doesn't necessarily have to be for the good of the students, it could also be targeted at a particular student. Just then, Sumu slowly spoke up, Xia Yu is right, I have a feeling of danger. It's for students. And they must be exceptionally talented. Xia Yu is an exception, so it can only be Sumu. Xia Yu reacted instantly, subtly approaching Sumu and calmly saying, where is your bodyguard? Now lead me in that direction. Sumu remained calm, then immediately headed south. She had already guessed why. Aside from things like love that she couldn't understand, she could quickly figure out anything else. At this moment, Xia Yu had to protect Sumu, because the system needed her for the next mission, and he couldn't let anything happen to her. It was already difficult to complete, and if something else happened to Sumu, where would they find the time to make up for the missed contact? Especially since Sumu is clueless about relationships, maybe he'll just touch her leg a few times and their progress will skyrocket. Seeing the two walk away silently, the principal anxiously called out from behind, Xia, where are you going? We haven't taken the photos yet. The words had barely left his mouth. Sudden. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble slightly, and then a light appeared. The light began to converge and connect, forming strange symbols. If viewed from high above, a huge circular rune would form in just a few breaths. The students and teachers on the playground were all stunned, not knowing what had happened. Xia Yu also quickened his pace, urging Sumu, hurry up and leave, they might be coming for you. After saying that, the two started running at top speed. At that moment, a light green mist began to spread across the playground, rapidly expanding to the surrounding area. Then, roar roar. Suddenly, deep roars of beasts echoed from the mist. As time went on, the roars of the beasts became clearer and clearer. A ferocious beast. Everyone, run! Someone in the crowd shouted in terror, and in an instant, the entire playground was thrown into chaos. The crowd began to scatter and run, screaming in terror. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen dark figures darted out from the mist. The dark figure was entirely dark green, shaped like a leopard, and had no fur, its entire body was smooth. Each one was 3 or 4 meters long, with only one eye that exuded a savage aura, and its ferocious fangs were exposed. The principal was the first to recognize the ferocious beast and shouted anxiously, it's a Tier 2 bone splitter. Students, run! Notify the extraordinary action team, go and notify the team immediately. Xia Yu also heard the principal's shouts not far away and heard the name bone-splittering beast. He had seen this ferocious beast in the Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts. Many medium-risk mazes contain this feature. Their mouthparts and teeth have an astonishing bite force, they are extremely fast and agile runners, and their saliva contains toxins. The weakest among them are at the second tier, they excel at ganging up on enemies, and live in groups. Each one is comparable to a second-tier 5th-level human superhuman in combat strength. If they are in groups, they can tear apart even a third-tier human superhuman.
Xiaoyu frowned deeply, realizing that he had been hidden or teleported here, and quickened his pace. What he needed to do now was to quickly get Su Mu to meet up with her bodyguard and go to a safe place. His intuition told him that this matter was most likely aimed at Su Mu. Sure enough, after casually tearing apart several students, the bone splitter suddenly seemed to sense some kind of call. Its one eye searched around and finally locked onto Xiaoyu's direction. After a chilling roar, more than a dozen bone-cracking beasts rushed towards them at high speed. After becoming a superhuman, Xiaoyu's perception was greatly enhanced. His combat talent, in particular, is a genuine god-level talent. Almost the instant the bone splitter locked onto their direction, Xiaoyu sensed danger approaching.
Looking back, it was indeed so.
A dozen or so dark green bone-cracking beasts approached the two of them with their blood-red maws wide open.
Just then, a figure flashed over from not far away. Almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Xiaoyu and Su Mu. The newcomer was none other than bodyguard Ada. Ada first looked her over to make sure her young lady was unharmed, then looked at the group of bone-cracking beasts with a serious expression. His talent is Sea-level, Dual Fist Shadow, which is a superhuman focused on cultivating physical strength and ancient martial arts techniques. Ada said in a low voice, "Miss, they're after you. I've already informed the head of the family.
I can hold off these ferocious beasts, but I'm afraid the enemy has a backup plan." Su Mu nodded, then looked at Xiaoyu and calmly said to him, "It's dangerous to stay with me.
Go in another direction."
Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and he quickly weighed the situation in his mind.
Ada could hold off those ferocious beasts, so the threat from them was not significant at the moment.
With his own awakening and the system's enhancement, to be honest, the bone splitter didn't pose much of a threat to him. Even if there is real danger, he is confident because the solid rule can provide invincibility time, plus the time for combining characters, which is enough for him to escape. If I leave now, it will probably be difficult to get in touch with Su Mu in the future.
Xiaoyu calmly said, "I'll go with you, maybe I can be of help." Hearing this, Su Mu was a little dazed.
The dating guide said that to judge a man, you should look at his choices at crucial moments.
"Miss, don't stray too far from me."
After giving this instruction, Ada suddenly sprang up and charged towards the bone-splittering beast.
Su Mu wisely stayed put.
She knew that listening to Ada was the right choice. If the enemy had a backup plan, staying outside Ada's protective range would be a foolish decision.
Not far away, Ada and the bone splitter were already engaged in battle. Ada is agile and his moves are powerful and precise.
While dodging the attacks of the bone-splittering beasts, he always manages to inflict great damage on them.
This was also Xiaoyu's first time witnessing a battle between superhumans and ferocious beasts up close. During this time, Xiaoyu was not idle either. He used 2 fingers of his left hand to form a sword shape and drew lines in the air using the steel technique. The result showed that there was no increase in spiritual power at all.
Perhaps the spiritual energy in the air is too thin, and it might only be possible in a maze-like environment. He also wanted to try it out on the formation, but unfortunately he and Su Mu had already run out of the rune formation.
Suddenly,
"Miss, be careful." During the battle, Ada noticed something and quickly spoke up to warn him. Disregarding his own safety, he shot towards Su Mu at incredible speed. As a result, his back was ripped open by the bone-splittering beast, leaving several deep wounds.
Meanwhile, on Su Mu's side, a dagger suddenly appeared out of thin air, 5 or 6 meters in front of her.
Immediately, the dagger accelerated, heading straight for Su Mu's heart. At that speed, even if Ada rushed back to rescue immediately, it would be too late. Su Mu, needless to say, although he has an SSS-level talent, he has only just awakened and is only at the first level. The power carried by the dagger completely exceeds the level of the first level.
But strangely, Su Mu didn't seem flustered at all.
Given the current situation, there is almost a 100% chance that the dagger will pierce Su Mu's heart. The solid rule sword technique. At the critical moment, Xiaoyu, who was next to Su Mu, stepped to the side and shielded her with his own body while simultaneously using his spiritual talent.
Xiaoyu knew that this was the only way to save Su Mu's life. Otherwise, Su Mu would surely die. To be on the safe side, Xiaoyu also used the solidify technique. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was already close to Xiaoyu. However, the next moment, the dagger did not pierce Xiaoyu's body, but instead stopped strangely in front of him. The dark purple tip of the dagger was just a hair's breadth away from Xiaoyu's chest, but it didn't advance any further. The dagger, which was originally dark purple, was now enveloped in a pale blue halo and then began to tremble violently. Bang! The dagger shattered, turning into dust with a bang.
Seeing this, Xiaoyu was a little confused.
The solidify technique had such an effect? That's not right, it didn't seem to have attacked him. The next second, a deep blue ball of light crashed down from the sky, with what appeared to be a human figure in the center of the ball. Ah Da's eyes lit up. The head of the family has arrived. Chapter 15 Sumu's father. The azure spiritual light disappeared. A deep crater was smashed into the ground of the playground, and in the center stood the figure of a middle-aged man. The man had slicked back hair, wore sunglasses, a black leather jacket, jeans, and yellow calfskin boots. If you had to describe his look, he would be a retro middle-aged man riding a Harley on the street. Xiaoyu understood. The dagger had been broken by this man, and belonged to Sumu's side. Xiaoyu turned around and asked, "Is this another bodyguard of yours?" Sumu was still in a daze, staring blankly at Xiaoyu. The scene just now had a huge impact on her. He risked his life to save me? This must be love, he really loves me. Seeing that she didn't speak, Xiaoyu waved his hand in front of her eyes. Scared stiff? That's my dad, don't worry about him. Sumu regained her composure slightly, her expression becoming hesitant. Xiaoyu, do you love me very much? What the hell? The fact that she asked such an ambiguous question must mean she just rescued someone. I'm afraid of you because I'm trying to complete the system. This is a truly soul-searching question. However, this little problem is no challenge for me. Of course it's love. Xiaoyu said affirmatively. They say online that love means wanting to be together forever, Sumu asked, puzzled. Xiaoyu chuckled and changed the subject. Uncle Su was dressed very fashionably. At this moment, the bone-splittering beasts had not been eliminated. Only a few had been injured by a D, but most of them still possessed combat power and continued to swarm towards the two of them. This time, however, Ada didn't make a move, he simply stood quietly to the side. Recalling what had just happened, he was still shaken. His young mistress had almost lost her life. Now that the head of the family has appeared, he no longer needs to do anything. He was well aware of the patriarch's strength. Sure enough, when more than a dozen bone-cracking beasts rushed over, Su Nanxiang didn't take it seriously at all. He simply took off his sunglasses and put them into the pocket of his leather jacket. The next second, he raised his hand. Smack! With a crisp snap of the fingers, more than a dozen bone-cracking beasts froze in mid-air. Then, as one of the bone-cracking beasts developed cracks, the remaining bone-cracking beasts seemed to be infected, with fine and dense cracks spreading all over their bodies before slowly shattering and dissipating into tiny dust particles. In the blink of an eye, all the bone splitters vanished without a trace, not even a drop of blood remained. Su Nanxiang patted off non-existent dust from his leather jacket and reappeared in front of Xiaoyu and Sumu in the blink of an eye. Su Nanxiang glanced at Xiaoyu, nodded with great satisfaction, and laughed loudly, saying, "Good lad, I saw what just happened. You risked your life to save Xiaomu. Not bad, I have to thank you properly." Uncle Su would have helped anyway, so there's no need for thanks, Xiaoyu said politely. That's not necessarily true. If I say I'm going to thank you, then I'll thank you. Wait for me to take care of this little problem first, and then we'll go for a drink. Su Nanxiang suddenly stretched out his hand in another direction, and blue spiritual energy gathered in his palm. He then clenched his fist. Click! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. A thin, bony figure appeared out of nowhere, constantly letting out painful screams. Su Nanxiang pulled back, and the thin man who appeared out of thin air flew over and landed in front of them. Su Nanxiang said coldly, "A Tier 3 assassination-type superhuman, do you think you can remain completely invisible by not moving?" The thin man wailed in agony, Let me go, I was just passing by." "Okay, I believe you," Su Nanxiang said, then clenched his fist again. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the thin man's facial features began to contort drastically, to the point that he couldn't even let out a scream. The man's body began to curl up, gradually becoming a sphere, with broken bones piercing through the skin and intertwining with the flesh and bone in other parts of the body. In just a few breaths, the man was dead beyond any doubt, and his death was extremely gruesome. During this time, Su Nanxiang kept observing Xiaoyu's expression. Seeing that he remained unmoved, he was slightly taken aback. Su Nanxiang smiled and asked Xiaoyu, "Don't you think the methods are too cruel? Xiaomu has seen this kind of scene many times, and you seem very calm now, ha. That's how you should treat enemies, but Uncle Su, shouldn't you ask who ordered them?" Su Nanxiang said disdainfully, "They're just other families in Haibei City. They're afraid that if my precious daughter grows up, even if they join forces, they can't possibly stand up to our Su family." Then Su Nanxiang, ever the gossip, leaned over to Sumu and asked, "My darling daughter, tell your old man quickly,
What level of talent did you awaken?
Sumu said expressionlessly, SSS level.
Ha 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 ha. Su Nanxiong exclaimed with delight, I knew my daughter would be the best.
Hey, go get the car, let's go home and have a drink. Yes, master. Den nodded and quickly disappeared.
Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, bent down and picked up the short dagger that the man who had turned into a ball had dropped, and examined it. Su Nanxiong saw this scene but didn't say much, assuming that Xiaoyu was just curious about this kind of weapon after his awakening. At this moment, the once noisy playground had become empty, and the students had scattered in fright.
Although the school has a security department, it consists of low-level superhumans who are just coasting along.
When facing the bone-splittering beast, not a single one of them dared to go up. No one expected that a ferocious beast would appear at the school. The principal, however, remained on the scene diligently, directing operations with all his might. Unfortunately, too few people obeyed his orders. Everyone was only concerned with escaping. After the principal treated the injured students, he rushed over immediately and respectfully said to Su Nanxiong,
Thank you very much, Patriarch Su.
We owe you a great deal this time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
In particular, this incident was clearly targeted at Miss Su.
If anything happens to Miss Su, I, as the principal, will be held accountable.
Su Nanxiong said calmly, I understand.
You should explain to the special task force.
Upon hearing this, the principal's face turned grim. This matter was indeed very serious. Someone had actually inscribed a formation on their school's playground, and such a terrible incident had occurred. Even if this year's class produces 2 students with S-level talent, they will still be held responsible for this incident. Fortunately, neither of the 2 students had any problems. The principal forced himself to say, Patriarch Su, could you please help us destroy this formation? Otherwise, I just don't feel safe enough.
Su Nanxiong glanced at the condensing mist not far away and shook his head. I'm not a talisman master, so I can't find the location of the erase core. Even if I use brute force to destroy it, it will still repair itself over time. The core of the formation is over there, Xiaoyu said, pointing to a location.
Oh? Su Nanxiong looked at Xiaoyu with interest. Can you tell where the erase core is?
Yes, that's it, Xiaoyu said with certainty.
I can sense that your physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary superhumans. You must have awakened a physical training talent. How can you also understand the things of a talisman master? Su Nanxiong was somewhat skeptical. I am an extraordinary talisman master. Chapter 16, A Goodbye Kiss? A talisman master? Su Nanxiong found it hard to believe talisman masters have such a physique.
I've loved exercising since I was a child, Xiaoyu explained, albeit with some difficulty.
Ha ha ha, a talisman master type, not bad talent. Su Nanxiong was very satisfied. I heard from Adi that your potential rating isn't very good.
Being a talisman master type extraordinary person can make up for the lack of talent level.
Sumo interjected, Xiaoyu is an S rank. What? An S rank talisman master? Su Nanxiong was taken aback.
He never expected that this young man, who was willing to give his life for his daughter, would awaken as an S-rank talisman master. In previous intelligence reports, he investigated ordinary families and individuals with very low potential. Now that he has awakened as an S-rank talisman master, his future seems limitless. However, most people would cherish their lives because of their exceptional talent, so it's unexpected that he would do something like this. Not bad. Su Nanxiong secretly praised her. Although it was just a budding romance between young people, it showed some courage to charge forward for love. My daughter has such good taste. Su Nanxiong gave a thumbs up. Come on, let's go back and have a drink. After saying that, Su Nanxiong threw a punch at the location Xiaoyu had indicated. Bang! As the ground shook violently, visible spiritual light seeped out from the ground, and then the mist in the playground began to spread outwards until it disappeared. At this moment, Xiaoyu said apologetically, Uncle Su, I won't drink tonight. I just woke up, and I want to go back and tell my family the good news. I'll visit you another day. He rejected Su Nanxiong because he had just discovered the spiritual energy within the mist can be absorbed using the steel technique. Just now, a small portion of the mist drifted over, and Xiaoyu used the spirit network's stealing ability. As expected, spiritual energy gathered and fed back to him, and Xiaoyu could feel this improvement. You should know that this kind of fog is very common in the labyrinth. So, as long as you're in those places, you can use this bug to level up quickly. Hearing Xiaoyu say this, Su Nanxiong did not press the matter further. After all, a talisman master who has just awakened such a rare level must find it hard to contain their joy and want to share it with their family.
Su Nanxiong patted Xiaoyu on the back and said generously, "Great. I'm sure your family will be very happy to hear this good news. Just let me know if you need anything." "Thank you, Uncle Su," Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Sumu frowned and stood in front of Xiaoyu. "Aren't you going on a date tonight?" "A date? Did they have other plans for tonight?" Su Nanxiong perked up his ears.
Xiaoyu said helplessly, "I'll go back and tell my family the good news first, and then I'll visit Uncle Su."
"Oh,"
Sumu replied calmly, her expression revealing neither joy nor sorrow.
She then added, "Then I'll head back now. Let's reschedule for tomorrow."
After saying that, Sumu walked towards the school gate on her own. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Su Nanxiong also left. Although Xiaoyu really wanted to test what the definition of contact in the system task was, with Su Nanxiong around, it was probably impossible. When they arrived at the school gate, Ade had already had the driver bring the car over. Since Xiaoyu is now also a talisman master, he subconsciously glanced at the runes on the car.
Sure enough, there were problems too.
Xiaoyu stepped forward and told Su Nanxiong, "Following the talisman master hired by this car will also provide clues."
"What's wrong with the runes on this car?" Su Nanxiong asked, puzzled.
Xiaoyu pointed to the bottom of the vehicle. "It's true that there are embossed defensive runes on the outside of the vehicle, and this method can also conceal weaknesses. But inside the vehicle, an extremely sophisticated hidden engraving is used, which is an energy burst type formation. In this way, as long as the inner array can be detonated, the energy gathering will be blocked by the outer defensive runes, and the energy explosion inside the vehicle will cause even greater damage."
This move is very vicious. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Su Nanxiong's expression turned extremely ugly. "The concealment array can only be detonated from the inside, right?" "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded. Su Nanxiong's face darkened. He was a smart man and immediately understood the reasoning behind it. "Okay, I understand."
In an instant, Su Nanxiong's expression changed, and he suddenly became relaxed, waving his right hand. The roar of an engine came from the roadside in the distance.
The next second, a large motorcycle rushed over and stopped in front of Su Nanxiong. Xiaoyu took a look and exclaimed.
There were at least 100 complex and intricate rune arrays on the motorcycle, and they were all beneficial buffs.
This motorcycle was almost becoming a spiritual artifact.
So it turns out that Su Mu's father is a middle-aged man with a ghost fire.
"It's been a long time since I took you for a drive. Come on up, daughter, daddy will take you for a ride." Su Nanxiong called out to Su Mu.
Sumu remained unmoved by these words and suddenly walked a few steps to Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu asked in surprise, "Is there anything else?"
Sumu said seriously, "A goodbye kiss."
Su Nanxiong. "Ahem."
Xiaoyu said somewhat awkwardly, "This is a private matter and cannot be done in public."
"Oh." Su Mu nodded. "Then let's go to a hotel next time." Su Nanxiong's teeth clenched, and Xiaoyu instantly sensed a murderous aura. "Ha, ha, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of person." Xiaoyu sped up as he backed away. "Slow down on your way."
Then Xiaoyu disappeared in a flash. After Xiaoyu left, Su Nanxiong walked to Ada's side with an icy expression and said in a deep voice, "Get rid of all the drivers in the house, and find out which talisman master this car was hired for."
"Yes." Ada asked again, very deliberately, "Does that include me?" Su Nanxiong's face darkened.
"No, you still have a great use to you.
You're different from others. Protect Xiao Mu well. Your subordinates swear to defend to the death."
After leaving, Xiaoyu secretly thought that he should try not to be with Su Mu's father at the same time in the future. Su Mu is a girl who says surprising things, who knows what she might say next. If Su Nanxiong couldn't control himself and killed himself, it would be such a tragic and unjust death. As the head of the Su family and a near 5th-tier superhuman, Xiaoyu did not believe he was the kind of person who was soft-hearted. Xiaoyu then headed off in a certain direction.
After a 3-year wait, it's finally over. As for the next task, we'll take it slow.
I wonder how my aunt and uncle would react if they found out he was an S-rank talisman master.
Or, to put it more humorously, say SSS level? They might not understand what it means to be a god.
Currently, Xiaoyu does not intend to reveal his dagger talent to anyone, so that he can catch them off guard at crucial moments.
What he didn't know was
At this moment, the various organizations, forces, and recruiters of the Spirit Academy were in an uproar.
What? 2 students with S-level talent have appeared in one city? And one of them is a talisman master? There's even a possibility that it could be SSS level? Make it clear, is there another talisman master and an S-rank talisman master at that? He's an S-rank talisman master. Hurry! Go and rescue them. We can't be slow. To Hebei City. Let's go now.
The capital city, Tsinghua University. Shueya, dressed in a light green embroidered gauze dress, was resting with her eyes closed in front of the tea table. Her slender figure was perfectly concealed by the slightly oversized skirt, giving the impression to outsiders that her attire was somewhat traditional and conservative. At that moment, someone pushed the door open and entered. Senior Sister Shui, the team leader, said, "We're heading to Hebei City right away. He said there's an S-level talisman master and a potential SSS level talent, and we have to make sure we get them.
Hebei City is not far from the capital. Let's set off now." Chapter 17, Choosing the Maze. After Xiaoyu awakened. The current objective is clear. It's to enhance the power of the talismans. With each talisman increasing power by 5%, continuously drawing them in the early stages will quickly boost combat strength. Although the Divine Level Talisman Master talent has been awakened, it is not included in the Talisman Master's Rune Spirit Path talent and needs to be learned. There are only a few ways to learn. First, by learning and storing knowledge in various organizations or spiritual academies. Second, by purchasing, and third, by studying runes and formations that may be found in certain labyrinthine realms. Of course, you can even find very simple spiritual paths online. Most array runes are quite complex, and forming talismans requires a type of talisman paper that can hold spiritual power. This kind of paper is easy to buy. It can be found in various stores selling supplies for the superhumans. The average cost is around 500-1000 per sheet. Each piece isn't very expensive on its own, but Xiaoyu needs to practice a huge amount of it to ensure his improvement speed. Similarly, the inscription and drawing of talismans by talisman masters is not without its costs. Each inscription requires spiritual energy. With my current level of spiritual power at the first rank and first level, I believe I won't be able to practice more than a few times before my spiritual power is exhausted, which is not very efficient. However, if you are in a place with abundant spiritual energy within the maze, you can use the stealing technique to improve and replenish your spiritual energy while practicing. With this in mind, Xiaoyu finalized his plan. If feasible, my strength will increase significantly before I go to the Advanced Spiritual Academy. Now, Xiaoyu needs money and to make purchases. However, Xiaoyu now possesses something extremely valuable that he can convert into cash. Once the top-grade enlightenment elixir is sold, the shortfall in training funds will be greatly made up, at least for the short term. As for who to sell it to, Xiaoyu had already made his decision. Su Nanxiong isn't very capable. We're not very familiar with each other yet, and given the nature of my relationship with Su Mu, he's probably also scrutinizing me. It could be Fang Jia, the rich woman I met online. The next task just happens to require face-to-face interaction. Having made up his mind, Xiaoyu took out his phone and sent Fang Jia a photo of the Chifu elixir that he had taken earlier, along with a message, "I want to sell this elixir. Are you interested?" Fang Jia immediately called back via voice call. A mature and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, you've been unusually proactive in messaging me these past few days. I thought you'd forgotten about me." "No way, I've been busy with some things these past few days. How could I forget Sister Fang?" Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Oh? Really? How are you feeling?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "Dayu's innate physique problem has been solved, there are no more problems." Xiaoyu had thought it through. The second phase of the task was to make contact, so he couldn't let any opportunity slip by. He should meet them in person if possible. Under these circumstances, one certainly cannot mention the Dayu constitution anymore. One cannot very well say that one has come back to life. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, the other party said, "This is good news. So, should the 3-year contract be extended or kept as is?" When asked about this again, Xiaoyu said with absolute certainty, "It's definitely been extended." "Oh, so you suddenly brought up the idea of selling things. Are you planning to meet me, your older sister?" Xiaoyu frankly said, "Yes, but if it's inconvenient, we can trade online. I need some money." Ding! 2 million renminbi transferred electronically. This is a deposit. You can keep the items for now.
Once I'm done with this, you can name a location, and I'll give you a price based on your performance. Then, she switched to an extremely seductive tone. I hope you're as brave as you've been described online, not just a cowardly chatterbox.
I prefer the real deal. Beep beep beep.
The voice call ended. This vixen, is she trying to make me sell my things or my body? Xia Yu thought to himself. This Ms. Fong ranked third in terms of progress contribution in the first task, contributing 36% of the progress. All the information we have is that she's a rich woman with a mature, peach-like figure and likes to seduce him. At first, the conversation was quite serious, with Xia Yu using his experience from before his transmigration to maximize her emotional value. Later, as the story progressed, the tone changed, especially after she learned that Xia Yu was younger than her. She would often find different ways to get Xia Yu to critique her exquisite various intimate apparel. They constantly flirted with each other, but never took the initiative to suggest meeting in person.
Of course, after talking for so long, there must be some trust between them.
So, the 2 million yuan deposit was given so readily it was probably a negligible amount of money for her. Now that he had the initial funds, Xia Yu soon arrived at a general store selling items for extraordinary individuals. Online shopping is very developed in this world, but it is limited to daily necessities.
Most of the gadgets used by superhumans are still purchased offline.
Ordinary people also like the strange and wonderful gadgets made by superhumans.
Xia Yu glanced at the signs.
Weapons section, spirit ornaments section, armor section, secret manuals section, adult curiosities section.
Xianyi sect. This is it.
Xia Yu had already read in the documents that the Xianyi sect was the organization with the most talisman masters in the Great Xia dynasty. They also provide a service for selling props to talisman masters. Not only talisman masters, but other extraordinary individuals also come here to buy. After all, talisman masters can inscribe runes on talismans, turning them into functional tools for offense or defense, which are very useful for extraordinary individuals.
In a maze of dangers, every extra means of survival increases one's chances of survival. Therefore, the higher the grade and the more effective the talisman, the more expensive it is. Upon entering the Xianyi sect's shop, Xia Yu noticed that it was indeed much more crowded than other shops.
There was also an information desk next to it, where many people were asking questions. After looking at the services, Xia Yu realized that they were related to engraving services.
Could it be that Su Nanxian's old Ghost Fire motorcycle was engraved here? Xia Yu wondered for no reason. Just then, an unexpected voice came from behind. Xia Yu? What are you doing here? Chapter 18 Talismans and Talisman Paper.
Xia Yu turned around to look at the sound. Behind the counter, a pretty girl with a bun hairstyle smiled sweetly.
Senior, it's you. I'm here to buy something.
Xia Yu recognized the person as Lu Xiaoxiao, the senior student from the previous year who had awakened her B-level talisman master talent. Xia Yu and she hadn't seen each other for almost a year. She was the one who was specially recruited by Tsinghua University's Ling Academy. I had several encounters with her back in school, but because she was too gossipy. As a typical underachiever, Lu Xiaoxiao often asked him for gossip.
You came to buy something? You're really carefree. Are you all right? Lu Xiaoxiao asked with some concern. I saw the news. There was a very serious accident at my alma mater. Of course I'm fine, Xia Yu joked, showing off his muscles. But your news is as timely as ever.
Xia Yu pointed to the sign on the wall that prohibits using mobile phones during work hours.
You were reading this while slacking off, weren't you? Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled. This is called securing fragmented vacation time for yourself. However, you troublesome teenager who's always late and loves playing on your phone, you must have awakened something, right? What kind of talent did you awaken? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Xia Yu said directly, I'm a talisman master, so I'm here to buy some talisman paper. Wow!
Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed incredulously, that troubled kid has made something of himself.
Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened, and she asked excitedly, could it be that S-rank talisman master is you? Yes. Xia Yu nodded. There was nothing to hide anyway.
Vocal. Lu Xiaoxiao slammed her hand on the counter.
It was you. This is so unfair.
This sudden outburst drew frequent glances from customers in the store, who wondered if some kind of product dispute had occurred.
Then Lu Xiaoxiao said to herself, it's not fair. You're late every day, sleep in class, play on your phone after class, and have a low potential rating, yet you were able to awaken as an S-level talisman master. Tell me quickly, what kind of talent is it? I'm so jealous.
Xiao Yu looked at her with a helpless expression. Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly realized she had asked the wrong question. She shouldn't have asked about this level of talent, so she quickly said, I don't want to know anymore.
What are you here to buy? I'll give you a 10% discount. What does 100% off mean?
Xiao Yu said 1,000 sheets of the cheapest kind of talisman paper, suitable for a first-tier rune spirit path, and 10 black gold engraving knives. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Lu Xiaoqiao looked at him with a strange expression.
Are you here to make some purchases? Although you are an S rank, you have only just awakened and your spiritual power is limited.
Even with a low-level first-tier talisman, you can't inscribe more than a few before your spiritual power is completely exhausted.
What would you do with 1,000?
Furthermore, there are thousands of types of first-tier rune paths.
Your description is too vague. The black gold engraving knife is only used for engraving on objects. Do you really need 10 of them? Besides, Lu Xiaoqiao started rambling on and on. Senior, stop. Xia Yu interrupted her. I remember you weren't this talkative before, why are you so chatty now?
Lu Xiaoqiao said, on the verge of tears, sigh, the pressure at Tsinghua and Peking University's Lingyuan Academy is too great.
I was so bored going there.
I was discouraged as soon as I entered, and it's full of scions of powerful families. I finally came back here for summer vacation to work, so of course I have to say a few more words.
Senior, why don't you sell me your stuff first?
Xia Yu said helplessly.
Are you really sure you want these? Lu Xiaoqiao asked again to confirm. Sure. Then add me as a friend. Lu Xiaoqiao took out her phone and opened the friend scanning interface. Can it really be discounted? Xia Yu scanned the link with doubt and added the account successfully.
No, that is not possible.
Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head.
But I can send you a collection package of all first-tier rune paths. That is not a rare thing in the Talisman Master database of Tsinghua and Peking University.
Not against the rules? Xia Yu raised an eyebrow.
Only those above the third level are classified.
These first-level spiritual paths are not important.
Some senior students even sell these materials to new junior students. Of course, these Xianyi sect shops also sell them, but I'm only doing it part-time and don't get a commission.
Rather than letting you waste your money, I'd rather do you a favor.
After all, you're an exceptionally talented S-level student.
Maybe you'll even get into Tsinghua or Peking University, Qingbei School of Spiritual Medicine. Does that mean you're my senior again?
Xia Yu said playfully.
I might have to rely on you. With my talent, I'm just trash. I might as well give up and leave.
Lu Xiaoqiao said as she packed things for Xia Yu. She could tell that Xia Yu had decided to take these things. Although she bought a bit too much, she tried to dissuade others but to no avail, so she stopped trying. By the way, people from the Xianyi sect in the capital will also be coming to investigate the matter of the Talisman Master Spirit Array, because of this incident at our alma mater, Lu Xiaoqiao said gossipy.
Oh? Is it that important?
Xia Yu was a little surprised. Logically speaking, sending a special team would have been enough, as such family disputes happen from time to time. Although this incident involved a special protected area like a school, the severity of the matter was limited. Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly put down what she was doing, leaned on the counter, and whispered mysteriously to Xia Yu, I heard that the level of importance attached to this year's admissions is unusual, very abnormal.
Something big might be going to happen. Where did you hear all this from? Xia Yu asked. Lu Xiaoqiao pointed to her phone, fragmented holidays. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoqiao tore off a bill and handed it to Xia Yu. Nan, go to the front desk to pay. TSK, this is no small amount. How many summer jobs would I have to work to earn this? Xia Yu glanced at the price, 940,000, which was indeed a lot. Being a talisman master is quite expensive.
Luckily, we collected a deposit from Sister Fong first, otherwise we wouldn't even have the money to practice. After paying, Xia Yu returned to Lu Xiaoqiao's counter and took the items. The items weren't cheap, but they weren't bulky, and the weight was negligible given my current physical condition, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Just as I finished saying goodbye and walked to the door, Lu Xiaoqiao called out from behind. Xia Yu, remember not to be greedy at the beginning, just choose a few spiritual paths that you can use. Xia Yu smiled and waved his hand, thank you, senior. After Xia Yu left, Lu Xiaoqiao smiled serenely, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, the problem child has become a promising young man.
Let's keep digging for gossip.
Xiaoyu left the Xianyi Sec's shop and didn't waste any more time, running directly to the location of the maze at top speed.
At the current speed, navigating the complex alleyways is much faster than taking a taxi.
A dozen minutes later, Xiaoyu arrived in front of a wall. There was a passageway in the middle of the wall, through which several extraordinary individuals would occasionally pass. At the entrance of the passage stood official superhumans in uniform.
The sign next to it clearly reads: High-Bay 016 Maze. Chapter 19 Crazy Improvement. Xiaoyu glanced at the time. It was 11:30 a.m. There is plenty of time to test the effects of the two talents in the maze. This is a low-risk maze, perfect for leveling up and testing your skills. Inside the maze, all communication devices in the real world would lose signal, so Xiaoyu sent several messages beforehand. The message sent to Sumu was, "I've entered the maze. Let's talk again when I get out." Sumu replied, "Okay. I read online that leg fetishists love black stockings, is that true?" Xiaoyu, "It doesn't necessarily have to be black." He then left a message for his aunt and uncle, which was quite brief. He had awakened to become a talisman master, but he failed to compete for D level and also failed to retain E level. As lunchtime approached, Xiaoyu didn't forget to buy a high-energy meal from a roadside vendor and put it in his backpack. They then walked into the maze-like passage. As I passed by a machine, it beeped, the gem on it glowed green, and the mechanical alloy rod automatically lifted. Further ahead, you'll find information about this labyrinth. HBC 016 Labyrinth. Danger level, extremely low. Effective spiritual power enhancement levels, level 1 to level 5. Entry restrictions to the maze, level 2 and below. Unknown exploration area, 0%. Total casualties among those with superhuman abilities, 296 injured, 0 dead. Briefly, forest terrain with significant undulations in the earth's veins, a single type of ferocious beast, primarily plant-based, no unknown risks. Note, details on the two plant-type ferocious beasts, the entangling willow and the thousand drunken flower. Judging from the description alone, the danger level seems very low. The only ferocious beasts are all plant-based, making it very suitable for beginners. There was no emergency medical services stationed nearby, which shows how suitable this labyrinth was for low-level superhumans. As Xiaoyu walked further in, he even saw several extraordinary individuals who appeared to be couples, walking hand in hand. Is this a date? I wonder if she's his ex-wife. Xiaoyu's imagination ran wild for a moment. At the end of the passage, Xiaoyu passed another extraordinary instrument, followed by a layer of colorful thin film wall. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu put it on. A slight dizziness came over me, followed by a blinding brightness. Looking out, there was an endless green forest, shrouded in a light white mist. In a relatively clear area, Xiaoyu even saw a few tents. There really were people having a picnic. Xiaoyu felt the scenery was indeed quite nice, a stark contrast to the crowded cityscape of High-Bay City. Xiaoyu didn't waste any time and ran off in one direction. Before long, he felt that he was in a secluded place, and there happened to be a natural stone platform nearby, so he took out all his things. Holding the short dagger in my hand, I instantly felt a sense of ease and mastery. This must be the advantage brought by god-level talent. Xiaoyu felt as if he had been using this type of weapon for many years. The key to stealing. As the deep purple dagger acquired a strange luster, Xiaoyu could clearly feel spiritual energy surging into his body with each swing. Moreover, it raises the upper limit of spiritual power. In other words, it's not just about cultivating and killing ferocious beasts. This method allows one to absorb spiritual energy from the labyrinth. It worked. Xiaoyu was very satisfied. Then he opened the file package that Lu Qiaoqiao had given him, which contained all the runes that a first-tier rune master could inscribe. After browsing for a while, Xiaoyu finally chose only 2 types of runes. Because his god-level talent, Spirit Restoration Rune, means that the effect of engraving the same rune increases by 5%. Therefore, at the beginning, Xiaoyu understood the principle of not trying to do too much at once. With the invincibility effect of the solid skill, you can maximize your attack power. To make the most of his short sword attacks, he chose the talisman-type Flying Sword Strike and the inscribed and enhanced Miniature Blade. The former is a talisman type. Using spiritual power to draw runes on talisman paper, it can be transformed into an offensive talisman from which a flying sword of spiritual power emerges to attack the enemy. First-tier talismans have limited attack power, and not many people usually use them. But it's different for Xiaoyu. He can keep drawing them to increase his strength, and there's even a chance to add rule-based effects.
The second type of engraving, used for miniature blades, is applied to vessels to enhance their sharpness. Again, it's rare to see this type of engraving on weapons of slightly higher quality. It's considered too low end.
Some 5-star chefs do pay talisman masters to carve this on their kitchen knives.
After making his selection, Xiaoyu took out a talisman and, based on the spiritual path he had recorded in his mind, gathered spiritual power at his fingertips and slowly drew on the talisman.
Successfully completed on the first try, taking 2.5 minutes.
Flying sword strikes the talisman's spiritual path, effect plus 5%, cumulative increase, 5%.
The second one took 1.5 minutes.
Flying sword strikes the talisman's spiritual path, effect plus 5%, cumulative increase, 10%.
The third one, the fourth one. The 21st sheet.
Flying sword strikes the talisman's spiritual path, effect plus 5%, cumulative increase, 105%.
Ding!
The Spirit Restoration Rune rule-based additional effect has been triggered. This rune adds the following effect: select a target, and a flying sword will condense and never disappear until the target dies.
Xiaoyu was stunned. This was the first rule-based effect. However, when faced with a master, the mental attack of this talisman was far stronger than the physical attack. He would be harassed by flying swords for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In the 25th image, Xiaoyu felt his spiritual energy was waning, and it was clear that his spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. Therefore, Xiaoyu began to find a subtle balance with the stealing technique, practicing swordsmanship while simultaneously drawing talismans. After drawing one, it actually worked. The stolen spiritual energy increased far more than the energy consumed. In other words, at least with the flying sword striking the talisman, Xiaoyu could continue drawing it in this maze like a perpetual motion machine. So Xiaoyu looked at the 1,000 talismans in front of him and decided to finish drawing these before leaving. Image 130.
Flying sword strikes the talisman's spiritual path, effect plus 5%, cumulative increase, 650%.
147 images. Ding!
The Spirit Restoration Rune rule-based additional effect has been triggered. This talisman has the following effect: 100% chance to obliterate all clothing on the target upon hit.
Xiaoyu, what the heck, this is so inappropriate. I like it, so I'll take it out and put it aside. Continue. Ding!
The Spirit Restoration Rune rule-based additional effect has been triggered.
This talisman grants the following effect: it can completely purify the opponent's inner demons. It's still a beneficial buff, so keep it safe. Ding!
The Spirit Restoration Rune rule-based additional effect has been triggered. This talisman will definitely cause the opponent to let out the most painful scream. During this period, spiritual power also continuously increases and strengthens itself.
Ding! You have advanced to Tier 1, Level 2. Ding! You have advanced to Tier 1, Level 3.
By the 680th card, the bonus effect of Flying Sword Strike had reached 3,400%.
Then Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. Ding! The Spirit Restoration Rune has learned a new rune, Spirit Path. Talisman, myriad swords soaring through the sky. Tier 2, effect, summons countless flying swords, converging into a single point to pierce through. Advanced Talisman. Upon seeing the notification, Xiaoyu knew that the effect of his comprehension had been activated. This was a completely new talisman, one that even the Xianyi sect could not possess, and its value alone was considerable. Then Xiaoyu continued drawing talismans. Talismans with special effects were set aside, and some of them would always produce unexpected results. It was approaching evening. Haibei City. Several commercial vehicles were parked downstairs in an old residential area. Several extraordinary individuals with remarkable bearing stepped out of the car. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair but an unusual spirit. Beside him, Shueya wore a sky blue long dress with simple blue and white porcelain patterns, which made her look elegant and dignified. As soon as Shueya appeared, her unique charm instantly attracted the attention of the residents in the community. Her snow-white skin, like white porcelain, made people want to look at her more. The old man was the head of the special admissions team for Tsinghua and Peking universities. He said with a smile, "I asked an old friend and found out about those two S-level students. One is named Xiaoyu, and the other is named Sumu. Let us find the student with the S-level talisman master talent first. His background is simpler. We absolutely must secure at least one." Chapter 20, A Spectacular Entrance. As evening approached and people were gradually returning to their homes, the neighborhood was filled with residents making their way home. Downstairs in the residential area, a group of elderly men and women were sitting and enjoying the cool air.
This was the neighborhood's intelligence team, and they were all talking about it when they saw this group of people arrive.
Whose relatives are these? They all look extraordinary. Could it be that one of their children has made something of themselves? Come on, I've lived here for decades, I know everyone's situation inside and out. Look at that girl, she looks like a celebrity.
They are all powerful superhumans, one of the older men, who was more robust, said in a low voice.
Oldly, how did you know?
The old man took a drag of his cigarette and said with some pride, my talent is D-level spiritual energy perception. I was also a scout when I was young, so I won't misjudge people.
Look, they went to Unit 2. Who are they looking for upstairs? You'll see when you see it.
Under the watchful eyes of several elderly people, the Tsinghua and Peking University special admissions team entered the building where Xiaoyu's aunt lived. However, it wasn't long before they all came down.
After the special recruitment team came downstairs, they walked straight towards the elderly people.
One of the men, dressed in a sharp suit, bent down and asked kindly,
Dear uncles and aunts, is there a student named Xiaoyu living on the third floor? One of the older women replied, What are you doing here?
The man said calmly, We are the special admissions team from Tsinghua and Peking University School of Spiritual Medicine, and we are looking for Xiaoyu. These words caused an uproar among the intelligence team.
Qingbei Spiritual Academy. You're from Qingbei Spiritual Academy, that's an extraordinary spiritual academy for extraordinary beings. Hey young man, you look like a respectable person. Do you have a girlfriend? Let me introduce you to someone.
The elderly people chatted away, as if they had opened a floodgate of conversation.
The man coughed lightly and asked again, Excuse me, is the third floor over there Xiaoyu's home?
Only then did the intelligence team reply.
That's Xiaoyu's aunt and uncle's house. Is no one home?
That shouldn't be the case.
That couple always gets off work on time.
Xiaoyu grew up with his aunt and uncle since he was a child.
Oh dear, you're not planning to recruit Xiaoyu, are you?
Faced with all the questions, the man didn't offer any further explanation. He politely thanked the old man and returned to report.
Mr. Shin, the location is correct, but the person is definitely not here.
Old Shin nodded and said thoughtfully, Strange, I checked Xiaoyu's and his family's phone numbers, but I can't get through to any of them now, and there's no one at home.
Alright, Xiaolu, you stay here and keep watch. The rest of us will go to Su Mu's house.
Old Shin realized that there was no point in wasting time here, so he decided to go find another genius first. As for Su Mu's house, it's even easier to find, just ask any friend in Hebei City. Before long, the group arrived at the Su family's villa. There were many vehicles parked in front of the gate. Old Shin sensed the situation inside the villa and frowned slightly.
It seems we're not moving very fast. At that moment, a butler came out of the villa and politely asked, Hello, who are you looking for?
We are from Tsinghua Peking University School of Spiritual Medicine.
Please go and inform them. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll go and inform the head of the family right away. The butler quickly left. At this moment, a man with dyed blue hair behind Elder Shin muttered, What kind of family head are you? A small town family, putting on airs.
Meng Lang, with no discipline, is to be punished by running 5,000 meters under gravity upon returning to the academy, Old Shin said sternly. Meng Lang rolled his eyes, but still obediently said, Okay, team leader Shin. A short while later,
7 or 8 people came out of the villa.
Among them, Su Nanxiong and another middle-aged man walked at the front, chatting and laughing, followed by people who were almost all wearing the same clothes. Old Shin could tell at a glance that it was indeed the Tianyuan Spiritual Academy in the capital, and there were even some old acquaintances among them. However, Professor Shin believes that arriving early is not a skill, since Tsinghua University and Peking University are still superior in terms of reputation. When Su Nanxiong saw Elder Shin and his party, he was equally enthusiastic, saying, Come in, please. The steward is so inconsiderate, making our distinguished guests wait outside. Old Master Shin smiled and said, Patriarch Su, you're too kind. Old Shin, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you're going to have made a wasted trip this time. The middle-aged man next to Su Nanxiong said with a hint of smugness, because Su Mu's father, who is also the head of the Su family, is my distant cousin.
Ha ha ha, isn't that a coincidence? Hee hee, let's finish talking with Patriarch Su first.
Upon hearing this, Elder Shin remained calm and composed, without losing his composure. Only the older members of the special recruitment team knew that, based on past experience, this student would basically be snatched up by other spiritual colleges in this situation.
Upon entering the spacious hall of the Su family home, everyone sat down.
The servants of the Su family served tea to everyone.
Old Shen spoke first, cheerfully. Patriarch Su, since you've made your intentions clear, I'll get straight to the point. I've seen the video of Su Mu's awakening. There were unusual phenomena. It's definitely an SSS level talent, right?
Su Nanxiang nodded, exactly. There's no point in hiding this. Once you reach the Advanced Spiritual Academy, they'll also test your specific rating. Upon hearing this, Elder Shen, with an expression of certainty, stated directly, the conditions offered by Tsinghua and Peking University are a set of S-grade cultivation techniques, a standalone student dormitory, a pre-admission training budget of 300 million yuan, 10 sets of 6th-order soul and physical defense talismans, and a full set of A-grade combat uniforms.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Deng Gang of Tianyuan Spiritual Academy sneered, "It's as if our Tianyuan Spiritual Academy can't afford it."
Deng Gang took a sip of tea and said to Su Nanxiang, "Cousin, besides these conditions, before Xiaomu is admitted to the hospital, I will personally find a 5th-level bodyguard to protect her. I heard that some young guys in Hebei City are causing you trouble, and they even tried to assassinate you on Awakening Day." Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiang smiled happily and clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Cousin Deng, you are very kind. I will call Xiaomu out right away and try to get her to go to your place so that you can look after her."
"That's only right."
Deng Gang replied with a smile, then glanced smugly at the people from Qingbei Lingyuan. Old Shen remained unfazed, while Shueya acted as if it were none of her business throughout.
Not long after, Su Mu, dressed in a black training uniform, walked down the stairs.
Her slender figure and stunning beauty immediately attracted the attention of the boys present. Mr. Shin and Deng Gang looked on with admiration, while the male students in the college stared wide-eyed, especially the always smiling man in the suit, whose eyes revealed a peculiar light.
Even Shueya took a few more glances.
Sumu was carrying a stack of square packaging bags, and as she came down, she was still flipping through them, selecting the best ones. She didn't seem interested in how many people had come to her house. Everyone then turned their attention to what Sumu was holding, and took a closer look.
"What? Stockings? And it's a stack?"
Chapter 21 Contract Lovers. Immediately, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked somewhat strange.
"But then I thought, this is their own home, they are free to do whatever they want, and it's reasonable for them to choose this in their own home. But it's still quite visually striking to see such a beautiful girl holding this and picking it out in public. This genius has a rather straightforward personality."
Su Nanxiong smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "Xiaomu, this is from the capital."
"This is Qingbei Spiritual Academy, and this is Tianyuan Spiritual Academy. This is your cousin from Tianyuan Spiritual Academy. He said he will find a 5th-order transcendent to protect you before you go to the academy." Just as Su Nanxiong finished speaking, a gentle male voice came from the Qingbei Academy, level 6. "I will arrange for a level 6 superhuman from my family to protect Miss Su. Huahaobai, this is the college's admissions process and cannot be confused with personal matters," Old Shen said, frowning. Huahaobai smiled calmly and said, "Team Leader Shen, I'm also thinking about the Spirit Academy." Su Nanxiong sighed inwardly. Who is this person from the capital? He can command a level 6 transcendent being so casually. It should be noted that superhumans above the 6th rank are already considered very powerful experts. Unexpectedly, Sumu said calmly at this moment. "I'll wait for Xiaoyu's decision. Wherever he goes, I'll go." Xiaoyu sneezed. He has already drawn the 850th talisman. The bonus from Flying Sword Strike has reached 4,225%, which is already an incredibly powerful attack. The rank has been upgraded to the 4th level of the 1st rank. Midway through, a willow vine ambushed Xiaoyu. It was a tangled willow tree around him, which was shattered into pieces by the talisman he casually threw out. That talisman was only the 200th one, and it was under less than 1000% blessing. Furthermore, as Xiaoyu advanced to the 4th level of the 1st tier, he felt that the basic attack power of the Flying Sword Strike was stronger. Exquisite control and mastery of spiritual energy can greatly increase the power of talismans. This is why a high-level talisman master, even if they draw a 1st-level talisman, is much more powerful than a low-level talisman master. Because Xiaoyu didn't move around much, he only encountered the ferocious beast once. It should be noted that most extraordinary individuals who enter the labyrinth do so to improve their strength, seek opportunities, or acquire money and resources. It's just that this labyrinth is too rudimentary for them to visit. To be fair, the air in this labyrinth is pleasant, and the spiritual energy is abundant, making it more suitable for extraordinary individuals than a park.
From noon until night, Xiaoyu finally finished processing all 1,000 talismans. The process was indeed tedious, but the result of improving his strength was really satisfying, so Xiaoyu planned to get another 1,000 cards as a reward for himself tomorrow. During this period, apart from comprehending the 10,000 swords soaring through the sky slash, he did not comprehend any other talismans. However, Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised to find that there were rule-based talismans related to Zhang Fei's sword strikes, which could be considered artifacts for escaping danger. Flying Sword Strike's talisman, rule-based effect, ignores spatial distance. The user appears behind the target after the flying sword strikes. Just like the instant teleportation talisman, the flying sword strike's attack type isn't limited to locking onto living people. Now Xiaoyu has a large stack of attack talismans, giving him a strong foundation.
No talisman master would create such a large number of low-level talismans. It would consume too much spiritual energy and be inefficient.
Xiaoyu is different. He has a bug in the star-absorbing technique that he can exploit. Even if Xiaoyu encounters a high-level enemy now, as long as the difference in strength isn't too outrageous, these 1,000 talismans alone would be enough to annoy the opponent to death. In particular, there is a stack of rules that contain some strange and unusual characteristics.
That relentlessly pursuing flying sword alone is a formidable obstacle.
After drawing the talisman, Xiaoyu's next practice was engraving miniature sharp blades.
An inscription array that can slightly increase the attack power of a weapon.
Therefore, Xiaoyu bought 10 black gold carving knives in one go, because he was afraid that he would wear them out too much while practicing. Unlike talismans, which must be drawn on paper, this can be carved on stone or wood with a carving knife imbued with spiritual power. Before that, Xiaoyu needed to stretch his legs a bit and grab something to eat. After working at such a high intensity for over 10 hours straight, he was quite exhausted. If it weren't for his physique being enhanced by nearly 17 times, he wouldn't have been able to keep going. The moonlight, like water, spilled into the quiet woods, casting messy shadows on the ground. It must be said that the dark forest has a somewhat eerie atmosphere at night. In particular, the ferocious plant-like creatures in this labyrinth seem to have killed all other living animals, resulting in an excessively quiet atmosphere. The only sound was a faint cry of help, from a woman. At first, Xiaoyu really thought that some superhuman had encountered real danger.
Then I realized something was wrong.
The next thing I heard was, "Help!
Please let me go. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die."
Xiaoyu could only sigh. They really know how to play.
A battle in the wilderness, aren't they afraid of being entangled by the ferocious beasts?
No, that's also part of the game. After eating, Xiaoyu began to carve miniature blades onto the stone.
Ding! Miniature blade effect plus 5%, current total, 5%. Inscribing spirit arrays is much more complex than engraving talismans, and it also consumes more spiritual energy. In comparison, practice is less efficient.
After finishing carving the stone, Xiaoyu chopped down a large pile of tree branches to practice.
Tree branches are plentiful in this labyrinth. The Su family villa. Xiaoyu?
After Sumu finished speaking, the others were puzzled.
Could it be that this SSS-level genius girl is very familiar with that S-level talisman master talent boy? Upon hearing this, Deng Gang of Tianyuan Spiritual Academy was overjoyed. This is great. It seems the harvest will be even more abundant. With such a beautiful niece, Xiaoyu will definitely listen to her.
Her statement that wherever Xiaoyu goes, she goes was probably a euphemism. She was definitely the one in charge.
Deng Gang laughed and said, "Xiaomu, your uncle guarantees you that the conditions we offer Xiaoyu will be the highest possible, and we won't lose face for our family in the slightest. You can come to our side with peace of mind."
Okay.
Sumu nodded slightly.
I'll wait for Xiaoyu's decision. Old Shen's heart sank, as if things had become complicated.
This is terrible. Are we really going to hand over two geniuses to Tianyuan Spiritual Academy? Absolutely not. Mr. Shen tentatively asked, "Sumu, may I ask what your relationship is with Xiaoyu?" Deng Gang scoffed, "Old Shen, can't you see?
They're from the same year, and Xiaomu is so pretty, he must be Xiaomu's suitor." Sumu was looking at her phone, which showed pictures of various stocking packaging bags. She sent them all to Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu didn't reply. Hearing someone ask this question, Sumu raised her head and calmly said,
"Contractual lovers. Chapter 22, is this outfit appropriate? Contractual lovers?" Not only was Elder Shen stunned, but everyone else was too. Are young people these days so unconventional? Lovers even have contracts?
Only Shueya, who was sitting quietly sipping tea to the side, was startled.
She thought of the relationship between herself and Lingxia.
She had heard the word before and had maintained a somewhat distorted hobby for nearly 3 years.
However, she could never connect Su Mu's contractual lover with herself.
Mine is just online. Xia country is so big, there's no way we could meet in person.
Xueya couldn't help but glance at her phone.
Her owner hadn't replied for a long time, and she sighed softly. At this moment, Su Nanxiong stepped forward, laughing and saying, "We don't really understand how young people interact. There are always some new terms. But I still admire that kid. He was willing to take a knife from a third-tier assassin for Xiao Mu today, huh?" The implication is that Xia Yu would risk his life for his daughter. Both sides understood Su Nanxiong's meaning and instantly grasped the situation. It seems that this time, we'll either recruit 2 geniuses or none at all. This requires even more resources.
Especially that one with the maze-like area. And the one in control is most likely Su Mu's side.
They could see that although Su Nanxiong was Su Mu's father, he still respected his daughter's opinion when it came to making specific choices. This is evident from the fact that he didn't directly make a decision or force Su Mu to be assigned to a position.
But, what other qualities do I have that could attract Su Mu? Old Shen fell into deep thought.
At this moment, Hua Haobai, who was as tall as Elder Shen, stood up and walked up to Su Mu. He said in a gentlemanly manner, "Miss Su, I am Hua Haobai from Qingbei Spiritual Academy.
May I ask what your conditions are for considering the Spiritual Academy?" Su Mu didn't even look up. "I'll listen to Xia Yu. I am from the Hua family in the capital.
Please feel free to ask for my help, Miss Su."
"I'll listen to Xia Yu." Hua Haobai's eye twitched, somewhat embarrassed and unsure of what to say next.
Seeing how difficult Su Mu was to deal with, Elder Shen seemed to have made up his mind and said to Su Nanxiong, "Patriarch Su, would it be possible to find a place to talk privately?" Deng Gang snorted lightly. "Whatever conditions you have to do it in private."
Elder Shen calmly retorted, "These are things that your Tianyuan Spiritual Academy cannot provide."
Deng Gang raised a finger and said generously, "Cousin, go ahead and talk to this old guy.
I'll always add to whatever conditions they offer."
Su Nanxiong pretended to be hesitant, but was secretly overjoyed. He gestured to Old Shen, "Then please come up to the study to discuss this in detail, sir."
"Haobai, you come too."
Old Shen got up and walked upstairs, calling Hua Haobai to come along as well.
Deng Gang said sarcastically from the side, "Qingbei College is getting worse and worse.
It still needs to rely on the student's family's influence, as if it doesn't have anyone else." After Elder Shen and Su Nanxiong went upstairs, the people from Tianyuan Spiritual Academy deliberately talked loudly, describing the advantages of their academy in their conversation. Deng Gang tried to get closer to Su Mu by taking advantage of their kinship, but Su Mu never seemed very interested.
People thought Su Mu was too introverted. At Qingbei Spiritual Academy, Elder Shen was not present.
Only the blue-haired Meng Lang occasionally engaged in verbal sparring with the students from Tianyuan Spiritual Academy, while everyone else remained silent.
Xueya, in particular, simply got up and walked straight outside.
She chose to take a walk in the courtyard outside the Su family villa, holding her phone the whole time. She was feeling somewhat conflicted, probably because of what Su Mu had just said about contract lovers. Since the Frank video last night, her feelings have become more complicated, especially today.
After she sent a greeting message, Master Lingxia did not reply. "Are you unhappy with your body shape?"
It can't be that bad, Xueya thought, glancing down at her figure hidden by the long dress.
This should be the kind of physique every man dreams of. This owner is a bit surprising.
I was worried that he would cling to me like a hungry wolf after I showed off my figure, but he actually disappeared.
Why couldn't you see the face? Did they mistake you for their back and kill you?
Thinking of her bold and absurd behavior last night, Xueya blushed and became even more addicted to that feeling.
"Sister, have you ever had a boyfriend?"
Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, startling Xueya, who was deep in thought. She immediately steadied her breathing, calmly turned her head to look, and was surprised to find that it was Su Mu.
Both being girls, Xueya's expression was much gentler as she replied, "I haven't been in a relationship yet. Does Junior Su have any questions?" Xueya deliberately used the term junior sister.
"Oh," Su Mu said with some regret. "My boyfriend might have a leg fetish, and I don't know which type of stockings would be more suitable for him to see.
He said it doesn't necessarily have to be black, but I don't quite understand." Xueya's expression was strange. "You're quite good to your boyfriend. Is he that contract lover?" "Okay." Su Mu added, "His name is Xia Yu." "A contractual lover? He's probably just a lecherous scoundrel who doesn't want to take responsibility."
Shueya made her judgment about Xiaoyu in her heart and said with a smile,
I know a little bit about this, I can help you choose. Really?
Sumu was pleasantly surprised and handed the whole stack to Shueya. Shueya picked them up and saw that they were made of fishing nets, one-piece suits, hollow fabrics, easy-to-tear fabrics, and lace camisoles. She said awkwardly, these are only for intimate moments with my boyfriend, I can't wear them out.
Sumu asked seriously, intimate behavior.
During the contract period, he did agree to go to a hotel for a visit.
What were you wearing then? Pa! What a scumbag!
Shueya thought to herself, but patiently began to explain to Sumu what normal love between men and women is. Although she didn't understand it very well, if she could get closer to her and address each other as sisters, she wouldn't be far from being called a senior or junior. And as they talked, she realized that Sumu wasn't in charge of the college selection at all, she was just blinded by love. The one who truly decided which college to attend was actually Xiaoyu.
What is it about Xiaoyu that makes such a beautiful woman so infatuated with him? Shueya was slightly curious.
Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was still immersed in his own inscribed miniature blade spirit array.
104th time.
The cumulative effect of the spirit array is increased by 520%. Xiaoyu discovered that the rule-based effects that appear when inscribed spirit arrays are less likely to occur than those that appear when inscribed talismans. Only one infinitely regenerating willow branch appeared, because Xiaoyu carved this spirit array on a tree branch. After the 199th miniature blade carving was completed.
Ding! You have advanced to Tier 1, Level 5.
With the surge of power within him, Xiaoyu felt much stronger than when he first entered. In less than a day after awakening, he directly advanced from the first rank to the 5th level of the first rank. Such speed is unprecedented in the world of extraordinary beings. Most ordinary superhumans need at least a year to reach this level, while those with exceptional talent and resources can reach it even faster. It is said that there was once a genius in the Great Xiao dynasty who cultivated to the 3rd level in a year and a half and later became a true powerhouse. Xiaoyu believed that he was definitely much faster than that genius. For the 200th inscription, Xiaoyu chose to inscribe it directly on that short dagger.
Ding, microblade engraving complete.
Current cumulative effect increased by 1000%. Triggering the power of the inscribed rules, adding the rule effect, when using this weapon, you are immune to all negative mental effects.
P.S. Level dividing lines. 3rd rank is the first minor hurdle, 7th rank is the second, 9th rank is called the Venerable Realm, and 10th rank is the Saint Realm. Chapter 23 Leaving the Maze.
Xiaoyu was delighted to see the effect of the engraved rules.
This is so useful.
It grants immunity to all negative mental effects, meaning all mental restriction skills are completely ineffective against you. What was originally a simple short dagger has now been transformed with this inscription, making it nearly as powerful as an S-grade magical weapon, at least in terms of its effectiveness. Regarding attack power, Xiaoyu doesn't yet have a clear idea, and plans to go to the Spirit Martial Arts Room in High Bay City tomorrow to test his true level.
Xiaoyu had wanted to see how far his enhanced physique could go before.
Unfortunately, the Spirit Martial Chamber was only open to extraordinary individuals, so he could only go after awakening. Xiaoyu casually swung the short dagger a few times, then gathered his spiritual power and swung it forward suddenly. A huge rock was instantly split in two without any obstruction. After so much practice, the stealing technique has almost become a conditioned reflex. I use it every time I make a move. However, the spiritual energy reflected from the stones in the maze during the attack was almost imperceptible. Looking at his watch, Xiaoyu realized it was late at night and prepared to go home. If it's all night, my aunt and uncle will probably worry. After packing all his belongings, Xiaoyu immediately got up and left the maze. As for the pile of stones and branches on the ground engraved with tiny blades, they will be found by someone destined to find them. Xiaoyu felt that those last few tree branch weapons with a bonus of over 900% might actually be quite powerful. However, due to the limitations of their materials, they were likely to become disposable items. A dozen minutes later, Xiaoyu arrived at the exit of the maze. The exit was marked by bright artificial fluorescent stones, which were quite easy to find at night. This labyrinthine environment has been altered extensively by human intervention. Escape the maze. Even though it was late at night, the dazzling neon lights of the city came into view in an instant, and Xiaoyu still had a slight sense of disorientation, as if he had been transported to another world. The moment the phone connected to the signal, it started ringing incessantly. The comments section is full of messages. Sumu, what do you mean by not necessarily having to be negative? Image, 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 image.
Which one looks better? Still in the maze? 2 people from the Spirit Academy came to my house to recruit students. You choose one, and I'll choose the same one as you. Uncle, the Talisman Master is excellent. Your aunt and I are away on a business trip for a few days. The company has assigned us to move materials in a small, mysterious place. Don't worry if we can't contact you. There's food in the fridge, so eat less instant noodles. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was stunned. It was quite rare for his uncle and aunt to go on business trips, and they didn't even ask about his specific rank. On second thought, Xiaoyu understood. He probably didn't even need to say it, they could easily find out about the S-rank Talisman Master by asking around. Could it be that he couldn't accept his nephew's extraordinary talent and went out to clear his head after being humiliated? Xiaoyu thought with a wicked sense of humor. Shueya, kneeling in greeting to the master. Lu Chaoqiao, the special admissions team from Tsinghua and Peking University School of Spiritual Medicine is here. They're looking for you. 3, I'm saying it 3 times because it's important. Then came a series of missed calls and text messages, all from numbers Xiaoyu didn't recognize, which he ignored. After replying to each message, Xiaoyu put away his phone. Even though it was past midnight, there were still many vendors selling various snacks on both sides of the road leading to and from the entrance to the labyrinth. Although the labyrinth is a great threat to the Anthropocene, a single labyrinth can indeed support a large number of people. Some resource-rich mazes can even support a large corporation or family. After eating a bowl of spicy hot pot by the roadside. Since it wasn't far from his aunt's house, he rented a shared bicycle to get around. As they walked into an alley, Xiaoyu realized something was amiss. It felt like someone was following me. Although it was well hidden, Xiaoyu still managed to discover something amiss. Without making a sound, Xiaoyu took out his short dagger and quickened his pace, keeping a close eye on his surroundings. Sudden. A sharp, whistling sound, like the hum of metal, came from all around, getting closer and closer to Xiaoyu. With a spring, Xiaoyu pushed off forcefully, and the shared bicycle beneath his feet collapsed instantly, using the force to leap into the air. Where he had been standing, several sharp steel needles were embedded in the ground. After landing, Xiaoyu calmly looked towards the end of the alley. A few seconds later, a person emerged from the shadows at the end of the alley, his face covered with a black cloth and wearing a large black robe. The man said in a sinister tone, "I didn't expect you, little brat, to have stayed in the maze for so long. I'm getting a little impatient. If I wasn't afraid of not being able to find you and letting you escape, I would have gone in and killed you long ago." The man in black robes stretched out his hand, a steel needle between his fingers, and said to himself, "His skills are indeed impressive, but it's a pity he's only an S-rank Talisman Master. I need to be more efficient. He Chen is really stupid to do this." Xiaoyu took out the talisman and said calmly, "If it were me, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Everyone saw that I had a conflict with him today, and if something happens tonight, everyone will think it's his fault." Ha 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 ha. The man in black robes laughed loudly. "Young Master He-Chun has already investigated. You have no background, and no one will hold you too accountable for a dead S-rank Talisman Master. A living genius is a genius, a dead one is just a regrettable accident. Besides, I could also fake your death as an accident, couldn't I?" Xiaoyu calmly said, "What if they can't kill me? They'll face my revenge." Ridiculous. The man in black robes sneered, "A little kid who has just awakened, and a superhuman like a Talisman Master. I am 2 major realms higher than you, you won't survive. Stop with the platitudes, you're even more stupid now." Xiaoyu tossed out 3 talismans in an instant. The talisman shattered in mid-air upon being unleashed, transforming into 3 emerald green spirit swords that shot towards the black-robed man. "Heh, you learned pretty fast, no wonder you're an S-rank." The man in black robes flicked his sleeves, summoning 3 steel needles to meet the attack, not even bothering to mobilize his spiritual power for defense. He believed that a newly awakened Talisman Master could not create any powerful talismans. The next second, his eyes widened in shock, followed by excruciating pain. Looking down, he saw that he had 3 bloody holes in his body. No. This isn't your talisman," the black-robed man said in terror, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He discovered that the flying sword not only pierced his body, but also shattered all the spiritual energy meridians within him. The attack was far beyond his ability to withstand. He had completely lost his mobility and, even if he could be cured, he would be a cripple. Xiaoyu held a short dagger in his hand and approached him step by step. The man in black robes had completely lost his previous imposing manner and said in fear, "Don't kill me. I'm just an errand boy." Xiaoyu did not reply.
A flash of purple light appeared, and the black-robed man was decapitated. The wall behind him was cleaved open by the sword energy, leaving terrifying cracks. Feeling the spiritual energy fed back by the stealing technique, it was countless times greater than the spiritual energy absorbed in the maze. It even felt like it was subtly advancing to the 6th level of the first tier. Xiaoyu felt extremely satisfied as he absorbed the enemy's spiritual power. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyu's face darkened.
He Chen, right? I have a good habit, I can't sleep if I hold a grudge overnight. I can't sleep well if I don't breathe.
Xiaoyu changed into completely different clothes and then completely covered himself up with a hat and mask. There's no need to pay any attention to the black-robed man whose body was separated from his body.
No one would doubt a newly awakened talisman master.
Xiaoyu picked up the man in the black robe's phone and scrolled through it.
Hiss.
Xiaoyu cursed under his breath when he saw the photo album.
That old pervert.
Before long, they discovered the location of the He family villa. Especially after learning from the chat history that He Chen was also in that house. Xiaoyu patted the nearly 1,000 blessed talismans in his backpack, a cold smile creeping onto his lips.
He Chen. Wait for me.
Chapter 24: The Power of Talismans.
20 minutes later.
Xiaoyu arrived at the hillside in front of a large detached villa. There were no other houses around. This entire area belonged to the He family. 2 security guards stood watch at the main entrance, in front of the large iron gate. It must be said that the He family lives in a good location, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Although it was late at night, you could still vaguely see lights on in a few of the rooms. Xiaoyu directly pulled out a stack of talismans, excluding those with special rule-based effects. The head of the He family was also a powerful expert approaching the 5th rank, so Xiaoyu dared not rush in rashly. So Xiaoyu decided to do something more interesting. Only a few high enhancement flying sword strike talismans were left behind. Xiaoyu took out the rest, which felt quite heavy in his hand. With a slight thought, the talisman was completely covered by spiritual power.
Whoosh! With a sudden wave, nearly 900 talismans disappeared in the blink of an eye.
The next moment, a huge surge of spiritual energy suddenly exploded above the He family villa, with what appeared to be a cloud of radiant spiritual light in the center. Immediately afterwards, countless flying swords fell from the sky. As the first flying sword pierced straight through the roof, hundreds of other spiritual energy swords rained down with a whoosh. In an instant, the flying sword carried overwhelming power, and before it, the villa was as fragile as paper, riddled with holes.
Ultimately, the villa could not withstand the dense and destructive rain of flying swords and collapsed with a loud boom.
The rising dust was illuminated by the burning firelight, spreading into the night, and many shimmering shadows were visible among it.
Screams, noise, and angry roars came from not far away.
Seeing that the task was completed, Xiaoyu disappeared into the bushes in a few flashes. Xiaoyu was satisfied after finishing. If He Chen is still alive by chance, then for him to think of another way, rushing in would obviously be an act of idiocy. When Xiaoyu returned to his aunt's neighborhood, the sky was already turning slightly blue. Around 5 a.m., some elderly people who need more sleep were already getting up to do their morning exercises. Now that his physical condition has greatly improved, Xiaoyu doesn't feel sleepy at all, even after working all night. But he felt like something was missing if he didn't get some sleep, so he decided to go back and rest for a while, and then test his true combat strength when the Spirit Martial Arena opened. After receiving feedback on the actual combat strength, choose the next dungeon based on the situation to quickly improve your power. As soon as Xiaoyu entered the residential area, a voice called out to him. "Xiaoyu, come here, I have something important to tell you." An elderly man in good spirits walked over quickly, took Xiaoyu's hand, and said with some joy, "I heard you've made something of yourself and awakened quite well? Yesterday, people from Qingbei Spiritual Academy came to your house looking for you, but they didn't find you.
You should go find them quickly." "Grandpa Li, I know about this.
I will contact them," Xiaoyu replied politely. Old Man Li looked around, then pulled Xiaoyu aside and said mysteriously, "Little you, come with me for a moment." Xiaoyu was a little confused, but chose to follow him. Arriving at the basement of the apartment building, Old Man Li quietly closed his eyes. The next moment, his eyes were enveloped in a faint blue light. After a few breaths, Old Man Li opened his eyes and said softly, "There's no one around." Xiaoyu wasn't surprised by this scene. The longtime residents of the community all knew that he used to be a sensory-type superhuman in the military.
"I'm just curious what Old Man Li is up to in such a mysterious way."
Old Li adopted a very serious expression and said solemnly. Xiaoyu, I'll keep this short, you just need to remember a few points. 1. Go to the Advanced Spiritual Academy in the capital and find an opportunity to go to the D014 labyrinth.
2. Do not trust the Xianyi sect. 3. Have a baby soon. Xiaoyu? The first two sentences are mysterious and puzzling, but what's the last sentence? Why is it getting involved in marriage? Xiaoyu frowned and asked, Grandpa Li, what are these requirements?
Old Li took out a simple, antique-looking craft paper book from his grocery bag.
These are 4 top-tier spirit array diagrams for talisman masters. You'll see their value is absolutely extraordinary later.
The Xianyi sect is still searching for them.
Ha!
Xiaoyu suddenly felt that there were hidden masters all around him.
Could it be that old man Li was a peerless master who kept a low profile? Why should I give it to you?
Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Old Li's cloudy eyes suddenly reddened, and he sighed softly, saying, This was left by your parents.
Did your aunt ever mention it?
They were extremely skilled talisman masters.
Now that you have awakened as an S-rank talisman master, this is what you should receive. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was a little confused.
His parents' advice to his uncle and aunt was to just coast along, so why did this old man hiding in their midst suddenly appear and say something completely different?
Moreover, the spirit array diagram that was given to me must be extremely important. Xiaoyu took the spirit array diagram and casually asked, What is the relationship between Grandpa Li and my parents?
Old Man Li pondered for a moment and said, They saved me in the maze when the government was exploring and developing the Abyss Maze. I left the army after I was injured there.
Did they have an accident in that maze?
Old Man Li retorted somewhat agitatedly, How could that be?
That was merely a 6th-tier alien-type maze.
With Mr. Xiao's abilities, he could suppress it in a matter of minutes, not to mention. As Old Man Li spoke, his eyes dimmed. Xiaoyu, the talisman master type of superhuman is a very special profession in the realm of illusion.
You must protect yourself. I know that. Xiaoyu nodded. That's good, I've completed my mission. Remember not to expose the spirit array diagram.
Old Man Li smiled with satisfaction, then slowly walked out of the building without saying another word.
After Old Man Li left, Xiaoyu did not linger and went straight home.
Pushing open the door, it felt rather deserted because no one was home. There was a stack of cash on the table, along with a note that read, Eat less junk food smiley face. Xiaoyu poured himself a glass of water and slowly opened the spirit array diagram that Old Man Li had just given him. Upon seeing the content, Xiaoyu gasped in shock.
The 4-symbol spiritual god array.
It is divided into the vermilion bird burning flame god annihilation array, the white tiger spirit killing array, the black tortoise immovable mountain array, and the azure dragon 9 roars cloud thunder array.
Below is a simple line of small print.
When the 4 elements unite, they can shatter the illusion.
A shatterable labyrinth?
These words truly startled Xiaoyu. I've heard of imprisoning, mining, and reclaiming labyrinths, but this is the first time I've heard of someone destroying a labyrinth. To put it simply, the labyrinth is like a series of independent little worlds.
However, they vary in size.
The alien-like labyrinth that Old Man Li just mentioned is a labyrinth where intelligent beings also exist. The combined power of these 4 elements to destroy a small world is quite astonishing. Furthermore, Xiaoyu discovered that the inscription conditions for the 4 symbols formation did not have any level restrictions, so it only tested the strength of spiritual power and the support of mental power. Given its complexity, Xiaoyu wouldn't dare attempt it in the short term, unless there were special circumstances. Lying on the sofa, Xiaoyu counted what he still lacked. As for weapons, the purple short dagger is still usable for now, so there's no rush to replace it.
The next time I'll replace it will be when I get a new attack inscription array and accumulate enough attack power.
There is also space to store spiritual artifacts, which is convenient for storing talismans, weapons, and other items. However, even the lowest grade spiritual artifacts cost tens of millions, so we can only consider it after the chi-enhancing spiritual liquid is sold.
After a brief moment of confusion,
Xiaoyu was woken up by a voice message he had set to be a special contact.
The caller was Su Mu. Answer the phone. Xiaoyu, come to my house. They insist that I call you over.
Of course, I also want to see you. Old Deng said it would be best to come back an hour later.
Chapter 25 True Strength.
Okay, got it. Xiaoyu gave a concise reply and hung up the phone. Xiaoyu ignored the countless missed calls on his phone, knowing with a grain of salt that they were calls from various spiritual academies and organizations.
Su Mu sent me an address, it was her home address.
After changing his clothes, Xiaoyu ate some instant noodles for breakfast and then went out. In the early morning, the sprinkler truck plays the melody of jasmine, nourishing the dark roads that have been worn smooth all day. Xiaoyu understood perfectly well that going to Su Mu's side was simply a matter of negotiating terms between various organizations. When it comes to future choices, he simply looks at who offers the most generous terms. The top spiritual academies are mostly located in the capital city, and are not far from Hebei City.
Xiaoyu was unaware that the decision-making power between him and Su Mu rested with him. An hour later?
I guess Su Nanxiong has a plan. Well, that's a good time to go to the Spirit Martial Chamber first, so I can have a deeper understanding of my current strength and make better choices for the next stage of the maze. Not long after, Xiaoyu arrived at the Spirit Martial Arts Chamber located in the North District. The Spirit Martial Chambers are all officially established by the Great Xia Dynasty and provided free of charge to all kinds of extraordinary individuals. Besides its testing function, it also contains some official task releases.
However, the tasks are generally quite formal and have undergone strict review, unlike some guilds that release illegal tasks.
This also resulted in not many extraordinary individuals coming to check out the mission issuance hall next to the Spirit Martial Chamber. After all, missions that skirt the edge are what many adventurous superhumans prefer. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Because Xiaoyu arrived early, there were very few people ahead of him, and he received his room pass without having to wait.
When the staff saw Xiaoyu, they said as if it were commonplace, every year at this time, it's you newly awakened superhumans who come here to test your true abilities. Actually, no matter how many tests you take, you'll only reach the first or second level of the first tier. Once the novelty wears off, you'll realize that working hard to improve is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled but remained silent, quickly taking his token and entering Spirit Martial Room number 06. With a click, the metal door closed, turning the entire space into a sealed enclosure. The room was simply furnished, with a huge metal sphere in front of you, though its surface was somewhat irregular, resembling a liquid material. Attacking it using any means possible will reveal the current attack level. To test physical strength, you need to place your hand directly on the surface, and a result will be given through special energy. It only works for superhumans below level 6, and the instrument test is only for supplementary reference. Xiaoyu first took out the Flying Sword Strike talisman he had left over from yesterday, which increased the power by 4,995%. Bite! A flying sword struck the iron ball, shattering the sword and leaving a huge crater on the ball. The crater returned to normal in the blink of an eye. 10 seconds later, an electronic voice announced, "Attack destructive power, peak of the 9th level of the 2nd tier." Good, Xiaoyu was very satisfied. After just one day of practice, he transformed simple, low-level talismans into attack methods approaching the 3rd tier. Keep practicing, and you'll have a bright future. Then Xiaoyu clenched his fist, channeled his spiritual power, and punched the sphere hard. Attack destructive power, Tier 3, Level 1.
With the added boost of 16 times the physical strength and dual god-level talents, the extent of the destruction was even more exaggerated than a talisman drawn 1,000 times, which was something Xiaoyu had not expected. Finally, there's the short dagger. Gathering spiritual power, Xiaoyu thrust forward fiercely. As the spiritual array on the dagger emitted runic light, a hum was heard, and the metal sphere trembled violently.
1 minute later. Attack destructive power, Tier 3, Level 4.
It is enhanced with a 500% increase in spirit array attack power, giving it 3 more attack capabilities than pure physical strength. The peak of the 2nd tier and the 9th level, and the 3rd tier are also a huge watershed. Now, the hidden attack methods can play a role of surprise. Most people equate talisman masters with fragile, ranged mages, believing that talismans and other strange items are ineffective in melee combat. However, Xiaoyu is the complete opposite. In the future, he will have super strong ranged attacks, plus bug-level sword-type spell attributes. When it comes to close combat, he will give others a big surprise. Finally, the physical strength test is conducted. Xiaoyu gently placed his hand on the metal sphere, and as a faint glow appeared, an electronic voice immediately followed.
Transcendent Physique Strength, Tier 3, Level 1.
The physique of a 3rd tier extraordinary being.
Xiaoyu understood.
Because many explored labyrinths, when providing explanations of their reference levels, are based on the judgment base of the Spirit Martial Chamber. Therefore, the establishment of the Spirit Weapon Chamber is extremely friendly to many novice superhumans. Those of slightly higher rank no longer came to the Spirit Weapon Chamber. This was because they were all too aware of their own strength and hidden potential. At that time, the data from the spirit weapon chamber was of little reference value. As he was leaving, Xia Yu had an interesting idea. The power of the word steel is bestowed upon us. A sword pierced the metal sphere. Subsequently, Xia Yu did not feel any feedback from the stolen spiritual energy. No metallic sound was heard. Suddenly, the metal sphere became somewhat unstable, and the liquid on its surface seemed about to boil.
Warning, warning, an error has occurred.
Attack power test strength, #rank 10 rank 88.
Error, error.
Red lights began flashing inside the room. The staff member from the spirit martial arts chamber pushed open the door and entered, looking at the strange phenomenon before him with great astonishment, and asked,
"What happened?" Xia Yu spread his hands innocently. "I don't know either, it started twitching before I even started." The Su family villa. The Su family home was even more lively early in the morning.
This time, not only did the advanced spiritual academies from the nearby capital come, but also some well-known superhuman organizations from Great Xia. Among them, several people dressed in long brown robes stood out the most, and the others could be identified as members of the Xianyi sect at a glance.
Among the newly awakened extraordinary individuals, a promising talent an SSS level and an S-level talisman master will be bound together and joined the same place.
This is of extraordinary significance, which is why all parties came with sufficient conditions. In particular, they had other motives. And now, they are waiting for that S-level talisman master named Xia Yu.
"Shamu, why don't you make a call and urge them again?" Deng Gang from Tianyuan Spiritual Academy said as he walked over. Sumu shook her head. "That would make me seem annoying." Deng Gang was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Shueya, standing to the side, glanced at Sumu's clothes and sighed inwardly. Being love-struck is no different from being a pig brain. She must not become like that.
Fortunately, Sumu listened to her advice and dressed appropriately, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Last night, Sumu insisted that she stay overnight at the Su family home.
She said her views on relationships were much more reliable than what you find online, and she kept asking me questions until 3 a.m. before I went to sleep.
Shueya realized that Sumu, this exceptionally talented genius, was completely clueless when it came to matters of the heart.
Although Shueya herself didn't understand, having spent a long time in the capital, she could only rely on the superficial knowledge she had picked up from her surroundings.
The only thing that puzzled her was that, since they were classmates, why would they say they met online? However, Shueya politely refrained from prying into other people's privacy.
She glanced at her phone again, but the owner still hadn't replied.
Should she take the initiative to make another voice call?
Shueya bit her lip, making up her mind. She would make the call as soon as she left the Su family.
Just then,
at the entrance of the Su family compound, a servant shouted loudly,
"Xia Yu is here." Chapter 26 Xianyi Sect.
The previously noisy hall immediately fell silent.
Everyone looked towards the entrance. Sumu immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Shueya was also curious, what kind of man could be so infatuated with Sumu?
Given that she had gotten much closer to Sumu yesterday, Shueya followed her out of the room. Both of them are top-notch in appearance, attracting frequent glances from many people present.
On Xia Yu's side,
arriving at the gate of Su Academy, I found it to be incredibly lively. There were many cars parked at the entrance, and many people were gathered in the courtyard talking. He had just told the security guard his name when the guard shouted at him. As a result, everyone in the courtyard looked at him, and several people hurriedly ran into the house, seemingly to report to someone. Then, Xia Yu saw Sumu walking out of the house, and his eyes lit up. Today, Sumu wore a beige casual professional skirt, simple crystal earrings, and just the right amount of light makeup, exuding a mature charm amidst her pure and innocent look. Looking further down, Xia Yu's eyes widened.
She really was wearing stockings?
On her long, slender legs, it was clear that she was wearing flesh-colored stockings, a must-have for formal occasions, which had a slightly matte finish in the morning sunlight.
Legs for days to admire.
Xia Yu sighed inwardly, then walked forward with a smile. "Mumu looks really beautiful today."
Sumu's eyes curved slightly. "You really are a leg fetishist. You looked at legs for 3 extra seconds. You could have kept looking." Ahem.
Xia Yu awkwardly changed the subject, looking at Shueya who had followed behind Sumu and asking, "Is this your friend?"
Both are good looking. However, Shueya gave him the feeling of a classical and elegant beauty.
Sumu nodded seriously. "Yes, she helped me choose the socks for today."
Shueya, as I twitched, she felt like she'd become part of their game.
However, with the goal of completing the recruitment team's mission, she extended her hand and said calmly and politely,
Hello, my name is Shueya, from Qingbei Lingyuan. Following etiquette, Xiaoyu gently grasped Shueya's hand. Hello, thank you for helping Su. What did she say her name was? Then the system sent a notification. Ding, the second phase of the mission meets the requirements. Contact progress plus 0.1%, current target provides a maximum progress of 70.5%. Ding, contact progress plus 0.1%. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She was Shueya? For a moment, he forgot to pull his hand back, only seeing the system's prompt in his mind. What a coincidence! Looking at his figure, the long dress covered it all, but it matched the video from the night before last, very imposing. Seeing Xiaoyu staring at her intently and appraising her figure with that look, Shueya suddenly withdrew her hand, feeling a little disdainful. She was right, he was a pervert. She would have to advise Su Mu about it when she had the chance. Such a good girl, don't let this lecherous guy fool you. Su Mu frowned slightly, then relaxed. Xiaoyu had calmed down from his astonishment and silently made up his mind. After seeing this, I'm determined to go to Tsinghua or Peking University's School of Spirituality. Putting everything else aside, the mission is important. However, even if you make a decision, you should fight for your maximum rights. After greeting everyone, Shueya returned to the house. She needed to inform old Master Shen that Xiaoyu had arrived. Sumu and Xiaoyu walked inside side by side. Xiaoyu was still pondering how to approach Shueya. Should he openly admit it? Or continue to deepen their online relationship? Or perhaps tease her a little? Renew their contractual relationship? Even more outrageous, filming someone and threatening them? No way, I'm a gentleman, I would never do such a thing. Besides, wouldn't that be cheating on myself? I need to know my limits. Sumu suddenly spoke up. You stared at Sister Shueya for a long time just now, especially at her chest. Ha? Xiaoyu's train of thought was interrupted, which caused Sumu to misunderstand that he was just in a state of surprise. Shueya reminds me of an old friend of mine, Xiaoyu said casually. Sumu calmly said, it's normal for men to like watching these things, it's just that mine is a little smaller than hers. As she spoke, Sumu directly took Xiaoyu's arm, leaned slightly against him, and walked inside. Ding, contact progress plus 0.3%. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xiaoyu always felt that Sumu was using her just the right amount of softness to subtly and almost imperceptibly touch his arm. Ding, contact progress plus 0.6%. What good person could withstand such a test? When the two entered the hall in such an extremely intimate manner, everyone reacted in various ways. Su Nanxiong's face darkened, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Deng Gang was somewhat satisfied. Now he could secure two geniuses. Shueya's expression is indifferent, don't turn around. Sigh, being love-struck is such a pig brain. The older faculty members smiled and admired the perfect couple, finding them well-matched. The main character of the day finally arrived. Deng Gang was the first to step forward and greet him warmly. Xiaoyu, right? I'm Xiaomu's cousin from Tianyuan Spiritual Academy. Did Xiaomu mention to you that she wanted to go to Tianyuan together? Ha ha ha. Before Xiaoyu could even speak, the representatives from all sides couldn't hold back any longer. Bullshit. You, Deng Gang, are just making things up by relying on your family connections. You don't even bother to state your own conditions. Without further ado, our Qianxian Spiritual Academy will provide them with an A-grade spiritual artifact, and the other training conditions will be at the highest level. Hilarious, only one item for two people? Wanbeige is willing to offer 2 S-grade spiritual artifacts, and the cultivation conditions will be top-notch. Come on, everyone knows the ways of your Wanbeige. S-grade spiritual artifacts will be taken back as soon as they leave your territory. At this point, it was as if the floodgates had been opened, and all parties stated their conditions, some even attacking each other. Only Tsinghua University, Peking University, the military, and Xianyi remained relatively calm. Quiet. An aged voice, carrying fluctuations of spiritual energy, instantly silenced the entire scene. Upon seeing the old man who had spoken, the others slowly stopped talking and obediently shut their mouths. In the hall, directly opposite the entrance, sat an elderly man in a long brown robe, with 2 similarly dressed men standing behind him, their expressions slightly arrogant. Elder Lu, please speak, Su Nanxiong said respectfully. This was the first time he had spoken to Xiaoyu since Xiaoyu had spoken to him.
Elder Lu looked at Xiaoyu and said in a casual yet authoritative tone.
An S-rank talisman master, their talent level is indeed good, but talisman masters aren't just about talent level.
In the Great Xia dynasty, no one dares to say they understand talisman masters better than our Xianyi sect.
Just in terms of advanced spiritual paths, they can't provide you with many.
Come to Xianyi sect, and I'll make an exception and take you in as well, my little girlfriend.
As for resources, Xianyi sect's strength needs no further explanation.
After Elder Lu finished speaking, unlike Deng Gang just now, no one actually uttered a word of rebuttal. Furthermore, Elder Lu spoke with an almost certain tone, as if he were giving Xiaoyu a command.
Alright, for now, your offer is the least attractive. Xiaoyu replied casually, then looked towards Qingbei Spiritual Academy and asked with a puzzled expression. Why aren't you saying anything? What are your terms? State them and let's compare them. Chapter 27, A Special Labyrinth.
Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's face immediately darkened. He hadn't expected that his words wouldn't have much effect on this newly awakened talisman master.
And they actually said that Xianyi sect's conditions were the least attractive? They're simply ignorant of their own limitations. The two recruiters accompanying him, in particular, looked extremely grim. When Olshin heard Xiaoyu ask this, he smiled kindly and said, in addition to top-tier training resources, each person will receive an S-grade spiritual artifact. Furthermore, our academy also has top-notch talisman masters, so our skills are not necessarily inferior to those of other places. We can discuss the specifics further. The last sentence was clearly directed at the Xianyi sect. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and said, it's still a bit short. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the stakes? Absurd, the Xianyi sect members retorted. As a talisman master, you're only relying on your superior talent. The fact that our Xianyi sect is personally recruiting you is already giving you a great deal of face. You're actually waiting here for a high bidder? You're a disgrace to talisman masters. Ha! Xiaoyu became interested and said with amusement, if you care so much about your reputation, why are you recruiting people? It would be much better to wait for all kinds of geniuses to fight tooth and nail for you, instead of barking like an incompetent fool here. Arrogant. Elder Lu said, barely suppressing his anger. I thought you were a promising talent, so I came all the way from the capital. If I had known you would be so unruly, I shouldn't have made this trip. If I were you, I'd leave right away. You're unlucky to run into someone as unruly as me, Xiaoyu said nonchalantly. Elder Lu snorted coldly and said, you'd better think it over, because you won't have such an opportunity again. At this moment, Olshin interjected, saying in a tone that was neither too harsh nor too soft. Alright, everyone knows what you're thinking. The reason we're making such a big fuss this time, recruiting newly awakened high-level extraordinary individuals, is all for the X06 maze. Since Xiaoyu said he only cares about the conditions, let's write down the maximum conditions we can offer and let him choose for himself. The military, representing the official superhuman guild, echoed, agreed. Deng Gang followed up with, are you letting Xiaoyu make all the decisions? What about Xiao Mu? Sumu casually said, I'll listen to Xiaoyu. No objection. Okay, get me a piece of paper. The others agreed with this suggestion and began to write. If we were to ask who was the most panicked at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Deng Gang of Tianyuan Spiritual Academy. The script is wrong. According to their kinship, Sumu should have been able to control Xiaoyu and naturally choose Tianyuan Spiritual Academy. Is it really true, as the rumors suggest, that Xiaoyu is the one who decided where the two of them would go? Deng Gang quickly ran to Su Nanxiong's side and whispered, cousin, what happened? Shouldn't you talk to Xiao Mu about it? Su Nanxiong sighed, I tried to persuade her last night, but it was no use. A daughter is too young to stay at home. Immediately afterwards, Su Nanxiong handed Deng Gang a piece of paper, write it according to Elder Shun's instructions. They're all our own children, so if you offer a higher amount, there shouldn't be any problem. Deng Gang took the paper with a mix of helplessness and frustration, then turned and went to write down the terms. Su Nanxiong turned his back, shaking his head and sighing, but a smug smile secretly appeared on his lips. As everyone was writing down their own conditions, the situation stabilized for a while. Several other people went outside to make phone calls, requesting the highest possible terms. Even if Xiaoyu was stupid, he would realize that something was wrong. Especially the Xianyi sect, they had already shown them enough disrespect. They're even writing conditions too. You should know that although he claims to be an S-rank talisman master, it is a very rare talent. But the entire Great Xia dynasty has accumulated so much over so many years. There have been quite a few SS-level talisman masters. Besides, he was still an immature superhuman, so he shouldn't have so many academies and forces flocking to him. I just heard Tsinghua and Peking University mention it X06 mystery, and my intuition tells me that it must be related to this. Xia Yu walked over to Elder Shin and politely asked, Mr. Shin, what's the situation with the X06 labyrinth you just mentioned? Old Shin looked up and said with a smile, You'll find out eventually anyway, so I might as well tell you in advance. The recruitment of this batch of extraordinary individuals is of utmost importance. It's all because of this X06 maze. When a maze is preceded by an X, it proves that no human superhuman has ever entered it. There were 5 before 06, but those were special cases and will not be discussed in detail. As for this 06, it appeared in Fengshe half a year ago. It has a special rule: only those who have awakened their superhuman abilities within the last 3 months can enter it. Therefore, it must be one of the awakened superhumans of this generation. The unknown labyrinths alone are not enough to make us make a big fuss. The main thing is the X06 labyrinth, which presents a great opportunity. At this point, military personnel joined the conversation. One of them, a man with a very upright posture, said, Yesterday, some extraordinary individuals from Feng City attempted to enter. Unfortunately, my spiritual power wasn't enough. I couldn't even get past the first obstacle. Furthermore, the testing equipment I retrieved indicated that this was a treasure-filled maze. A treasure-themed maze? This was the first time Xia Yu had heard such a novel term. Mr. Shin explained. Treasure-themed mazes, as the name suggests, are places where there may be opportunities or treasures. We do not know the origin of the labyrinths or why they came about, but they are like countless worlds. Some labyrinths are treasures left behind by so-called immortals. There is a family in our great Xia dynasty that rose to prominence in just a few years because of a magical treasure like maze. The family has countless experts and top-notch spiritual artifacts. As he spoke, Elder Shin glanced at the people of Xianyi sect again, including some other organizations as well. Thank you, Professor Shen. Xia Yu said with a smile, Professor Shin, I personally really like Tsinghua University's School of Spirituality, especially a certain senior female student. Upon hearing this, Professor Shin asked with a meaningful look, a certain senior? Doesn't Xia Yu already have someone he likes? Shueya, standing to the side, kept her eyes downcast and assumed Xia Yu was talking about her. Her contempt deepened, and her expression became even colder. If it weren't for the significant importance of the Spirit Academy's enrollment this time, she would have left long ago. Sumu had just been called away by Su Nanxiong, and he dared to openly come over and spout nonsense, Shueya said coldly. There are many senior female students in the academy, but that's not a condition that an extraordinary person should consider. Xia Yu, you shouldn't make a blind choice and delay Sumu's talent. Her SSS level potential is no less than your S level talisman master. Especially since you don't have certain inappropriate thoughts. Hearing this, Xia Yu said with amusement, Teacher Shin, I told you my senior sister is kind-hearted. Look, she's already giving me pointers. Although the senior I'm referring to is Lu Qiao from the previous year. But if this time, I can get this Shueya senior to teach me the basics, I will definitely choose Tsinghua Peking University Spiritual Academy. Chapter 28 Snoya. Oh. Old Shin found it quite interesting. He felt he understood young people less and less these days. Or perhaps Xia Yu is the type of person who gets lustful at first sight? Shueya's face grew increasingly cold, and she said indifferently, You are a talisman master, I cannot teach you. What about basic physical fitness? Xia Yu asked, feigning nonchalance. Shueya took out her phone. Keep asking, I'll record it and send it to Sumu. Xia Yu glanced at his phone and said with a playful expression, I'm not afraid of recording it, but I'm afraid that Shueya's phone album might contain some secrets that could be seen by others, which would be bad. There's nothing in the photo album. Shueya stood up angrily, holding back her outburst. Mr. Shin, excuse me for a moment. Seeing this, Elder Shin was also somewhat surprised. Shueya was always calm and composed, so why was her mood fluctuating so much? He then said, Xia, choosing your future requires careful consideration. You must not use trivial conditions. Xia Yu said seriously, I'm serious. At this moment, the blue-haired Meng Lang came over, raised his thumb to Xia Yu and said, Dude, you're really awesome. Do you know who she is? She's the Snow Goddess, a genius with SSS level talent. She's almost at the threshold of the 3rd tier within a year. You dare to tease her like this? You're a role model for us all. A small matter, Xia Yu said with amusement. Hua Haobai, who was standing to the side,
glanced at Xiaoyu but didn't bother to say anything. After Xiaoyu left, Old Shen fell into deep thought. After a while, he took out his phone and sent a message to the contact whose contact was saved as Professor Shen. Xiaoyu, fearing harassment from all sides, wandered alone to the second-floor staircase. He now understood what had happened and why the college and various organizations had taken this matter so seriously. Putting aside the allure of Su Mu's SSS level status, he would be a highly sought-after figure even under normal circumstances, let alone someone who would be used to gain an advantage in the labyrinth. With Xiaoyu, an S-rank talisman master, added to the buffs, the team was practically at its maximum.
Because of the two of them, the most elite recruits from various organizations have come to High Bay City.
Xiaoyu took out his phone, and a wicked thought flashed through his mind as he thought about Shuei's behavior just now.
Open the chat window with Shuei and type, "I've been busy these past few days, do you miss me?" Shuei replied almost instantly, I miss you. What have you been up to?"
Xiaoyu saw that Shuei replied so quickly and thought to himself.
Did she go somewhere to play on her phone? And she asked me what I was busy with? I was busy teasing you in real life. Xiaoyu, you're busy negotiating with others, right? You're indoors, aren't you? I have a request.
Xiaoyu turned off his phone screen, secretly pleased. This was just the beginning. The real fun was yet to come when they became fellow disciples. I'm definitely going to Tsinghua University's Lingyuan Academy.
To keep things on track, we can't let Shuei escape our grasp.
Xiaoyu calculated that Sumu alone could only provide 75% of the contact progress. The act of linking arms just now contributed a cumulative 1.2% to the progress. Therefore, given the nature of this system, betting on just two people is not necessarily a reliable strategy. After getting Shuei under his control, Xiaoyu should also consider that well-established rich woman, Sister Feng. He should at least meet her once to make some progress. If Sister Feng were to ask me for something, then I would have to sacrifice myself for the mission. Xiaoyu came up with a righteous reason for himself. As he was pondering, a servant approached Xiaoyu and bowed respectfully, saying, "Mr. Xia, the master requests your presence in the study on the third floor."
Lead the way. Xiaoyu nodded and followed him upstairs. The guest bathroom on the first floor of the Su family villa.
Shuei stood in front of the vanity mirror, constantly washing her face with water on the vanity. The icy water washed over her face, but thankfully she wasn't wearing any makeup, so there was no risk of it smudging. Her bare face already gave her a flawless complexion. Although she was wearing a long dress, there was nothing wrong with her appearance at all, and no one would notice anything amiss.
All I could do was try to stay calm. No, this can't go on. Shuei felt her mind was being swayed.
Suddenly, her eyes turned blue, and a chilling energy instantly enveloped her. Ice crystals were faintly frozen on her hair and eyelashes, and even the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly.
After that, she felt a little better.
However, she was horrified to discover that she was becoming increasingly dependent on the feelings that Zero Summer gave her. Especially when he didn't reply to messages for 2 days, Shuei realized that she really couldn't imagine how empty she would feel after he disappeared. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling her. Upon seeing the caller, she realized it was her father.
Shuei answered the phone, saying calmly, "Dad, is there something you need to tell me at this hour?" Shuei, Daddy does have something to discuss with you. Just say it.
Here's the thing, I heard that those two exceptionally promising young people want you to be their physical training instructor.
If you have that opportunity, then join Tsinghua or Peking University. Dad wants to discuss this with you. What do you think?
This is very significant for the university, and Dad believes you will make a choice that won't disappoint.
Shuei frowned. It's that type of talk again.
It seems like a discussion and respect, but it always forces her to compromise.
And that's Xiaoyu, he's incredibly audacious. Although Shuei was annoyed, she still said, "I understand, I will cooperate." I knew it. Shuei has always been the most sensible child. Beep beep beep. Shuei hung up the phone. Shuei gently exhaled a breath of cold air, and a small icicle condensed in her palm as she stared at it in a daze. The icicles sometimes burst into snowflakes, and sometimes they reassemble into sharp ice spikes. I've always been a good kid.
Various forms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, various suffocating forms of kidnapping in the name of love. Now, for the sake of the Spirit Academy's interests, they don't even ask why that newcomer chose them as the body training instructor. The ice spike in Shuei's hand was extremely unstable, as if it were about to burst open at any moment. Suddenly, she felt a slight cool breeze. It instantly brought a refreshing coolness to her irritable mood.
Xu Weiya smiled. This is what I love, and I'm not wrong about it. It allows me to find my true self.
Xu Weiya took out her phone and carefully typed, word by word, in Lingxia's chat box.
Thank you, I really like it. Chapter 29 Betting. The Su family villa. In the study. There were only 3 people in the room, Su Mu, Xia Yu, and Su Nanxiong.
Xia Yu's phone rang, but he didn't have a chance to look at it now. Because Su Mu was sitting very close to him, even though it was a single sofa, she chose to sit with Xia Yu.
The benefits are: task progress plus 0.1%. Task progress plus 0.1%.
Xia Yu believed that if he placed his hand on Su Mu's leg at this moment, the progress would be faster, but unfortunately he didn't dare to. Because Su Nanxiong was staring at him intently. Su Nanxiong coughed lightly. Xia Mu, there are plenty of chairs, no need to squeeze into one place.
Su Mu looked at him as if he were an idiot. This is intimacy between lovers, don't you understand?
Su Nanxiong suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, then turned to Xia Yu and said,
Xia, the housekeeper just told you that Elder Shen told you about the mystery-type dungeons? Yes, I know everything.
Xia Yu stood up tactfully and naturally sat down in the double seat next to him, asking, Uncle Su, is there any other news?
Smart. Su Nanxiong exclaimed approvingly. That labyrinth is more important than we imagined.
Yesterday, Mr. Shen spoke with me privately and offered some conditions that I was tempted by. However, Xia Mu must listen to your choice. I support her. What I want to say is Su Nanxiong paused for a moment, then said solemnly.
That labyrinth is a labyrinth of magical artifacts and treasures.
Xia Yu was puzzled upon hearing this, as it was the first time he had ever heard of such a maze.
So he asked, what type is this?
Su Nanxiong explained, it's a kind of labyrinthine realm where treasures seek their owners, or where a powerful being leaves behind an opportunity. Considering that it only applies to those who have awakened within the last 3 months, it's pretty much a definite possibility.
How did Uncle Su find out?
Xia Yu asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, such information should only be accessible to families in Haibei City.
Do you know why the Su family was able to become one of the top families in Haibei City in such a short time? I'm just a C-level talent superhuman.
Su Nanxiong smiled mysteriously.
Did Uncle Su find such a maze?
Xia Yu guessed. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiong showed a touch of sadness. That's right, to be precise, it was Xia Mu's mother who discovered it. At this point, Xia Yu noticed that Su Mu's body visibly paused. This is precisely the reason why the Su family is able to rise now, and I can determine that the maze they are so focused on this time is very likely to be of this type.
As he spoke, Su Nanxiong casually waved his hand, and a motorcycle key appeared, suspended in the air.
Then the key suddenly exploded, turning into a curtain of flowing spiritual energy filled with a halo.
Xia Yu was taken aback. He had seen this thing before. It was exactly the same as the light screen he used when entering the maze. Su Nanxiong slowly explained, this is the Su family's secret treasure.
It can transform into anything, and it is also a self-contained little world.
Before, it was also a labyrinth.
As he spoke, Su Nanxiong looked at the light screen with a touch of tenderness. This labyrinth is not very large, but it became the foundation for my growth, yet it is also a regret I can never forget in my life. Xia Yu roughly guessed what had happened and didn't say much. At this moment, Su Nanxiong said to Su Mu in an unyielding tone, Xia Mu, go out for a moment.
I have something to say to Xia Yu alone. Su Mu glanced at Su Nanxiong's expression, then got up and left decisively, without showing the slightest dissatisfaction. After Su Mu left, Su Nanxiong gazed in the direction she had gone and said with a sigh. Xia Mu is actually very smart and very sensitive.
Xia Yu, although on the surface all the forces are very interested in your potential as an S-rank talisman master, they are actually all watching Su Mu's choice.
Xia Yu nodded.
I can tell, after all, she has SSS level potential.
That's not all.
Su Nanxiong said solemnly, I went to great lengths to inquire, and it turns out that various factions have already sent newly awakened superhumans into the X06 maze. The conclusion is that the lower the talent level, the greater the mental pollution they suffer after emerging, as if it is waiting for S-level or higher superhumans to enter.
Therefore, Xia Mu's newly awakened SSS level superhuman is of great significance. Mental pollution?
Xia Yu subconsciously thought of his dagger, which could completely avoid such influences. As he spoke, Su Nanxiong waved his hand again, and the light screen in front of him returned to being a key, which floated to Xia Yu's side.
Uncle Su, what's going on? Xia Yu asked in confusion.
Su Nanxiang casually said, I'll leave it to you for now.
Isn't this too expensive?
Xia Yu was somewhat surprised. In your hands, it can be used as a spatial storage artifact, and it also contains some life-saving artifacts. Su Nanxiang pointed to the key again. There is also a motorcycle that can be considered an artifact.
Old Dang is giving away will-o'-the-wisps? Xia couldn't help but feel a mischievous glint in his eyes and said, why not give one to Su Mu?
Su Nanxiang gave Xia Yu a meaningful look. In Xiao Mu's hands, it's far less effective than it is in your hands. This is also a gamble, because you're not an S-level talisman master at all.
You're of a higher rank. Xia Yu nodded, neither denying nor admitting it.
Su Nanxiang laughed heartily. Xiao Mu was afraid I wouldn't accept you, so she deliberately revealed this information.
But you're quite tight-lipped, kid. So many forces offered conditions, but you didn't say anything.
The playing dumb to fool others strategy doesn't apply to talent levels. You should know that talent is only a prerequisite. Opportunities and hard work are equally important. There are quite a few top-tier extraordinary individuals with low talent levels. As long as you grow up, the Su family will be worry-free.
The main thing is Xiao Mu.
Xia Yu smiled bitterly to himself. It wasn't that he was pretending to be weak, he actually possessed dual god-level talents. If he said that, not only would no one believe him, but he'd also be more likely to die young.
And besides, Su Mu actually fooled her father. Understood. Xia Yu also made a promise, I will protect Su Mu. Not bad, you understand immediately. Su Nanxiang was very pleased. My greatest wish is to protect Xiao Mu.
Changing the subject abruptly, Su Nanxiang said in a low voice, however, I heard from Xiao Mu that you two are in a contractual relationship.
What's going on? You're not planning to take advantage of me and then leave, are you?
Xia Yu was startled and immediately said, impossible, impossible, that was a game we played when we first met.
The road ahead is long, and we can't just make things up about a 3-year contract.
Yes, I believe you. Su Nanxiang said with an appreciative tone, actually, I'm quite satisfied with you, not because you're some promising SSS-level talisman master, my daughter is no less so. It's because of your act of stepping forward to save Xiao Mu yesterday, so I believe in you.
Xia Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, of course, I promise I won't let Su Mu get hurt.
Just then, there was a knock on the door. Master, all parties have already written their conditions, and young Master Xia and Miss Su need to make the final choice.
Su Nanxiang glanced at Xia Yu, you compare them, and I believe you will choose the most advantageous conditions.
Xia Yu stood up, yes. After saying that, the key spatial artifact automatically flew into Xia Yu's pocket.
Just as he was about to leave, Su Nanxiang, standing behind him, said casually, don't make me your grandfather until you become strong. Chapter 30 The Final Choice. The Su Family. First floor reception room.
All the conditions offered by various organizations were compiled onto a single sheet of paper. After receiving the paper, the Xianyi sect member said with some disdain, if it weren't for that special labyrinthine situation this year, this would be the first time we've had someone like this to take over the gate. Elder Lu snorted coldly, if he knows what's good for him, he might have a future.
If he doesn't, even if he's an S-level talent talisman master, his achievements will ultimately be limited.
After saying this, Meng Lang from the Tsinghua Bailing Academy said sarcastically, some people are really stubborn. I wonder what additional conditions they've added behind the scenes. No matter how arbitrarily you write the conditions offered by the Xianyi sect, you still cannot provide them, Elder Lu said with considerable disdain.
A bunch of charlatans, Meng Lang muttered under his breath.
A short while later, Xia Yu came downstairs. He glanced around and noticed that Su Mu and Shuya were sitting together.
Now is not the time to flirt with her, there will be plenty of opportunities later.
When he came down, there were already sheets of paper laid out on the table, clearly recording the conditions of all parties. The closest end was made of some kind of talisman paper. Xia Yu immediately recognized that this was the work of the Xianyi sect.
So he deliberately started looking from the furthest point.
S-grade spiritual artifact, cultivation level, cultivation technique, rune path.
Why are there female servants? Are they here to corrupt me?
However, Xia Yu had already made his choice in his heart. Tsinghua University's Lingyuan Academy was the only option. Right now, we're just taking a look at what each company has to offer, and that's all. When he saw the conditions offered by Tsinghua University's Peking University School of Spirituality, the last one filled him with a secret sense of triumph.
The text above reads, Shuya will serve as Xia Yu and Su Mu's physical training coach, guiding their special training.
Xia Yu thought to himself.
No matter how talented Shuya is, she is only close to the 3rd level.
He is already stronger than her. If he gives himself some more time, he doesn't know who he will train with then. Before he could even finish reading, he heard someone from the Xianyi sect say in a sarcastic tone, "I remember a few years ago there was an extraordinary person who had also awakened an S-class talisman master. He foolishly went to a certain spiritual academy, and later regretted it. I think he knelt at the Xianyi sect headquarters for 3 whole days before he was allowed to enter the sect." Everyone present understood that these words were meant for Xia Yu. Old Shen said indifferently, "That matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. You can't judge a book by its cover." Tsinghua and Peking University School of Spiritual Medicine can't retain its students, so they're starting to make up excuses for themselves? As Xin Yimen spoke, those who were unaware of the truth learned that the incident had actually occurred at Qingbei Lingyuan. Old Shen's expression changed slightly. He had recruited that talisman master back then, so he knew very well what had happened. Elder Shen said in a deep voice, "It's all in the past. It doesn't matter where the talisman masters are. They are all doing it for the Great Xia Kingdom and for human superhumans to fight against the maze. They speak with such righteous indignation, but in reality, their own spirit academy is unsuitable for the growth of talisman masters." The Xianyi sect member spoke without any mercy, adding, "If someone is not smart enough this time and chooses the wrong place, then it won't be a matter of kneeling for a few days and nights before they get another chance. Especially some arrogant brats who don't know their own limitations." Hearing this, Xia Yu laughed, "Ignorant fool? I was wondering why some people are so shameless. They were so tough at first, but then they had to put up conditions again. TSK, maybe they came with a mission too." Xia Yu walked up to the talisman with the conditions written on it from the Xianyi sect, picked it up and held it in his hand. Immediately afterward, under everyone's gaze, Xia Yu looked at the 3 people from Xianyi sect, and with a forceful movement, the talisman tore apart with a rip sound. "Sorry, your mission has failed." "Insolence!" Elder Lu slammed his hand on the chair and stood up, instantly shattering it into pieces. Truly short-sighted. Seeing Xia Yu's actions, Elder Lu knew that it would be difficult for this new talisman master to be recruited under his wing. However, their target is also Su Mu, who is of SSS rank. Elder Lu said in a displeased tone, "That awakened young lady, if you join the Xianyi sect, I will offer you double the best terms among all the documents submitted." After speaking, Su Mu did not react, and did not even look in the direction of Xianyi sect. The scene became awkward. It was the first time Elder Lu had been ignored like this, and his expression was quite unpleasant. Then he wondered if he hadn't explained it clearly enough, or if Su Mu was too slow to understand. Elder Lu then stood up and slowly walked to the group from Qingbei Spiritual Academy, saying to Su Mu, "Little girl, you've just become a superhuman and don't quite understand the strength of our Xianyi sect. We can provide you with the best conditions for growth. Some of the labyrinths are only accessible to members of the Xianyi sect. Furthermore, the sect leader of Xianyi sect is one of the 3 great sages of the Great Xia Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Su Mu still did not react. Instead, Elder Shen said in a deep voice, "Qingbei Spiritual Academy also has its own labyrinth. The young people have already made their choices. Elder Lu, there is no need to continue to tempt them." I'm afraid this girl is naive and might have her future ruined by some ignorant young men." Elder Lu said meaningfully, "Talent is always just the foundation, not the guarantee of becoming a strong person." Su Mu then raised his head and said calmly, "The people of Xianyi sect talk too much. No wonder Xia Yu doesn't like them. This blue-haired young man is right, a bunch of garrulous charlatans." "Meng Lang? A spirited young man?" Xia Yu also walked over and said impatiently, "I don't care about the conditions you offer at all, and neither does Su Mu." After saying that, Xia Yu glanced at Shuya with amusement and said loudly, "We've made our choice. We choose Tsinghua University's Spiritual Academy." Elder Lu gave Xia Yu a heavy look, then glared fiercely at Elder Shen of Qingbei Spiritual Academy. "Good, very good. You'll regret this later. Let's go." After uttering those words, Elder Lu stormed out the door. Now the situation has become one of mixed feelings, with some people happy and others sad. On the Qingbei Spiritual Academy side, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their gazes towards Xia Yu became much more amiable. Other organizations, seeing no hope, stopped pressuring and left quickly one after another. It's not just in Hebei City, there are also awakened individuals with considerable talent levels in other places. They came here first simply because Xia Yu and Su Mu offered the best value for money. The person who was most upset at this moment was Deng Gang from Tianyuan Spiritual Academy. He never expected that Xiaoyu and Su Mu would choose Qingbei Spiritual Academy instead of them in the end. He desperately needed an explanation from Su Nanxiong, so he decided to go upstairs to find him. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly leaned over and asked,
Elder Shen, when will this physical training instruction begin? Chapter 31 Sudden Increase in Progress.
Xiaoyu said this only to tease Xueya, who was sitting next to him without saying a word. Xueya seemed a little absent-minded at the moment, and simply ignored his words, pretending not to hear them. Old Shen, however, was quite satisfied and patiently said,
3 days later, the academy will arrange for someone to pick you up.
At that time, your class will gather together for special early training, which is something that has not happened in previous years. Similarly, the resources poured in this time are also extraordinary, and the purpose is still that special labyrinth.
Meng Lang, with his bright blue hair, interjected, Team Leader Shen, how's the recruitment going for the other teams in our Spirit Academy this time? When I go back, can you get that disciplinary action overturned for me?
With your private life, it's already a favor that you weren't expelled from the Spirit Academy.
The reason I called you here is to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you'd be locked up in the 4 Precepts labyrinth when you get back. Don't pry into other matters, Elder Shen said bluntly. Sigh.
Meng Lang covered his face. It wasn't a messy private life, it was pure love.
Xiaoyu inquired, Dude, what did you do?
Meng Lang, naturally outgoing, leaned closer and said affectionately, I didn't do anything, I just fell in love with a woman.
This is normal. Xiaoyu asked, puzzled, why would someone be disciplined? Is the Spirit Institution very strict about vetting relationships? That shouldn't be the case, they're all adults. Her husband is unwilling, Meng Lang shook his head regretfully. It doesn't seem like a big deal.
Xiaoyu felt that it was normal for people with yellow or blue hair to be like that. Old Shen snorted coldly. In order to prevent the other woman's husband from affecting him, he put a love spell on her husband, but in the end, the object of the spell still chose himself.
Anyway, it's a mess.
Hiss.
Xiaoyu looked at Meng Lang in surprise and unconsciously moved a few steps away. Meng Lang quickly explained, my orientation is perfectly normal.
I was just worried that her husband might fall in love with someone else and not be able to control the situation. It would be safer if he fell in love with me. Regardless of the circumstances, relying on talent to manipulate ordinary people through despicable means is a serious violation of the rules.
After saying this, Old Shen stood up and addressed Xiaoyu and Su Mu. Since the decision has been made, we won't go on and on.
We'll leave one person to accompany you, and someone else will contact you in 3 days.
Xueya, you will stay in Hebei City with Su Mu and Xiaoyu for the next few days to wait. Upon hearing this, Xueya immediately frowned, Elder Shen, this. Follow our arrangements.
Since you've had some contact with Su Mu and you're both girls, it'll be more convenient for you.
After thinking for a few seconds, Xueya nodded in agreement.
She understood what Elder Shen meant, which was simply to make it easier to detect any other organizations that try to extend an olive branch within the next few days, and also to keep the two of them in check. For the sake of the Spirit Academy, she didn't think it was a big deal.
Besides, she originally had a good impression of Su Mu, and the only one with a bad impression was Xiaoyu. The only thing I'm worried about is my own Zero Summer. If she has any requests along the way, it's definitely not as convenient to be outside as it is to be at my own place. So she said first, then I'll find a nearby hotel to stay in.
Upon hearing this, Su Mu immediately said, Sister Shui, I have plenty of rooms at home, you can continue to stay at my place.
Old Shen smiled and agreed on Xueya's behalf, that would be even better. After all, Xueya, you have been a superhuman for longer, so you can explain the relevant knowledge to Su Mu. Since things had come to this point, Xueya couldn't refuse and had no choice but to agree. Su Mu changed the subject and asked Xiaoyu, are you staying here?
Xueya remained silent, secretly thinking that the theme of educating Su Mu tonight was, girls in love should be reserved and never be too proactive.
Xiaoyu was taken aback.
Su Nanxiong was close to the 5th level, so it was best not to play with fire under his nose. Besides, the more important thing now is to improve as soon as possible. With enough trump cards at least, and then combined with the special training of Qinghuan Bailing Academy, the improvement speed will definitely be faster. So for the next 3 days, Xiaoyu planned to improve his skills day and night. In particular, the spirit restoration runes of talisman masters must make Flying Sword Strike their strongest attack method.
So he shook his head and refused, I'd better go home later, my family is waiting for me. Su Mu was disappointed for a moment, but then quickly perked up and said, let's have lunch together? And Xueya too. Meng Lang grinned and leaned closer, Aren't you going to invite me?
We'll be in the same Spirit Academy from now on, so I can protect you. Especially if you're worried that your little sweetheart might change his mind, I can use Gu to make him devoted to me.
I have an SS level Gu spirit talent. Hua Haobai said calmly from the side, your rank is too low.
You can control ordinary people, but you're useless against stronger superhumans. I trust Su Mu's judgment, he won't misjudge you. As he spoke, Hua Haobai smiled and extended his hand to Xiaoyu. Hua Haobai from the Hua family of the capital, let's have more exchanges in the future.
Okay.
Xiaoyu extended his hand in return, but he still felt uncomfortable with the man in the suit. At this moment, Old Shen spoke up, as I just said, we'll set off immediately.
You can always get together later if you want.
As soon as Old Shen spoke, everyone else obediently shut their mouths. After exchanging a few more greetings, the entire group from Qingbei Lingyuan left, leaving only Shueya behind. Su Nanxiong also accompanied them to the door before turning back.
If we're talking about who's suffering the most, it has to be Deng Gang from Tianyuan Lingyuan.
This relative's role was completely wasted. When Deng Gang complained to Su Nanxiong, the other party just smiled bitterly and said that daughters grow up and leave home, and that he felt guilty towards her since she was little, giving Deng Gang no room to maneuver and unable to find any other reasons. Therefore, when Deng Gang left, he had a lot of complaints about Xiaoyu and glared at him fiercely, as if he were the culprit for the failure of this mission. Only after everyone from Yuanling Academy had completely left did the Su family finally find peace and quiet. The core group of people has already come, and the basic information will have spread. There will definitely be more people trying to poach talent, but it won't be as blatant as before. After all, Tsinghua University's Psychic Academy holds a relatively high position in the world of superhumans. Su Nanxiong was extremely enthusiastic when he learned that Xiaoyu and Shueya were staying for lunch. It didn't take long for the food to be prepared on the table. Su Nanxiong sat in the host seat, with Xiaoyu and Su Mu on either side of him, while Shueya sat next to Su Mu.
Su Nanxiong raised his glass and said cheerfully, we've settled this important matter today.
I'd like to toast your future senior, Miss Shui. Please take good care of them in the future. Shueya gently raised her teacup and nodded in response, don't worry, Mr. Su. Just as the wine glass was set down, Su Mu unexpectedly raised his glass and said to Xiaoyu,
I'd like to offer you a toast, and by the way, do you like this scene? I learned it from a domineering CEO novel. Xiaoyu was filled with questions. What kind of domineering CEO novel plot was this? The next second.
Ding, mission completion progress plus 0.9%. Ding, mission completion progress plus 1%. Ding, mission completion progress plus 1.1%.
Chapter 32. You don't want me to tell anyone, do you? Xiaoyu's body stiffened. They tried their best not to show any abnormality on the surface.
The consciousness is focused on the improvement of the system's progress. Su Mu actually took off her high heels.
Xiaoyu calmly put down his cup, and outwardly appeared perfectly normal. He then said to Su Mu,
those novels are fantasy literature and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Okay, Su Mu replied obediently.
Then she actually listened to the advice and stopped doing so, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The next second, Su Mu said something even more explosive. Actually, I also watched a scene where I crawled under the dining table.
Xiaoyu jolted awake. No, let's eat properly first. Su Nanxiong looked at the two of them with surprise, not quite understanding what they were talking about. So he asked, Xiaoyu, why can't I understand your conversation?
Xiaoyu said, embarrassed, we were talking about novels, literary works.
Su Nanxiong understood. I see. Is it the domineering CEO you were talking about earlier? Those are all fake.
Even the most powerful CEO has to be a superhuman with formidable strength.
Yes, real CEOs are all bald.
Xiaoyu continued, when reading novels in the future, be careful not to blindly follow their examples, or you'll easily run into trouble.
Xiaoyu thought to himself. Stretching his legs and preparing to crawl under the table, what on earth is this novelist thinking? Are CEO romance novels written like this? Shouldn't the male lead be domineering and doting on the female lead? Su Nanxiong asked with a smile, what's the name of the book Xiaomu is reading? I'd like to take a look and see what young people like.
Su Mu casually said, the charming secretary of CEO Fu.
Xiaoyu spat out the tea in his mouth. Was this a serious book? Su Nanxiong's face also darkened. He looked at Xiaoyu as if to say, could it be that you recommended him?
Only Shueya remained silent. She knew best why Sumu was looking at this. He had been cramming on all sorts of random things about love online.
Xiaoyu said righteously, we can't read this kind of book anymore. Honestly, there's all sorts of things online these days. Now that we've become superhumans, we should be thinking about how to improve our strength.
Oh, I'll delete it now. Sumu picked up her phone and started tapping away, making it appear to outsiders that she was taking action. Su Nanxion's expression softened slightly, and he was already thinking about whether or not to teach Xiaoyu a lesson for leading his daughter astray.
Ding-a-ling. Xiaoyu received a message on his phone. I clicked on it and took a look. Sumu, I won't delete it. It's quite exciting to watch. You clearly really liked it just now. Playful expression. Xiaoyu quickly replied, we'll talk about it later. Try to use your phones less at the dinner table. Su Nanxiong coughed lightly and said solemnly, next, you will be leaving Hebei City.
Although the capital is not far from here, it is far more complicated than this place. Especially the path of the extraordinary has never been smooth sailing. I don't have any grand wishes, I just wish you all to be safe and sound, and to do everything within your capabilities. It's all safe and sound again, Xiaoyu had heard countless times, but he still said sincerely, thank you, Uncle Su.
I will definitely keep your promise. Good.
At this moment, Shuei interjected, the quality of the awakened superhumans this year is higher than in previous years, as if they were prepared for that labyrinth. All parties are paying great attention to this matter. However, Shuei glanced at Xiaoyu, in just over 2 months, a talisman master won't see much improvement, even reaching S rank won't help.
It mainly depends on Sumu. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, knowing that she was speaking with resentment, deliberately targeting him.
It was because of her request to be her sparring partner.
But you're still pretending to be calm while wearing nothing underneath? You dare to act like this?
Xiaoyu said with a smile. Senior sister Shueya, not all talisman masters are weak in the early stages. Different talents produce different effects.
Moreover, I will also have a good physical training teacher.
Xiaoyu then said in a deliberately amazed tone, extraordinary people are really amazing. Their talents are truly unexpected, especially those at the S level.
Uncle Su, your air conditioner doesn't seem to be working properly. Some guests might find it too hot. Su Nanxiong said doubtfully, there is a constant temperature system, and besides, the physique of superhumans will not be affected by such external factors.
Xiaoyu deliberately emphasized his extraordinary talent and the fact that the guests felt hot.
These words were a devastating blow to Shueya.
She wasn't stupid, she knew that among extraordinary individuals, there were all sorts of talents, especially among S-class individuals, some of whom possess truly remarkable abilities.
Xiaoyu's veiled implication must mean he discovered what she had just done.
In an instant, a feeling of shame, indignation, panic, and utter disgrace welled up inside me. Her originally fair cheeks turned red instantly. She stood up hastily, her arm even knocking over the knife and fork beside her.
Excuse me, just a moment.
Then the group felt the spiritual energy surging around them, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly.
Countless blue, icy snowflakes swirled around Shueya, enveloping her as she staggered out the door. Su Nanxiong was bewildered. What's going on?
Xiaoyu said with some pride, Uncle Su, I told you, she just felt hot, so she started making ice flowers. Sumu glanced at Xiaoyu, her eyes flickering with a thoughtful expression. Shueya left midway through the meal, and Xiaoyu also felt he had eaten enough. He had more to do, and he needed to improve his strength even faster, so he stood up and said,
Uncle Su, let's call it a day. I need to go back and pack my things. Su Nanxiong also stood up. All right. I won't see you off.
You can familiarize yourself with that magical artifact first. Just then, a roaring sound came from outside. It was old Deng's ghost fire motorcycle.
Sumu looked reluctant and said quietly, Sai, I'm going upstairs to read a novel.
In novels, they can kiss in front of the female lead's father.
Xiaoyu, I'd better leave quickly.
Xiaoyu rushed out the door, thinking to himself that it was time to teach Sumu a lesson. It's all thanks to the fact that he shielded Sumu from a knife last time that he moved Su Nanxiong, otherwise, he would be dead by now.
After going out,
a cool-looking ghost fire motorcycle, gleaming with a spiritual light, stands in the middle of the road.
Xiaoyu took out the magic artifact key and activated it.
A surge of spiritual energy instantly filled the entire vehicle, and hundreds of rune arrays began to work together to enhance each other.
Xiaoyu sensed that this thing's speed must be extraordinary.
Seeing Shueya coming down not far away, Xiaoyu slightly turned his hand. The motorcycle, ignited by the ghost fire, transformed into a streak of blue light and sped away, disappearing from sight. Shueya was still caught in a mix of emotions when she heard Xiaoyu's voice from not far away, and then it disappeared.
Senior, you don't want my business to be told to others, do you? Chapter 33 Extremely Dangerous. Upon hearing this, Shueya froze on the spot. What did those words mean? What a pervert! All he says are those indecent things from the internet. The thought of having to face him again and be his physical training instructor filled Shueya with resentment. I'll definitely teach him a lesson he won't forget. Let him know what suffering is. On Xiaoyu's side. After mounting the Ghostfire motorcycle artifact, the efficiency of traveling increased dramatically. Especially after he became a superhuman, his reaction speed, vision, and various comprehensive abilities were greatly enhanced after his awakened talent, making him able to drive such magical artifacts with ease. Unlike the world before I traveled through time, this world doesn't have speed limits. However, the traffic rules are very detailed. Due to the spiritual energy leaking out of the maze, the physical fitness of ordinary people has been greatly changed, so traffic accidents are not common. Xiaoyu planned to continue his shopping before heading to a maze he had scouted out the night before. The Nightmare of Tier 2 Superhumans, HBC-004 Labyrinth in Haibei City. This labyrinth has a level restriction those above level 2 cannot enter. However, very few extraordinary individuals enter this labyrinth, as the mortality rate is said to be as high as 93%, making it a labyrinth that is highly discouraged for newcomers. Therefore, this labyrinth in Haibei City is somewhat well known in the Great Xia Dynasty. First, buy things and supplies. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaoyu arrived at the mall for superhuman items. This time, he went straight to the point and entered a shop belonging to the Xianyi sect. As soon as I entered, I saw Lu Xiaoqiao leaning on the counter, her head down and her arms swinging incessantly. Without even thinking, I knew she was slacking off again, playing on her phone and reading gossip. Xiaoyu walked up to her and deliberately shouted loudly, "Playing on your phone again? You're fined 10,000. Lu Xiaoqiao was startled when she heard the sound of her phone falling. I didn't touch the fish, she hurriedly looked up and explained to herself. Then he realized it was Xiaoyu, who was grinning maliciously, and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, it's you. You scared me to death." He bent down to pick up his phone, looked it over, and, finding it wasn't broken, relaxed and quietly put it into his hoodie pocket. "Hey genius talisman master, what are you doing here again?" "Buy talisman paper." "Huh?" Lu Xiaoqiao asked in confusion, "You just bought 1,000 tickets yesterday, what are you buying now?" "I'm out of them. This time I need 3,000 more." "What?" Lu Xiaoqiao exclaimed in surprise, "Did you burn it or use it to masturbate? So fast?" Xiaoyu's lips twitched, "Senior, can you please be a little more polite? Hurry up and issue the ticket. That's close to 1 million. Lu Xiaoqiao leaned closer and suddenly said mysteriously, "Tell me, have you found a way to resell them? Which lucky talisman master organization is it?" "Hiss." Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly gasped and said in horror, "Could it be an evil cultivation organization? That's a serious violation of the Extraordinary Persons Convention." "Of course not, what are you thinking? Your gossip is all over the place," Xiaoyu said irritably. "That's fine then." Lu Xiaoqiao muttered to herself as she wrote the invoice, "You were a bad student in school, and now that you've become a superhuman with unlimited potential, there are bound to be more temptations, especially from those corrupted evil cultivators. I'm just concerned." As she spoke, Lu Xiaoqiao casually tore open her shirt and said, "Let's go pay the bill." Lu Xiaoqiao smiled mischievously and patted her chest, "I'll protect you when you go to Tsinghua University." As expected of the gossip expert from back then. Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. He knew that Lu Xiaoqiao must have found out about his entry into Qingbei Spiritual Academy through various information channels. After settling the bill, the deposit of 2 million yuan given by the wealthy woman was reduced to less than 60,000 yuan. This talent is really expensive. However, Xiaoyu bought 3,000 tickets this time. If you can intensify your practice, you can at least increase the power of the Flying Sword Strike talisman to 20,000% before participating in special training. This means we have some trump cards up our sleeve. As for rank, I will do my best to improve it. After saying goodbye to Lu Xiaoqiao, Xiaoyu rushed to the number 004 maze in Haibei City without stopping. This labyrinthine area is said to belong to Haibei City, but it is actually quite far from the city center. According to the Encyclopedia of Mysteries, this mystery is also under the official management of the Great Xia Dynasty.
Such a dangerous and level-restricted labyrinth is almost never contested or auctioned by any organization or family. Especially in this dangerous maze, it can be described as a harvester of younger generations. After exiting a highway and crossing several small hills, Xiaoyu finally arrived at his destination. Fortunately, when the Ghost Fire motorcycle was running on mountain roads, there were some places where it could use its spiritual power to fly over, which greatly saved time. In a mountain hollow, there was a not-so-obvious concrete passage leading into the mountain. In front of it, there is a small guard post. Xiaoyu put the car into his spatial key and walked forward. Inside the guard post was a middle-aged man who had gained weight. Because of the hot weather, his t-shirt was pulled up so high that his round belly was mostly exposed. When Xiaoyu approached, he didn't react at all, his eyes glued to his phone. With the help of his hearing, Xiaoyu could vaguely hear the words wipe the glass, coming from the phone. However, Xiaoyu did not intend to greet him, as there was no need to interrupt his aesthetic process.
Just go and there's no charge anyway.
Unexpectedly, just as Xiaoyu reached the entrance of the passage and was about to go in, a voice came from behind him.
Hey, young man, wait a minute, what are you doing?
Xiaoyu turned around and saw that the uncle who had been watching the young lady dance had come out, looking very impatient.
I'm ready to enter the labyrinth, Xiaoyu said calmly.
The middle-aged man stepped forward and carefully examined Xiaoyu.
Judging from your appearance, you're probably an ordinary person who has just awakened your superhuman abilities? Do you even know where this place is? You didn't even check before coming here, you just came to die?
Xiaoyu said, I checked, the exploration level is 2%, which may indicate unknown opportunities. The middle-aged man scoffed, every novice superhuman who dies inside comes hoping to stumble upon some good fortune during the pioneering work, it's just wishful thinking.
If there were good stuff inside, would no one have discovered it? Do you really think powerful organizations don't have sensory-type superhumans?
If it were worth exploring, large numbers of peak Tier 2 superhumans would have come long ago, otherwise it wouldn't have become so desolate.
Little boy, hurry home, you reckless brat.
Chapter 34. Something's wrong with this maze.
Life is so precious, and you have so much time ahead of you. Don't ruin your life for a moment of adventurous impulse. I've been on duty here for 2 years. 3 people have gone in, and none of them have come out.
The middle-aged man kept talking. They began to persuade Xiaoyu to give up the idea.
I've made up my mind, I'm going to enter this maze, Xiaoyu said calmly.
Although this middle-aged man looks a bit greasy and unkempt, at least he has a good heart. It was my personal decision, so you don't need to be afraid to take responsibility. The middle-aged man ran up to Xiaoyu and said, trying to dissuade him, young man, let me tell you something.
I'm just here to look after you. If you go in and can't come out, it has nothing to do with me.
You may have read about this maze in the encyclopedia. It has a 93% mortality rate.
You might be fantasizing about being one of the lucky 7%. Actually, Uncle knows the truth. That's not true.
The few who survived were those who went in and came back within minutes. They were all second-tier peak perception type superhumans sent by various organizations.
So, are you still going in? Hearing this, Xiaoyu thought for a moment.
I read on the encyclopedia that the HBC-004 labyrinth is extremely dangerous and does not meet its restrictions. Its main cause is mental pollution. However, since it's only a Tier 2 restriction, and my overall level is already Tier 3 with invincible skills, I can just retreat when I encounter danger. Furthermore, the most dangerous forms of mental pollution have no effect on oneself.
Xiaoyu nodded, I'm going to go in and give it a try.
Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed.
Seeing that Xiaoyu had made up his mind, he said, Hey, what's your family's phone number? If you don't come out in 10 minutes, I'll contact your family for you. Think about it again.
The older man deliberately made things sound more frightening, hoping to scare Xiaoyu away. No need, my parents are both dead, Xiaoyu said with a smile.
This.
The middle-aged man looked regretful, shook his head, took out his phone, and snapped a photo of Xiaoyu. You're a poor kid, otherwise you wouldn't have taken such a risk.
Let me take a picture of you. Remember, get out as soon as you see things are going wrong. Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. Then he went inside on his own.
The older man's voice came from behind again, asking.
You're so young, I almost forgot to ask if you're at the peak of the second tier?
Xiaoyu said without turning his head, I just awakened 2 days ago.
Damn it. Get back here.
The uncle's anxious voice had barely left his mouth when he saw Xiaoyu's figure disappear into the entrance of the maze.
What a tragedy.
The man slapped his thigh, filled with regret, blaming himself for not asking clearly earlier.
This is hardly an adventure into a maze.
This is clearly a young man who is having trouble thinking. Because of his useless awakened talent and lack of parental companionship, he has come to this labyrinth to seek death. The middle-aged man felt a pang of heartache and sorrow. I don't even have the interest to watch short videos of girls dancing anymore. After thinking for a while, the uncle took out his phone and started typing. He sighed as he fought. A short while later, a post appeared on a well-known forum for extraordinary individuals in the Great Xia dynasty.
The pain of a dysfunctional family.
A newly awakened superhuman, unable to cope, enters the beginner's labyrinth of annihilation, seeking death.
Content: I am a caretaker of a remote labyrinth.
Some of you may have heard of this labyrinth, Labyrinth HBC 004.
Just now, he.
Let us all mourn for this young superhuman and wish him peace. It is suggested that Dasha pay attention to these young people left behind, especially those who have awakened but have no future.
Attached is a photo of Xiaoyu.
Once the post was published, its popularity began to rise steadily. This was Xiaoyu's second time entering the labyrinth, and he no longer felt the same discomfort he had the first time with the altered spatial layout. Before entering, he specifically left a message for Su Mu and his aunt, telling them not to worry about entering the maze. Unlike the first ordinary maze, this one made him feel his spiritual power being mobilized when he entered it.
It might be the so-called rank restriction. The labyrinth is checking whether his rank exceeds rank 2. Once your vision is clear.
What greeted my eyes was an indescribable sense of desolation. The surroundings were deathly silent. Wild grass grew rampant on the desolate burial mound, as if it had swallowed up all signs of life. The sky was overcast, like a weeping veil shrouding the entire cemetery, and the wind carried a biting chill. Knowing that this labyrinth might contain mental pollution, Xiaoyu immediately took out his purple dagger. Xiaoyu entered this labyrinth for two reasons: first, to increase his spiritual power and advance his cultivation level, and second, if he encountered ferocious beasts or other creatures, to hone his combat skills. Secondly, he would continue drawing talismans, aiming to use up all 3,000 talisman sheets within at least 3 days. Before coming in, he had prepared all the water and food he needed for 3 days, so there was no need for him to go out again. I casually used the steal technique and found that it was indeed the case. The improvement brought by this illusion was much greater than the improvement of the first illusion I entered.
This is the advantage of higher-level labyrinths.
The more dangerous and higher the level of the labyrinth, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy.
The scene before me does indeed have the atmosphere of a horror movie. However, Xiaoyu felt no fear at all. The cool breeze only brought him a chill. But given such a high mortality rate and the assessment of it as extremely dangerous, there must be a reason for it. As Xiaoyu continued to brandish his short dagger, he moved closer to the heart of the cemetery. After taking only a few steps, Xiaoyu found footprints on the ground. Looking around following the footprints, I realized that there were many footprints, not just one. The entire trajectory forms a large circle.
This reminded Xiaoyu of a supernatural event that the old folks used to tell him about, being trapped in a maze of ghosts. You'll find yourself going around in circles, never able to get out. It seems that this maze is very likely a strange or eerie maze. Xiaoyu made a preliminary judgment. In eerie and mysterious realms, one of the more dangerous things is mental disturbance, but fortunately, this is what Xiaoyu is least afraid of right now. Xiaoyu stepped over the circle of densely packed footprints and continued walking in. We've just approached the center of the footprints. Sudden. A voice came from not far behind.
Xiaoyu. Damn it.
Xiaoyu cursed inwardly. He was immune to mental pollution, but this kind of startling was really bad luck. It's like watching a horror movie. It's not scary at all, but suddenly there's a loud whoosh sound that makes you feel angry and annoyed. I once heard an old person say that if someone calls your name in the middle of the night, never turn around. But Xiaoyu didn't care. He was confident and didn't feel creeped out at all. I might as well turn around and confront the strangeness head on. As soon as he turned his head, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Xiaoyu felt a weight on his back. There was nothing in front of me. The only difference was the added weight on my back and the sensation of strands of hair brushing against my cheeks. That's it, you're under my control now, completely mine. Listen to me, keep moving forward. A soft, effeminate voice, neither male nor female, rang in Xiaoyu's ears.
Go to hell, it belongs to you, my ass.
Xiaoyu slashed back, the short dagger blade facing backward, and thrust straight behind him. The thing on his body clearly didn't react in time. The moment the dagger pierced through, a sharp shriek rang out. It was both heart-wrenching and filled with disbelief.
In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu felt a relief on his back as the thing on his body left. Xiaoyu quickly turned around and then saw what it looked like. It was dressed in tattered sportswear, its appearance was indistinguishable between male and female, its pale face was devoid of color, its eyes were sunken, and its gaze was dull and unfathomable. Her long hair was disheveled and covered most of her face and body. Upon closer inspection, is the brand of the clothes she's wearing Adidas? Is this the previous superhuman? The clothes he was wearing were clearly not something that could be produced in the labyrinth, and the shoes he was wearing were also a pair of hiking boots. The only possibility is that the corpse of a superhuman who entered was controlled by this strange entity. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. It emitted a low, drawn-out sound, with a hint of brainwashing. Xiaoyu said irritably, "I'm right in front of you, what are you yelling for? Do you expect me to reply, your grandpa is here?" As he spoke, Xiaoyu shot forward, flashing to the front of the strange creature in a single step. It moved so fast that even the strange creature didn't have time to react. The eerie, deep eye sockets had just begun to glow red, but the next second, it felt as if the world was spinning. Gurgle. The eerie head had rolled to the ground. In a matter of moments, its head had been severed. Similarly, Xiaoyu felt that his spiritual power had increased significantly. But the story isn't over yet, the headless monster hasn't died. With only his body remaining, he suddenly swung his right hand, and a sinister claw, accompanied by a whistling sound, attacked Xiaoyu. However, with Xiaoyu's current reaction speed, he could still track its speed and trajectory. Xiaoyu raised his short dagger, blocking while slashing forward. Unsurprisingly, one arm, along with most of the shoulder, was strangely severed. Then Xiaoyu stopped talking and quickly swung his sword a few times. In the blink of an eye, the bizarre creature had turned into pieces of a corpse. The light in the eyes of the head on the ground disappeared. Xiaoyu glanced at the short dagger inside. It truly lives up to its reputation as a weapon that has been imbued with a spirit array for the 100th time. Cutting through these second-tier labyrinthine objects is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, without any pressure. What's even more surprising is that after killing this strange creature, both the spiritual energy that was replenished and the spiritual energy that was extracted were quite considerable. Xiaoyu even felt that killing just one more would allow him to advance to the next rank. As Xiaoyu killed the strange creature, he noticed a blood-stained strip of cloth in the pocket of its tattered clothes. Furthermore, there were words written on the strip of cloth. Out of curiosity, Xiaoyu picked it up and spread it out to take a look. Due to the passage of time, the writing has turned a dirty brown color, and it can only be seen that it reads, "Ah Chang, run! Run to the underground tomb. They won't dare come near." Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned. That's not right. This looks like a group of superhumans who came in together, but shouldn't the behavior of normal people who warn of danger be to say that they are trying to escape this maze? Why would teammates need to hide in some ancient tomb's secret chamber? Just then, dozens of voices rang out behind Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Chapter 35 Safe Shelter? Such a dense sound rang out. Without even thinking, Xiaoyu knew that a large number of strange things had occurred. It was the kind of eerie, soul-reaping monster I had just killed. Looking in the direction of the sound, sure enough, a dozen figures appeared out of nowhere on the previously empty wasteland. Their clothing varied, with 3 clearly wearing modern clothes and the others dressed in ancient costumes. However, Xiaoyu was not too surprised by these things. He had already consulted countless documents about the mazes, and all sorts of possibilities could appear within them. Even in the legends of some mysterious realms, Xiaoyu heard tales of the ancient gods of the Great Xia dynasty. For a while, Xiaoyu even wondered if the earth he came from before was also a world within the labyrinth. At this time, a dozen or so figures stood still, making no other movements except for the occasional trembling of their lips as they uttered eerie sounds of Xiaoyu. In Xiaoyu's eyes, these are all experience points. Putting aside their mental pollution, their physical bodies are actually quite fragile. Stop calling, your grandfather is here. Xiaoyu chose to take the initiative and charged forward with his short dagger in hand. In a flash, the knife moved with lightning speed, as if slicing melons and vegetables. Ding, your rank has been upgraded to Tier 1, Level 6. Ding, your rank has been upgraded to Tier 1, Level 7. Ding, your rank has been upgraded to Tier 1, Level 8. A dozen minutes later, the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. With just a dozen or so strange creatures, his strength had increased by 3 levels. Xiaoyu marveled at how fast his spiritual power was leveling up.
The consolidate technique, combined with the feedback from killing higher-level creatures in the maze, is exceptionally efficient. I haven't yet grasped the new original character of the word technique, but I'm only 2 levels away from the second stage. If I don't grasp it during the battle, I will definitely grasp it when I reach the second stage. Xiaoyu began to look forward to what the next god-level origin character would be. The 2 characters currently available are primarily supportive and defensive, with less offensive power. Fortunately, Xiaoyu still had talismans. Having resolved the strange occurrences of the first wave, Xiaoyu continued forward. He deliberately took detours, kicking stones into any dark corners he encountered, all to draw out the eerie things around him, and these were all experience points. Others might hide from the supernatural, but he's different. They deliberately made a big show of it, as if they wanted to exhale more breaths to release their yang energy and attract the attention of strange creatures. Finally, on a thick branch that looked like withered, dead wood, Xiaoyu discovered the second strange thing. This strange thing is easily identifiable just by looking at its appearance.
The hanging was eerie.
At least there wasn't that soul-calling howl anymore, which is better than the last one. The only thing I'm not satisfied with is the quantity. There's only one, which doesn't give me the thrill of grinding. Without saying a word, Xiaoyu launched an attack. Unlike the eerie ghost of the soul hook, the hanging ghost is thicker and has a different attack method. And it could stick out a disgusting, long tongue from its mouth. Several times, Xiaoyu almost got entangled by it while trying to dodge, which made him feel a chill.
After resolving the issue, another surge of spiritual energy was generated.
Then Xiaoyu summoned the Ghost Fire motorcycle artifact and began exploring the maze. He planned to finish dealing with the entities in the labyrinth and then focus on drawing talismans.
At the same time, outside the city,
the middle-aged man glanced at his watch. More than 40 minutes had passed since Xiaoyu went in.
He couldn't help but sigh. There's absolutely no hope.
The middle-aged man muttered to himself. As the caretaker of this labyrinth, practically no one knew it better than him. I had heard similar stories from the previous caregiver.
Almost none of the superhumans who could still come out stayed inside for more than 5 minutes. If more than 3 minutes have passed, the chances of survival become extremely low.
Not to mention that Xiaoyu has been inside for more than 40 minutes now, so in the uncle's mind, he has already assumed that Xiaoyu is buried in this labyrinth. So he turned on his phone, which had been ringing incessantly, and replied to the previous post.
It's confirmed. The young superhuman has passed away.
May he rest in peace and never suffer such torment again in his next life. When the man replied, the post had already reached over 3,000 posts, and its popularity was still soaring. The following comments are numerous. Yeah, he's so pitiful, I suddenly feel so sorry for him.
The holy son of online literature, could a miracle happen? Zhang Sensui, woohoo, you're young and ignorant.
A bunch of netizens who used to call her a 3-year-old started attacking her.
Durian Mango Chow Chow, vocal. This is my junior. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Among all the monkeys on the mountain, my bottom is the loosest. Xia should pay attention to these people. The psychological impact of their family of origin is enormous, sigh.
What is 3 minus 2? Let's chat privately upstairs and exchange feelings.
Since the uncle confirmed the unfortunate news about Xiaoyu, the post has reached unprecedented popularity.
It's already showing signs of trending on social media.
Furthermore, more information about the HBC004 mystery has been unearthed.
There are all sorts of opinions.
Some say it's an ancient god's labyrinth, while others say it's a death labyrinth where you die as soon as you enter, and it's not a normal labyrinth at all.
Netizens have started a heated discussion about Xiaoyu and the maze.
Some even incited antagonism between the classes of the Great Xia dynasty, feeling that extraordinary individuals without a foundation were being neglected. Resources were being monopolized by families and organizations.
However, Xiaoyu, who was lost in the maze, was unaware of all this. Xiaoyu at this moment.
More than a dozen more strange creatures have been found. The rank has reached the 9th level of the first rank, just one step away from the second rank. Although this is a level 2 restricted maze, its difficulty is comparable to that of a level 3 maze. However, Xiaoyu possesses immunity to mental pollution, an effect that is itself the biggest bug in the bizarre and mysterious realm. So far, none of the strange creatures have posed a real threat to Xiaoyu. On the contrary, he rode the Ghost Fire motorcycle and searched almost the entire maze. Just as Xiaoyu was about to give up the search for the strange creature and find a place to start drawing talismans, a stone platform appeared directly in front of him. The stone platform is not much higher than the ground, only half a meter high and about 10 meters square, and is made of a series of bluish stone slabs. What's unusual is that there are green plants around the stone platform. You should know that since entering this labyrinth, there are almost no other colors in your eyes, only a gray and desolate landscape.
The presence of life around this stone platform is itself a mysterious phenomenon.
Xiaoyu immediately thought of what was written on the strip of cloth.
Could it be, this is the safe haven that the superhuman mentioned?
Indeed, no strange creatures were found in the vicinity. Putting everything else aside, at least this flat stone platform is perfect for drawing talismans on. Xiaoyu stored the motorcycle in his spatial artifact and walked forward. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was far more than just a flat stone platform. In the middle is a deep passageway with stone steps leading down into the dark underground.
It really was a tomb.
If there was a boss zombie inside, I could use the combination spells and maybe get some big benefits. Xiaoyu made up his mind, drew 10 high enhancement talismans, and started walking towards the stone steps. As soon as you step onto the stone steps, the passageway suddenly becomes bright, and the candles on both sides light up automatically, casting a pale yellow glow. This feels right, that's how it's portrayed in adventure horror movies. Xiaoyu swung his short dagger while carefully observing the surrounding movements. They walked down about 10 meters.
Xiaoyu saw the remaining handwriting again.
On the uneven stone wall of the passageway, the words were written crookedly. There's no way out, the real exit is beneath her.
Chapter 36, The Strange Old Man. We can't get out? The exit is beneath her?
Xiaoyu was puzzled upon seeing these two sentences.
What does can't get out mean? Could it be?
Xiaoyu ran up the passageway at an extremely fast speed, and in just a few seconds, he had already arrived at the stone platform.
Sure enough, the passageway was open for normal entry and exit.
So, the writing left by this person indicates that the exit from the maze has changed.
To verify his hypothesis, Xiaoyu summoned his magical motorcycle and sped off towards the exit.
Because he had a clear purpose and the maze wasn't very large, Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance and exit of the maze without wasting much time. Xiaoyu took a closer look and found that there were indeed some changes.
Reach out and try to reach out.
A tremendous sense of resistance came, and the colorful membrane at the exit became extremely tough, completely unlike the feeling at the entrance and exit of the maze before. It turns out that the entrance and exit of this maze have changed. Based on the information we had previously gathered, it's no wonder that the old man said that the superhumans who survived all came out within 3 minutes. It's possible that they weren't quickly killed in 3 minutes, but rather that they were slowly and strangely trapped here to die. Only then did I have time to write these blood-written letters and words. Therefore, it makes sense that the cloth strip says to escape into the tomb rather than escape from the maze. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu wasn't too worried. He was just wondering what the writing meant by her and what it meant by below her.
In any case, this is all related to that tomb.
A short while later, Xiaoyu returned to the inscription on the stone steps of the passageway. After carefully examining the surroundings, they found no other traces left by the superhuman. There were no bodies, no footprints, and no signs of a battle.
There was very little dust even on the stone steps. With increased wariness, Xiaoyu continued walking downhill. As we walked, Xiaoyu stopped and listened intently to the sounds below.
All that could be heard from below was a continuous swish sound.
It's as if someone is cleaning something. Something strange happened again. Xiaoyu prepared for battle, raising his hand and holding a short dagger in front of his chest.
As Xiaoyu walked down the path, the sound grew closer and closer. After turning a corner, he saw the source of the sound.
He really was sweeping the floor.
There stood an old man with a withered face, dressed in tattered clothes, holding a broom in his hand. His eyes were somewhat vacant, and his movements were mechanical and uniform, as if he had swept this stone staircase countless times.
What was this strange thing?
Xiaoyu couldn't quite figure it out. There were no clear characteristics.
Even disregarding the environment, he looks like an elderly person nearing 60. Your grandfather is here?
Xiaoyu shouted something with a wicked sense of humor, hoping to provoke him to reveal a strange side. Upon hearing the sound, the old man shuddered, a look of fear and complex emotions appearing on his face. His cloudy eyes widened as if he had been frightened.
Oh, so it's a coward. Xiaoyu seemed to know what it was and prepared to go forward and deal with him.
To everyone's surprise, the one who stood there stunned the next second was Xiaoyu.
The old man opened his mouth and said in an extremely hoarse and labored voice, Are you alive?
Xiaoyu was completely puzzled.
In this kind of environment, why would someone ask you if you're alive? Or am I some kind of weirdo playing a prank on you?
Xiaoyu didn't bother with words and approached step by step with his short dagger in hand. The old man took a few steps back in a panic and said anxiously and hoarsely, I am a superhuman, I am human.
Huh?
Xiaoyu stopped and looked at the old man with some confusion.
You're a superhuman? Now the weirdos have even learned to lie? Xiaoyu said irritably. In his mind, he didn't believe there could be any superhumans here.
Especially for such an old superhuman, because most Tier 2 superhumans who choose to explore this kind of labyrinth should be strong and healthy.
I'm really alive. I'm a superhuman.
The old man tried his best to explain, don't do anything, you'll wake her up, and the consequences of her getting angry are serious.
She? Xiaoyu stepped forward and looked the old man over again, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the old man's arm. It has warmth and a pulse.
Chow, this is actually a living person. Xiaoyu was very surprised how could there still be living people in such a place.
Why are you here?
Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. The old man shifted his body, his expression somewhat excited.
I've finally encountered humans again. I haven't spoken to anyone for so many years. Tell me, what year is it?
The year 2042 in the Chinese lunar calendar, Xiaoyu replied. Upon hearing this, the old man trembled slightly and murmured to himself, has it been more than 50 years already?
Sigh. You came here more than 50 years ago?
Xiaoyu was greatly surprised.
Keep your voice down, don't wake her.
The old man made a shushing gesture and whispered, I've been here for a very long time. I came with the whole team, including my fiancée, but we got separated after the strange attack. After seeing the instructions she left in the tree, I came here. Who would have thought that there was something even more insane and bizarre here? And the exit from the maze lies beneath her where she lies dormant.
Xiaoyu asked, who is she?
A spirit, a powerful spirit. All I know is that she might be a junior sister from a sect in some mysterious world, who went mad because of her inner demons. She is sealed here, unable to escape, but we superhumans who came in can't get out either. The old man said this with an involuntary sadness.
Do you know her strength?
Xiaoyu was more concerned about this, he didn't want to be locked up here forever.
I don't know.
The old man shook his head, picked up the broom in his hand, and said, this evil spirit is capricious. She saw that my talent was interesting, so she kept me as a cleaner. I never expected that more than 50 years would pass.
Sigh. Just as Xiaoyu was about to ask more questions.
Suddenly, the candlelight in the passageway began to flicker. The old man said in terror, you must leave now.
Don't let her leave your spirit behind, get out of here. Giggle giggle. A girl's silvery laughter rang out behind Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, it was a dangerous intuition. He quickly turned around to take a look. Xiaoyu was shocked when he saw her face clearly.
It's you? Chapter 37 The Origin of Her.
After Xiaoyu saw what this giant rice dumpling looked like. It just feels incredibly absurd.
Her appearance was actually like Shueya. Could it be that my ideal type is someone like Yukiya?
At least she has a very attractive figure. Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Xiaoyu became very wary of this fake Shueya because he could already sense danger. The gaunt old man beside him had already knelt down, his head bowed deeply, his body trembling involuntarily.
This is just a fleeting illusion of mine, don't be so nervous.
Snowsprout licked her lips, her sudden playfulness turning into a soft, alluring tone as she spoke. Really, I deliberately became a reflection of the person in your heart.
Come and hug me.
As she spoke, Shueya opened her arms and swayed her waist as she walked towards Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu frowned, of course he knew she was an imposter.
What worried him was that what the big Zongzi had just said, even though it was just an illusion, could make him feel dangerous.
How strong must the main body be? This is a ridiculous second-order maze. At worst,
I'll just rely on my invincibility to escape as quickly as possible. Or perhaps I could find a place to upgrade my talisman to its maximum level and see if I could fight her. Before the fake Shueya could get close to him, Xiaoyu flicked his left hand, and a talisman shattered in midair, transforming into a sharp sword of spiritual energy that flew towards her. Before the flying sword could strike her, Xiaoyu, holding a purple dagger, vanished from his spot in an instant and thrust it straight at Snowbud. Snowsprout remained as flirtatious and charming as ever, completely unconcerned about Xiaoyu's attacks. In the blink of an eye, her expression changed. The flying sword seemed to be moving too fast. She casually dodged to the side, but it still grazed her dress and shoulder. Normally, if clothes are torn, it would be a sight to behold, revealing a glimpse of skin.
However, the fake Shueya is different. Its original complete appearance was damaged after being hit by the spirit sword. Most of its right shoulder was missing, and the edge was pitch black. It's as if it's been erased by an eraser.
Immediately following, Xiaoyu's attacks came one after another. Shueya's eyes turned an unnatural blood red, and a twisted energy emanated from them. The old man kneeling on the ground trembled even more violently. He didn't even have the courage to look up. The next moment, a short dagger appeared on Snowsprout's chest. Fake Snowsprout stared at Xiaoyu in disbelief, the black hole in her chest beginning to spread outwards, and her body slowly dissipating. After only a few seconds of surprise, Shueya suddenly laughed. How interesting. My mental attack had no effect on you at all, young man. I'll be waiting for you in my boudoir.
After saying that, Snowsprout winked playfully and disappeared with a bang.
The passageway returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Except for the old man who was still kneeling on the ground with his head down. It doesn't seem that strong, so where does that dangerous feeling come from? Xiaoyu was a little confused. Her fantasy was instantly shattered, but she did notice that Xiaoyu was using a mental attack, which unfortunately Xiaoyu was immune to. Patting the old man on the shoulder, Xiaoyu said calmly, "Get up, she's gone." Upon hearing this, the old man cautiously raised his head, swayed as he stood up, and said in a panic,
"Oh no, she's awake.
She'll play until she's had her fill before going back to sleep."
Oh no, oh no. What do you want to play?" The old man looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of regret in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You used to torment me, but now you might be the one tormenting me." After her first illusion shatters, it takes an hour for the next clone illusion to condense. The next time it appears, you won't be so lucky as to escape being controlled. Come with me to a place where her influence is minimal. As he spoke, the old man led Xiaoyu forward. Perhaps because they hadn't seen anyone for so long, it was the old man who started the conversation with Xiaoyu the whole way. The reason he survived was because his talent was sea-level spiritual constancy, which roughly means that he could circulate spiritual energy and power within his body, at least enough to keep him from starving. The reason that Being didn't kill him was because she was also bored. All the superhumans she had captured before had either starved to death or been played to death by her. On the contrary, she couldn't bear to kill this toy that wouldn't starve, but she also placed a restriction on his soul, making it impossible for him to leave. After walking for a short while, the passageway opened up. The old man found a spot and tapped on the wall. Immediately afterwards, the stone slabs began to loosen, and the square stone wall began to slowly sink downwards. Look, this is her background.
She's a pitiful cultivator, and her influence will be less in this stone chamber. After Xiaoyu stepped into the stone chamber, he saw various patterns and characters painted on the surrounding walls. The stone used for the walls is different from the original walls. It's as if it was carved somewhere and then moved in.
Furthermore, the text is in ancient Chinese that Xiaoyu can understand.
Xiaoyu began to look at the mural that was closest to him.
The Moon Drinking Sect? Never heard of it before. It really is a sect in the labyrinthine world. Left by the 16th sect leader of the Drinking Moon sect.
Our sect is facing its greatest crisis, so we have no choice but to use the moon-devouring yin technique left behind by the first sect leader. This technique has always been forbidden to disciples of the sect unless the sect is on the verge of extinction. Because after cultivating it, although one's strength can increase rapidly, one is extremely susceptible to the influence of the yin power, which can cause inner demons, leading to a drastic change in temperament, mental confusion, or even demonic possession. My junior sister, for the sake of our sect's safety, resolved to cultivate this skill, so I recorded her transformations to warn future generations.
So he was a disciple who had fallen into demonic possession. Xiaoyu continued reading. My junior sister is acting more and more strangely.
She used to be so kind and innocent, but today she killed the sect's spirit beast without any reason.
My junior sister wanted someone from the sect to play hide and seek with her.
At first, I thought she had turned back into that mischievous junior sister, but who knew that the way she found people was to kill them? My junior sister, with her conservative personality, dressed like a prostitute today, and even tried to have sex with a male disciple of the sect. Fortunately, I used the tranquilizing powder in time to stabilize her, otherwise, she would have killed herself once she regained consciousness. My junior sister has gone mad, completely mad. She's completely changed. Her inner demons have taken control of her. Once you cultivate the moon-devouring technique, the inner demons are irreversible.
We were too arrogant.
The only way now is for me to sacrifice all my spiritual power to seal her within the Source Life Stone Chamber.
Nian Nian, this is all I can do for you, senior brother. In my heart, you will always be that innocent and adorable junior sister. Senior brother, this is my last word. After reading it, Xiaoyu understood the whole story. It's the story of an innocent junior sister from a sect who falls into demonic possession due to her inner demons, and her senior brother, who is also the sect leader, sacrifices himself to seal her away here. Wait, inner demons? Xiaoyu recalled one of his rule-based talismans. The one that 100% removes inner demons. An idea took shape in Xiaoyu's mind. Chapter 38 is a hot topic. According to the records, this giant Zhongzi, no, it can't be called a Zhongzi anymore. This sealed junior sister should have originally had an excellent personality. It's just that I've been influenced by my inner demons, which is why I've become like this. Furthermore, the records state that there is something here called the Source Life Spirit Stone, which may be an extraordinary object. No wonder there were plants growing around the stone platform when I first came, and it must have been the effect of this spirit stone. If I have the chance, I must get my hands on it. Given the current situation, Xiaoyu cannot rely solely on the talisman to exorcise his inner demons. He needs to make two plans. On the other hand, he must quickly improve his strength. The old man said that her true form could not leave that sealed chamber, but if she wanted to get out of this maze, she couldn't avoid that place. In the current situation, the fastest way to increase strength is through the Spirit Restoration Rune. If a rule-based talisman with a 100% instant kill rate were to appear, that would be even safer. So, Xiaoyu found a relatively comfortable place, took out the talisman paper, and began to draw. Flying sword strikes the talisman's spiritual path, effect plus 5%, cumulative increase, 5045%. When the old man saw Xiaoyu quietly begin drawing talismans, he couldn't help but step forward to advise him. Doing these things now won't be very effective. I suggest you conserve your energy so that the food you have can last for a few more days. Xiaoyu said without looking up, don't bother me. I plan to deal with her first before I go out. The old man's eyes widened, and he quickly said, what are you saying? You mustn't provoke her. This stone chamber is just to prevent illusions from coming, and it doesn't mean it can stop her mental attacks. Oh well, I'm going to die anyway, whatever. I've just been silent for too long, and it's so rare to have a living person come in, sigh. Seeing that Xiaoyu remained silent, the old man shook his head and sat quietly to the side. After that, Xiaoyu didn't say another word and devoted himself entirely to the process of quickly drawing talismans. During this time, the old man tried to strike up a conversation a few more times, but Xiaoyu never responded. The old man was also very puzzled, as it was the first time he had ever seen someone draw talismans like this. Long ago, he had seen talisman masters draw talismans, but what was the point of him drawing low-level talismans in such large quantities? In particular, why draw while wielding a dagger? Is this popular in the world of superhumans now? Also, even though they are all the same talisman, why does Xiaoyu take out one and put it away separately every few hundred talismans? The old man had a lot of questions and asked several times, but Xiaoyu ignored him completely. Before we knew it, a long time had passed. Late at night. The Su family villa. Su Mu's room on the third floor. At her desk, Su Mu held a pen and scribbled in a cute pink notebook, her phone placed to the side of the diary so she could see messages as soon as they arrived. So, does that mean all boyfriends who disappear without a trace are scumbags? Su Mu turned around and asked Shueya, who was scrolling through her phone on the tatami mat. Shueya glanced at the chat box with Lingxia and replied absent-mindedly, unless he has a legitimate reason, entering the labyrinth is not a valid reason. How long can a newcomer stay in the labyrinth? Su Mu said oh and continued writing in her diary, muttering, sent 4 messages, a total of 37 characters, with an interval of 115 minutes between each one. He's really gone mad. Shueya said, rubbing her forehead. Is he really that good? Yes. Su Mu said seriously, it was good before, and it was even better when he risked his life to save me. No, it's that I love him even more. That's not bad. This was the only point Shueya couldn't refute. She had heard about Xiaoyu sacrificing his life to shield Su Mu from a knife no less than 8 times. After saying that, Shueya looked out the window somewhat dejectedly. And wasn't she the same? Master Lingxia hadn't appeared all day since issuing that task, and hadn't even inquired about the feedback. This caused her some inner turmoil, and the thought of this task made her cheeks flush. Nighttime always amplifies certain emotions. Fortunately, the master only said today. There's still an hour until 12 o'clock, then I can put it on. Otherwise, my body will always honestly think about those things, about when Lingxia was here. Shueya was lost in thought when she was suddenly interrupted by Sumu's words.
Sister Shueya, you can change into your pajamas, there are brand new ones in the closet.
Huh? Shueya's heart tightened, and she quickly refused. I'm used to it, no need.
She dared not change into her pajamas, because her underwear was no longer in place.
Thinking of this, Shueya exclaimed inwardly. Oh no! She thought it was just a one-day trip, and she didn't bring any change of clothes.
She had also destroyed the clothes she had brought with her spiritual power. Even though it was past 12 o'clock, there was still nothing to do with it.
Having no other choice, Shueya could only bite the bullet and say to Sumu, Little sister Sumu, do you have any extra clothes? I didn't expect to leave any behind, so I didn't bring any.
Yes, I have a lot of new clothes, Sumu replied quickly, then got up and pushed open the door to the dressing room.
As various styles of clothes came into view, Shueya realized that Sumu's walk-in closet was almost the size of a bedroom.
Old Deng specially asked Auntie to go shopping for me and buy most of them.
I've never worn most of them before, so Sister Shueya can pick whatever she likes, Sumu said casually.
By the way, Old Deng is a nickname Xiaoyu mentioned once, and I think it's quite catchy.
Shueya scanned the area and found that it was indeed quite comprehensive.
Just as she was walking towards the lingerie section, Sumu suddenly reached out a finger and curiously poked her chest.
Wow, that's really impressive.
No wonder he watched it for a few more seconds, Sumu praised earnestly.
Shueya was both amused and exasperated.
She felt like she had been taken advantage of, but being a great beauty herself, she couldn't say anything and helplessly said, You're alright too.
Really?
Sumu suddenly lifted her pajamas, revealing her flat, fair stomach and abs, and muttered, It seems far from good.
That's enough, little sister. That guy got off easy.
Shueya replied to Sumu, but she was actually looking for suitable clothes for herself. She found that Sumu was right, most of the clothes here were new.
It's good that we have something at all, we can't keep going out like this all the time.
Just then, Sumu's phone rang. Shueya felt a gust of wind pass by, and Sumu in front of her vanished instantly. The next second, she was already in front of the desk, holding her phone. But after seeing it clearly, his expression darkened, and he complained.
It's a trending topic on Tushio, and they're still pushing it out late at night.
Bored, she opened the news and read it aloud to herself. An orphan, a newly awakened superhuman, entered a death trap and succumbed to his injuries. He has been confirmed dead. The Haibei city government has already addressed social security matters. As Sumu watched, her eyes suddenly widened, and her phone involuntarily fell to the ground. The voice rose several decibels. How could Xiaoyu have entered such a dangerous maze?
Chapter 39, Second Stage. New Understanding.
Shueya has already chosen suitable underwear for herself.
Seeing Sumu's discomposure, she quickly asked with concern, What did you just say happened to Xiaoyu? Did he enter some kind of maze?
He entered a deadly maze.
The internet says he's most likely dead.
Sumu's voice trembled slightly, and he felt completely out of sorts, his face turning pale. Shueya stepped forward, quickly picked up Sumu's phone that had fallen to the ground, swiped through it, and saw the whole story. The difference was that, compared to Sumu, she was more calm and began to think. No, don't be nervous about Sumu. Knowing that guy as I do, he's shrewd and wouldn't do something so risky. Besides, as mentioned above, there's still a possibility.
As she spoke, Shueya couldn't continue.
It was clearly stated later that there was no precedent for any superhuman being to stay inside for more than 3 minutes and then come out again. Although she disliked Xiaoyu, she didn't wish him dead.
For a moment, Shueya was also unsure how to comfort Sumu.
The girl longed for such a beautiful relationship, and she placed Xiaoyu in a very important position.
Shueya truly loves Sumu and doesn't want her to get hurt. Why?
A few minutes later, Sumu suddenly said, I want to go to that labyrinth.
No way. Shueya immediately objected. I've heard of that maze, it's a bug.
However, Sumu clearly didn't listen and walked straight towards the door.
Seeing this, Shueya quickly caught up with her.
Unexpectedly, when she arrived on the first floor, she found Su Nanxiom already waiting in the living room with a very serious expression. He said in a deep voice, Shamu, it's not that I want to stop you, but this matter really needs to be considered carefully. If you really want to go in, I will find enough second stage peak superhumans to accompany you, instead of blindly going in like this.
Sumu raised his head and said expressionlessly, Prepare the car, I'm leaving now. I understand everything you're saying.
I want to rescue him, not send him to his death.
Also, I definitely won't die.
Before that, I need to go to that mysterious place and wait for him.
HBC004 is missing from outside the country.
The middle-aged man suddenly sat up on the cot and slapped himself. I deserve to die.
Why didn't I ask him more questions? He's so young, what did he do wrong?
Even if I lied to him and said I'd find him a girlfriend, he probably hasn't even held a girl's hand before, so he definitely wants a girlfriend. Sigh.
Then, the man glanced at the post's popularity and exclaimed, "Wow, it's third on the trending list?"
At this moment, a commotion arose outside.
Right ahead, that young man entered this maze. Let us interview him first, we'll definitely be the first media to get here. Meanwhile, in the labyrinth, Xiaoyu stretched. Since entering, I have drawn the 1100th talisman.
The bonus from the Flying Sword Strike talisman has reached 10,500%. During this time, he also comprehended the second-tier talisman Sword Control. The effect is to summon a spirit sword, which allows the user to hover in the air or fly for 20 seconds. The duration of this effect seems rather lackluster, considering it's only a second-tier talisman. But Xiaoyu is different, he only needs to draw the Spirit Restoration rune dozens of times to multiply the duration several times over. It might have a surprising effect in certain situations. Similarly, among these 1000 plus talismans, many had rule-based effects, but most were useless, only one was noteworthy. The Flying Sword Strike Spirit Resurrection rune effect, when it hits a target, the target can never attack you again. The advantage of this move is that, in a one-on-one situation, even if you encounter a legendary level 10 superhuman, once the opponent is hit, they can only be beaten up by you and will never be able to fight back. It can be considered a life-saving talisman. Xiaoyu took out a talisman, intending to test its power, and threw out the final talisman he had drawn. The spirit sword that the talisman had transformed into had become more exquisite and clear than before. If the flying sword formed from the initial talismans was like a prop sword bought from the roadside, then it is now more like a finely crafted sword. The flying sword pierced the stone wall in an instant, blasting a large hole with a boom. The huge pit was several meters deep, and even the entire stone chamber trembled slightly. Strangely, after the crater was blasted out, it was slowly filled in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this also the effect of that spirit stone? Xiaoyu wondered to himself. He then took out a short dagger and used the steel technique to chop it into the stone wall. It's slightly higher than in the air, but far less than the level of the creatures in the maze. Xiaoyu received feedback. Both the dagger and the talisman made a loud noise. The old man beside him shouted in terror, "Young man! Are you crazy? That being is already being kind by not coming after you, and you're still so restless. You really don't know how terrifying she is." At this moment, Xiaoyu completely ignored his words, closed his eyes, and vaguely felt the spiritual energy in his body boiling. Then, Xiaoyu unleashed another sword strike. A madman, someone who's tired of living. The old man was already considering moving to another place, or continuing to sweep the stone steps peacefully. If he continued like this, he would be implicated and killed by Xiaoyu sooner or later. After Xiaoyu finished making his move, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. We've made a breakthrough. It was just a little bit of spiritual energy that was missing. Immediately afterwards, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have advanced to Tier 2, Level 1. The Spirit Sword and Dagger have gained a new primordial character. The original character represents the soaring dragon in the sky, its form intertwined with the sword and dagger, allowing the user to control the sword and dagger while carrying the shadow of the dragon. The dragon technique effect, each use of a sword or dagger will imbue it with a phantom dragon shadow, increasing speed and power by 100%. There is also a chance to trigger a dragon's roar effect, intimidating the target. The controllable sword or dagger can briefly fly before returning to its sheath. Xiaoyu was excited when he first saw the character. These kinds of characters are definitely powerful. The effect was surprisingly good, as it could be used anytime, effectively doubling the speed and power. With a thought, the purple dagger flew out of his hand with a whoosh. So fast that Xiaoyu could only see a blur, surrounded by a golden blue halo, flying out like a dragon soaring through the air. With a bang, the short dagger pierced the wall. Upon closer inspection, the short dagger was indeed wrapped with phantom images of dragon scales, creating a visually striking effect. With another wave of his hand, the short dagger flew back into Xiaoyu's hand automatically. This is similar to sword control, only it looks more terrifying and sophisticated. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. It seems that in the future, as a talisman master, he will give his enemies even greater surprises when it comes to close combat. This is just the effect of a single character. There are also character combination techniques. Xiaoyu eagerly continued reading. Then his eyes widened.
Chapter 40 High-Level Rules and Techniques.
Note, is a highly regulated character and can only be used in prefix combinations. Combined with the fundamental spell Dragon's Might effect, summons the reverse scale armor, transforming into a dragon blessed state, granting 95% immunity to all damage for 3 minutes, and reflecting 100% of attacks received back to the attacker. Note, while in dragon blessed state, there is a 50% suppression effect against ferocious beast-type creatures. Dragon Stealing effect steals the power of a true dragon, stimulating the bloodline within, entering a dragon intent form, increasing all abilities by 300% for 60 minutes. Note, 90% suppression effect on ferocious beasts, grants brief dragon flight ability, can only be used once every 24 hours, has no negative weakening period, and the type of dragon is randomized, with varying additional effects.
The character is indeed more powerful when used in combination.
Keep in mind that the cooldown for the small combo is only 10 minutes, while this one lasts for 3 minutes, which means that you can use the dragon emblem state for 1/3 of the time in battle. The second method, stealing the power of the true dragon, can be considered as increasing burst damage, allowing Xiaoyu to possess powerful cross-level combat abilities for an hour.
The type of dragon that can be absorbed is random, and he doesn't know the specifics yet.
The system hasn't introduced which dragons are available or what their effects are.
We can only test them one by one in actual combat later.
After reaching the second stage, Xiaoyu felt that his body was completely refreshed. No wonder the extraordinary individuals say that the gap between each major realm is enormous. There's truth to that. Under normal circumstances, even several peak tier 1 superhumans might not be able to defeat a tier 2 level 1 superhuman.
The old man standing nearby, seeing Xiaoyu hacking and slashing, picked up a broom and moved away from him, secretly sighing.
He had underestimated that madman's freakishness.
He absolutely couldn't let him drag him into this mess.
Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu took the initiative to speak to him, calling out to him and asking,
"Where is her sealed main chamber? Show me the way."
"Huh?
What are you going to do?" the old man asked in a panic.
Xiaoyu toyed with the short dagger that was dancing dragon flowers in the air above his palm and calmly said, "Go test her strength." Knowing that her true form couldn't leave the main chamber, and that Xiaoyu currently possessed a considerable period of invincibility thanks to the rules and techniques, even if he couldn't defeat her, he could easily escape using these trump cards. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. At least we should go and see her in person.
Something's not right. What's your actual strength? How can you be so confident?
The old man was now starting to have doubts. He felt that Xiaoyu in front of him was either a madman or a true powerhouse.
But isn't this maze limited to level 2? The strongest superhuman who could enter was only at the peak of the second tier. I just upgraded to level 2.
Xiaoyu stepped out of the stone chamber first.
Give me directions.
This you're really crazy. The old man pointed to a passageway not far away. Just follow that path until it ends, and you'll see it.
Maybe I should just give up. Every day I can live is a day I need to live. I'm leaving, Xiaoyu said succinctly, getting up to leave. Wait a minute. The old man hesitated for a moment and asked, "When you were outside the tomb, did you see a body dressed in sportswear? The brand was Adidas? Your surname is Chang?"
Xiaoyu asked back, recalling the soul-capturing monster that had just entered. The old man nodded vigorously.
Yes, you came here because of the handwriting, right? Where did you see it? Did she leave any other messages?
The old man's eyes were full of expectation and a hint of excitement.
She was still thinking of you in the end.
But she's already dead. Xiaoyu slightly changed his tone. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes welled up with tears, and he grinned. I know, after all these years, she definitely couldn't have survived. I just want to hear even the slightest bit of news about her, hee hee. The old man happily took his broom and left, muttering to himself as he went, she's still here, she's always been here, that's wonderful.
Following the old man's directions, Xiaoyu walked straight along the passageway.
However, the deeper they went, the narrower the stone walls on both sides became. In the end, he barely managed to get through by a single person. This was different from what he had expected. Everyone else was becoming more and more open-minded.
It's actually getting narrower and narrower. What a strange design.
Finally, just as Xiaoyu was about to walk sideways, a light appeared in the distance. It's just that the color is a little too suggestive. The overall color was a sticky rose pink, which reminded Xiaoyu of some small hair salons on the street. Xiaoyu cautiously approached, intending to first get a clear view of the inside, when suddenly, a seductive voice came from within. "My little love, there's no need to be so cautious. I knew you were coming, and I've been waiting for you here." The voice was soothing and pleasing to the ear that Xiaoyu shuddered. But then he remembered that this was a madman who had gone mad with demonic possession, and the voice didn't sound so pleasant anymore. In the last meter before reaching the end, Xiaoyu finally saw the situation inside and also saw her appearance.
"I'm blanching it. It's huge," Xiaoyu exclaimed inwardly. It wasn't the kind of big you think of, but this so-called junior sister who had gone mad with chi deviation was a full 3 or 4 meters tall. He's practically a giant. The vast stone chamber was sparsely furnished. In the very center, however, stood a large, fluorescent stone bed that glowed with a blend of pink and green. Junior sister lay there, surrounded by a dark pinkish-brown mist, making it seem as if she had polluted the pure stone bed. Although she had a giant-like figure, her proportions were perfect. Her appearance was also top-notch, with bright pink eyes like water, features that looked like they had been sculpted, and flowing purple hair. In addition, there was a dark red crescent moon pattern between her eyebrows, making her look like an elf playing in a pink dream. Xiaoyu took out a talisman and held it in his palm. It was the very talisman that guaranteed to remove inner demons 100%. He only had one chance, so he had to be as cautious as possible. "What's wrong? So timid? Come in, don't worry, I wouldn't want you to get hurt. You were so fierce when you killed their illusionary clones, why are you so afraid to even come in front of me now?" One seductive word after another rang out. Xiaoyu sighed with relief that he had a short dagger that granted him mental immunity, otherwise these words would surely have been tainted with some kind of corruption. "Why don't you come out?" Xiaoyu coaxed. "Giggle giggle." The crazy junior sister covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Her eyes swept over the narrow passage, and she pursed her lips, saying, "That exit. I can't possibly squeeze in." As he was speaking, Xiaoyu heard a whoosh sound. Let's look at the crazy junior sister again. Damn it, another test like this? Chapter 41 Junior Sister. The interior is made of rose pink stone. The crazy junior sister suddenly grabbed the hem of her skirt and tore it. His skin was as white as snow, and the dark red tattoo-like patterns gave him an unusually sinister look. Her eyes were soft and alluring. Seeing this, Xiaoyu thought to himself, "Stop using your supernatural powers, there's really no need for that. With your current size, just give up." "Young master." Crazy junior sister drew out the last syllable heavily and slowly blinked. "What benefits would it bring me if I went in?" Xiaoyu asked. He knew, of course, that she was luring him, and once inside, she could unleash her full power. Xiaoyu wasn't too afraid of that, after all, he had the invincible buff. What he was afraid of wasting the talisman meant to purify inner demons if it missed. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, crazy junior sister crossed her legs, turned around and sat up, beckoning Xiaoyu with her finger. "Come in, and I'll tell you." "Tell me the benefits first," Xiaoyu said calmly. "Oh?" A hint of rosy pink light flashed in her eyes again, and she said with considerable interest, TSK, I never expected that a cultivator at the initial Yuan realm could resist my soul technique. Could it be that you possess some kind of spiritual treasure? What a pity, that would have been mine sooner or later, because there's only one exit from this little world." Initial Yuan realm? It seems that cultivators in different worlds have different classifications of ranks, Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you before I go out?" "Ha ha ha ha." With a somewhat manic laugh, crazy junior sister said with amusement, "There's a full 4 realms between us. Do you think that's possible? Just come in obediently and let me pamper you properly. Don't think about going out." "Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that." Xiaoyu deliberately provoked, "Then let's make a bet, how about it?" "What kind of bet?" "I want to see if it's interesting. We'll attack each other once, simultaneously, and neither of us is allowed to dodge. Whoever is more seriously injured loses. How about that? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If I win, you can let me leave," Xiaoyu suggested. Crazy junior sister curled the corners of her lips. "What a confident young man." "I agree. But you don't need to attack at the same time. I'll let you go first. After all, it wouldn't be good to accidentally kill my new lover. If you win, I'll let you out." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Be careful with your attacks." Xiaoyu took a deep breath, prepared himself,
and stepped into the pinkish-red stone chamber.
As soon as I entered, a powerful sense of oppression hit me.
4 realms, meaning this lunatic in front of him is at least at the 6th level. Xiaoyu immediately activated the consolidation technique, began counting down in his mind, and quickly said,
"Let's begin."
Crazy junior sister stood up and appeared in front of Xiaoyu in an instant.
Ha ha, interesting, but just as easy to fool. Then I'll change my mind and make the first move. Damn, it was definitely the right thing to be wary of lunatics.
Before Xiaoyu could even see what was happening, Crazy Junior Sister's right palm, imbued with purplish-pink spiritual energy, had already struck his head.
With a boom, the power in his palm exploded, releasing a huge shockwave. However, it wasn't the brain-splitting disaster that Crazy Junior Sister had anticipated. She stared in astonishment at Xiaoyu, who stood unharmed. What kind of magical treasure is this? How can it protect a cultivator of such a weak level from death?
Xiaoyu reacted quickly, taking advantage of her momentary daze, and the talisman flew out. Next, it's my turn. Whether it was because she felt the talisman's attack was too weak, or because she was still shocked that she hadn't killed Xiaoyu, Crazy Junior Sister really didn't dodge. A spirit sword pierced her body solidly. However, the spirit sword was shattered by her protective spiritual energy as soon as it came near her clothes. From the outside, it did not appear to have caused any damage.
There are 17 seconds left. Xiaoyu continued to count silently. He had to retreat back into the passageway before the invincible time ended. Giggle giggle.
It seems the young master only possesses defensive magical treasures. His offensive capabilities are quite weak. Alarm bells rang in Xiaoyu's mind.
Could it be that it wasn't purified? It didn't work at all? He took a step back, ready to flee at any moment. Crazy Junior Sister looked at Xiaoyu with a hint of mockery. What a pity, even the best spiritual treasures have their limits, let alone.
The Crazy Junior Sister stopped halfway through her sentence, her body swayed slightly, and the lines on her forehead began to flicker.
Xiaoyu was overjoyed it worked. As expected of a rule-based effect. What did I do? What did you do?
Suddenly, the Crazy Junior Sister covered her head and struggled in pain, her spiritual power becoming extremely unstable. A wisp of rose-red spiritual mist began to emanate from her body, then vanished into the air as if it were evaporating.
I kill you.
She screamed in anger and pain, and another piercing palm strike came at Xiaoyu's chest.
With 12 seconds left. Xiaoyu was not afraid at all.
However, before the attack was even halfway through, her other hand grabbed the hand that was attacking her, and she continued to struggle. During this process, her body shape slowly shrank and became smaller. In just a short while, he has gone from a little giant who was nearly 4 meters tall to about 3 meters tall, and this change is still continuing. Then, she let out a painful howl, her figure began to blur, and an illusion began to peel away from her. Even Xiaoyu's ears began to be filled with various noises, including angry, seductive, happy, and sad sounds, which filled the entire stone chamber.
These things happen in just a few seconds. Finally, a loud bang-shattering sound rang out. The illusions and various sounds disappeared, and when you looked at Crazy Junior Sister again, her figure had become no different from that of a normal person. She stood there blankly, as if lost in thought. Xiaoyu guessed that this meant the inner demons had probably been purified. Now her appearance has changed drastically. Her original magenta flowing sand dress has turned into a light blue one, and the eerie lines between her eyebrows have disappeared. Although his eyes were somewhat vacant, Xiaoyu believed they were the purest and most flawless eyes he had ever seen. Her appearance was still the same as when she was in her demonic state, but after being purified, her clean, pure and flawless temperament immediately made Xiaoyu agree with the description on the stone wall. A pure heart, innocent and naive. Hello. Xiaoyu tentatively called out, still unsure of this being's stance. Out of caution, he needed to remain on guard. The junior sister was startled when she heard the noise, then blinked a few times, as if she had just come back to her senses. She turned to look at Xiaoyu, her eyes suddenly curving into crescent moons as she smiled, saying with a mix of joy and surprise. Senior brother, you finally arrived. Chapter 42 is quite explicit. Senior brother? Could it be that this girl's memories have become disordered after her inner demons were purified? However, there was no sense of danger, nor any sign of an attack. Miss, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, the junior sister came skipping over, grabbed Xiaoyu's arm, and shook it, saying, Senior brother, you're teasing Nian Nian again. Nian Nian slept for a long time this time,
and her head is still a little fuzzy.
I'm really not your senior brother. Xiaoyu withdrew his hand and said helplessly.
For some reason, the girl in front of me had a strange magic that made me feel that deceiving her was a sin.
Nian Nian frowned and pouted. Senior brother, are you having another memory lapse? Is it because you tried to practice that moon-devouring yin technique again? I already told you I can understand it, so let Nian Nian practice it. We can drive away all the bad guys. Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. I think you're the one who has amnesia and a confused memory.
You have no idea what happened afterward. Moreover, that so-called senior brother and sect leader also tried the moon-devouring yin technique.
Ahem, Nian Nian, I might not be your senior brother. You may have forgotten some things, Xiaoyu said with a light cough.
Upon hearing this, Nian Nian looked Xiaoyu up and down, even tugging at the hem of his clothes, muttering, his cultivation level is so low, something seems off, his clothes look strange and aren't spiritual treasures, and he seems to have lost a lot of weight. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally realized something was wrong. The next second, Nian Nian hopped on one leg and landed in front of Xiaoyu, spreading her arms wide and smiling brightly.
Senior brother, give me a hug. Before, when I woke up, you would hug me.
This time I slept for a very long time, and I forgot a lot of things, but I only remember one thing, which is that before I went to sleep, my senior brother said, when I wake up, my senior brother will appear in front of me. In that instant, Xiaoyu felt his heart soften, not because the girl in front of him was particularly beautiful, but because of the deep emotion he felt. As if by some strange twist of fate, Xiaoyu opened his arms in response and gave her a hug. Nian Nian rested her head on Xiaoyu's shoulder contentedly, patting his back with her little hands, and said, senior brother, don't worry, Nian Nian can help you when she wakes up.
Nian Nian is finally awake.
A single tear rolled down the cheek from the girl's smiling eyes.
In just a few breaths, Xiaoyu released her.
Nian Nian grumbled reluctantly, ugh, you used to hold me for a long time, and you would carry me on your back when my legs went numb from sleeping.
But this time my legs didn't go numb. Nian Nian stomped her foot.
Suddenly, Nian Nian exclaimed looked herself up and down, then clenched her fist and relaxed it. How come I only have my primordial spirit left?
Nian Nian patted her forehead.
Luckily, our cultivation method is special, otherwise I would be dead by now and would never see my senior brother again.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu asked with some curiosity, so, you don't have a physical body anymore? No, senior brother, how could you forget that?
We have a second primordial body, but this state cannot last too long, otherwise the primordial soul will slowly collapse.
Oh. Xiaoyu understood.
It was possible that when she was purifying her inner demons, her so-called first primordial body shattered.
Is there a way to stabilize the Yuan soul? Xiaoyu asked. Nian Nian nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Of course, they just draw a spirit-strengthening array on me regularly.
But Nian Nian frowned, that would require me to take off all my clothes.
I'd be happy if my senior brother painted it for me, but what about those old Taoist priests?
No.
Nian Nian shook her head violently, unable to accept the thought of it. Solidifying spirit array. Xiaoyu had never heard of it, but he could inquire about it after leaving the maze.
He asked in return. How long can this state of primordial spirit remain stable?
Nian Nian held up 2 fingers, 14 days.
Then hold up 2 fingers. Xiaoyu was speechless. Nian Nian counted on her fingers, 1 finger represents 7 days, that's right. So, this innocent girl in front of me only has 14 days left to exist?
For the sake of her sect, she willingly fell into the demonic path, only to end up like this, and after I purified her inner demons, it actually accelerated her demise.
Nian Nian waved her hand in front of Xiaoyu. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Are you worried that Nian Nian will disappear? It's okay, as long as I can spend my last moments with you, I'll be satisfied.
Xiaoyu made up his mind, and with a thought, a key hovered in the air, then transformed into a barrier.
Xiaoyu said slowly, go in and try.
Nian Nian glanced at it curiously. There's another one under the source life stone, but I can sense that I can't get into that one, but this one seems to be accessible. After saying that, Nian Nian jumped inside. A few seconds later, she poked her head out and said, Senior brother, there are so many trashy spiritual treasures inside.
Is our sect really that poor now?
Xiaoyu felt embarrassed and said with difficulty, you come out first, and I will help you stabilize your body next.
Nian Nian jumped out excitedly, really? That means I can spend a lot more time with my senior brother. But, does senior brother know how to draw spirit arrays?
Those old Taoist priests' techniques are always so hard to learn. Xiaoyu waved his hand, and a talisman appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu skillfully drew a flying sword strike talisman in less than 10 seconds.
Wow! Senior brother really knows how. Quickly help me stabilize my body. I'm going to lie down over there.
As she spoke, she began to take off her clothes.
Wait.
Xiaoyu quickly stopped her, saying, I don't know how to use that spirit array yet, but I'll find it as soon as possible.
Oh.
Nian obediently agreed, though there was a hint of regret in her voice. Also, after I finish drawing the talismans here, I'm going to take you to another, small world. Next, we need to agree on 3 rules. Once you're in that small world, you're not allowed to easily reveal your strength, you're not allowed to say you're from the Inuit sect, and don't call me senior brother anymore. From now on, just say you're my younger sister, and call me Xia Nian.
Xia Nian, hee, what a lovely name. Xia Nian nodded. I understand, senior brother. Remove the master title.
Yes. Brother, don't forget to take the spirit stones with you. The sect is so poor right now, and these are mid-grade Saint Immortal Spirit Stones.
Xia Nian pointed to the Origin Life Spirit Stones not far away. Xiaoyu nodded, then asked, what is its purpose? Xia Nian skipped over to the Spirit Stone, patted it, and said, it's amazing. It's endlessly regenerating and can bring the dead back to life. It's a bit contaminated, so you might have to be careful about your desire for dual cultivation when using it. Xiaoyu understood. It was the Life Spirit Stone that had been contaminated, and it must have been because of his inner demons. After that, Xiaoyu had nothing else to deal with, so he began to carry out his original plan for entering the maze. The remaining nearly 2,000 talismans were all taken out, and the process of upgrading them one by one began. The efficiency is much lower than before because Xia Nian is too talkative. A day has passed. HBC 004 is outside the country. The once quiet mountain valley was now overcrowded with people. It was filled with people from various media outlets and those who came spontaneously to remember Xiaoyu. Due to the online spread of the story, Xiaoyu's experience has become a major focus of attention. Not far from the entrance to the maze, Sumu stood quietly by the roadside, gazing in the direction of the entrance. Su Nanxiang walked up behind her and said apologetically, Xiaomu, so far we have only found 2 second-tier peak extraordinary individuals, and their talent level is not very high. Wait 2 more days. I have already spent a lot of money to recruit from other cities. The main reason is that as soon as they hear that it is this labyrinth, very few are willing to go in. 6 hours. If not, I'll go in and find him, Sumu said calmly. Su Nanxiang hurriedly said, no, I promised your mother I would. I won't die. Sumu interrupted Su Nanxiang, his eyes flashing with a light as brilliant as phoenix fire. Just then, the sound of applause came from not far away. Ha! The whole of Haibei City is talking about how the head of the Su family is searching everywhere for a second-tier superhuman because of his son-in-law who is so irrational. Now, he's going to throw his daughter down with him too. Fantastic. Don't say that. I heard from the rumors that the Su family head's daughter is going to die for love. Old Su, you only have one daughter. It's a bit of a pity if she ends up alone. It seems your judgment in choosing a son-in-law is lacking. Don't say that. Maybe the Su family's son-in-law can walk out of there. Ha, that's too funny. There were more than a dozen people who came, and they were all obviously extraordinary individuals. The people in front of them were talking amongst themselves, their words full of sarcasm and mockery. Among them were familiar faces. If Xiaoyu were present, he would definitely recognize He Chen, who had just awakened his A-level talent. However, he looked extremely miserable, severely injured, and was silently following at the very back of the crowd. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Nanxiang's face turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, He family, Yuan family, what is the meaning of your presence here? Chapter 43 Undercurrents. Su Nanxiang's expression was extremely unpleasant. He was already somewhat troubled by Xiaoyu's matter. Now that the other 2 major families entrenched in Haibei City had appeared simultaneously, they were undoubtedly there to watch the spectacle. Or perhaps, there are other purposes. The most fundamental reason is that the Su family rose too quickly. In just over a decade, they began to subtly exert pressure on the other 2 major families. In particular, Su Nanxiang's cultivation progressed very quickly, which was one of the reasons they were worried. Patriarch Su, this is the hottest place in Haibei City right now. I just came to join in the fun because I was bored at home, said the fat, big-eared patriarch of the Yuan family with a chuckle. What do young people say?
This is called a popular spot for internet celebrities to take photos, ha ha ha. Those around him chimed in, Patriarch, you need to watch your words.
Patriarch Su was not happy to see this kind of commotion. Aren't we bringing up his embarrassing past? Oh yes, yes, yes. Patriarch Yuan slapped his mouth in a mock manner. Look at this mouth of mine, it's easy for it to offend people. But it's alright, Patriarch Su is very magnanimous.
After all, her brilliant daughter is also foolishly preparing to go and die. He had barely finished speaking when a powerful surge of spiritual energy exploded outwards. Yuan Wanghao, I don't mind exchanging a few blows with you. Su Nanxiong's body was ablaze with blue light as he walked towards the group step by step. Yuan Wanghao's smile vanished, his eyes narrowed, a hint of triumph flashing across his face, and at the same time, he began to mobilize his spiritual power. Behind Yuan Wanghao, one of the accompanying superhumans joked, look at him, even the Su family head can't take a joke.
Is her daughter not exceptionally intelligent? Ha ha.
No sooner had these words been spoken than a blue phantom flashed by. The next second, a sound of bones shattering was heard, and the man coughed up blood and flew backward. Su Nanxiong appeared in front of Yuan Wanghao, his fist still raised, looking quite intimidating. Facing Su Nanxiong, who had already made his move, Yuan Wanghao remained expressionless, and said with a forced smile.
Patriarch Su, as the old saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. You attacked my people after just a few jokes. Could it be that you intend to provoke a conflict between our two families?
Ha! Su Nanxiong said disdainfully, everyone knows very well who wants to start a fight.
We are all smart people, so why put on a show?
We have a score to settle, and it will be settled eventually.
Don't think I'll let this go unpunished for sending someone to assassinate my daughter.
Su Nanxiong coldly swept his gaze over everyone present, his intense killing intent practically a declaration of war.
Humph, what Patriarch Su said is truly ridiculous.
There are some scores I'd like to settle with you about, said He Lei, the patriarch of the Yi family, who had remained silent until now, through gritted teeth. Su Nanxiong said indifferently, don't bother with these lame excuses.
If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. Don't spout any nonsense. Su Nanxiong. Do you really think you can compete with both of our families just because you're at the peak of the fourth tier? I'm here today to demand an explanation.
He lay pointed behind him, suppressing his anger as he spoke.
Look closely.
That's my son, He Chen. He just awakened his A-level talent and is sure to be a promising superhuman in the future. But last night, he was ambushed, which caused all his meridians to be severed, leaving him like a cripple. If it weren't for the protective spiritual artifact I gave him, he would have been dead long ago.
What does that have to do with me?
Su Nanxiong said dismissively. I, Su Nanxiong, am a man of clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, and I never harm my family.
Almost the entire Haibei city knows this.
Sometimes, those who use such tactics are not necessarily your enemies, but may also be your allies. After all, some people have a history of assassinating other people as children, am I right? Patriarch Yuan. Su Nanxiong looked at him meaningfully. Yuan Wanghao was taken aback and quickly said to He Lei, old He, this matter of your son really has nothing to do with me. He is just trying to sow discord.
You must not believe him. He Lei's face darkened, and he felt a little uneasy.
He was familiar with Su Nanxiong's style and also felt that this matter was very strange. In particular, the person's attack, according to professional analysis, was a first-order talisman drawn by a talisman master of the 6th rank or above, which had such power.
And the sheer number used is illogical. He didn't think Su Nanxiong could hire a talisman master of level 6 or above.
A 6th-tier talisman master, known as a Saint Inscription Master, is extremely expensive to hire even once, let alone the tedious task of drawing so many low-level talismans. On the contrary, Su Nanxiong's words made it clear that the Yuan family was indeed highly suspicious. He knew about the Yuan family's assassination attempt on Su Mu, and on that day, he heard that an extremely advanced spirit array had appeared on the school's playground, also aimed at Su Mu. Seeing He Lei's conflicted expression, Yuan Wanghao's heart sank, realizing that he must have been influenced by Su Nanxiong's words.
Then he changed the subject and said, look, didn't we come here to cheer on Patriarch Su? Why is the atmosphere so tense?
As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Immediately, dozens of people swarmed in from both sides of the road, all carrying cameras and microphones, and wearing name tags, all from media outlets such as Xinhua News Agency or Xinhua Express.
Yuan Wanghao said loudly.
Dear friends from the media, in front of me is the famous head of the Su family in Haibei City.
The person who went in this time is his chosen son-in-law.
As for why he was forced into this maze, you can ask him. Upon hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up.
This is an even bigger bombshell.
The initial information I received was supposedly just about family background, but I never expected there to be a story involving wealthy families.
If you write about these contradictions and oppositions, wouldn't that definitely make headlines?
In an instant, Su Nanxiong was surrounded by reporters.
A series of problems followed. Patriarch Su, may I ask why you agreed to let him enter the Su family in the first place? Did you plan to let him enter this labyrinth all along? Did your daughter keep his child? Patriarch Su, when Xiaoyu was in your home, did he suffer inhuman torture? Wouldn't this be considered premeditated murder?
Just now I saw you injure a member of the He family who is a superhuman.
Do you have a habit of solving problems with violence? Su Nanxiong's face turned from black to white.
Even though he could easily overpower the group of reporters in front of him, he couldn't. Now he also knows the purpose of the other two companies' visit. The goal is to leverage the existing class antagonism in the Xiaoyu incident, amplify it onto oneself, and ultimately, based on public opinion, transform oneself into a villain who harms those without any foundation or influence. Su Nanxiong has never felt so frustrated in his life.
We can't fight, and we can't talk.
The reporter's questions were all so unfounded and absurd.
Just then, a calm female voice rang out from behind the group.
I am Xiaoyu's girlfriend.
Now I'm ready to enter this labyrinth. Chapter 44. He really is a pervert.
Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell over the room.
All the reporters turned around.
First, they were amazed by Su Mu's looks, which were many times better than some of the celebrities they usually interviewed. Then I started to ponder Su Mu's words.
Is she also about to enter the maze?
This is a deadly maze. If she goes into, then all the previous news reports will have to be rewritten.
At the same time, they actually didn't want Su Mu to really enter the maze.
That would turn it into a story of a poor boy and a rich girl committing suicide together, which would be far less attention-grabbing than a story of a rich family persecuting a poor boy.
A reporter stepped forward and tentatively asked,
"Young lady, were you joking just now, or?"
"I'm serious," Su Mu said calmly.
Upon hearing Su Mu's words, the heads of the He and Yuan families, who were not far away, revealed a smug smile.
That was their scheme. First, stir up Su Nanxiong's emotions, then target his weakness, Su Mu.
This is the most effective method. Even the superhumans who spoke disrespectfully to Su Mu were assassins arranged by Yuan Wanghao.
The purpose was to create the impression that Su Nanxiong viewed human life as worthless. This was followed by pressure from reporters and public opinion. This move was designed to ruin Su Nanxiong's reputation, paving the way for his eventual expulsion from Haibei City.
If the investigation is true, and Su Mu is deeply in love with Xiaoyu, enough to force his daughter Su Mu to voluntarily enter the maze, then things become even simpler.
With Su Mu dead, Su Nanxiong will surely go mad,
and then the organization that has been bribed and ambushed in the vicinity will have a reason to make its move.
It seems that things are moving in the best possible direction.
He Lei and Yuan Wanghao watched the show with peace of mind, preparing to light a fire from time to time.
Su Nanxiong pushed aside the reporters surrounding him and walked up to Su Mu, saying, "Xiao Mu, don't be silly." Su Mu looked up and asked expressionlessly, "Do you believe me?" Su Nanxiong paused, unsure of what to say.
Of course he wanted to say he believed in his daughter, but that was a maze that countless second-tier peak superhumans had never returned from if they entered for more than 3 minutes.
And without exception. How could he possibly believe it?
You're hesitating. Su Mu said in a somewhat light tone, when I first heard this news, I was indeed very anxious, but now I understand, it's because I didn't believe it enough.
I believe Xiaoyu will definitely come out.
Furthermore, I went in not to rescue him, but because I believed he would bring me out. Although Su Mu spoke softly, everyone could hear the firmness in her tone, a certainty that it would definitely be like this.
Ridiculous. He Lei scoffed. On what grounds? Just because Xiaoyu is a newly awakened superhuman?
Brother He, don't say that. It's a good thing for young people to believe in beautiful love. I fully support Miss Su's idea, but I'm afraid she's just talking the talk.
Yuan Wanghao said loudly on purpose.
Su Mu turned around and said to Yuan Wanghao, "Your provocation is clumsy. Talking like that makes you seem brainless, like a brainless villain in a domineering CEO novel who gets slapped in the face." Yuan Wanghao hadn't expected Su Mu to be so good at retorting, and for a moment he couldn't think of a rebuttal, so he could only continue to belittle the people she cared about.
If you trust Xiaoyu so much, Why hasn't he come out? It's been almost 2 days, hasn't it? Even in an ordinary maze, a normal superhuman should come out to rest or replenish their energy. Sumu bluntly stated, so all of you are trash. Sharp-tongued patriarch, he urged, hurry up and go in. I want to see how that Xiaoyu will get you out. Why are you reporters so quiet? The reporters exchanged glances, none of them daring to speak. They are just journalists. It's fine for them to fabricate stories, exaggerate facts, and create sensationalism, but it's a big no-no for them to force others to make decisions on the spot. Especially since it's a labyrinth where certain death is inevitable. Sumu picked up his phone, checked his watch, and said, I'll go in an hour later. That way, there will be 123 days left on the contract. That sounds good. Everyone was somewhat confused by Sumu's words. Just then, Shueya rushed over and whispered to her, wait a little longer. I found a level 2A talent from our Spirit Academy. She agreed to help go in and take a look. Her talent can instantly lock onto people in the same space. As long as we get the things Xiaoyu touched. Oh. Sumu turned and walked away. Shueya asked from behind, little sister Sumu, where are you going? Go to the car and take off your socks. Shueya thought to herself. That Xiaoyu really is a pervert. In just a short while, he actually managed to touch Sumu's socks? What a pervert. If he were still alive, he would definitely try to make Sumu see his true nature and break them up. Unfortunately, the chances of survival were too low. Shueya followed. She had gone to great lengths to borrow that senior student who was a role model, just so that Sumu would give up on her as soon as possible. After all, the day after tomorrow is the day of the special training camp at the Spirit Academy, and Sumu, as a special student, absolutely cannot make any mistakes. Within the maze, Xiaoyu was still drawing talismans one by one, while a purple short dagger carrying a dragon's phantom circled around him. Xia Niannian circled around him. Flying sword strikes the talisman's spiritual path, effect plus 5%, cumulative increase, 19,795%. Ding! The Spirit Restoration Rune rule-based additional effect has been triggered. This rune grants the following bonus: this attack will be 100% undetectable by anyone. With only 41 talismans left, Xiaoyu was about to finish drawing them all, which would take no more than 5 minutes. Get ready to escape the maze. During his experiment, Xiaoyu was surprised to find that when the talisman was strong enough, the resulting spiritual sword could remain intact for a long time. In other words, without a target, Xiaoyu can obtain a sword by using a flying sword strike. The duration is now about 1 hour. Most importantly, Xiaoyu can throw out many swords at the same time and then use the character technique to control the swords, which will be more maneuverable than simply using talismans. Brother, this is so boring. Can I ride that piece of junk spirit beast called the camel cart a little longer? Nian sat on the stone platform, swinging her little feet. Her shoes had long since been taken off somewhere. That's called a motorcycle, but you can't ride it. Xiaoyu refused without looking up. Why, brother? The fuel tank exploded. What is a fuel tank? Nian, that's just a mechanical device with a spirit array engraved on it. The spirit array is only an auxiliary function, and spiritual power is not its power source. So when we get out, please don't try to solve everything with spiritual power and cultivation techniques. Ugh. Xia Nian pouted unwillingly. Suddenly, she closed her eyes for a few seconds, then opened them and said, Brother, a woman just came in, and she was holding a long, strange, semi-transparent sleeve. She even used her divine sense to locate my brother, but Nian blocked it for him, hee. Oh dear. She got scared by the little spirits outside again. How timid. Chapter 45. Xiaoyu is gone? Ha? Someone came in? And then he left? Or is it divine sense positioning? Probably a superhuman with special talents, or is it trying to find itself? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. If anyone is paying attention to my movements right now, it's only Sumu, Qingbei Lingyuan, and my uncle and aunt. As for the source of the information, it was probably said by that middle-aged man who loves watching young women dance. Indeed, we've been here for almost 2 days and have made great progress. It's time to go out. Once you've used up the remaining talismans, you can exit the maze. This experience has been quite beneficial and rewarding. The rank was raised to the 2nd tier, another powerful primordial word was unlocked, and a 6th tier primordial spirit master, sister, was also gained. The flying sword strike skill has been boosted by 20,000%.
According to Xian Yanyan, this talisman is so powerful that if it were not protected by a spiritual treasure, a direct hit could kill a 5th-tier early to mid-stage extraordinary being.
Xian Yanyan has a sharp eye.
Xia Yu tested various forms of improvement. Although she was talking about the cultivation level of cultivators in the maze, a closer look would allow her to roughly convert it into the level of an extraordinary person. During this time, Xia Yu also listened to Xian Yanyan talk about the system and techniques of immortal cultivators. Discovering extraordinary individuals in the human world, whose awakened talents are like innate cheat codes. Furthermore, Xian Yanyan and her fellow cultivators cultivate extremely slowly. Among extraordinary individuals, advancing to the 2nd tier in a year is rare, but not impossible. However, according to Xian Yanyan, even the most talented cultivators in their sect need at least 7 or 8 years to reach the 2nd realm, let alone the later realms. This led Xia Yu to have a unique conjecture about the origin of the labyrinth and the existence of extraordinary individuals. However, this is not something he should worry about right now. Another gain this time was the Source Life Stone. The effect is, as long as there is a breath left, even a 7th-level superhuman can be saved.
However, due to the contamination, this negative buff has truly made this spirit stone somewhat lewd. Isn't this just a huge aphrodisiac stone?
Xia Yu considered carving it into a jade bed in the future, which might be very convenient for practicing some techniques.
Nian, go inside the key first.
I'm going to take you to a small world where you can find a solidifying spirit array. Don't come out on your own, Xia Yu instructed.
I can't wait any longer, it's so boring here.
Nian dashed into the key space and shouted out, "Brother, let me help you modify the camel cart."
Old dang, I can't save your will-o'-the-wisp anymore. Xia Yu silently lamented for Su Nanxiong's motorcycle. Outside the city, all eyes were focused on the entrance.
A little girl with tattooed arms stumbled out of the entrance. The girl was wearing a bodysuit and shorts, but the only skin that was visible was covered in tattoos. She also has lip and nose piercings. She looked like a rebellious teenage girl. The tattooed girl cursed under her breath, "Damn it, that was terrifying.
It scared the hell out of me. Luckily, I ran fast."
Seeing her appearance, many onlookers who were unaware of the situation couldn't help but wonder how terrifying this maze must be to frighten her like this.
In our preconceived notions, shouldn't this kind of girl be the kind we watch while eating, enjoying the sight of dismembered bodies? Shueya was the first to step forward and ask, "Little darling, what happened inside? Is there any news about Xia Yu?"
Upon hearing this question, Sumu unconsciously clenched her fingers, and her breathing quickened slightly. Even the members of the He and Yuan families stopped communicating and pricked up their ears, ready to confirm the news that Xia Yu is dead. The tattooed girl, Xiao Guai, took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, and said, still shaken, "Sister Shui, do you know what's inside?"
"Holy crap, it's tombstones."
"The kind of tombstones you see in horror movies, it's terrifying." Continue."
Shueya frowned. Why wasn't she getting to the point? Aren't tombstones scary? I almost showed off the Zhong Kuei tattoo on my back.
I'm most afraid of these kinds of terrifying things.
Are there any strange creatures inside? Shueya asked. I didn't run into one.
I'd be terrified if I saw a tombstone, especially one that's creepy.
I'd probably cry on the spot.
Xiao Guai patted her little chest.
Sumu finally couldn't hold back any longer and interjected, "Is there any news about Xia Yu?"
Xiao Guai paused for a moment, then said with some regret, "No, it might be something supernatural that got me killed."
It's terrifying. How could there be such a strange and mysterious place in the world?
I'm more suited to other types of things.
Upon hearing this, Sumu's face turned pale instantly, and her lips trembled involuntarily.
The scene in front of me felt like it was getting farther and farther away, and the noise around me seemed to be coming from a very distant place. Sumu stood there quietly, frozen in place. Su Nanxiong and Shueya noticed that she was not in a good state and quickly went to comfort her, but Sumu seemed not to hear them.
TSK, the Su family should take heart, especially Miss Su. This behavior, if it's not genuine, I really don't believe it, Yuan Wanghao said in a hypocritical tone. There's no miracle to begin with. She's just a newly awakened superhuman. Does she really think she can survive?
He Lei said with some ill intent.
I just wonder if Miss Su still intends to go in? I think this is all a show. What normal person would enter this kind of maze right after awakening their superhuman abilities? What do you journalists think? The group of reporters started to get noisy. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yuan Wanghao gave his subordinates a look.
Suddenly, a person ran out from the crowd and shouted,
I'm the Su family's driver. I know the inside story. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to this insider. The knowledgeable driver began to explain quickly and without any hesitation. I can't stand it anymore. I have to tell the truth. Su Nanxiang is nothing but a hypocrite, crying crocodile tears. He was the one who forced Xia Yu into this predicament. He believed that Xia Yu was of lowly birth and was not worthy of his Su family. He only accepted Xia Yu on the surface to consider his daughter's feelings. In reality, he is a hypocrite who appears virtuous but is actually sanctimonious. I also come from a humble background, but I've never thought of giving up. I've met Xia Yu, he's truly a very hardworking and ambitious young man. Otherwise, given Miss Su's circumstances, she wouldn't have fallen for him. It's such a pity that I had such a heartless and inhuman father. The Su family has many more dirty secrets, which I can recount one by one. Upon hearing this, the reporters from various media outlets' eyes lit up. This was a major news story. How exciting! Yuan Wanghao and He Lei exchanged a glance, their meaning clear. A quick-thinking reporter immediately asked, Do you know Xia Yu? Was there anything unusual about him before he left? Or did he leave any last words? The driver said sadly, We've known each other for a long time. Since I was little, he's always told me that children who aren't loved have to grow up early. And even after he awakened, his health was still very poor, and he still had to do a lot of heavy and rough work at the Su family's house. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly heated, and some people began to criticize the Su family. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, He Lei loudly declared, on behalf of the He family, and in accordance with the Extraordinary Persons Convention, I challenge the Su family to a duel. Life or death is irrelevant. The Yuan family immediately echoed, according to the Covenant of Extraordinary Individuals, our Yuan family also agrees, promising never to harm unrelated persons, and only to our family's extraordinary individuals. The words had barely left his mouth. A figure suddenly sprang from the entrance to the labyrinth, carrying the force of wind and thunder, with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. With a loud thud, it crashed into the nearby hill, instantly shattering the entire hill, sending stone fragments flying and dust billowing everywhere. A shout of cursing came from the shattered rocks. Damn it, the exit of this maze is vertical, and it's hundreds of meters high. Who the hell designed this? Chapter 46 Kill. The scene immediately fell silent. Inside the maze, it seems, someone flew out? And such destructive power? To smash a small mountain with just a bare body? What kind of powerful monster must that be? No, it's not a monster, someone was clearly talking. The one with the strongest reaction was the tattooed girl, Xiao Guai, who took more than 10 steps back. Holy crap, the eerie thing has jumped out of the maze. It must have followed me out. This is an intrusive maze, run. After these words were spoken, the crowd began to panic, and those who reacted quickly began to flee to a distance. At this moment, Su Mu's eyes instantly regained their luster, slightly moistened, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile. He muttered to himself, really, I didn't trust him enough either. I won't do it again next time. Upon hearing this, Xueya asked in surprise, I think that voice sounds like Xia Yu. Did you hear it clearly, Su Mini? Su Mu said with unusual pride, I'm pretty sure it's him. He actually came out? Xueya was greatly shocked. Not only her, but Su Nanxiong, who was standing next to her, was even more shocked. He had already sensed that what came out was definitely not some strange creature, but a genuine human superhuman. He just didn't expect it to be Xia Yu. Su Nanxiong's heart stirred, and he shouted to the noisy crowd. Everyone, don't panic. This is a superhuman, not a creature from the labyrinth, and it won't become an intrusive labyrinth. This is Xia Yu. Upon hearing Su Nanxiong's shout, everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. It's Xia Yu who came out. Isn't he dead? They've been inside for so long, how is that possible? Didn't that driver friend say he was physically weak? Did he crash into a small mountain? The crowd gasped in disbelief and began to discuss it. As the dust settled, a sharp-eyed person spotted a figure among the particles. Then it became clearer and clearer. Gradually, his appearance was revealed to everyone. It really is Xia Yu. My God, he made it out alive. Seeing this, Yuan Wanghao and He Lei's faces turned extremely ugly. This turn of events was something they never expected. It didn't make sense. How could it be?
Xiao Yu dusted himself off and looked in surprise at the huge crowd of people in front of him.
What event is taking place here? It looks so lively. This is completely different from when I came in.
Before I went in, there was only a middle-aged man. The first to arrive were Su Mu, Shuya, and Su Nanxiong's group. A group of reporters who were about to surround them were all blocked by the Su family martial artists.
Xiao Yu asked first, Uncle Su, what's going on? It seems like they're all planning to interview me?
Su Nanxiong patted Xiao Yu's shoulder heavily. Good lad, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. As for what happens after you go in, I'll tell you later. Su Nanxiong suddenly pointed in the direction of the Yuan and He families and sneered, half of the reporters here were arranged by them, and the other half are here to spread rumors. Their goal is to bring down the Su family and kill Xiao Mu. The assassination attempt at the school last time was done by them. They have just challenged our Su family to a duel in accordance with the convention, and the situation is not good now. Xiao Yu followed the gaze, his eyes turning slightly cold, especially since the Yi family was also present. It was Yi Chun who had arranged the assassination attempt on him last time. His gaze shifted to the side and he saw a person who looked like a mummy. Xiao Yu felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. All of them were extraordinary individuals, and the members of the other two major families also possessed excellent hearing.
Upon hearing Su Nanxiong's accusations, they retorted. Bullshit. We never do assassinations. Don't listen to his nonsense. Besides, my son He Chen is the biggest victim. Look at the state of him.
As he spoke, He Lei gritted his teeth and presented He Chen to everyone. All of his meridians are severed, and he will only be able to barely survive in the future.
He was once a promising A-level talent superhuman, and now, sigh. A level talent? Hiss. What a pity. If he hadn't been harmed, he might have become a great talent in the future. Several reporters started talking. However, Xiao Yu couldn't help but reveal a playful smile after hearing this. He's really lucky to have survived that. He must have some kind of magical artifact. But anyone who crosses me, this time, you will die. With a flick of his right hand, a talisman appeared. This talisman has a rule-based effect. This attack will be 100% undetectable by anyone. Taking advantage of his approach to Su Mu, Xiao Yu deliberately adjusted his angle. Seeing Xiao Yu approach, Su Mu said with some reproach, "You should leave a message when you enter this kind of maze, otherwise you'll look like a scumbag." The moment Xiao Yu nodded, the talisman was released. About 5 meters away from Yi Chen, a flying sword of spiritual energy suddenly appeared, moving at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword pierced through Yi Chen's head and then flew towards He Lei, the head of the Yi family. He Lei, being a 4th-tier, 8th-level superhuman, possessed considerable strength, but he had no time to worry about Yi Chen, whose head had been pierced. He suddenly activated his protective spiritual power. The flying sword struck He Lei squarely between the eyebrows, but was unable to advance further due to some kind of barrier. Xiao Yu could tell that it wasn't just protective spiritual energy, but also the protection of a spiritual artifact. That talisman master again. Show yourself if you dare. I'll kill your whole family. He Lei shouted angrily, his liver and gallbladder pounding, as he resisted the power of the flying sword. He had just seen his son's head pierced open, but so far no trace of the murderer had been found. We couldn't even see where they started. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present. Suddenly, everything was fine, but then blood splattered everywhere. What's going on? Old He, I'm here to help you. Yuan Wanghao mobilized his spiritual power and pointed sharply, a beam of light shooting out from his fingertip. Finally, the spiritual sword conjured by Xiao Yu's talismans could not withstand the pressure and shattered into nothingness. After finishing, He Lei quickly squatted down to check on Yi Chen, but his head was already shattered and there was no chance of saving him. He is extremely angry now. Yuan Wanghao looked around, his eyes darting around. This is because Lao He has offended a talisman master he shouldn't have. I was having some trouble defending against this kind of talisman just now. If he were to go crazy now and provoke Su Nanxiong to take action, wouldn't I be the biggest beneficiary? At the very least, Su Mu and Xiao Yu would certainly be lost. After making up his mind, Yuan Wanghao chimed in, Old He, I just saw clearly who used the talisman. He Lei stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted, Who is it? Tell me. I'm going to kill him. Yuan Wanghao slowly pointed in the direction of Su Nanxiong, and finally settled on Xiao Yu, saying, It's Xiao Yu. We both know that he is an S-level talisman master. His talent is definitely of the high burst type. I'll hold off Su Nanxiong for a while, and you go avenge your son. Ha! This rule-based talisman is no match for dirty water. Xiaoyu felt cheated.
If he had known the other party was a complete scoundrel, he wouldn't have wasted this rule-based talisman.
Ha, he's just a newly awakened talisman master.
It's laughable that he's even making up lies, Su Nanxiong said in a deep voice, but he was starting to panic. He roared in fury, I'd rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go unpunished. I want him to pay with his life.
Su Nanxiong's eyes narrowed.
He was fine with taking action, but he certainly couldn't protect Su Mu and Xiaoyu. So he condensed his voice into a line and said to Xiaoyu, run.
Run with Xiao Mu.
He has gone mad now, he's using a motorcycle spirit artifact to escape. Old Deng, your motorcycle is unrideable. Xiaoyu stepped forward to shield Su Mu behind him, and said to the He and Yuan families.
That's right, I did it.
Furthermore, I am also a member of the Su family. I represent the Su family in this battle, and according to the agreement, I have the right to retaliate or kill.
Since you want to kill me, then.
Xiaoyu waved his hand.
Dozens of talismans floated into the air. The next second, all the talismans transformed into spirit swords, each exuding a chilling aura.
Immediately afterwards, dragon-shaped phantoms ignited all over the spirit sword, and the faint sound of dragon roars echoed throughout.
Chapter 47. Something's wrong with him. Both sides of the road.
Because of the conflict between the three forces in Hai Bei City, this place has become the focus of attention. In particular, there's now the connection to Xiaoyu, the main protagonist of this incident. Therefore, they pay special attention to this.
But now things have taken a turn for the worse. The side that was originally at a disadvantage is now so aggressive.
At this moment, everyone held their breath and looked at the spirit sword hanging above Xiaoyu's head. Things progressed very quickly, and many people hadn't even seen what was going on when they saw Xiaoyu casually toss out a talisman. The talisman shattered in mid-air into a spirit sword, along with a faint dragon-shaped phantom. The pressure emanating from it could be felt even from a great distance.
Those who could more clearly perceive the power of these talismans were Su Nanxiong, Xueya, Su Mu, and others. Su Nanxiong was deeply shocked.
The spiritual swords surrounding Xiaoyu brought him a great sense of danger.
He's just a newly awakened talisman master, how is this possible? Even if he's an SSS-level talisman master, how could he draw such a lethal talisman in just a few days?
Seeing this, the person whose emotions changed the most was Patriarch He. This was more convincing than Xiaoyu admitting it himself. He was all too familiar with this kind of talisman. He was now completely certain. It really was him.
You're the one who attacked the He family. You're the one who killed my son. He was furious.
You're the talisman master.
I want you dead.
However, Yuan Wanghao, standing behind He, felt a sinking feeling in his heart.
This really came true. Xiaoyu really is that talisman master. No. He only just awakened, how could he be?
There might be an even bigger background to him.
Yuan Wanghao's mind began to waver. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu said calmly, why don't you mention that you hired someone to assassinate us? How ridiculous. Su Nanxiong gave Xiaoyu a meaningful look.
It really was him who did the He family's thing.
How did he find out that the He family was the mastermind behind the assassination of Xiao Mu? This kid really puts his heart into Xiao Mu.
He's always looking out for revenge, not bad, not bad.
Su Nanxiong was even more satisfied. Su Mu's eyes lit up.
Xiaoyu had done so much for her without ever saying a word. He loved her so much. She remembered her dating guide, if a man silently does things for you without letting you know, it's definitely love. If you ignore him, he's definitely a simp. Thankfully I can't ignore him. Su Mu secretly decided that she couldn't let Xiaoyu be a simp. That term was too awful. From now on, she would cater to his preferences more, like stockings and legs.
At this moment, He finally couldn't hold back any longer and became excessively agitated, shouting, you all deserve to die. Don't think you can scare me by making a few talismans.
Suddenly, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from He exploded to their extreme.
Old He, wait a minute. Yuan Wanghao anxiously called out to stop him. He noticed that something was wrong with He. Although it was true that he should act this way after the death of his son, why was he suddenly so frantically angry?
Before he could react, dozens of spirit swords came flying at him. The spirit sword was extremely fast, so fast that they had no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the spirit swords pierced through their bodies. Just that one blow was enough to force He to rely on his magical weapon to barely defend himself. Not to mention the sheer number of them now. As the first spirit sword attacked, a faint barrier still lit up on Ilei's chest, but it only lasted for a moment before a shattering sound was heard. Then, Ilei was pierced through the chest. The flying swords that followed encountered no further resistance and shattered his body. Along with the other lower-ranking superhumans in the Yi family, they were all instantly killed without any chance to fight back. Yuan Wanghao, being a bit further away, only received the care of 2 spirit swords.
He managed to pull through, but now he looked utterly miserable, a far cry from his earlier defiant self. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that all the people he had brought, as well as the extraordinary individuals from the He family, were dead. That single attack with the talisman just now wiped them all out. Who exactly is this Xiaoyu? How could he possibly be a newly awakened superhuman? Wait. Stop hitting me, those things have nothing to do with me. Yuan Wanghao said with difficulty, spitting out blood. However, all he received in return was Xiaoyu's indifferent gaze. Xiaoyu raised his hand, and a talisman appeared, floating above his palm. Whoosh! Yuan Wanghao's eyes widened as a spiritual sword pierced his heart, and he breathed his last. You have advanced to Tier 2, Level 2. Since the flying sword strike gradually solidified into a physical sword, Xiaoyu discovered that the steel technique could also be applied to sword control. However, the absorption effect is not as great as the amount stolen when actually using a short dagger weapon. Xiaoyu's move completely stunned everyone present. In the blink of an eye, the He family and the Yuan family were gone? Those are all 4th-tier superhumans. What kind of monster is this? When did talisman masters become so powerful? Sumu remained calm, acting as if it were perfectly normal. Well, in CEO romance novels, this is how the protagonist slaps the villain in the face, it's quite reasonable. But it seems Xiaoyu has only been awakened for a few days, how come he's so strong? I need to work harder, otherwise I won't be able to keep up with him. Sumu made up her mind and became even more motivated to become better. Shueya was deeply shocked and could not calm down for a long time. She had always been a genius of Qingbei Lingyuan, and what was happening now had completely overturned her worldview. What's going on? Do talisman masters have such heaven-defying talent? Shueya began to think rapidly. Because her parents were both professors who studied extraordinary individuals, she had a solid theoretical knowledge due to her upbringing. But she really couldn't understand what was happening to Xiaoyu. A newly awakened talisman master instantly kills a 4th-tier transcendent? This is too fantastical. It seems I need to examine Xiaoyu carefully and not judge him based on the stereotype of a pervert. The fact that he could enter the deadly maze with such confidence and emerge from it must mean he has a strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Shueya glanced at Xiaoyu's back again, but for some reason, when Xiaoyu showed his assertive side, she always felt a strange sense of familiarity, which puzzled her. Su Nanxian was the first to recover from this emotional state. He was prepared to fight to the death to protect Sumu and Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu had such strength and trump cards, and he wiped them all out. He now has only 2 thoughts. First, betting on Xiaoyu was the right decision. Second, from now on, the He family and the Yuan family will no longer exist in Haibei City, and the Su family will have no more worries. He quickly told Xiaoyu and the others, leave here first, I'll handle the rest. Xiaoyu nodded. Su Nanxiang clenched his fist, and a dazzling blue light burst forth instantly. When the light faded, they had vanished without a trace, giving those annoying media outlets no further chance to interview them. But after they left, the reporters only realized it belatedly. Holy crap! This isn't some orphan from a bad family. He's a super genius talisman master. Shocking. Newly awakened genius talisman master instantly kills a 4th-tier transcendent. What exactly is hidden in the HBC-004 labyrinth? Could it transform superhumans? Talisman masters aren't strong in the early game? Click here to find out. In the reporter's mind, a series of news headlines had already been conceived. Chapter 48: The Mirror Breaker. Late at night. Highway. On the minivan. Su Nanxiang was at the front, making phone calls, all about how to quickly handle the aftermath of the He and Yuan families. Since they were going to be wiped out, they should be wiped out completely, taking back everything they originally controlled. Sumu and Xiaoyu sat in the middle row. Fortunately, the seats were all individual, so she didn't have a chance to get too close. Shueya didn't come along because she needed to take Shugwei back home. Xiaoyu was looking at his phone, which was full of messages and calls. The majority of them were from Sumu, totaling over 99.
After scrolling through, I realized that apart from the first few messages which were normal, the rest were all accompanied by an emoji that said, "The future looks bleak." She said it was because she thought the expression was cute.
You can't spam the chat.
Then there's Lu Xiao Xiao, who asked Xiaoyu if he was really dead. If he was dead, just say so she can cry her heart out. This burned out Xiaoyu's CPU.
What's the difference between this and asking if he was asleep?
The wealthy woman sent 3 messages. The first one said she'd been very busy these past few days, attending various meetings, and asked if he missed her. The second 2 were pictures of her in a hotel suite, showing Xiaoyu her new burgundy lace lingerie. Xiaoyu zoomed in for a closer look and thought, a D cup.
He replied, "I love watching it. I've been quite busy these past 2 days. When can we trade the Enlightenment Elixir? Just tell me, Sister Fawn." Xiaoyu is indeed broke again.
Then, Xiaoyu saw a voice message from his uncle Zhang Beicheng and clicked to listen to it.
"Xiaoyu, your aunt and I are going on a long business trip and won't be back for a while.
Take good care of yourself.
I've transferred 50,000 yuan to your account. Okay, I'm going to get back to work now. We'll talk again later. Eat less instant noodles. TSK." This family, Xiaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They're practically blatantly up to something, yet they're pretending it's all perfectly reasonable. Why not just reveal your awesome identities? That way you'll have a powerful backer to show off to in the future.
It now appears that this path is not viable.
50,000 is indeed a drop in the bucket for Xiaoyu right now. His talent as a talisman master is truly expensive.
As for Xueya, Xiaoyu glanced at her messages and found that she had the fewest, only 2.
They are:
"Because of an unexpected matter, I put it on 10 minutes early."
"Are you angry? I was wrong. Please don't ignore me. I'll follow your instructions strictly next time." Xiaoyu replied, "Yeah, pat on the head." Xueya replied instantly, "Thank you for your forgiveness. I hope you will give me more tasks." What a contrast! Xiaoyu sighed again at Xueya's aloof face. When she becomes the physical training instructor during the special training, I'll find an opportunity to confront her.
I wonder how she'll react then. The special training team will come to pick him and Sumu up tomorrow. I heard that this time they have used up a lot of resources.
"Xiaoyu, there's something I want to tell you."
While he was thinking, Sumu spoke up.
Xiaoyu turned off the screen and asked, "What is it?"
Sumu turned her head and said mysteriously and seriously, "It's a private conversation. Our seats are too far apart.
Let's go to the back row to talk." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement with some doubt, and bent down to sit in the back row. What was this girl going to say next? Sumu then followed and entered the back row. Just as he was about to act, Sumu leaned close to Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, "After I read the novel. That's the duty of a good girlfriend." "So?"
Hiss.
Xiaoyu was taken aback. What exactly was she looking at every day? Much later,
the vehicle stopped in Xiaoyu's residential compound.
Xiaoyu had said as soon as he got on the bus that he wanted to go home.
Su Nanxiong said he would book him a luxury suite in the surrounding area so he could get some rest. He already knew that Xiaoyu was living alone and had no one to rely on, so he thought it would be more convenient for him to rest in a hotel. Xiaoyu refused. He preferred the peace and quiet of resting at home. Secondly, he should hurry back and release Xian Yanyan. Although they had only spent a day or 2 together, he knew his younger sister too well and knew that she couldn't possibly stay in the spatial maze for long. Also, Xiaoyu was in a hurry to go home to take a shower and change his clothes.
Sumu, that adorable little devil.
He's already increased the progress by 19%. If before it was the speed of driving a motorcycle, now it's the speed of flying an airplane.
Just before getting off the bus, Su Nanxiong stopped Xiaoyu. "Wait a minute, I have something to ask you. You just need to answer me. Is this fighting power you displayed tonight sustainable or just a one-off outburst? It will only get stronger."
Xiaoyu answered his question succinctly, "Sustainable." Su Nanxiong nodded solemnly and said, "Then I'm relieved. I expect many people will ask you about the situation of the 004 maze. After all, you are the only one who has completely explored the new dungeon, and you have shown remarkable combat strength after you came out.
Many people will start to speculate. Since you say it's sustainable, I understand what you mean.
This is your own strength. Su Nanxiong suddenly paused, lowered his voice and said maliciously, "Next time someone comes to buy the guide to the maze, be sure to charge a high price and rip them off as much as possible."
Understood. Xia Yu readily agreed he liked this opportunity.
Furthermore, other organizations, even official ones, can demand exorbitant prices, but there is one organization that cannot. They are called the Broken Mirror Men.
The Broken Mirror Man?
Xia Yu thought for a moment, but had never heard of him.
What is that?
It's an organization that doesn't belong to either the righteous or the evil cultivation world, but they are the organization most interested in and have studied the labyrinthine world the most deeply. After Xiaomu's mother and I explored that spatial treasure labyrinth, they came knocking on our door. I had kept it a secret at the time, but they still knew that we had explored the mysterious treasure realm. I was shocked when they came to us. However, they have rules, so you don't have to worry about them doing anything reckless or robbing you of anything. The only thing is, you can't bargain, it's a fixed price, and they'll answer any questions you have.
Su Nanxiong said slowly. Understood, Uncle Su. Xia Yu wrote it down. After giving his instructions, Xia Yu quickly ran upstairs. He needed to take a shower right away. The back seat of a business van. Sumu watched Xia Yu run upstairs and then stretched his wrists. He wrinkled his nose, sniffed his hands, and muttered, "Why does this smell like disinfectant?"
I heard online that it's edible, but I don't know if it will taste sweet.
Chapter 49: A Lonely Game? The capital city. Xuani is divided into two villages.
This is the Xianyi sect's own clubhouse, specifically for entertaining sect members or important clients.
They are located in various parts of the Great Xia dynasty.
The spacious tea room is elegant and tranquil, filled with the fragrance of ink. In the very center is a huge water curtain landscape, and the entire decoration looks like it cost a fortune. Elder Lu sat at the tea table with several deputy elders of the Xianyi sect.
Unlike his previous arrogance when recruiting new members, he now spoke politely. The root cause was a woman sitting in the guest seat. Fang Yanyan.
She wore a bright red silk cheongsam, and her lips were as fiery red and vibrant as her name suggested. Her exquisite makeup and appearance, combined with her hot and mature figure, were enough to evoke very unpleasant thoughts in anyone who saw her.
Unfortunately, few people dare to imagine her in that way. Because the woman in front of him was the daughter of Fang Wani of Wanbao Trading Company. Wanbao Trading Company has a very powerful background. It is one of the top conglomerates, both in China and globally.
The organization it supports, Wanbage, provides a platform for the circulation and trading of spiritual artifacts for various extraordinary individuals. Xianyi Men's ability to have its own marketing store network is also inseparable from the support of Wanbao Trading Company. It can be said to be the undisputed unicorn of the Great Xia Consortium.
Fang Yanyan took a sip of tea and said lazily, "So, this time, the treasure-type labyrinth that we've been focusing on is no match for Qingbei Spiritual Academy?"
Upon hearing this, Elder Lu first raised his teacup, preparing to refill her water, and then said with a hint of pride,
"Mr. Fang, you may not know this, but we encountered some problems when recruiting newly awakened superhumans this time. One superhuman who had just awakened as an S-rank talisman master rejected us and became a little arrogant. I understood it at first. After all, S-rank talisman masters are quite rare, and it's normal for them to be a little arrogant after just awakening. But I could tell at a glance that this child was destined to die young. We must not waste our resources. Guess what? This kid entered a death trap and it even became a trending topic." Ha ha ha. Elder Lu burst into laughter. The other deputy elders echoed the flattery. Elder Lu has a sharp eye. No wonder you're called an elder. Elder Lu's eyes are the ruler. It's that Xia Yu, right? I saw that trending topic yesterday too. I didn't expect he had a connection with Elder Lu. I'll check the follow-up later.
Fang Yanyan twirled his teacup with his fingers and said casually, "These things are not very relevant to the result I want.
In business, all I know is that Wanbao Trading Company must take over this treasure-type labyrinth. If you don't recruit enough new superhumans to ensure stability, then it's time for me to consider withdrawing some of those upfront support personnel." President Feng.
Elder Lu said anxiously, "With your support this time, our Xianyi sect can be said to have recruited the best batch of talents in history."
We can't say that we have recruited all the top talents from all over the country, but at least the combined talents of Tsinghua University and Tianyuan University are not as good as us. Even if we miss out on that Su Mu, we still have an advantage. Yes, Mr. Feng, our Xianyi sect is a place they'd be desperate to get into. Fang Yanyan flicked her little finger, sealing the teacup shut and stopping Elder Lu from pouring more tea into it.
she said softly. I'm really worried about you guys because you can't even keep up with the speed of basic information acquisition. After saying that, Fang Yanyan stood up straight and turned to leave, walking away with elegance and nonchalance. You guys should also go online and check out that post, how strong are talisman masters in the early stages. And they even said that eyes are the ruler, how ridiculous. By the way, tell your senior elders that Wanbao Trading Company is withdrawing half of its support this time and using it to pressure that Xiaoyu. Now, I'm going to Haibei City. At this point, Fang Yanyan stopped and suddenly burst into laughter. Haibei City, what a coincidence. Ling Xiao's little sweetheart. Sister is coming, please don't be a cowardly show-off. This scene left Elder Lu and the others somewhat bewildered, as if this woman possessed a certain madness. Perhaps it was just the capriciousness of a rich person? After Fang Yanyan left, they opened the forum for extraordinary individuals out of curiosity and saw that post. On Xiaoyu's side. After taking a shower, he collapsed onto the sofa and didn't get up again. He even had Xian Yanyan make his instant noodles for him, ostensibly to let her experience the most cost-effective food in the new world. Xian Yanyan took a bite and praised it highly, saying she would eat countless packs of instant noodles in the future. Xiaoyu told her that there are at least hundreds of flavors of instant noodles in the world, which aroused her infinite desire for the new world. A world filled with a dazzling array of delicious instant noodles. Fantastic! Xiaoyu finally got some peace and quiet, because Xian Yanyan was busy researching instant noodles. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had bought more than a dozen large bags beforehand, enough for her to study for a while. At that moment, Xiaoyu, like Elder Lu, also came across that post. This post is about to overshadow the popularity of The Death of the Pitiful Orphan Xiaoyu. Talisman masters aren't strong in the early game? Click here. The first thing you see are a few clear photos, with the camera model and aperture number clearly marked below, confirming the suspicion of advertising. The photo shows Xiaoyu surrounded by flying swords imbued with spiritual energy, throwing out talismans, and a blurred image showing the tragic deaths of extraordinary individuals from the He and Yuan families. The process description is slightly inaccurate, but it is generally not a deliberate distortion or exaggeration of the facts. A battle erupts between superhuman families. A newly awakened talisman master kills a 4th-tier superhuman, and it's specifically noted that he's Xiaoyu, a previously high-profile figure. Durian Mango Chow Chow, vocals. My junior is back to life. And he's already doing something big right after coming back to life. Zhang Sansui, I behaved myself and won't dare to say anything out of line. Please don't criticize me. Online literature saint, front row seat for promoting new book The Domineering CEO and his charming secretary too. Northwest Hammer King, this is unreasonable. How can he be so strong? This kid's talent is probably extraordinary. Tongue dancing sister, I'm in love. So handsome, I admire you so much. Could you please give me Xiaoyu's contact information? Middle-aged man, great. I can finally relax. I woke up more than 10 times the day before yesterday and slapped myself more than 10 times. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. Sumu, my future looks bleak emoji. After reading the whole story, Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. It seemed he had already died once online. And he portrayed himself as so tragic. I clearly have 2 aunts and uncles who might be unparalleled masters. Besides, I'm not stupid. My parents, whom I've never met, must have been no ordinary people before. Then look at my sister, who's already made 11 packets of instant noodles. Xiaoyu sighed, thinking how easy it was to take care of a 6th-level expert. He'd buy her even more tomorrow. When instant noodles are not enough, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, etc. can last for a while. Just then, my phone rang. Xiaoyu was jolted awake. A message at 2:30 in the morning? Based on experience, most of these are lonely matches. I opened it and took a look. Just as I expected. Chapter 50 is like this, and they still talk about dual cultivation? Opening the message, it was exactly what Xiaoyu had expected. Prolonged online flirting and harassment can only lead to 3 scenarios. 1. She started having wild thoughts late at night and needed emotional support and comfort. 2. She misses you. 3. She figured it out. When you open the chat window, the profile picture is of the 4th Calabash brother, breathing flames. Sister Fong, little brother, I'm going to Haibei City. Do you want to come and pick me up? Ling Xiao replied, when? Xiaoyu sighed. These meetups came so quickly. When he was building up his progress, there were some women who wanted to take advantage of him, but he could tell at a glance that those women were either trying to set him up or were some evil cultivators or supernatural beings. The most outrageous thing was last year when Xiaoyu met a 30-year-old female netizen online. On the first day of their chat, she claimed that her talent was like a wolf and said that she wanted him to lie in bed with her for a day and a night to try it out. Xiaoyu rejected all of these offers, believing that boys should protect themselves online. The people I know best are Sumu, Shueya, and Sister Fong. Sumu and Shueya had already met, but unexpectedly, Sister Fong arrived one after another.
A few minutes later, Sister Fong sent me a voice message. Sister, I'm already in the car. It's still an hour and a half away. Do you want to sleep or sleep? Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyu replied, verb, clap. Sister Fong, ha ha, what an interesting car. But I have to take care of something first. I'll send you the hotel location after I'm done. It's near road in the South District of Hebei City. Don't forget we have a little deal to make. What a coincidence.
Xiaoyu thought to himself, this road is located right around his neighborhood. He didn't expect this rich woman to book the hotel so coincidentally.
On the business van,
Fang Yanyan lay casually on the sofa, her high heels tossed aside, holding a glass of clear white wine in her hand. With a kick of the toe, a vanity mirror automatically fell from the front seat. She looked in the mirror and realized her lips weren't red enough, so she took out another lipstick and touched them up, giving herself a satisfied smile.
The fun of opening a blind box of online dating is really something to look forward to.
Fang Yanyan glanced at Ling Xia's last message and laughed out loud for a while.
0 summer, there's no mole. The deal continues. Then Fang Yanyan pressed the button next to her, and the glass partition in the driver's seat automatically fell down.
The secretary in the passenger seat spoke first, respectfully, Mr. Fang, please speak.
Our people will be at Xiaoyu's location soon, right? Fang Yanyan asked.
The secretary thought for a few seconds and then said carefully. Yes, Mr. Fang, they obtained Xiaoyu's exact location 27 minutes ago. Based on the distance and walking distance, they expect to knock on Xiaoyu's door within 3 minutes. They will then politely detain him while awaiting your final decision, Mr. Fang. Fang Yanyan emptied her wineglass in one gulp, leaned back, closed her eyes, and said no more. Seeing this, the secretary quickly raised the glass partition and played an energetic rock song, knowing that President Fang was about to take a nap. Xiaoyu has already taken out the Chifu spirit liquid, which he had previously hidden at home. Now that he has a spatial artifact, he can keep it here with him wherever he goes. Xian Yanyan, who was tearing open a seasoning packet, leaned over and pointed at the Chifu elixir, saying,
Isn't this a foundation establishment pill? How did it turn into water? Foundation establishment pill? Wasn't it said that the enlightenment elixir was made by extraordinary individuals? Xiaoyu asked. You're saying this is made from elixirs?
Xian Yanyan nodded, yes, driver, but this one is of slightly lower quality, only slightly above average, not very good.
Yanyan, do you know how to refine pills? Xiaoyu seemed to see a never-ending stream of money. Xian Yanyan shook her head and said matter-of-factly, of course not. That's something only old Taoist priests would say. Okay.
Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, he almost got the freedom to exchange instant noodles for foundation establishment pills.
Xian Yanyan filled her instant noodles with hot water and said, this kind of pill is too basic.
Brother, with your current strength, just take the speed source pill.
That can quickly improve your strength. Then you know how to refine speed source pills? Of course not, didn't I just say that? Xian Yanyan continued.
However, the main ingredient of the speed source pill is actually the source life spirit stone.
Refining it into a pill just makes it taste better. Brother, you can gnaw on that stone.
That way, you can at least advance to the mid-stage of the Yanwei realm 4th rank.
Gnawing on stones?
That's a rather obscure term. Xiaoyu realized that the life stones had such an effect.
Xian Yanyan, having received instruction from a sect, knew a lot. But the source life stone is contaminated, isn't it? Xiaoyu asked tactfully, wouldn't it feel terrible to chew on the spirit stone? Oh right. Xian Yanyan suddenly realized, then glanced at the instant noodles and said with delight.
Brother, don't worry, I just had a great idea. Grind the spirit stones into powder and add them to instant noodles. That way, you won't have to worry about the spirit stones making the noodles taste bad, and you'll definitely feel better.
Xian Yanyan had a look on her face that said, quick, praise me.
Adding spirit stone powder to instant noodles, this term can no longer be described as niche.
Xiaoyu asked directly, will the negative effects of dual cultivation disappear? Of course not. Xia Niannian said firmly, then puffed out her chest, but I'm here. I can cultivate with you, brother. However, I'm currently in the primordial spirit state, which doesn't seem quite right yet. It will accelerate the disintegration of my primordial body. We'll have to wait until the primordial spirit array is finished before we can proceed, Xia Niannian said with a worried expression. Xiaoyu asked timidly, Niannian, do you know what dual cultivation is? Ha? Xia Niannian looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief and said, brother, do I really have to tell you this? It's about a man and woman consummating their marriage, using the man's to put into the woman's. Alright. I know you understand. Xiaoyu interrupted Niannian. Was he overthinking things, or did the ancient cultivators know more? Ha? Brother, you haven't even seen this? It's all drawn in these sect guides. My fellow disciples and I secretly went to see it before, but I haven't tried it yet. I'm curious, hee. Xia Niannian said with a hint of pride. Believe it or not, I'll turn on my computer right now and show you the dazzling array of study materials. Xiaoyu's face darkened, but he didn't continue to argue. Sudden. Xiaoyu became alert. Several footsteps sounded outside the stairwell. They're all extraordinary individuals. They must be coming to find me at this hour. Xiaoyu casually took out a few talismans and listened to the commotion outside. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The Feng family of Wanbao Trading Company are visiting late at night to invite Mr. Xiaoyu for a chat. Chapter 51 Feeding Pigs? Upon hearing the visitor introduce himself, Xiaoyu roughly knew what their purpose was. Su Nanxiong had warned him earlier that since he had emerged from that labyrinth and displayed tremendous strength, interested organizations would be looking for him. Xiaoyu just didn't expect them to arrive so quickly, and even find their way to his doorstep. Unconsciously, Xiaoyu's first impression of him worsened because, wasn't it presumptuous of him to disturb him so late at night and come straight to his door? Aside from programmers and night elves, who among normal, good people isn't asleep at this hour? Xiaoyu replied irritably to the door, she's asleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Xia Niannian raised her head from eating instant noodles and asked in confusion, brother, when did you fall asleep? Did you wake up so quickly? I have a breathing technique that allows me to sleep for hundreds of years. Do you want me to teach you? Xiaoyu was speechless. I've only lived 40 years in total across these 2 lifetimes, and they're already trying to teach me how to sleep for hundreds of years? However, Xiaoyu was quite interested in the cultivation techniques of these ancient cultivators and could ask Xia Niannian about them. Xiaoyu waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. Xia Niannian said oh and continued to eat her instant noodles, muttering precisely that the beef in the braised beef instant noodles didn't look like a real old cow. The visitor outside the door, upon hearing Xiaoyu's response, maintained the same respectful tone and said, Mr. Xiaoyu, our Feng group has come with the utmost sincerity. Our eldest princess will also be paying a visit later. Please give our people a chance so we can deliver on our promise. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu realized that this guy was quite skillful in speaking. He had lowered himself considerably and presented a predicament to evoke empathy. Xiaoyu had heard of Wanbao Trading Company before, and the Feng group was even more famous, with its influence in many fields. He knew that any manager in the group was extraordinary. However, this was the first time Xiaoyu had heard of the idea of Wanbao Trading Company and the Feng family being combined. Now, is my matter going to alarm their eldest princess? I'm afraid things are far more complicated than just the second-order restricted maze we just explored. Regardless, heed Su Nanxiong's advice. As long as it's not the Broken Mirror organization, make sure to extort a good amount of money. Xiaoyu first walked to Xia Niannian's side and let her sense the level of the extraordinary beings outside the door. After learning that the highest level was only the early stage of the 5th level, she felt relieved. Still clutching the talisman in his hand just in case, Xiaoyu stepped forward and opened the door. What came into view were 5 or 6 men dressed in Chinese-style stand-up collar suits. The 2 at the front were clearly the leaders, as their clothes were pure off-white, which immediately distinguished them from the people behind them. The slightly overweight man at the front smiled and said, Mr. Xia, my codename is Qianzhou, and this is my colleague Shenxi. I'm really sorry to bother you so late. I know you've just been working hard, so I prepared some calming things for you. As he spoke, a person dressed in ordinary colored clothes behind Qianzhou handed him a box and put it in his hand. Xiaoyu keenly observed that they all had something like a name tag on their chests,
and the one level below 1000 and 1000 was 100.
So, they use hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands to classify levels? Xiaoyu nodded and opened the door to let them in.
Xiaoyu stood next to Xia Niannian to see what their purpose was or what they had prepared.
Only Qianjiu and Qianqi entered.
The rest of the people naturally closed the door for them, showing no intention of overstepping their bounds and entering at will. Qianjiu opened the beautifully decorated wooden box, which was also engraved with inscriptions and magic arrays, the work of a talisman master. The wooden box slowly unfolded, transforming from a box the size of a laptop into a tray the length of a dining table.
The tray held 3 items, and the containers themselves were quite extraordinary. Qianjiu first pointed to the first item and introduced it with a smile. These are just small gifts for Mr. Xiaoyu. Whether the deal is done or not, these things have nothing to do with the transaction, they are just casual gifts for a visit. This is a Qinglingwood root, an item we bid on ourselves at the Wanbao auction last year. However, it failed to sell because it was too luxurious to use, so we kept it for ourselves. Its effects are to calm the mind and ward off evil spirits, purify any potential pollution in spiritual energy, and accelerate the recovery of spiritual energy.
It is especially suitable for Mr. Xia, who has just undergone arduous training, to rest. Xiaoyu looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed as he had said, looking very spiritual and calming just by smelling its fragrance.
The first gift is already this expensive?
They really are generous, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Xia Niannian slurped down a mouthful of instant noodles, blinked, and exclaimed, "Hey brother, this is the original sect."
Realizing the 3 rules, Xia Niannian quickly changed her tune. Isn't this the wood and grass stalks we used to feed the pigs? Why are they tied with gold thread? Whose pigs are so precious?
Upon hearing this, not only Qianjiu and Qianxi, but also Xiaoyu's face twitched.
Feeding pigs? Sister, this isn't your sect's place of rare treasures. How can you say that? It's embarrassing for them. Besides, this is a gift I'm supposed to receive.
Qianjiu forced a smile and said, "This rather pretty and lovely young lady must be Miss Xia.
This stuff should never be used to feed pigs. This is an excellent calming medicine. Even our CEO Fang doesn't have the guts to feed it to pigs. No, this medicine has nothing to do with feeding pigs." Xia Niannian said and muttered. You are really strange. You can't see the finest delicacies, but you decorate the food of animals with gold thread. Chapter 52 Internal Injuries. These are internal injuries. How is this related to feeding pigs?
Qianjiu and Qianxi were indignant, and then glanced at Xia Niannian, who was holding a bowl of instant noodles.
He began to ponder. This girl has fluctuations of spiritual energy, but he couldn't discern the depth of it. There were only 2 possibilities. First, it's too weak, just as it appears on the surface. Secondly, she is too strong, her level is beyond their current comprehension. Looking so young and eating instant noodles, it's definitely not the second type. Ignorance is bliss.
Qianjiushan smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, your sister is not only beautiful and charming, but she is also quite cheerful and interesting."
Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyu mumbled in agreement. Is it possible that what she said about feeding pigs is true?
Qianjiu then pointed to the second item. "Mr. Xia, this second item is even more useful. It is a unique product of an extremely dangerous labyrinth, the Wisdom Moonstone. Where this stone appears, it is often accompanied by an extremely powerful ferocious beast, a tiger-like beast. Only a 5th-level high-level transcendent being has a chance to fight it. To this day, we still do not know the reason for the formation of this stone. We only know that if we want to obtain it, we must avoid ferocious beasts." Xiaoyu looked at the stone. Just as Qianjiu had said, the stone was pitch black, but it had layers upon layers of strange patterns. Whether it was due to the description or his imagination, Xiaoyu could indeed sense the ferocious beast aura contained within the stone.
What is its function? Xiaoyu asked with some curiosity.
He was quite willing to absorb knowledge about things that were not explained in encyclopedias.
Qianjiu showed a satisfied expression, thinking to himself.
Xiaoyu took the initiative to ask, which proved that he had slowly accepted these things, and he had succeeded halfway. So he said with some pride, "This spiritual stone contains the essence of the moon. If you use it to make tea or to cleanse your body, it will have a clear and unobstructed effect. Especially for a talisman master like you, Mr. Xia, this will be like adding wings to a tiger when you inscribe and draw talismans in the future." For some inexplicable reason, after Qianjiu finished speaking, he glanced at Xia Niannian and wondered if the little girl would say something nonsense this time. Seeing that she was still tearing open the seasoning packet, he felt relieved. But in such a short time, she had already eaten 3 bowls of instant noodles.
Could it be that Xiaoyu's family was struggling financially?
Xiaoyu nodded and jokingly said to Nian Nian beside him, "Nan, this is also a spirit stone.
Do you want to grind it into powder and make instant noodles?"
Upon hearing the keyword instant noodles, Xia Nian Nian stopped intently tearing open the seasoning packet and looked at the spirit stone that Xiaoyu had mentioned. Then, Xia Nian Nian stared wide-eyed incredulously and said, "Brother,
this is cat poop. How can you use this stuff in instant noodles? It's disgusting. Cat poop? 1900, 1100? Is Xiaoyu's sister deliberately trying to sabotage him, or does she just have a grudge against poultry and pets?"
Qian Shi said somewhat helplessly, "Miss Xia, you misheard.
This is a wisdom moonstone, not some cat poop.
It's a top-grade auxiliary spirit stone, especially suitable for your brother."
Ha! Xia Nian said in confusion, "This is the poop of the flower-feathered cat from the back mountain of my old home.
It stole Qingyue fruit and had indigestion. You guys are really strange.
You come to visit and give gifts in the middle of the night, and you bring these insulting things. If this continues, my brother will get angry." As she spoke, Xia Nian made an angry face.
Hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Unexpectedly, this had given Xia Nian an advantage in negotiations.
The mystery surrounding the origin of this cat poop might be related to Xia Nian's ancient sect. Xiaoyu remembered this information. However, this caused trouble for Qianzhou and Qianqi. They've run into a clueless little girl, and now they feel like they've eaten cat poop. The little girl is cute and pleasing to the eye, but it's a pity she has a mouth. Sigh.
Qianzhou seemed to realize something and chose to take the initiative, pointing to the third paper-like item and jokingly asking Xia Nian,
"Miss Xia, do you recognize this third item? Doesn't it look like the toilet paper we usually use?" Ha 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 ha. Qian Shi laughed along with her. For some reason, even though Xia Nian had offended them and belittled their gifts, she couldn't bring herself to dislike the girl in front of her. She just found her adorable. Toilet paper? Xia Nian asked Xiaoyu in confusion, "Brother, are they your friends? They seem a little silly." Xiaoyu was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Then Xia Nian said to Qianzhou in a serious tone, "This is a scroll of refined talismans, the highest grade talisman paper used for drawing talismans.
Each sheet is made with extremely complex techniques. You could say that the talisman paper itself is a whole scroll of complex formations, which is then cut into talisman paper.
Every mistake at any step could lead to failure, and it has the effect of greatly enhancing the power of drawing talismans."
You use it after you relieve yourself? Isn't that just plain stupid?
Upon hearing this, Shenzhou and Qianqi's faces instantly turned liver-colored.
This is outrageous.
As members of the 1000th generation of Wanbao Trading Company, and with their numerical titles being among the highest, they could be considered semi-core members. After years of navigating the ups and downs of the business world, their composure and self-control had long been honed to perfection. Unexpectedly, I almost broke down with this little girl. She was completely faking it when it came to the first 2 items, feelings and emotions. But she really was just eating instant noodles the whole time, a pitiful yet adorable little girl. Before she could even speak, Chen Shi almost wanted to send her men to buy a nutritious meal and have it delivered first. How could a young girl eat so much instant noodles that have no nutritional value? But now I realize how sharp-tongued this girl is. They both felt like they had suffered internal injuries. Shenzhou was the first to recover, taking a few deep breaths and forcing a smile as he said, "This of course it's not for use as toilet paper.
I was just joking. As Miss Xia said, this is indeed top-quality talisman paper. I'll give it to Mr. Xiaoyu as well." "Oh, your joke wasn't very funny. It might make people think you're not very smart." Xia Nian blinked and said sincerely, "But Nian won't mind. I'll just consider your joke a success, he he he." Xia Nian laughed, and it was a genuine laugh from the bottom of her heart.
Qianzhou clutched his chest, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and took several deep breaths. Xiaoyu interjected promptly, fearing that if things continued this way, the 2 people from Wanbao Trading Company might suffer internal injuries or have other things exposed. Xiaoyu asked, "You've only been talking about the gifts, but you haven't told me what your purpose is?" Chen Shi calmly pushed the gift box forward and said seriously, "Mr. Xiaoyu, we are just here to convey the sentiments of the Fang Group of Wanbao Trading Company. With our status, we are not qualified to show you any respect. Please wait a moment, our General Manager Fang will be here shortly."
President Fong? That group's eldest daughter? Also surnamed Fong? Could it be? Could it be that the wealthy Fong's sister works for Wanbao Trading Company? Chapter 53 Fong Yanyan has arrived.
A thought flashed through Xiaoyu's mind.
Based on the location posted by Sister Fong, and the fact that I happened to arrive tonight.
Given that the wealthy woman always makes extraordinary moves, she must be extremely wealthy.
Or is the wealthy woman the secretary or assistant of Princess Fong? Is it just her online name, Sister Fong? Xiaoyu was a little unsure. Surely the group's eldest princess wouldn't be sending him lace and flaunting her large breasts all the time? And to make a fuss about sleeping with him? That didn't make sense. So Xiaoyu tentatively asked, "Is your CEO Fong married?"
Upon hearing the mention of General Manager Fong, Shenjiu and Xianxi's expressions changed drastically, and they said with trepidation,
"Mr. Xia, please forgive us, we will not answer any questions about Mr. Fong. We really dare not, please understand." No, is it really that much of a problem to ask if they're married or not? Why are these two so scared? Is Mr. Fong some kind of villain? Xiaoyu was completely confused. If you can't get an answer from her, so be it. Just try to trick Sister Fong yourself, she can contact you anytime anyway.
Please make yourselves at home, I'll wait for Mr. Fong to arrive.
Xiaoyu gestured for them to proceed. You can't hit someone who's smiling.
Since they've come with such sincerity, and are so generous and polite, that General Manager Fong should at least find out what they're up to. Shenjiu and Xianxi nodded with relief, quickly retreated to the doorway, stood upright, and didn't forget to half close the door for Xiaoyu. As for the small gift, they left it on Xiaoyu's dining table. Xiaoyu sank into the soft sofa and took out his phone.
Zero Summer, are you there? Sister Fong, oh ho, little brother, you're in such a hurry. I have something important to attend to, so don't rush me. Lingxia, does your sister know about the Fong Group of Wanbao Trading Company? Sister Fong, of course I know.
Even if you've offended someone you shouldn't have, you still need to do business with them.
Just ask. There was indeed a connection. Xiaoyu's intuition was right, otherwise things would be too coincidental. Xiaoyu deliberately replied, I may have offended someone I shouldn't have. I'm very flustered. I heard the other party is very fierce. Sister Fong, oh? Is it a number starting with 10,000 or 1,000? You're quite capable.
Lingxia, I still don't know what the code name starts with.
Is Sister Fong a member of the Fong family of the Fong Group? Sister Fong, haha, little brother, don't pry too much. Knowing too much isn't good.
But if you get into trouble, especially with the Wanbao Trading Company, just ask for their code name, and I'll take care of it for you.
My sister's getting busy soon.
I'll send you my location when I'm done, and then we can meet up and make a deal. Muma.
Xiaoyu replied with an okay. It's almost certain that Sister Fong is someone from the group. She is at least a relative of the eldest princess. As for whether she is the eldest princess herself, Xiaoyu had already ruled out that idea by opening the photos and videos in their chat history. Surely the eldest princess isn't that bored?
Before she knew it, Xian Yanyan had made 3 more bowls of instant noodles. There were several more car sounds coming from the bottom of the building in the residential area. Shenjiu gently opened the door, her voice slightly tense as she said, Mr. Xiaoyu, President Fong has arrived. Xiaoyu stood up, thinking to himself, Sister Fong must be in the convoy downstairs, right? If she comes up with the princess later, that would be quite a show. He would definitely be too reserved to perform in front of his boss. Xiaoyu chuckled to himself as he imagined this scene. In particular, the eldest princess seems very fierce. She might be a vicious, fat woman.
As if sensing something, Xian Yanyan looked downstairs and muttered, what an amazing spiritual treasure.
It's rare to see even in my hometown. Xiaoyu made her change the name of her sect to her hometown. Immediately afterwards, the sound of high heels clicking away came from the stairwell. His steps were sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and without rhythm, as if he were drunk.
Outside the door,
Shenjiu and the others bowed their heads and respectfully greeted him in unison, General Manager Fong. Fong Yanyan casually handed the wineglass to Shenjiu, and immediately felt a burning sensation in her chest. Looking down, the pink gemstone necklace flashed a glint of light before disappearing again.
Fong Yanyan raised an eyebrow. Oh? How could there be a threat level exceeding the 7th rank in Xiaoyu's family? I looked at it more closely, but I wasn't sure if I had just imagined it.
Since the magical artifact is no longer reacting, Fang Yanyan smoothed her wine-red hair, stepped into the doorway, and said in a drunken slur.
Mr. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now that I'm entering your home, would you like me to take off my shoes?
Xiaoyu heard this voice.
Grass. Chapter 54 Recognition. It's her. It's her. It's definitely her. Sister Fang is the so-called eldest princess.
Although I've never seen a photo of her face, that voice, that tone, that figure, it's just so familiar. After so many calls and voice messages, Xiaoyu would never have misheard. In addition to these coincidences, it can be determined with 100% certainty.
Fang Yanyan walked to the door.
The burgundy cheongsam clung tightly to her graceful curves, showcasing her unparalleled mature figure to the fullest. Her eyes were hazy, as if she were drunk, and her alluring red lips were slightly parted. If one had to describe the feeling, it would be like a dark red, noble rose, making one want to dance with her, yet fearing the deadly thorns hidden beneath her beauty.
Xiaoyu did not answer the question she asked.
Fang Yanyan quickly and discreetly surveyed Xiaoyu's home, then flicked her ankle, sending her high heels flying to the side. Barefoot, she walked step by step towards Xiaoyu. When Fang Yanyan reached a chair about 3 meters away from Xiaoyu, she sat down, rested her chin on her hand, and said, Mr. Xiaoyu, why are you not saying anything? It's not very gentlemanly of you to keep staring at me like that. A million alpacas seemed to float through Xiaoyu's mind. However, he quickly came to his senses and realized that since the background was so powerful, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him.
The only problem is that there are too many people and too much noise here.
If she is also shocked, she might lose her composure. At that time, Sister Fang might really turn into a villain. At the very least, you should transfer all her subordinates away before revealing your true intentions.
As long as I don't speak first, she'll have a hard time recognizing me.
Xiaoyu then gave a slight response. He first gestured towards the door with his hand, and then fanned the air a few times with his palm, meaning, tell them to all leave.
Fang Yanyan was taken aback. This handsome young man is quite good looking, could he be mute? It's a pity. But it doesn't conflict with the purpose of this trip.
As long as you're strong enough, whether you're mute or not doesn't matter. After considering Xiaoyu's gesture, Fang Yanyan interpreted it as, the subordinates outside the door were disrespectful, so I slapped them twice for them.
Fang Yanyan extended her hand and made an OK sign.
A habit she developed since childhood had taught her a negotiation skill. Appropriately imitating the other party's commonalities could create a sense of rapport, so she planned to use sign language more often. Come in, Fang Yanyan said calmly.
The next second, 2 figures appeared in front of Fang Yanyan. President Fang, please give your instructions.
Xiaoyu's mouth dropped open.
Something's not right. I told them to disperse, so why are they coming inside?
So he hurriedly pointed outside and waved his hand to indicate that they should leave. Come in, all of you, Fang Yanyan said again. Then the room was filled with people.
Xiaoyu slapped his forehead. Am I really that bad at sign language? Immediately afterwards,
Fang Yanyan said casually, slap yourself. Upon hearing this, the Wanbao Trading Company staff present almost immediately began slapping themselves hard in the mouth. One sound after another, it felt like they were using all their strength. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded.
What was this?
Xian Yanyan, forgetting all about her instant noodles, looked up in surprise and said, Brother, your friend is really not very bright, and he's even infecting others.
They're all starting to do silly things together. You misunderstood. I meant for them to disperse.
Xiaoyu realized the problem and quickly waved his hand at Fang Yanyan, indicating that something was wrong and to stop immediately.
This time, Fang Yanyan understood and said softly, Stop. Everyone stopped fighting at once.
Some of them had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, and their mouths were visibly swelling.
Fang Yanyan asked in a completely calm tone, Zhenjiu, tell me, how did you displease Mr. Xiaoyu?
Upon hearing this, Zhenjiu trembled and his mind shook violently.
My mind started racing. When have I ever offended this ancestor? You've already instructed me to treat Xiaoyu with courtesy and humility, so how could I dare to offend him? If we're talking about bullying, it's Xiaoyu's sister who's been bullying us all along, feeding us pigs and cat poop. We're so wronged. Could it be that it was because I didn't answer his question, is Mr. Fang married? Xiaoyu really holds a grudge. But I really don't dare to answer.
Zhenjiu glanced at Xiaoyu, then stammered in a trembling voice, Mr. Fang, Mr. Xiaoyu asked a question, and I didn't answer him. Answer him now, Fang Yanyan commanded with great interest.
She wanted to see if anyone under Wanbao Trading Company had any issues they needed to hide.
Mr. Fong, this Qianzhou hesitated for a moment. It's about your question.
Xia Yu was at his wit's end. How did things get so out of hand?
He quickly gestured for Qianzhou to stop.
Stop asking. The more you ask, the bigger the trouble you'll cause.
Clearly, Fang Yanyan also saw Xia Yu's gesture and said with a playful smile, Mr. Xia Yu, your subordinates dare not answer you, but I, the person in charge, am right here, and I guarantee to answer any questions.
So, Qianzhou, just tell me Mr. Xia Yu's question. Qianzhou took a deep breath and said, Mr. Xia asked if President Fang is married.
After saying that, Qianzhou quickly lowered his head, not daring to make any more unnecessary movements, not even bothering to wipe away the blood that was flowing from the corner of his mouth again.
Ha ha ha! Fang Yan laughed so hard she was shaking, completely disregarding her dignified image, and said with great interest, Mr. Xia Yu, your focus is quite peculiar. I'm unmarried, but I have someone I love, so I'm afraid I can't accept any more advances. Has someone else fallen for him? Xia Yu wondered. However, we shouldn't dwell on our doubts. It's best to leave as soon as possible.
The longer this continues, the greater the chance of them publicly recognizing each other later.
Since gestures didn't work, Xia Yu took out a carving knife from his spatial artifact. With fluid strokes, he carved the words "make them all leave" on the table. Xia Yu pointed to the table, gesturing for Fang Yanyan to look.
Upon seeing this, Fang Yanyan's beautiful eyes flashed, her eyes narrowed slightly, and although she was still smiling, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes.
Could it be that Xia Yu is a lecherous man? Asking whether someone is married or not before sending them away? However, having just awakened, perhaps he's just relying on his superior talent or a lucky encounter to be so confident?
However, Fang Yanyan also had her own confidence in trump cards. She said, as Xia Yu wished. You may all step back and wait outside the residential area. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Qianzhou bowed and stepped back, saying, This subordinate takes his leave. If you have any orders, simply break the glass.
The meaning is clear, he will tactfully retreat to a private space, but if his mistress encounters something unexpected, she can use this method to inform them.
After the crowd dispersed, Fang Yanyan examined Xia Yu's engraving, her slender fingers stroking it a few times before she exclaimed in admiration.
As expected of a highly talented talisman master, his inscription skills are quite remarkable in just a few days.
Tell me, what was the purpose of sending them all away? Could it be?
Xia Yu interrupted her, speaking bitterly.
Sister Feng. Chapter 55 Ancient Gods of the Great Xia Dynasty.
These words were spoken. Fang Yanyan suddenly looked up, her eyes wide. She just stared at Xia Yu.
A minute later, she said, somewhat incredulously, What did you just call me? Say it again.
Xia Yu picked up his phone and waved it, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Sister Feng, it's me, it's Ling Xia. After Xia Yu said that, Fang Yanyan on the other side was completely certain. She came to her senses and suddenly burst into laughter.
Ah, this is so funny.
So you've just awakened, and you're a talisman master at that.
I really don't know whether you raised me or I raised you. Fang Yanyan couldn't stop laughing, tears streaming down her face.
She became even more unconcerned about her image, slamming her fist on the table and hitting her own leg.
Xia Yu was completely baffled. Was it really that funny?
This Sister Fang didn't seem like a bad person, but rather like someone with a bit of a crazy personality.
And then there are online lovers who have only been in a contract for 2.5 years, so it can't really be called a relationship that has developed from scratch, right? A moment later, Fang Yanyan's laughter stopped abruptly.
She wiped away her tears, then used her hand to flirtatiously tidy her hair, saying in a soft, slightly cloying voice. So, you already guessed it was me, and you even knew to transfer your subordinates to avoid embarrassing me.
You're really thoughtful. My beloved younger brother.
Hiss.
Xia Yu shivered. Why was he being called that face to face? He wasn't used to it for a moment.
Furthermore, this woman's ability to change her expression is astonishingly fast, as if she can switch between various emotions and attitudes in an instant, and this transition is seamless without any sense of incongruity.
Xia Yu shook his head helplessly.
It turned out that she was much crazier in real life than she was online.
He could only patiently explain to her, at first, I really wasn't sure, after all, the situation was a bit chaotic at the time. But the moment you actually walked in and started speaking, I knew for sure that it was you. Oh ho ho, I really like her, sister.
Fang Yan waved her hand, producing a stemmed glass filled with dark red wine.
Looks like we don't need a hotel room. First meeting, and she's already home. Quite the clever one. Xiaoyu laughed, it's purely a coincidence, not a scheme. Sister Fong, won't you give me a drink?
Fang Yanyan took a sip of wine, handed the glass to Xiaoyu, a bright red lipstick mark still visible on the rim, and said with a smile.
So eager to drink? Do you want to get into a drunken frenzy faster? However, Fang Yanyan glanced at Xian Yanyan not far away and said, I didn't realize that someone so young would be keeping a mistress. She is my sister, Xian Yanyan. Oh, Fang Yanyan said exaggeratedly, it's a younger sister. This younger sister is very charming and cute. It would be really inconvenient if my younger sister were here.
When Xian Yanyan heard Xiaoyu mention her name, she looked at Fang Yanyan with her big eyes, then at Xiaoyu, and let out a burp, saying, Brother, are you two going to practice dual cultivation? Can I watch and learn? Cough cough. Xiaoyu choked on his drink. Kids shouldn't ask such questions. Nian Nian retorted, I'm not a child. I know a lot. Let me show you. Xiaoyu tossed her aside and casually shoved the instant noodle bowl into her hands.
Fang Yanyan gave Xian Yanyan a meaningful look and slowly said to Xiaoyu, she's really like a blank sheet of paper.
You should guide her properly in the future and not teach her anything wrong, especially as her older brother.
Xiaoyu nodded and changed the subject, asking, Sister Fang, why did you come to see me so late? I mean Xiaoyu, not Ling Xia? What's the matter? And why are you in such a hurry? Don't call me Sister Fang anymore, call me Yanyan, or just call me good sister, that's fine too.
Fang Yanyan took back her wineglass, drank it all in one gulp, pursed her lips, blinked slightly, and said with a smile.
If I invited you to invest, would you do it? Driving again.
Xiaoyu retorted, saying righteously, I just said I would take the right path, and I will definitely not go down any crooked or shady routes.
Ha 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 ha. Fang Yanyan found it quite amusing, and asked with a slightly more serious expression.
Since we're on the same side now, I'll tell you the truth directly.
After we get to the point, we can chat a bit more.
The upcoming treasure-filled labyrinth, once conquered, will not only contain unknown resources but also a secret related to an artifact of the Great Xia ancient god.
The ancient gods of the Great Xia?
He had heard of a legend about a celestial hound in a labyrinth, but that post was later criticized by foreign media, who said it was a myth created by the Great Xia themselves and could not possibly appear in a labyrinth.
Xiaoyu's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately asked, an ancient artifact? What is that? Fang Yanyan's expression turned unusually serious, and he said in a deep voice.
This item is not only of great significance to the extraordinary beings of Great Xia, but also to you.
You must trust me and get your hands on it. You must not let other forces get it, especially Qingbei and Tianyuan Spiritual Academy.
This item has appeared before, causing great chaos in the Great Xia dynasty.
Its influence hasn't been completely eliminated even now, even the higher-ups at our Wanbao Trading Company have.
Because it has been polluted and eroded, it is not complete, otherwise, you would never have had the chance.
Now, for some reason, its presence has reappeared in the new labyrinth. Its name is The Book of Life and Death of the Underworld Official. Dear handsome and great readers, could you please send the kids some free little gifts?
Today is September 1st, wishing everyone a healthy and happy September, and may you all be the most dazzling protagonists of 91.
Chapter 56. Let's go. Let's look at the study materials. The Book of Life and Death of the Underworld Official?
Upon hearing this name, Xiaoyu immediately thought of the legends about the underworld and the mythology of the Great Xia dynasty. One of the three books in mythology is the Book of Heaven, Investiture of the Gods, the Book of Earth, Classic of Mountains and Seas, and the Book of Man, Book of Life and Death. These legendary artifacts are actually related to that labyrinth that only allows newly awakened superhumans to enter? You mean, this Book of Life and Death of the Underworld Official appeared before and caused something? Xiaoyu pressed. Fang Yanyan took another sip of wine and said with a slightly serious tone, to put it this way, before it appeared, evil cultivators and extraordinary individuals were just a minority, like rats in the sewers, hiding in dirty corners. After it appeared, it happened to be obtained by a superhuman with wicked intentions. Its expansion and the fermentation of desire caused incalculable damage to the entire superhuman world. After so many years, many of the heretical cultivation organizations are now difficult to contain. However, they are still a little lacking in strength, so they are not so high profile, but they are like a malignant tumor that is difficult to eradicate. What is scary is these malignant tumors, because some of them are also hidden in various organizations.
Among them was Wanbao Trading Company. Xiaoyu seemed to understand something, so he asked, so, the Book of Life and Death can control a person? Or rather, control the life and death of others? Make them willingly obey? Fang Yanyan nodded, pretty much. There are many ways to use it. One of them is to tear off the paper and have someone write their name on it. Then their life and death will be controlled by the owner and they will be completely unable to get rid of it. Moreover, the paper can be transformed at will, making it impossible for anyone to detect. After this was exposed, the high-ranking members of the superhumans were all on edge. At the mere mention of signing something, they would immediately turn hostile, ha ha ha. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and said, then the organizations that were most affected at that time were probably yours, which were the most commercially oriented. Fang Yanyan revealed an appreciative look and teased, not bad, we are indeed the ones who have been hit the most. There are still many hidden cancers that have not been found. So, this time I'm asking you to find it or seal it away. Seal or find? Why not obtain? Xiaoyu caught the key words. Can't I control it? Hearing Xiaoyu ask this, Fang Yanyan laughed loudly, Hana, little brother, although it is a corrupted and damaged version, it is still an ancient artifact. Not to mention you, even superhumans below the 7th level will be instantly corrupted by endless resentment and turned into ghost messengers, enslaved by it for life as soon as they touch it. Also, Yen Shu's matter is very complicated. In my opinion, only you have the opportunity to change the situation. Xiaoyu frowned. No, then what do you want? Is it simply to eradicate the cancer from the world of extraordinary beings? To eliminate the hidden dangers within yourselves? Xiaoyu felt that these reasons were too righteous, especially since simply sealing it away meant that the hidden dangers still existed. It only prevented the possibility of it continuing to cause harm and chaos. The fact that Wanbao Trading Company, an organization that prioritizes profit above all else, would take this so seriously is certainly not the behavior of a saint. Fang Yanyan smiled mysteriously, of course, it's not just these things. Although that treasure maze may contain considerable wealth or opportunities, it's really nothing to our Fang family. Although the Book of Life and Death of the Underworld is a heaven-defying object, let's not even talk about whether it can erase the mark of its previous owner. Even if we could possess it, we would be attacked by the entire superhuman world. Wanbao Trading Company would then become a target of everyone's attacks, and it would be a loss that would not outweigh the gains. What we really want are a few sheets of paper belonging to the 3 great divine books. A few sheets of paper? Xiaoyu was completely confused. Fang Yanyan continued to explain, the reason why Wanbao Trading Company has been able to stand firm is not just because of its financial resources. It's because all of our core personnel have S-level talent or above. Do you know why? A spiritual medicine? Or a foundation-building technique? Xiaoyu tried to guess. Wrong. Fang Yanyan shook her head. Because we can trade. A trade? A talent swap? Xiaoyu's expression changed. Could it be something like the one involving the kidney-gathering monk? What's the difference between that and an evil cultivator? Fang Yanyan laughed and said, don't get the wrong idea. The transaction we're talking about is a transaction with a set of rules, or rather, a transaction with nothing at all. And the key element is the special paper material of the 3 divine books, which can be used to form a contract and trade with the rules to trade many things. Xiaoyu was intrigued and asked, how can the contract be completed? Fang Yanyan glanced at Xiaoyu with her beautiful eyes and said in a deliberately charming tone, this is a core secret unique to our Wanbao Trading Company. If you want to know it, you have to become one of my people. She deliberately emphasized the last syllable of I. Isn't it now? Xiaoyu said jokingly. That's not enough. You've never even seen my secret before, yet you want to know such a deep secret? You're greedy. Fang Yanyan stretched. Driving with a pun will result in a fine. Xiaoyu said righteously. The tone shifted abruptly, then she asked, wait a minute, you just mentioned the paper of the 3 great divine books, which means that so far only the paper of the Book of Man, the Book of Life and Death has appeared? Yes. So this time we need you to tear off 1 sheet for us, at least 1 sheet will be enough. Fang Yanyan held up 1 finger. The Book of Life and Death in the Underworld should be inexhaustible, tearing off 1 sheet to generate another, but the foolproof plan I've given you is only enough to support tearing off 1 sheet. As for whether you can tear off more sheets, that depends on your skill. Xiaoyu muttered to himself, this really doesn't conform to the principle of entropy increase. It seems you've made sufficient preparations to prevent me from becoming a ghost messenger? Fang Yanyan nodded, of course, I can't bear to see my little brother Qing get hurt in the slightest right now. After saying that, Fang Yanyan waved her right hand, and a crystal clear round stone appeared between her fingers.
If you crush the spirit stone while tearing it, it will ensure that you are not contaminated or corroded for 5 seconds.
Don't worry about its effect, we have tested it before.
Remember, if you find the Book of Life and Death of the Underworld official, do not tear out the pages with writing on them. Tear out the blank pages at the back, and especially do not have the thought of trying to find your name in them. When a thought arises, one's lifespan is already predetermined by its rules, remember this.
Oh. Xia Yu pondered.
So Wanbao Trading Company's rejection of the Book of Life and Death wasn't just a simple matter, they must have benefited from it before and even developed its effects. Clearly, they knew far too much about the Book of Life and Death. The uncontrollable factors that followed may also have been related to them.
But, mental pollution? Sorry, I have an immune dagger. Fang Yanyan added, with the emergence of Yen Shu, various organizations are actually very sensitive, fearing that a large number of lives will be lost, and of course, they also fear that some ghost servant organizations will deliberately offer sacrifices.
Sacrifice? What's the use? It will disrupt the balance of the corrupted Book of Life and Death of the Underworld officials. At that time, those so-called chess pieces will erupt uncontrollably. Xia Yu then tentatively asked, what if, just hypothetically, I could actually take out or subdue the Book of Life and Death of the Underworld official?
Fang Yanyan conjured up another bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cap, and said in a seductive yet slightly teasing tone.
Don't even mention getting your hands on the Book of Life and Death, you could tear off 2 pages of the divine book.
She gulped down a mouthful of wine. I'll serve you in different ways every day. I guarantee that I'll do as many different things as you've seen before. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle it, ha 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 ha. They're getting off to their old tricks again.
This means the important business is over.
Xia Yu pointed towards the inner room.
Come on, the study materials are inside, you go in and start learning.
Chapter 57. It's great to have a rich woman.
Fan Yanyan followed Xia Yu's gaze and saw that it was the bedroom. She said with great interest.
Study materials on a little boy's computer? Just looking at them, nothing beats a live demonstration, don't you think? Let's go, live demonstration. Xia Yu pretended to stand up, not intimidated at all. Who was afraid of who? He was just trying to speed up the mission progress anyway.
Seeing Xia Yu stand up, Fang Yanyan narrowed her eyes, her full lips appearing even more luscious.
She touched her forehead and said, "Oh dear, my alcohol tolerance is getting worse and worse. Come and help me up."
She stretched out her arm, and her body actually swayed a little, looking like she was slightly drunk. Xia Yu stepped forward to support Fang Yanyan, but unexpectedly, she leaned against him, her right arm hooking around his neck. Her fragrance, like orchids tinged with a hint of wine, wafted through her as she spoke sweetly.
"Little brother Cheng, I never imagined you were Xia Yu. This is quite a surprise. It's a pity the learning materials can't be demonstrated now. You can collect some interest first, and don't worry about the principal, it will be yours soon."
As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yanyan tossed the remaining half bottle of whiskey into the air, snapped his fingers, and instantly burst into flames. A whole burst of flames, mixed with a strong smell of alcohol. The next second, Xia Yu knew what the wine she was drinking tasted like. Ding, second stage mission completion rate plus 4.5%. Ding, second stage mission completion rate plus 3.5%. Ding, second stage mission completion rate plus 1.3%.
Xia Yanyan, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. How did their conversation suddenly turn into a fire? But the flames have no heat. What is my brother eating in there? He's making such a loud smacking noise. Xia Yanyan was just about to get up and investigate.
The flames died down. Fang Yanyan smiled wistfully, then took out a lipstick and elegantly began to touch up her color.
Are you satisfied with the interest rate? Fang Yanyan asked with a light laugh.
Xia Yu rubbed his sore cheeks and said, I need something more substantial.
Fang Yanyan was quite surprised. She had just made an agreement with him, and he was still in such a hurry? He wanted something tangible so soon?
Fang Yanyan curled her lips and made a lu gesture. After I leave, you'll have to suffer a little for a while, ha 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 ha.
What are you thinking? Xia Yu said, embarrassed, I really need some money. It would be good to settle the balance on the Chifu elixir from last time, or I could cash out these gifts. I still need. Before Xia Yu could finish speaking, Fang Yanyan understood. She snapped her fingers again. In an instant, a woman dressed in an orange-red training outfit appeared in the room. She wore a mask, leaving only her eyes visible.
This must be Fang Yanyan's bodyguard, and he must be a high-level or void talent, because he couldn't detect any fluctuations in her presence at all.
Xia Yu sighed inwardly.
Fang Yanyan simply raised her hand, and the female attendant deftly took out a cell phone and handed it to her. A few breaths later, Xia Yu's phone rang.
Fang Yanyan looked up and asked, "Are you satisfied with this number? If it's not enough, we can talk about it."
"I don't want to give you too much at once, I just want you to need me more often." Xia Yu looked at the text message. 52 million yuan had been received.
That's enough.
It feels so good to be pampered by a rich woman. This amount of money can buy talismans and practice for a long time. Actually, the only expensive thing about Xia Yu right now is the talisman paper he uses for his talent, otherwise, he doesn't really need much money.
This is enough.
Xia Yu took out the enlightenment elixir from his spatial storage and placed it together with the other gifts, indicating that Fang Yanyan should take it away.
Fang Yanyan first waved her hand, and the female attendant disappeared instantly.
Then she said, "I have no use for these little items. You can take them, use them, throw them away, or sell them as you please. But you must keep this spirit stone safe, otherwise it will really turn into a ghost messenger."
You can't be careless. Xia Yu didn't stand on ceremony.
They were already quite familiar with each other and had chatted for a long time. They had only just met in person today, so there was no need to be too formal.
He simply put everything away. Next, is it to participate in the special training at Tsinghua Beiyuan Spiritual Academy? Fang Yanyan asked.
Xia Yu wasn't surprised that she knew this. He had heard that this was a tradition for every session, except that Elder Shin had promised them an S-level resource allocation plan.
Fang Yanyan scoffed, "What a laughable special training program. To put it bluntly, it's just a way for the children of the powerful and wealthy to enjoy the privileges their parents have. Even if a superhuman has some talent but no background, they won't get any benefits from going there. However, you might get some extra care because of the labyrinth you're going to explore, but it's far less useful than personal connections and relationships," Fang Yanyan said with a hint of disdain. What is this so-called S-level special training? It's ineffective? Xia Yu wanted to find out.
If he didn't have any special strengths, he would just go and slack off with Shueya, focusing his energy on improving his talismans and ranks.
Fang Yanyan shook her head. No, it is very effective. But the so-called S-level configuration special training is just a gimmick. It will happen, but not much. Because the training ground is actually the most precious trial maze opened by the Great Xia dynasty, which is used briefly by outstanding extraordinary individuals in each cohort. They are selected and sent in by organizations represented by various spiritual academies. This labyrinth is incredibly powerful, with various training rooms for cleansing the soul and refining the spirit. Even just being inside, the concentration of spiritual energy is unmatched by any other labyrinth. The so-called S-level configuration resources only grant the qualification to use an S-level training room for 1 to 3 days. Xia Yu understood, and then asked, "Is this labyrinth not usually open to the public?" "That's not true." Fang Yanyan laughed. "For example, an S-level training room costs 50 million a day. How many extraordinary individuals do you think can afford it?" "Of course, its effects are definitely extraordinary, ha ha ha." Hiss. "It's so expensive, does it contain some kind of supreme elixir?" Fang Yanyan hummed in agreement. "There really is one, which is why Great Xia restricts its opening. It's also related to the ancient god ruins, but I'm not entirely sure about the specifics." "That's worth going. The stealing technique might be very useful there, not to mention Shueya and Sumu are also there." "Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. I have to hurry back now." Fang Yanyan stood up and even winked at Xia Yu. "It's a pity, but I'm also glad. But good things come to those who wait, ha ha ha. Remember to think of me, don't see me off." Fang Yanyan walked out barefoot, step by step. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, her high heels were left at Xia Yu's house. Fang Yanyan stepped out of the building entrance. The morning sun had already risen. Not far away, there were Wanbao Trading Company staff waiting for orders. She casually waved, and Shen Jiu quickly ran over. "President Fang, please speak." Fang Yanyan looked up at the tall office building in front of Xia Yu's building and said casually, "This building is blocking the sunlight from his home. Buy it and demolish it. Also, in the A002 trial maze, transfer the highest level special grade black gold card identity to Xia Yu, so that he won't be disturbed by those spoiled brats during his special training." Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, it's so funny, my first kiss has gone just like that. Chapter 58, Worries Are Unnecessary. After Fang Yanyan left,
Xiaoyu processed what he had just heard on his own. He had been wondering if his motivation for participating in the special training was too singular, but after hearing Fang Yanyan's words, he realized that he preferred places with richer spiritual energy. And that Book of Life and Death of the Underworld official sounds like a very powerful item. Finding a way to get your hands on it is a good idea. However, having only been awakened for a few days, Xiaoyu felt that he suddenly had a lot more to do. He glanced at Xian Yanyan, who had finally let out a satisfied burp. He still needed to inquire about the spirit solidification array diagram, otherwise, his adorable little sister's help would disappear in 6 days. However, the process of drawing the array is somewhat unsuitable for children. After all that commotion, it was already bright outside, so going to sleep was out of the question. Fortunately, the superhumans are now in good physical condition. Just as my uncle said before, becoming a superhuman allows you to stay up all night better. And you don't have to worry about going bald. Xiaoyu counted the top-grade talismans left behind by Fang Yanyan. There were only 30, which was far from enough. For Xiaoyu at this stage, the top-grade talisman paper is completely useless. With enough practice, even low-level talismans can have the power of forbidden spells. There's no need to go to the trouble of drawing complicated talismans, especially since we're only at the second level.
Second-level talismans don't have that many fancy things. 7 o'clock sharp.
Shueya sent her greetings right on time. Greetings to you.
Sumu seems to have stayed up all night and hasn't woken up yet. Xian Yanyan only took a few steps inside the house before stopping to ask Xiaoyu, "Brother, what's for breakfast? Do you have any new flavors of instant noodles?" Xiaoyu was shocked. Hadn't he eaten all night? He was already full just now, why was he still eating? Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "I'll take you to get something else to eat. We'll head out now, but you should change into some normal clothes first." Upon hearing about food, Xian Yanyan perked up. She felt there must be plenty of delicious food in the world, and her big eyes were full of anticipation as she said, let's change it right away. Let's hurry up and go. I'm getting hungry just listening to this." As she spoke, a flash of inspiration struck Xian Yanyan, and her original ancient-style tassel dress instantly transformed into the wine-red cheongsam worn by Fang Yanyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyu. Oh, she was overthinking it. Her magical clothes could change their appearance at will, and she almost went to rummage through her aunt's clothes first. However, Xian Yanyan is really not suited to cheongsams. They don't suit her at all. Although Xian Yanyan couldn't match Shueya's exaggerated bosom or Fang Yanyan's peach-like maturity, she still had the right features. It was just that the cheongsam didn't suit her temperament. What would suit her best? Forget it, I can't really make a decision right now by just thinking about it. I'll just pick a TV program and broadcast something random for reference. Xiaoyu said as he picked up the TV. I'll show you an outfit. You just need to transform your clothes to look like that. Yes, I'll do whatever you say, brother. Xian Yanyan nodded quickly, only worried that it might affect her speed of enjoying the food. The TV was turned on, and sound came from it. Romantic beaches, stunning seaside scenery, a vacation paradise you'll never want to leave. Swimsuits. Change the channel. Xian Yanyan's eyes widened. This is the way the fallen demon sect dresses. Has it become common in this world? I'll explain when it's appropriate to dress like this later. Xiaoyu changed the channel. Cosplay Comic Con show. Cat ears, rabbit ears, Spider-Man, Iron Man armor. Xiaoyu quickly pressed pause, freezing the image on a seemingly normal-looking JK uniform, and stopped looking. This one will do, Xiaoyu said. Mum. Xian Yanyan changed her tune and said happily, I think that little bunny is also very cute, but it's wearing a little less on its upper body and its lower body is covered up very well, hee. Xian Yanyan looked even more youthful and vibrant in her JK uniform. The dark blue knee-length skirt paired with a white fitted shirt with a bow, along with her bright and innocent eyes, made her look like a character straight out of a comic book. In fact, Xiaoyu had asked her. Although she was an ancient cultivator in the labyrinth, her actual age was indeed not high. Before she could grow up, the sect suffered a great upheaval, and she spent most of her time in slumber and suffering from inner demons. At least for now, it's much more low-key than the period costumes they wore at the beginning. There was no gourmet food there, just breakfast things like steamed buns and fried dough sticks. As a tycoon with over 50 million in his pocket, Xiaoyu asked for a few more tea eggs to show off his status. Everything was done in the most efficient way possible to solve the problem of eating. Sure enough, Xian Yanyan frowned frequently during breakfast, saying it was far inferior to instant noodles and tasted terrible.
Xia Yucai finally figured out her tastes and preferences. It turned out she liked technology and ruthless work. After finishing his meal, Xia Yu took a taxi to the superhuman market. The Ghostfire motorcycle had been modified by Xian Yinyan to the point of being unrideable. It was said that if given 2 more days, she could give him a surprise. Xia Yu dismissed this as unbelievable. She knew nothing about mechanics or spirit arrays. I didn't run into senior student Lu Chaoqiao this time, so I missed the chance to get a 10% discount. However, if he continues to buy more talismans, Lu Chaoqiao will likely confirm that he has started a talisman resale business. Given her gossipy nature, she will definitely get to the bottom of it. Xia Yu went to buy talisman paper, while Xian Yinyan, curious about new things, wandered around the mall alone. On the way here, Xia Yu gave her a small smartwatch and taught her how to use it, so there was no need to worry about her getting lost. The JK uniform style paired with the phone watch is perfect for Xian Yinyan. Upon arriving at the front desk, Xia Yu was concise this time. To the astonishment of the staff, he took all the talismans.
This is practically equivalent to buying up all the talisman paper in Haibei City.
The total cost was 21 million, and nearly 20,000 talismans of various grades were produced, enough for a long time. He had inquired about the diagram of the solidifying spirit array, but the receptionist said she hadn't heard of it and suggested he ask at a higher level Xianyi Sec sales point. In addition, since Xia Yu already had a spatial storage artifact, he also went to the nearby weapon shop and swept away all kinds of low-level short swords and daggers. In the future, when practicing inscribing magic arrays with this, if a useful rule-based weapon comes along, you can use it, or sell it to make a fortune. Otherwise, if he keeps practicing with tree branches and stones, and some kind of overpowered rule-based effect happens, he'll be devastated. Even so, during large-scale practice, they are still used as padding. A game term. The principle is that if you fail many times in a row, you might succeed with a larger move. A total of 193 basic weapons were acquired, costing over 3 million. The basic cost of a superhuman's magical artifact is already high, and even slightly more advanced ones are not worth it. Xia Yu saw a B-grade treasured hammer, priced at 31 million, and its effects could only be seen after verification of funds, which showed how expensive weapon-type spiritual artifacts were. Just as Xia Yu finished shopping and was about to call Xian Yinyan to go to the meeting point at Su Mu's house,
a commotion arose not far away. Quickly notify the police. Someone has stolen a film in broad daylight. This is an evil cultivator. There is no justice, no law. Is this what's inside the rubbing stone in chapter 59? I heard a lot of noise.
Xia Yu's intuition told him that this was most likely related to his younger sister. One look at the direction and it's an adult-oriented, exotic area.
Sure enough, Xia Yu dialed Xian Yinyan's smartwatch first. It answered instantly and an argument came through. You took it apart, how are you going to sell it? It's confirmed it was Xian Yinyan who caused this trouble. Xia Yu quickly walked towards the exotic area. Along the way, the decorations were indeed quite bizarre. A ferocious beast mask, a tail, a pink illusion stone. Hiss, there's a tentacle cup too? Is the development of this field always this peculiar, no matter which world it is? The important matter is right now.
After a rapid dash, Xia Yu arrived at the entrance of a shop. Several extraordinary individuals were watching the spectacle from the entrance.
Inside were the shop owner and Xian Yinyan.
The shop owner was a thin man with a small mustache, pale and emaciated, as if his body had been hollowed out. However, he can only move his mouth now, as his entire body is shrouded in a layer of light purple spiritual light, and he cannot move. Standing in front of him was Xian Yinyan, who was listening innocently to the bearded man's struggles and curses.
Heretical cultivator. This is a heretical cultivator.
In broad daylight, she used her superhuman abilities to immobilize me and ruin the items in my shop.
She won't give me the money, please report this to the police. Xia Yu stepped forward.
As soon as Xia Yu arrived, Xian Yinyan opened her hands, revealing 5 or 6 square stones in the center of her palm.
Brother, here you go. You haven't seen this before, so I'm just giving you some background information, Xian Yinyan said innocently.
Xia Yu recognized this stone. It was a special spiritual stone called Tuoying stone. It is a product of a certain mysterious place. It was initially sold at a very high price, but later, due to overexploitation, the price plummeted.
Its main function is to project holographic 3D images into it.
As long as the user places it close to their forehead, they will have a sense of holographic image participation. Now that these stones are appearing in adult curio zones, the answer to what's inside them is obvious. Xia Yu said somewhat awkwardly, Nian Nian, buying things costs money, you can't just rob people.
Xia Niannian said matter-of-factly, I know that, brother. I didn't buy them, but I took them all apart and looked at them one by one.
They are much more realistic than the ones I've seen before, but the moves are a bit strange.
I'm waiting for my brother to pay.
You give me gifts, I pay for them. You've really mastered this new era theory. Xiaoyu said with a smile, then promise me you won't act rashly in the future, and you'll follow the rules.
After the incident, Xiaoyu took Xia Niannian to Su Mu's house.
He had thought it over and decided that, for convenience, it would be better to keep her by his side. Firstly, her current extremely high combat strength may be useful at certain times.
Secondly, it's more convenient if a solidifying spirit array is found, it can be used immediately.
In situations where she absolutely cannot show herself, she can be hidden inside a spatial artifact. On the way, Xia Niannian eagerly urged Xiaoyu to quickly look at the contents of the Tuoying stone to broaden his knowledge, otherwise he would be ridiculed by his future sister-in-law if he didn't know any moves after marrying his wife.
Xiaoyu's face darkened.
Yesterday you were happily accompanying me in dual cultivation, and today you're worrying about your future sister-in-law's happiness.
Are the values of the ancient cultivators in the mystic realm all this bizarre?
Xiaoyu silently put away all 6 imprint stones. After all, they represented her heartfelt sentiment and should be carefully preserved. Soon after, the two arrived at the Su family's villa. The butler at the door already recognized Xiaoyu and greeted him warmly with a smile, bowing and opening the door. Young Master Xiaoyu, Master Su rushed out after returning last night and hasn't come back yet. Before he left, he specifically told me to prepare breakfast for today, as well as some daily necessities.
Please come in.
Thank you, Xiaoyu said politely.
He knew that Su Nanxiong must have gone to resolve the remaining issues of the two families in Haibei City. It was already a foregone conclusion that the Su family would dominate Haibei City.
Because Xiaoyu has already dealt with all the key personnel, it was still a one-hit wonder. In no time, the news that the Su family had found a killer son-in-law spread throughout Haibei City. The Su family, in particular, spoke of Xiaoyu in an almost mythical way. So on the way in, many servants couldn't help but steal glances at Xiaoyu, while others kept their distance, fearing that he might be capricious. Xia Niannian followed obediently behind without saying a word. Without Xiaoyu's permission, she was very quiet and well-behaved. Upon entering the living room, the long dining table was indeed filled with various breakfast items. But Xiaoyu had already eaten, so he wasn't very interested. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Sumu rubbed her sleepy eyes and ran downstairs, wearing cotton pajamas and shorts. Seeing that it was indeed Xiaoyu, her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly,
Quick, Xiaoyu, my dad's not home, let's go upstairs.
Dear readers, I apologize in advance for the update schedule issues some readers have raised. I am a natural gas repairman, and writing novels is both a hobby and a way to supplement my family's income. I spend my days going from house to house, and after get off work, I drag my tired body home and start writing like crazy, sometimes without even having time to eat. Because my writing speed is limited, it's very late when I finish writing, so please forgive me. I also hope you can give me some free gifts and a few clicks to urge me to update. Your support is my motivation to keep going. Thank you all. P.S. Just to clarify, I rarely have any unexpected encounters with female homeowners. Chapter 60. You're so insensible. Okay. She really was ruined by the novel, and she didn't even know who wrote The Charming CEO and His Pretty Secretary. I absolutely adore that author. Otherwise, how could she have the privilege of doing things in the back seat of the car? Isn't the author afraid of being blacklisted for writing like that? The system is now nearly 30% complete. If this continues, with the addition of Shueya, it will be a breeze to complete. The god-level rewards are practically within reach. Sumu was wearing a simple white t-shirt, and her long, white legs were dazzlingly bright beneath her cotton shorts. After saying that, before Xiaoyu could answer, she shifted her gaze to Nian behind Xiaoyu and asked in confusion. Oh? You brought a friend along? Xiaoyu explained, this is my distant younger sister. She just came to stay with me. Oh. Sumu replied indifferently, muttering to herself, the male protagonist in novels also has a younger sister, and the relationship is usually quite ambiguous. She remembered that expression again. Her future looked bleak. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's introduction, Xia Niannian jumped out with a bright smile and said, Brother, this is yet another sister-in-law. Xiaoyu was quick-witted and nimble-fingered. Xia Niannian's mouth was covered by Xiaoyu's hand. There's some good food over there, go and eat. Xiaoyu said, pointing to the dining table. Those are edible.
That's great.
As soon as she heard about food, Xian Yinyan's attention was diverted, and she excitedly ran to the dining table. Upon seeing this scene, a flash of golden flame appeared in Sumu's eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly involuntarily.
Xiaoyu felt relieved and went upstairs.
Seeing Xiaoyu come up, Sumu's expression relaxed, and she took his arm and said, "My room is on the 3rd floor, let's go up."
It was bound to happen.
Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly as he followed Sumu upstairs. In a room at the end of the corridor, Sumu opened the door and immediately locked it after Xiaoyu entered. The room was decorated mainly in pink, and various plush toys were placed on the bedside table. The bedroom alone was already larger than the entire house of my aunt. The walk-in closet is filled with a dazzling array of clothing.
Sumu furtively drew the curtains, then turned around and asked mysteriously, "Xiaoyu, wouldn't you consider this a private environment?" "Of course it counts."
Xiaoyu was already prepared. "Then I'll go take a shower first."
"Huh?" Sumu asked in confusion, "Why are you going to take a shower?"
This left Mr. Xiaoyu completely bewildered.
Was it really that wild? Were they going to start right away? Shouldn't there be some ceremony involved?
She must have read a novel that didn't include this step. The male and female protagonists in that novel really don't care about hygiene. I'm going to give it a 2-star review right away. Xiaoyu offered a forced explanation. After all, it was a meaningful event, and we should leave behind some beautiful memories. Sumu tilted her head and asked, "I showered this morning and like to wear socks, why do you need to shower?"
Huh? Looking at socks?
Sumu walked to a drawer, took out various stocking packaging bags that Shueya had previously sorted out, and said, "Sister Shueya said that these are clothes that can only be worn in a private setting for you to see. They also said they couldn't let you have it too quickly, otherwise it would lose its appeal. At least it should go through dating, watching movies, sending flowers, and confessing your feelings."
Sumu pointed to the bed again. "You can only go up there last. Damn Shueya, once we recognize each other, I'm going to give you a good kick in the ass." Xiaoyu secretly decided. Changing the subject, Sumu smiled gently and said, "Besides, didn't you do it once yesterday? Too much of it will harm your health." "I'm very sensible."
Sumu looked at me with an expression that said, "Quick, praise me."
"Oh right, Mumu is so sweet." Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated. Since she'd said that, how could he bear to go against his girlfriend's wishes? That would be too beastly.
But I'm already quite satisfied with the fact that there are benefits to see. Sumu picked up a pair of shoes, paused for a moment, and said hesitantly, "Xiaoyu,
there seems to be something wrong with your sister." She noticed something fishy? But her relationship with Nian Nian is definitely above board.
Xiaoyu calmly said, "There's no problem. She just has some special circumstances regarding her background, which are not suitable for others to know."
"Oh, are you planning to build a harem?" Sumu asked calmly. No.
Xiaoyu shook his head and said without hiding anything, "She comes from the mysterious realm and is a very strong fighter, but I'll keep that a secret for now."
Hearing this, Sumu nodded happily. "I can tell. I just want to see if you're lying to me. I have the talent of seeing through things." "Are you the great sage?"
Xiaoyu added, "She's also a pitiful person, actually very innocent." "It's alright," Sumu said with an expression of complete control. "If you want to build a harem like those powerful superhumans, I'll be like the heroines in novels, keeping you in bed all the time and leaving you wanting to but unable to."
Hiss.
For a moment, Xiaoyu couldn't tell if this was a threat or a reward.
Xiaoyu thought to himself, "If we set aside Shueya and Fan Yanyan, there probably won't be many more, right?" Xiaoyu gave a truthful yet somewhat ambiguous answer. "I'm doing all this for your happiness." "That's right, even though I'm a jerk, what will you do if it gets shorter?" Sumu glanced at Xiaoyu with some suspicion. He had already reflected on it yesterday. She trusted him. After all, he loved her. "Try these mesh ones first.
You can sit on the sofa and watch."
Sumu smiled slightly and walked into the dressing room.
Dear readers, this is where you post pictures. The living room of the Su family's villa. Xian Yanyan was enjoying her meal, but for some reason, she felt that it was still a little bit inferior to instant noodles. "It's a bit like the delicacies I ate at the Inuesec before, but the flavor is far less intense than instant noodles." Just then, there was a noise at the door. Su Nanxiong strode into his house, followed by several martial arts subordinates. Judging from his expression, his face looked somewhat tired, but his eyes were bright and alert, and he also showed a hint of joy. He was stunned when he saw Xia Niannian eating nearby. He asked the butler beside him, "And who is this?" The butler said respectfully, "Master, this young lady was brought by young Master Xia Yu." Su Nanxiong glanced around and, noticing that Su Mu and Xia Yu were nowhere to be seen, his heart tightened. He quickly asked, "Where are they?" The butler glanced upstairs and hesitated before replying, "Master, I went out after young Master Xia came in, and I don't know where he went." At this moment, Xia Niannian, who was eating, said without looking up, "Uncle in the black leather jacket, my brother and sister-in-law went upstairs. She said she wanted to do something quickly while her father was away. You know, my sister-in-law's father is the same. He sounds like an old man with outdated ideas. Moral principles and social order are the laws of nature. I'll teach him a lesson when I see him." Su Nanxiong's eyes widened in shock. This brat. Then Su Nanxiong's figure disappeared from the spot. Just at the top of the stairs, there was a loud thud, and he fell to the ground. Before him was a light purple barrier of spiritual energy. Not far away, Xia Niannian wiped the food crumbs from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Uncle, what are you doing? Are you planning to bother my brother? Don't you know any manners? Don't be like my sister-in-law's father, who is so unreasonable." Chapter 61 Shattered Mirror. The next second, Su Nanxiong flashed and stood up in place. He looked at Xia Niannian cautiously, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. How is that possible? How could this seemingly harmless little girl possess such formidable strength? Even I can't tell how deep it is, especially the spiritual energy barrier just now, which was completed in an instant. How could Xia Yu have brought such a master? Su Nanxiong said in a deep voice, "I don't know if you are really Xia Yu's sister, but please remove the barrier now, otherwise." Su Nanxiong gathered spiritual power in his right fist, ready to unleash it. "No way. My brother and sister-in-law are upstairs. I don't want to be disturbed by strangers," Xia Niannian said angrily. Boom! Su Nanxiong punched the light purple barrier, and the shockwave caused the entire house to shake. Unfortunately, the purple barrier only lit up briefly and remained intact. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Nanxiong realized that the girl in front of him was indeed a master. So he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to my Su family?" Xia Niannian blinked and said in confusion, "I just said, I am Xia Yu's younger sister, Xia Niannian." Su Nanxiong became even more cautious. He even suspected that Xia Yu had been kidnapped by the girl in front of him. Could it be that the two of them were in danger upstairs? Is the girl in front of me a heretical cultivator or a member of some organization? He tentatively started a conversation. "You said you're Xia Yu's sister, do you know who I am?" Xia Niannian shook her head, I don't know. You're the one who's going to bother my brother and sister-in-law. You're even more annoying than my sister-in-law's father, that old-fashioned stubborn man." "I am the feudal old stubborn man you mentioned, Su Nanxiong, the head of the Su family," Su Nanxiong said, playing along with her act. "Ha?" Xia Niannian opened her mouth wide, slapped her forehead and said, "Oh no. I might have said something wrong." So she quickly picked up her smartwatch, dialed Xia Yu's number, and shouted into the watch in front of Su Nanxiong. "Brother! Hurry up and get dressed, sister-in-law. Her dad's back." "I'm too embarrassed to stop him any longer." Su Nanxiong groaned, feeling a tightness in his chest. Was this girl doing it on purpose? Just then, two people came down from upstairs. It was Xia Yu and Su Mu. The two men were neatly dressed and breathing steadily, showing no signs of having done anything wrong. The only clue might be the small circular marks on Su Mu's legs where the stockings had been used to tighten them. Xia Yu hung up the call with the watch and greeted him with a smile, "Uncle Su, I didn't do anything reckless. My sister likes to talk nonsense, don't listen to her." Su Mu added innocently, "I didn't touch him." Su Nanxiong looked him up and down, then glanced at his own daughter. As a former playboy, he could tell that the two of them hadn't really done anything, but something just felt off. "Your sister's strength?" Su Nanxiong asked meaningfully. "She is a friend, not an enemy, just like a younger sister," Xia Yu replied firmly. Su Nanxiong pondered for a moment, then his brows relaxed. "All right, I won't ask any more questions. As long as there's no danger, that's good." Xia Yu felt fortunate, thank goodness for Xia Niannian. In fact, when Su Nanxiong attacked and the house shook, he realized something was wrong. At that time, Xia Yu was preparing to let Su Mu try on the open crotch dress and wanted to encourage her to show the most primitive way of wearing it.
If Xia Niannian hadn't stopped them, things would have been much more hilarious.
Although Su Nanxiong has acknowledged Xia Yu's identity, it's really too much to be caught red-handed by Xia Yu's father in public for trying to corrupt Su Mu.
After this little incident, now everyone is seated at the dining table. Except for Nian, who is still eating.
Xia Yu and Su Nanxiong had been exchanging information about Haibei City in Superhumans.
As an experienced superhuman, Su Nanxiong possesses far more knowledge than Xia Yu.
He also shared some combat techniques and some little-known experiences from the maze with Xia Yu and Su Mu as much as possible. He also said that the situation in Haibei City was already settled, so Xia Yu and the other person didn't need to worry about him and could go out and explore as much as possible.
Finally, Su Nanxiong breathed a sigh of relief and said,
"Alright, I've shared all the experience I've accumulated over the years with you.
Tsinghua and Peking University's Lingyuan Academy can teach you far more than I can. The rest you'll have to experience and hone yourselves.
Just remember one thing, peace is the most important thing.
Things cannot be delayed.
This family business in Haibei City is enough for you to live a peaceful life." After saying this, Xia Yu had the illusion that Su Nanxiong had aged several years in an instant. However, Xia Yu nodded emphatically in agreement.
To be honest, this Su Nanxiong is really good.
I wonder how tough the special training at Tsinghua and Peking University's Spiritual Academy will be. I had someone prepare 2 sets of daily necessities and other items, which you will store in your spatial artifacts later, Su Nanxiong said, pointing to the 2 small mountains of luggage in the distance.
Xia Yu looked up and asked, "Uncle Su, do you know about the A02 maze?"
The so-called special training isn't just for Tsinghua and Peking University's Ling Academy, but for all the top talents of this year, who are sent into that maze according to the quotas of each organization.
Su Nanxiong thought for a moment. I've heard of this labyrinth.
It's an official trial labyrinth of the Great Xia dynasty, and it's also open to extraordinary individuals who have made outstanding contributions, by invitation only. I've also heard that the training rooms inside are extremely expensive.
Is this what you want to enter? Xia Yu nodded. This matter seems to be deliberately kept secret. I haven't heard a word about any special training students going there. Su Nanxiong laughed heartily and said, "But this is a good thing.
Why not take advantage of a freebie?
Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to get you that invitation card to the maze, haha."
That's good. Once you're in that labyrinth, the various organizations won't be able to bother you anymore, so you can focus on improving your strength and growing stronger. The only problem is whether the broken mirror man will come after you. Su Nanxiong had just finished speaking. At the dining table, a mirrored decorative craft in front of Xia Yu made a click sound. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear on the mirror surface, which then spread to the entire artwork.
Splash! The mirror shattered.
The morning sunlight that was originally falling on the dining table was now reflected by the fragments of the mirror and projected onto the wall to one side, forming the character Zinshi, the Hour of the Tiger. Seeing this, Su Nanxiong said in a tense voice. The mirror shatters, the person appears.
The person of the broken mirror invites you to meet.
Whom?
Xia Yu frowned and asked, "You want me to go find them at this hour today?"
No, they will find you. No matter where you are, as long as you send out the mirror book, you will meet them. But as I said before, answer truthfully, don't haggle, they're easy to deal with.
Remember not to schedule anything during that time.
They even chose 3 a.m., these broken mirror people are all-night owls. Xia Yu thought to himself. Xia Niannian looked at the shards of mirror from left to right, rubbed her head, pondered for a moment, and then said somewhat dejectedly. It seems that a long time ago, the village chief of Zhong's hometown before him also encountered this scene, and then the village chief before him disappeared, and the village was bullied to death by others.
Chapter 62 Semi-Trailer? Su Nanxiong was stunned when he heard this.
His sister's hometown had also been targeted by the mirror breaker. Only Xia Yu could understand what Nian was saying.
He was greatly alarmed.
The Inua sect he had been thinking about was a product of countless years ago in the ancient labyrinth, or perhaps it wasn't even a world in itself.
The broken mirror's origins are that terrifying? To remain active until now, that's a whole new level of understanding.
And her sect leader is missing.
Could it be that the sect leader of the Inua sect was not cooperating and was killed?
Xia Yu frowned, wondering if he had run into some trouble. Su Nanxiong eased the tension by saying, I've dealt with them twice, so there's no need to worry too much.
They're very quiet, they just ask questions, give you payment, and that's it.
Then he asked Xia Yu, your younger sister will also be going to the special training with you, right? Xiaoyu snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. That's right, she has a way to follow her and can better protect Mumu's safety. Uncle Su, don't worry.
Yes, I trust you know what you're doing.
Su Nanxiong smiled with satisfaction, then added, but you've missed one thing in your preparations.
Duh.
Hurry up and prepare another batch of supplies.
Yes, master. Ada replied succinctly, then turned to leave.
Wait a minute, Xiaoyu interrupted, adding, buy more instant noodles, preferably all kinds of brands. Xiao Nianyan's eyes lit up, her earlier gloom vanished, and she excitedly said, I want lots and lots. Ada first looked at Su Nanxiong and saw that the head of the family nodded slightly.
He immediately understood and hurriedly went out.
Then, as the group talked, another stack of materials was gradually piled up by the Su family's servants.
Not long after,
the sound of a car stopping could be heard outside the door.
Guided by the housekeeper, the three entered the house. The two people walking in front were dressed in matching black training uniforms, their expressions serious, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Following behind was Shueya, who was constantly running back and forth. Shueya was still wearing a loose-fitting long dress with inkwash painting patterns, and her beautiful black hair was tied up with an ebony hairpin, exuding classical beauty. When Sumu stood up to greet her, she smiled slightly in response. She selectively ignored Xiaoyu's existence. I was amazed by the pure and innocent eyes of the JK girl who was engrossed in eating. One of the staff members clasped his hands in a fist salute to Su Nanxiong and said, Patriarch Su, is everything ready? We're about to head to the meeting point now. Su Nanxiong responded with a smile, they're ready. Thank you for your hard work. As he spoke, Su Nanxiong produced two exquisite wooden boxes from his hands, preparing to hand them to the two men. You are guests from afar, this is just a small gift, thank you for your trouble. The seemingly emotionless staff member was slightly moved, accepted the wooden box without making a sound, and then clasped his hands in a fist and said, It is necessary for the job, and I will do my best to fulfill my duties. Su Nanxiong glanced around. All three supplies had now been safely stored away. Xiaoyu has 2 portions in his spatial artifact, and Sumu also has his own spatial storage artifact, but the instant noodles he just mentioned are not yet ready. He silently blamed Ada in his heart, thinking that things were becoming more and more inefficient. Even something as simple as buying instant noodles was taking so long. Judging from her appearance, Xiaoyu's younger sister really loves instant noodles, so it wasn't a good idea to dampen the little girl's enthusiasm. Time is tight, let's set off now. The staff member turned and walked towards the door. Su Nanxiong hesitated and asked, Gentlemen, could you wait a little longer? Something hasn't arrived yet. The two turned around and said expressionlessly, Sorry, Patriarch Su, we have strict time limits and cannot wait. But traffic jams are possible. After saying this, the two sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to meditate. Seeing this, Xiaoyu exclaimed, Wow, traffic can be this bad. Just then, a rough voice came from outside the door. Poor. Okay, stop. Upon hearing that Ade had returned, Su Nanxiong knew that the purchase was complete, so he called the others to walk outside together. After stepping outside, 10 semi-trailer trucks were parked on the road in front of the Su family's villa. Each vehicle was packed full of boxes. Upon closer inspection, it was all instant noodles? Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. 10 semi-trailer truckloads of instant noodles? What he meant was that dozens of boxes were already a lot, but Ada brought in 10 semi-trailers? Ada came over and reported, I've been inefficient, I only managed to get 10 truckloads. Give me another half day, and I can take all the instant noodles from all the warehouses in Haibei City. Su Nanxiong's eye twitched, and he said to Xiaoyu, Quickly put them into your spatial storage, this should be enough. Xiaoyu did as instructed. At least he wouldn't have to worry about finding instant noodles for Nian Nian anymore. After everything is done, with Su Nanxiong waving his hand, the group drove away. Su Nanxiong only came to his senses and sighed softly after watching the vehicle disappear completely. Ada, just tell me what you think of Xiaoyu. When asked, Ada's expression turned serious, and he said in a measured tone, Young Master Xiaoyu has a great business mind. Ha? Su Nanxiong didn't understand. What does this have to do with doing business? Ada said with some confidence, Special training is bound to be tough and physically demanding. If young Master Xiaoyu goes to sell instant noodles at this time, he will definitely make a fortune. Su Nanxiong patted Ade on the shoulder, Luckily you awakened. Afterwards, Su Nanxiong walked alone up the distant hillside, a cluster of white chrysanthemums appearing in his hand. On a mid-sized MPV business van.
Two staff members were in the driver's seat and passenger seat, while Sumu and Shueya sat in the middle row of business class chairs. The reason was that Sumu planned to ask Shueya some private questions. Shueya held her phone, answering Sumu's question somewhat awkwardly, because although it was a private conversation, since they were both superhumans, Xiaoyu behind them could hear it perfectly well. Xiaoyu was in the second to last row. The vehicle had barely moved a short distance when it shook with a click. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu saw the scenery outside begin to shrink smaller and smaller, and the car suddenly took off. Xiaoyu was not surprised by this, as he had long ago noticed that the vehicle had undergone mechanical modifications with inscribed spirit arrays. The reason given for the traffic jam was truly difficult for the two of them to come up with. Xian Yanyan complained that the flying magical artifacts in their city were too limited, far less expansive than riding on exotic beasts or magical treasures.
Well, we're the country bumpkins now.
Xiaoyu casually picked up a talisman and drew Flying Sword Strike, not wasting a single second. At the same time, he was also thinking that Fang Yanyan had once said that the prodigies recommended by various organizations were mostly spoiled brats from wealthy families, all of whom had powerful backgrounds and connections.
Will there be more scenes of bullying and oppression? That's pretty boring. Hopefully they'll be more sensible. It took about 3.5 hours.
The car finally began to descend slowly.
Xiaoyu looked around and couldn't help but sigh.
This place really can only be reached by flying up.
Chapter 63 Strange Style.
All that could be seen below them was their lower body,
surrounded by towering mountains and towering peaks.
At the very center, there is an inverted mountain, with many modern buildings on a wide platform. There are also many heavily armed guards around, as well as radars engraved with inscribed magic arrays. There were several weapons that looked like anti-aircraft guns.
Xiaoyu could tell at a glance that they were magical anti-aircraft weapons made by talisman masters. Xiaoyu could sense the aura of the talisman array even around the entire upside-down mountain. It's possible that this upside-down mountain was lifted up by a magic array.
In addition, at the southeast corner of Upside-Down Mountain, there is a large area of blackened area, as if it had been burned. A short while later, the car landed smoothly. We landed in a designated, numbered parking area.
As soon as we landed, several staff members came up with a special instrument.
The driver who brought Xiaoyu and the others rolled down the window, took out a card from his pocket, and swiped it on the device. Upon seeing the green light on the instrument, the other party gave a military salute and jogged away. At this moment, the car door locks opened.
The group knew it was time to get off the bus.
As Xiaoyu stepped out of the car, a refreshing breeze greeted him, giving him a particularly comfortable feeling.
This feeling is like being full of spiritual energy. I secretly used the stealing trick. There's a slight improvement. Just as I expected.
Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. Putting aside the realm of illusion, there was actually a place with such dense spiritual energy. You must know that it is very difficult to retain spiritual energy in the real world and prevent it from dissipating. Now, in this place, there is no obvious protective shield or anything like that, yet there is spiritual energy present.
Xiaoyu is certain that he is not currently in a maze.
Guided by two staff members, the four arrived at the entrance of an oval-shaped, arched roof building. The two turned around and said in a businesslike tone, "Just go in through this door, find the name of your spirit academy, and someone will meet you inside." He paused for a moment, then added quietly, "Try to get your entry permit as soon as possible."
Shueya stepped forward and nodded, saying, "I've been here before, thank you for reminding me." Sumu asked with some surprise, "Sister Shui, did you come here last year? How are the accommodations arranged? Is it possible to have two people in one room?"
Shueya was speechless for a moment. Of course, she knew what Sumu was thinking, whether she could live with Xiaoyu. So she deliberately raised her voice a little and said, "Inside, only two people can stay in a room, and men and women are separated."
Some people should give up on that idea.
But I also have to thank someone for giving me another chance to take advantage of the special training. Xiaoyu knew, of course, that Shueya was talking about him. He smiled slightly to appear magnanimous, but his inner monologue was, "Just wait, I'll show you what it means to kick your ass hard and take advantage of you." Sumu thought for a moment, then took Shueya's hand and said with a sweet smile, "Then Sister Shui, let's stay in one room.
You won't mind Xiaoyu coming over often, right? Damn love-struck fool."
Shueya was internally devastated, but still said aloud, "Try to be more reserved.
Don't forget what I taught you."
As they talked, they passed through the long corridor and arrived at the hall.
The hall was simply decorated, yet unusually lively.
Xiaoyu silently counted, and found that there were actually several hundred extraordinary individuals recommended by dozens of organizations and spiritual academies. The Great Xia dynasty is indeed teeming with talented people. Furthermore, more than half of the extraordinary individuals, whether in terms of clothing or demeanor, clearly did not come from ordinary families. Led by Shueya with practiced ease, they arrived at the waiting area belonging to Qingbei Ling Yuan. Besides Xia Yu and his group, there were 5 other people. Aside from Shen Lao from the special recruitment team, Xia Yu also noticed another familiar face, the blue-hair Meng Lang. He still looked like a playboy, dressed in a sleazy manner. Upon seeing Xia Yu arrive, Meng Lang greeted him warmly, "Great genius, you're here."
I'm here again this year. We can look after each other now.
Xia Yu smiled and greeted him, but still deliberately kept his distance, as he seriously suspected that the other person might be bisexual. Making married women and their husbands fall in love with you is just too outrageous and outrageous.
Sumu secretly asked Shueya, was he able to come again because of Xia Yu?
Shueya said with a forced smile, because his father is the vice dean.
The other 3 people didn't greet them because they weren't familiar with them.
Only the 2 boys in the group kept secretly looking at Shueya. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Old Shen glanced at Xia Niannian behind Xia Yu and said kindly, "Xia Yu, there is a strict limit to the number of people allowed to enter the special training in the maze this time.
You can arrange for her to stay in the waiting area over there. The accommodation and other facilities there are complete."
As he spoke, Elder Shen handed Xia Yu a wristband. "This is your identification tag.
Go over there and help her settle in. Be quick and come back soon. Then I will get you into the special training maze as soon as possible."
Upon hearing this, Xia Niannian looked displeased and was about to speak when Xia Yu stopped her with a look.
Okay.
Xia Yu agreed and pulled Niannian along as they ran quickly toward the resettlement area. In a secluded corner, Xia Yu said to Niannian, "Remember, do not come out of the space unless I call you.
There are countless instant noodles inside. You can eat some instant noodles while you wait for me." Great. Xia Niannian instantly disappeared from her spot and entered the spatial artifact.
When Xia Yu returned to the waiting area, Old Shen had already called the staff. The staff checked the list and, finding it correct, gestured for people to follow him. Old Shen said with some satisfaction, "I wish you all a good experience.
There will be someone to explain things to you once you go inside.
The S-level treatment given to Xia Yu and Su Mu once is stored in your wristbands." Meng Lang whistled and muttered to Xia Yu, "The old man is just nagging.
It's just a maze with a slightly denser spiritual energy. What's so special about it? Who has the money to go into those high-level cultivation rooms? Who knows who they're even for?"
Shueya scolded, "Meng Lang, shut up." Meng Lang chuckled and ran to Xia Yu's side, saying, "Brother Xia, you have a chance to use the S-level training room once. If someone tries to force you to buy your skills at a low price after you go in, just mention my name, and they'll give me, Meng Lang, some face."
Forced sale? Is a spoiled brat on the way? But who's stronger is still uncertain. Xia Yu smiled and replied, "No problem."
The staff stopped at a fantastical membrane, announcing, "Please enter the A02 maze in an orderly fashion." Xia Yu could feel the strong spiritual energy overflowing from here, and he was amazed at what was inside.
Meng Lang was the first to run in, followed by Shueya. Sumu glanced at Xia Yu, who then took her hand and they walked inside together. Then a bright light appeared before my eyes.
Xia Yu saw the situation inside clearly.
This environment is too complicated, isn't it? This is a cyberpunk, post-apocalyptic, celestial, wasteland, or fallen style?
Just then, a voice boomed in Xia Yu's ear, or perhaps it came from his mind, its tone slightly mischievous.
"Hey little kid, little kid." Chapter 64 Strange Sounds. The sounds suddenly exploded. Xia Yu was startled and quickly looked around, only to find that everyone else's expressions were normal and there was nothing unusual about them. For some reason, Xia Yu felt a sense of familiarity with the voice he had just heard, as if he had heard it somewhere before. "It sounds like a sound from my childhood." He asked Sumu, who was standing beside him, in a low voice, "Did you just hear a voice saying child?" From Sumu's questioning gaze, Xia Yu already knew the answer. However, her face still flushed slightly as she said earnestly, "I already said this morning, now is not the time to have a child." "I know." Xia Yu began to wonder, could the voice just now have belonged to the mirror breaker? Wasn't it supposed to be between 3 and 5 a.m.? Is this considered giving us an early warning? After listening carefully again, Xia Yu realized that the sound had never appeared again. So he looked into the distance and began to observe the appearance of this labyrinth.
Looking up from above, the vast plain stretches as far as the eye can see, dotted with ruins. Various dilapidated palaces and pavilions seem to have fallen from the sky and crashed to the ground, some even embedding themselves straight into the earth and buried deep in the soil. These ancient buildings appeared utterly ruined, as if they had survived a cataclysmic disaster. Thanks to the infrastructure efforts of the staff at Dacia, numerous modern buildings have sprung up amidst the ruins. Standing atop the ruins, they represent an exploration and study of this mysterious land. These modern buildings contrast sharply with the ancient palaces, creating a sense of temporal displacement. In the very center of the ruins, the most striking feature is undoubtedly the massive stone staircase leading to the heavens. Soaring into the clouds, it is imposing, its steps abruptly ending hundreds of meters above the ground, as if severed by a sharp sword. This sight evokes the legendary destruction of the celestial palace by an external force, with fragments scattered across the ground. The entire scene gave Xiaoyu a strong sense of shock, as if he were in a shattered fairyland. The place he was in was a huge platform with a steel frame structure, surrounded by incomplete palaces and pavilions. Furthermore, even the entrance to the maze is in the air, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty and mystery of entering it. However, Xiaoyu had already experienced a vertically downward exit in the previous maze, so he wasn't too surprised by this peculiar design. At this time, the number of extraordinary individuals at the entrance to the labyrinth began to increase. Some were first-time visitors, while others had visited several times before. Shueya remained quiet, only glancing at her phone, which had lost signal, and sighing.
Meng Lang, ever since he entered, had been relentlessly explaining things to the group, trying to establish his seniority. We can go down after the last group arrives in a little while.
Such opportunities are rare.
The concentration of spiritual energy here is said to be the highest among all the labyrinths.
Especially the cultivation rooms, which are converted from ancient ruins.
Rumor has it that there are opportunities here.
However, so many years have passed, and I have never heard of anyone gaining any opportunities from those ancient cultivation chambers.
It is probably just a rumor.
Meng Lang pointed to his wrist again. These wristbands of ours are all green, for single use only.
They are recommended and have the lowest privileges. We can only cultivate in the training room of the Star Chart ruins over there. Xiaoyu is different from Su Mu. He has 1 S-level access to the relic training room, which is valid for 1 day.
When we get to the S-level training room, the staff will explain it in more detail. Then Meng Lang seemed to have noticed something, and pointed to a tall, extraordinary individual who had just entered in the distance, saying,
"Look at that person's hand. That's a golden wristband."
This is a reward for outstanding individuals who have made significant contributions to the Great Xia dynasty. They can enjoy various relic training rooms for only 30% of the normal price.
Someone nearby asked, "What color wristband is the one that costs money?" Meng Lang searched through the crowd. "See that fat guy? He's got a silver wristband. That means he paid to get in, and not just anyone is qualified." "Is there any unrestricted access to any of the training rooms in the ruins, allowing free use of them?"
Meng Lang said in a low, mysterious voice, "Yes.
Supreme black gold wristband.
You can stay in this labyrinth for 7 days each month, freely use various ancient ruins and training rooms, and enjoy the most luxurious private rest area with dedicated staff accompanying you. In the Qingbei Spiritual Academy, there is a person who possesses a black and gold wristband. He once guarded the exit of an invading abyss labyrinth for 7 days and 7 nights, wiping out all the invading creatures. It is said that any creature that came out was guaranteed to be at least level 7 in strength. Then he rushed back into the labyrinth and didn't come out until more than 20 days later.
Since then, that labyrinth has become a tourist attraction." Hearing this, Xiaoyu understood. Entering this labyrinth also has different levels.
Those who have just awakened and are receiving special support from the Great Xia dynasty, like them, only have 1 chance. The sons of noble families, however, can rely on this welfare policy of the Great Xia dynasty to have a second chance. However, Sumu had already told Xiaoyu before they came that they would be staying here for a relatively long time, a full 14 days, which is longer than the 7 days a month for the black gold card. As for why it's not open indefinitely to enhance the strength of superhumans, Meng Lang speculates that it's because this labyrinth contains many unstable factors and is still under development. It cannot be used infinitely by superhumans and can only be opened on a small scale with conditions.
Not long after, as the last group of people entered through the entrance, the steel platform began to shake.
With the grinding sound of mechanical gears, the entire platform began to move downwards. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the platform was firmly embedded in the ground, level with the horizon. Up close, Xiaoyu found the buildings and ruined palaces even more magnificent. It was hard to imagine how majestic they must have been when they were intact. Especially that stone staircase, which looks no different from other staircases from a distance, but only when you get a little closer do you realize that each step is about 3 meters high, with hundreds of steps stretching into the sky. At this moment, Xiaoyu noticed that, ignoring the people with green wristbands, the superhumans with wristbands of other colors took the lead in leaving the crowd and exiting through another passage. Directly in front of them, a middle-aged man in camouflage stepped out. The man exuded an imposing aura, his face radiating a murderous intent. He amplified his voice with spiritual power and said, "Fellow prodigies, welcome to the A02 maze. I will now guide you." The middle-aged man began to explain the rules of this labyrinth in detail, and Xiaoyu listened and found that they were largely the same as what Meng Lang had said. Furthermore, it makes no mention of the origin or history of the labyrinth. It is worth noting that the middle-aged man specifically emphasized that all architectural information and the appearance of this labyrinth must not be disclosed to the outside world, otherwise he would be held accountable. However, this was only a verbal warning agreement. Furthermore, if he encounters any unusual paranormal situations, he hopes to report them to the nearest staff member as soon as possible.
Xiaoyu wondered, did that voice count as one when we entered the maze? Could it be that someone else had heard it before? And it was interpreted as a paranormal event? Since the voice did not continue, Xiaoyu did not pay much attention to it. In comparison, the broken mirror man worried him more. Chapter 65, Stepping onto the Divine Ladder. What also interested Xiaoyu was the staircase. It is said to have a majestic name, Stepping on the God's Ladder, which was given to it by the people of Daxia. It's far more than just a stone step, it's a kind of divine artifact, almost like a body-tempering artifact. As long as you can withstand the endless pressure, with each step you take, you will naturally be tempered by the remaining divine power of each step, with an effect that is extremely powerful. Furthermore, it does not judge based on the strength of the superhuman's rank. That is, there is no difference between a first-rank superhuman and a ninth-rank superhuman after they step onto the rank. It all depends on some kind of potential. However, aside from the special training camp, only children from ordinary families can try to enter this labyrinth of extraordinary individuals. The rest are people with connections and wealth who can enjoy it. If some ordinary extraordinary individuals manage to accumulate enough money through hard work to buy a silver wristband, they can also come here to enjoy body tempering. However, by then, they will generally be too old, and even after body tempering, the potential they can achieve is far less than if they had done it earlier. As for what exactly this potential is, the great Xia has not yet come up with a definitive answer. All I know is that many years ago, a third-tier B-level talent superhuman broke the record by climbing all 28 stone steps in one go. He is now a powerful figure in the great Xia dynasty. His physical strength is said to be such that he can withstand a single blow from a legendary Earth immortal realm transcendent without dying. Every extraordinary individual who enters has one chance to challenge, and Xiaoyu is equally eager to see just how high he can reach with the system's enhancement. Finally, after everything was explained, all the surrounding electronic barriers were opened. Then the crowd began to slowly disperse. At this time, Haibei City was 100 miles south of the beach. Two shadowy figures stood suspended in mid-air.
Such intelligence is truly timely. We should take advantage of this opportunity to distract the great Xia. If we can obtain that book, the plan will be half successful. The voice came from one of the shadows, sounding decayed and hoarse. The other group replied, I hope you have enough backup plans and don't get yourself into trouble.
If you fail, it's not my problem. Ha ha, you puppet of Yen Shu, do you even have the right to bargain? If you can get that book, I will keep my promise and set you free.
After he finished speaking, the shadow slowly dissipated. On the turbulent sea, only a shadow remained. A sigh came from the shadows, filled with resentment and reluctance. A few breaths later, the sea surface suddenly lit up with an inscribed glow, and countless runes covered the surrounding dozens of nautical miles.
In the special training secret realm.
After the staff finished explaining, Sumu belatedly realized, so the special training was just sending me into this top-tier labyrinth, with no one to guide me.
Meng Lang said unrestrainedly, this is much more effective than any teaching.
You'll see in a moment if you just find a low-level ruin to practice.
Shueya stepped forward, turned to face Sumu and Xiaoyu, and said, as for you, Ling Yuan has given me a task.
I will provide you with instruction in physical skills and close combat techniques at the ruins of the Divine Martial Arts Arena.
Sumu smiled slightly and nodded, thank you, Sister Shui. Shueya nodded gently in response.
When Shueya's gaze fell upon Xiaoyu, a playful glint flashed in her eyes.
Physical training instructor, huh? S-rank talisman master, huh?
I'll see how miserable you become when you lose your talismans and fall into my hands for physical training.
Don't blame me for being ruthless.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu thought to himself.
Alright, it's time to lay my cards on the table. I wonder how interesting her expression will be then. At this point, Meng Lang suggested, how about we go to our lodgings and settle in first, and then meet at the star chart?
I want to share a room with Xiaoyu, we're quite familiar with each other.
Meng Lang raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyu. No way. You call a casual acquaintance a close friend?
You blue-haired guy who uses poison is dangerous.
What if you climb into my bed in the middle of the night?
Just as Xiaoyu was about to refuse, he saw a dozen or so people walking towards them in the distance. They walked steadily, their expressions were calm, and they seemed to be full of confidence in everything around them. These people were all dressed smartly, wearing all kinds of designer clothes. From the fabric to the brand, it seemed as if the words sons of noble families were written on their faces.
Meng Lang's expression changed immediately. He dropped his nonchalant demeanor and cursed inwardly, Zhao, can't you see I'm here? How dare someone come here and bully others? Don't be afraid, I'll back you up today. Xiaoyu frowned as well, sighing inwardly. Sure enough, no matter where you go, there will always be a group of second and third generation rich kids who bully others by relying on their power.
Judging from Meng Lang's words, this group of people clearly wanted to forcefully buy the rights to the S-Ruins training room at a low price. These dozen or so sons of noble families had a very clear goal. They were heading straight for Xiaoyu. Their eyes were cold and arrogant, as if Xiaoyu were just an insignificant nobody. Upon approaching, the elegantly dressed man at the head of the group looked at Xiaoyu indifferently and asked in an icy tone.
You're from Tsinghua Peking University School of Spiritual Medicine, right? Meng Lang yelled, get lost. Can't you see I'm here? Go away and play somewhere else, or I'll teach you a lesson.
The man in fine clothes ignored Meng Lang's words, showing no anger.
He fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu and Su Mu, and asked. So, Xiaoyu is in here?
Xiaoyu stepped forward, looked directly at the other person, and said calmly, I am Xiaoyu.
Is there something you need? If not, stay away.
The man in fine clothes sneered, glanced at the crowd behind him to confirm, and said.
Brothers, this is Xiaoyu. Come. Let's all call him Brother Xia.
Please give me some gifts, please urge me to update more, please give me some good reviews, thank you dear readers.
Chapter 66 again, it's the Xianyi sect.
The remaining people greeted each other in unison, hello, Brother Xia.
Ah.
Meng Lang was the first to be confused. We had originally planned to start by sharing our backgrounds to see whose father or relatives were more powerful.
If we couldn't win in the end, then we'd take action. But why is the other party not playing by the rules? Why do they have such an unruly attitude?
This left him with a mouthful of traditional Chinese culture stuck in his throat, unable to escape, which was extremely uncomfortable.
Xiaoyu wasn't too surprised. The person he instinctively thought of was Fang Yanyan.
If there was anyone he could ask for help with right now, Fang Yanyan was one of them. Putting aside their personal relationship and romantic feelings, she would help if she could just for the paper in the Book of Life and Death. Only she could have such influence among the younger generation in the capital's social circles.
Xiaoyu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Are you from the Fang family? The man in the fine clothes at the head of the group quickly denied it. The Fang family? We are not from them. We are all from the Xianyi sect. My name is Jiajiu.
It's all because I saw that report online.
I have great respect for Brother Xia and wanted to get to know you, Jiajiu said politely. Xianyi sect? It wasn't Fang Yanyan who greeted him. Is it just because of that video that you're trying to befriend them? Xiaoyu inwardly scoffed. These days, do people like to treat others like fools? A typical spoiled brat becomes a fan of someone just because of a video. Also, their acting was very exaggerated, all about technique.
Xiaoyu said casually, then thank you all for your appreciation.
If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Let's go. After saying that, Xiaoyu patted Meng Lang on the shoulder, signaling him to leave. Brother Xia, wait a minute.
Jiajiu called out to stop him, taking out a wristband from his hand.
This is something our elders specifically instructed us to give you before we left. There are already enough funds deposited into it.
As long as Brother Xia doesn't stay in the S-level training room every day, you can go to any other level of the ruins training room.
Similarly, the rest area is also separate. Xiaoyu glanced at the wristband's color, silver. Was this some kind of bribe? Sure enough, these people were acting this way because they were instructed by their superiors. Xiaoyu did have some doubts about Xianyi sect's motives for doing this. Logically speaking, I had already made my attitude and stance very clear when I was recruiting students. It seems that the matter of the Book of Life and Death is indeed enough to drive various organizations to use any means necessary. Xiaoyu did not accept the wristband, but instead asked, "What is the purpose of giving me this?" Jia Jiu said with a smile, "The elder said that he simply admires your talent. You were able to do something that caused a sensation on the extraordinary forum right after you awakened, which made us talisman masters proud. Secondly, we hope that when you leave this labyrinth, you will join the Xianyi sect. This time we will give you the highest level of treatment." Jia Jiu then raised the silver wristband and said, "You can see our sincerity, brother Xia." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately became agitated. Damn it. The admissions team has already finished their work, and now they're sending this bunch of junk to act as lobbyists? Why don't you mention that our Tsinghua Peking University Spiritual Academy also grants each of them the right to an S-level training room once? And what's more, does your Xianyi sect represent all talisman masters? Every organization has talisman masters. You're just self-aggrandizing charlatans. Bah! Jia Jiu pointed calmly in the direction of the crowd and said, "Do you know? Actually, it's not just us, many people want to come and see Brother Xia's charm. However, our Xianyi sect stopped them. Their motives weren't as pure as ours. Some wanted to forcibly buy S-level training room resources, some just wanted to smear the internet genius, some were interested in the powerful talismans obtained from the deathly maze, and even more." Jia Jiu paused deliberately, then said jokingly, trying to find a chance to kill Brother Xia. Sumu initially acted as if it were none of her business, finding these men rather nagging. But upon hearing the last sentence, her expression instantly changed, her eyes narrowed, and a flicker of fire seemed to dance within them. Xiaoyu scoffed. "These spoiled brats, who at most reach the third rank, want my life?" He said indifferently, "So, I should thank you?" Meng Lang chimed in, "Xiaoyu, don't listen to their nonsense. Killing in this labyrinth is a major taboo. No organization would dare to do that. They're just trying to make themselves look good. I want to see how many people would dare to come over if they didn't stop them." Ignoring Meng Lang's words, Jia Jiu said to Xiaoyu, "I wouldn't call it thanks, but I believe Brother Xia will choose the right side. From now on, we'll be fellow disciples, and we'll still follow Brother Xia's orders." I guess they won't have this attitude anymore after they've used up the illusion of the Book of Life and Death. Xiaoyu didn't want to waste any more time, so this time he turned around and grabbed Sumu, urging her. Let's go, let's go. Honestly, we've come to a maze with such rich spiritual energy and even training rooms. Instead of improving, we're just wasting time here." With that, Xia Yuzhen turned and left without wasting another word. Clapping sounds came from behind, along with Jia Jiu's ambiguous voice, "Very well, since you've chosen another path, we won't force you to continue. Everyone, whatever you wish to do, we, the Xianyi sect, hereby declare that we will no longer interfere. Please do as you please." Jia Jiu's last sentence was clearly addressed to the people around him. Upon hearing this, the others began to whisper among themselves. Actually, Jia Jiu was right about one thing: among the extraordinary individuals recommended this time, Xiaoyu is indeed the one who has received a lot of attention. It's not for any other reason than that he has the ability to kill fourth-tier transcendents with talismans. Many organizations and geniuses want to try it out. Is it because Xiaoyu's talent is special, or because that maze allows him to have the ability to kill beyond his level? Every single point is very important information. Furthermore, everyone now knows that Xiaoyu is an orphan with no background whatsoever. It's fair to say that 75% of the extraordinary individuals who can occupy these recommendation slots come from families with connections. Influenced by class-based thinking from a young age, they generally feel that Xiaoyu is just an extraordinary individual who got lucky. So what if he's a genius? If it weren't for that special labyrinth that appeared this year, normally the Xianyi sect wouldn't be so eager to offer him such favorable terms. So the smaller groups that were more familiar with each other began to discuss their next steps. It's basically impossible to win him over. Even with such good terms and such a humble attitude from a sect like Xianyi sect, they still couldn't sway him. So, the best way to prevent others from harming your interests is to get rid of the person who might steal your interests, or at the very least, to affect their promotion. On the road, Xiaoyu asked Meng Lang, "You seemed so powerful just now. If we were to really fight, how many could you take on by yourself?" Meng Lang scoffed,
my talent is special, it will only become strong in the future.
Right now, I can't even beat someone at the 5th level of the 2nd tier. Xia Yu was speechless. Well, I do admire your temper.
Xia Yu had a new perspective on Lan Mao. Chapter 67 was challenged. Meng Lang tossed his hair and said,
Just because I can't fight doesn't mean that no one from Tsinghua Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine can. Among those who came with us is a genius among geniuses, the Snow Goddess.
Meng Lang jumped forward and deliberately pointed to Shuya with great fanfare.
Shuya rolled her eyes at him. Boring. Sumu suddenly blurted out, What's the highest rank among them?
Meng Lang answered quickly, The strongest and highest ranking person is standing right in front of you.
That's why I said her nickname is Snow Goddess.
She awakened and reached the peak of the 2nd rank in just 1 year, and her combat power is even enough to challenge a 3rd rank superhuman.
Just tell me, am I strong or not? Sumu squinted and smiled, praising, Sister Shuya, you're amazing. Shuya was a little overwhelmed by the praise and could only tell Meng Lang to shut up.
Then Sumu turned to Xia Yu seriously and said, The highest level is only 3rd rank.
Let's try to kill as many as possible. Ha! Her thought process is so murderous. Xia Yu replied, If they don't have eyes, we shouldn't hold back either. Yeah, I'm here.
Sumu said something completely unexpected.
Xia Yu was about to ask who had arrived.
Just then, the air in front of them suddenly distorted, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand, and then a superhuman slowly emerged. The 2nd and 3rd superhumans also appeared around them, forming a triangular encirclement with the 1st superhuman, trapping Xia Yu and the others in the middle.
Xia Yu first looked at Sumu, secretly marveling, she actually possessed such keen insight.
These 3 extraordinary individuals clearly had talents in the void or concealment realm. If it weren't for the vast difference in their levels, it would be almost impossible for someone of equal skill to detect their presence.
Yet Sumu was able to see through them at a glance.
Shuya chose to speak up this time, not only so that the superhuman on the other side could hear her, but she said, This labyrinth has clear rules that prohibit any form of killing.
This statement serves as both a warning to the enemy and a reminder to Xia Yu and Sumu, making them understand the bottom line and principles in this confusing situation.
One of the 3 men gave a dismissive smile.
Of course I know. I'm just here to issue a challenge.
The man took out a silver wristband, replaced the green one on his wristband, and pointed at Xia Yu, saying, This labyrinth allows sparring.
From now on, the rest of us will take turns guarding you. As soon as you step out of your residence, I'll beat you up under the guise of a friendly spar. Don't even think about going to any S-rank relic training room, haha. Despicable.
Meng Lang said through gritted teeth.
Xia Yu asked him, Is this reasonable and compliant with regulations?
Meng Lang said angrily, As long as you don't kill or maim, it's within the rules.
Meng Lang was quite indignant.
If Xia Yu were to spend the entire special training session confined to his room and not come out, wouldn't that be a complete waste of such a valuable resource?
What if we refuse? Xia Yu asked, puzzled. This didn't make sense. Meng Lang shook his head, superhumans are driven by the pursuit of strength.
As long as no one is injured or killed, the staff of this mystic great Xia will not care.
Unless you have a gold or black gold wristband, you don't even need to refuse. Just wave your hand and the staff will clear these little karaomis away.
Upon hearing this, the 3 people surrounding Xia Yu sneered.
A gold wristband? What are you thinking? Would someone like that help a newly awakened superhuman? Black gold? I don't recall there being a black gold wristband category. You just made that up off the cuff. What a pity.
In this labyrinth, the super talisman master can't use his talismans that can kill.
If he accidentally kills us, he'll have to pay with his own life, ha 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 ha. Soon, the commotion attracted quite a few people to come over.
Among them were Jia Jiao and his group, as well as people recommended by various organizations.
Jia Jiao revealed a meaningful smile.
At the same time, Xia Yu observed that, apart from the 3 people in front of him who wore silver wristbands, Jia Jiao and the people behind him, as well as several other superhumans from the organization, had also changed into silver wristbands.
Xia Yu couldn't help but sigh, these spoiled brats really have a lot of money. Almost every family has issued such invitation-only wristbands.
Meng Lang cursed under his breath beside him, damn it, if they make a move later, I'll join in too.
They're probably watching you.
If you're worried, you should just stay in your place and hide.
I'm afraid they might go too far. No need. Xia Yu sneered inwardly, I'm afraid I might not be careful enough in a moment.
At this moment, a superhuman wearing a silver wristband pointed at Xiaoyu and said,
"I, Fei Niao, hereby challenge Xiaoyu to a sparring match. The guys took a day off, we worked too late at the homeowner's house. Update tomorrow." Chapter 68, One picture was enough to terrify me.
The bird's soft, high-pitched voice is unpleasant to listen to, giving off a sinister feeling.
Waste bird? Upon hearing the name, Shueya frowned slightly. She seemed to have heard the name before. After a brief pause, she remembered. So she spoke up. He was the previous S-class talent superhuman from the Water Spirit Academy. It is said that he has already reached the threshold of the 6th level of the 2nd tier, and has defeated opponents of higher tiers. He has entered the abyss-like maze 3 times within a year and returned unscathed. The talent is to restrict the direction of toxins, especially to prevent him from getting close. While he appeared to be introducing the other person, everyone could tell at a glance that he was actually reminding Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu glanced at the other person's appearance, but a dilemma arose in his heart. Fei Niao? Just hearing that name perfectly matches his effeminate manner. But, is the talisman on my body too powerful? What if the weakest card is accidentally killed or crippled? The management of the labyrinth just made it very clear that killing people here is a major taboo. There's no other way at worst, I'll just have to be more careful when using the character sword technique. Xiaoyu took out a talisman with the lowest bonus and placed it in his palm. Upon seeing the talisman, Fei Niao's expression changed slightly. He had certainly seen Xiaoyu's videos. The talismans he possessed were capable of killing 4th-tier superhumans. He was also gambling, betting that Xiaoyu wouldn't dare to use such a powerful talisman to attack, otherwise there would be no point in fighting. However, due to his pride as a prodigy and the instructions from his superiors, he had no choice but to cause trouble for Xiaoyu, both for the sake of his reputation and to fulfill his orders. Fortunately, he still had a high-level protective artifact given to him by the Spirit Academy, which made him feel a little more at ease. Others who witnessed this scene were delighted. Jia Jiu, in particular, was eager for Xiaoyu to use that mysterious talisman, thus violating the rules and incurring punishment from the labyrinth. At the very least, we must drive Xiaoyu out of this maze. With a determined effort, the bird vanished from its spot in an instant, moving with incredible speed. Accompanying his figure was a pale green spiritual mist. But the next second, his figure froze on the road.
The bird remained in a running posture, but dared not move at all.
Because directly in front of his brow, a dragon shadow flying sword hovered, just a hair's breadth away from piercing his brow.
Cold sweat instantly beaded on Fei Niao's forehead, large beads of sweat beginning to condense. If he had taken just one more step, his head would have been pierced through.
That was close.
The spirit sword before him still exuded a terrifying aura, especially the faint dragon roar that constantly resounded in his ears, causing him to tremble all over. The sound of dragon roars echoing one after another made him consider kneeling down.
This is terrifying. What kind of talisman is this?
Fei Niao was terrified. However, this scene appears quite differently to outsiders. They only saw the talisman in Xiaoyu's hand turn into dust, and then the next second, they saw the wooden, motionless Fei Niao.
Although that spirit sword was extremely fast, it blocked the path that the bird was bound to take. But why doesn't the bird move away quickly? Are you stuck in a stalemate with the flying sword? And your legs are still trembling? How come Fei Niao, a super genius recruited by the previous Water Spirit Academy, has no reaction speed at all? On the contrary, Xiaoyu looked completely relaxed. Xiaoyu was actually speechless. What a damn bad luck. He had calculated Xiaoyu's speed and reaction time perfectly, but he still almost got his head split open. If he hadn't left himself some leeway, he would have passed away. This is supposed to be an S-class prodigy? What kind of overall quality is this? Time passed second by second.
The bird remained frozen in place, its legs shaking even more violently.
Those around couldn't hold back any longer and began to speak up. What are you doing? Keep attacking. What are you standing there for? Avoid that flying sword and move to another location. It's a talisman, it can't turn many times. Hurry, hurry. Is this kid an actor? He's putting on an act here. They wanted to see Xiaoyu get a good beating, not this dawdling around. The bird regained its senses slightly and now wanted to dodge an attack, but its legs wouldn't obey it. They even seemed to have forgotten their basic talents and skills. The only one who might suspect something was amiss is Jia Jiu.
As a rising star of the Xianyi sect, and a level talent talisman master, and from a family of talisman masters, he has long been proficient in all kinds of talismans. He had never seen this talisman before. The video caused a sensation within the Xianyi sect at the time, leading to various speculations within the sect. Some say it's due to Xiaoyu's special talent, others say he obtained a celestial talisman left behind in that labyrinth, and still others say the video is photoshopped. Now, experiencing it up close, Jiao frowned deeply. This talisman gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It resembles some kind of low-level talisman, but the spiritual power and additional effects it carries are completely beyond what a talisman should possess. He knew that in talismans, the dragon shape signified a superior position. Very few talismans can carry the dragon's intent. And now, the talismanic sword hovering in front of Fei Niao has the intent of a dragon. That labyrinth is no ordinary place. It must be something left behind by an immortal. Moreover, Xiaoyu's talent allows him to use talismans beyond his level. Jiao already had a clear answer in his mind. At this moment, as if sensing the destructive power of Xiaoyu's spirit sword, a staff member from the labyrinth approached and said seriously, "A warning again, killing is strictly prohibited in this labyrinth. Violators will be prosecuted." Upon hearing this, both Shuya and Sumu frowned. Everyone present knew that the strict rules of this maze must be in the favor of the bird. This indirectly restricts Xiaoyu's ultimate weapon, the talisman. Xiaoyu became thoughtful. This labyrinth was far too tense. As soon as there was even the slightest sign, staff would come out to warn them. Could it be that there are some special taboos in this labyrinth, where one must not kill? 3 minutes had passed since Fei Niao froze in place. Although the staff had just given him the confidence to continue, he was still unable to move. And gradually, only the echoing sound of dragon roars remained in his mind, and the scenery before him began to become confusing, as if the world was beginning to leave him. No. This isn't right. With his last ounce of strength, the bird shouted, "I surrender." After saying that, his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. He lowered his head, and his body slumped down as if he had lost all his energy. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Just like that, you admit defeat? They didn't even fight? You were scared into submission just by a talisman and a spirit sword? What kind of S-class genius superhuman is this? They began to doubt the authenticity of Fei Niao's strength. With such a low level of mental fortitude, it was hard to connect him with a genius who had conquered the Abyss Maze 3 times in a single year after awakening. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyu shattered the spirit sword and vanished into thin air. Just as I was about to leave, I heard Jiao say something malicious. That was truly amazing. However, there are still dozens of brothers waiting to challenge you. I wonder how many similar talismans you have to waste. Furthermore, we can use a rotation strategy. Or, how about we switch to team battles? Chapter 69. But he has it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Why are they in such a hurry? Are they in a hurry to get me out of this predicament or influence me, simply to slow down my progress? Doesn't this waste their time? Xiaoyu said to the others, "You don't need to do anything in a moment, I have a way to handle this." Shuya thought for a moment and said, "They clearly intend to keep at it, and they even have the numerical advantage. The implication is that winning one team fight may lead to a series of more team fights. There's simply no way to deal with this right now." At this moment, Mang Lang leaned over and said regretfully, "There are solutions, but they're difficult to implement. Like I said, get a gold or black gold wristband. The gold wristbands can shut them up and clear the area, while the black and gold wristbands can probably send them out of the maze." Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at him, saying that what he said was pointless and just another waste of breath. "Wait, there's more." Meng Lang said seriously, "Walk the divine ladder. You are not allowed to be challenged on the way to challenge the divine ladder." That's a good idea. Xiaoyu was speechless. This was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. They couldn't keep it on the road forever. That would be no different from hiding in their residence. Jiao overheard their conversation and jokingly asked, "So? Did you find the golden wristband? If we haven't found it, can we begin? Or perhaps, they've been hiding in their rest area all along?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the others chuckled, knowing that Xiaoyu could never possess such a golden wristband. Although Sumu didn't say anything, she was observing everyone. She had no other intentions but simply wanted to remember their faces so she could beat them up one by one. Especially that arrogant Jiao. At this moment, another extraordinary individual stepped out from behind Jiao and arrogantly said, "I'll go first, I am." Wait. Just as he was about to introduce himself, he was interrupted by a voice. His voice is so approachable, it has a magical quality that makes people feel like they're being bathed in a spring breeze, and it's impossible not to believe him. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a fat man in a khaki tang suit walking towards them with a smile. The man was quite wealthy, with a large belly, and wore an extremely ostentatious jade belt. The belt was inlaid with gold trim, making him instantly recognizable as a nouveau riche. However, no one present dared to underestimate him, because what he was wearing was a gold wristband. Only extraordinary individuals who have made significant contributions to the great Xia dynasty can possess this level of wristband.
The man walked over with a smile.
Although he looked bulky, he walked very steadily, even giving the illusion that he was very fast. If someone looks at him as he passes by, and he happens to make eye contact with them, he will smile and nod, politely saying, "May you make a fortune today." This left these superhumans, who had been awakened for at most a little over a year, somewhat bewildered. Finally, the man stopped in front of Xiaoyu.
"May you make a fortune today, Mr. Xiaoyu. Let me introduce myself, my name is Wan Shizhou said politely.
"Hello," Xiaoyu replied politely, at which point he realized who this person was.
Wan Bao Trading Company. A member of the Wan family. They're from Fang Yanyan's faction.
Wan Shizhou glanced around at the situation, unconsciously rubbed the jade thumb ring on his thumb, and said with a smile, "President Fang specifically instructed that someone might cause trouble for Mr. Xia, and ordered me to do this errand and also act as your guide." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around them changed drastically.
The owner of the gold wristband is a guide? What kind of treatment is that? How could Xiaoyu have such a person helping him?
If that's the case, then their plan might completely fall apart. As long as Wan Shizhou stays by Xiaoyu's side, he has the right to clear the area at any time. Besides, the organization or spiritual institute behind them wouldn't allow them to provoke the owners of the golden wristbands. Only Sumu suddenly perked up her ears, a question swirling in her mind.
President Fang? Male or female?
Her future looks bleak. The happiest of all was Meng Lang, who wore a smug expression and said with great satisfaction, "Damn, you're awesome, Xiaoyu.
You have such connections. Although I have relatives with gold wristbands, I can't get them to come and keep me company."
Then he said loudly and deliberately to those around him, quickly, make these people disappear from our sight, a bunch of eyesores." Upon hearing this, Jia Jiu gritted his teeth, knowing that both missions were likely to fail. Especially the holders of the gold wristbands, whose combat power is beyond their reach. Xiaoyu nodded and said to Wan Shizhou, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wan, to get rid of all these people. I don't want to waste too much time here." Wan Shizhou smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Xia, you don't need to be so polite. Let alone them, even if you wanted to kick me out of this maze, it would only take a word from you."
"Huh? Kick you out of the maze?" Xiaoyu asked in confusion. "Do I have that much power?"
Wan Shizhou explained, "One of the rules of this maze is that if someone has a special status and needs to carry out a certain crucial matter, they can ask anyone they consider to be interfering with them to leave the maze.
Only after you leave can that person have the right to re-enter the maze.
The right to interpret this crucial matter rests entirely with the owner. You could even say it affects your mood for cultivation."
Meng Lang chimed in, "Bro, you're talking about the black gold wristband identity, right? What does that have to do with the current situation? Do you have a black and gold wristband?"
"Even if you did, no one would lend it out to just anyone, huh?"
Meng Lang joked.
Wan Shizhou smiled and brushed his emerald green belt over his waist.
"I definitely don't have a black and gold wristband. But Mr. Xiaoyu has it. Chapter 70 he said he was my ancestor."
Wan Shizhou's chubby, fair hand swept across his belt.
The next second, something appeared in his hand that made everyone gasp.
A card gleaming with a dark golden light appeared in his hand, faintly radiating spiritual energy.
Black and gold wristbands? Everyone was stunned.
The card is the normal form of the wristband. Since few people wear wristbands after leaving the labyrinth, it can be transformed into a card shape for easier carrying. Any wristband of silver grade or higher is specially engraved with a transformation array, thus possessing this function. It's a bit like some private clubs you enter with a wristband and leave with a membership card.
Not only Meng Lang, but even Shuya couldn't help but be amazed.
As someone from a family with a long tradition of theoretical studies of the extraordinary, how could she not understand the concept of black gold?
So, is the meaning of Wan Shizhou now that he's going to give it to Xiaoyu to use? This is unbelievable.
In the dead of silence, Wan Shizhou held the card in both hands and politely handed it to Xiaoyu, saying, "Mr. Xia, this is your ID card. Please keep it safe." "Okay." Xiaoyu accepted it readily. He knew that Fang Yanyan must have made some arrangements since she had brought Wan Shizhou out. But he really didn't expect it to be such a grand gesture, even bringing out a black gold wristband.
Xiaoyu gained a new understanding of Fang Yanyan's background.
Wan Shizhou added with a smile, "Because of the relevant procedures, it took some time, but fortunately it didn't affect your special training trip too much." As he spoke, Wan Shizhou said with a hint of sarcasm, "Mr. Xia, if anyone has affected you, you can take care of it yourself." He deliberately emphasized the word impact. These words sent a chill down the spines of those who had originally intended to cause trouble for Xiaoyu.
"Oh no! He can kick us out now. He has that right." The situation reversed in an instant.
Xiaoyu held the card, and with a thought, the card instantly transformed into a wristband that wrapped around his wrist. As soon as the mask was put on, it was as if the staff of the maze had received prior instructions.
Just a few dozen seconds later, a small group of people came running over.
Wan Shizhou explained with a smile, "This is the special treatment for black gold. As soon as this aura appears, they will quickly appear beside the black gold owner to provide them with various conveniences or services." After learning about this, Xiaoyu looked at Jia Jiu and the others with amusement and asked,
"Everyone, are you still planning to continue?" Equally silent.
Not only did no one respond, but many people even silently lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being remembered by Xiaoyu.
"And you?" Xiaoyu asked Jia Jiu, whose face looked unpleasant, separately.
Jia Jiu forced a bitter smile, "I never imagined you had such a background, Brother Xia.
I admit defeat this time.
I hope you'll consider that we're all doing this for the sake of Xia, and let's work together to improve in the special training."
Xiaoyu chuckled.
Jia Jiu's meaning was perfectly clear to him, he had admitted defeat. But he was using the moral high ground to blackmail him, making it sound nice that it was for the sake of great Xia. In reality, his unspoken message was that they shouldn't push things too far, since they would inevitably run into each other in great Xia in the future.
This made Xiaoyu very disdainful.
"You were the ones who came up with the scheme to harass me, and now you're trying to morally blackmail me." "I'm sorry, I have no morals." Xiaoyu walked over to the staff member of the maze.
The other party immediately asked, "Sir, how can I help you?" Xiaoyu pointed to Jia Jiu and the dozens of people behind him.
"They were affecting my mood for cultivation, so I expelled them from the illusion."
"Okay."
The staff member took out a recording device and politely inquired, "You haven't chosen a place to stay yet, but I'll pick one that will make you feel more relaxed.
Do you have any requests for dinner tonight?"
Although they were still asking questions, it didn't affect the efficiency of other staff members in handling their work at all. One of them spoke a few words into a hidden earpiece. Within a few breaths, a group of superhumans dressed in full camouflage appeared, each one tall and imposing, looking like skilled martial artists. They surrounded Jia Jiu and the others, and said indifferently,
"Excuse me. You are being asked to leave. Please leave the maze in an orderly manner. Wait at the exit, where relevant personnel will question and investigate the matter of offending the owner of the black gold."
These words were spoken. Jia Jiu and the others panicked even more.
"What? Not only will I be kicked out, but I'll also be held accountable? What an exceptionally high level of treatment."
The most regrettable thing is that this precious opportunity was wasted. They are now filled with regret. If they had known it would turn out this way, they would never have provoked Xiaoyu.
What a miscalculation. And now, they don't even dare to utter a single complaint.
Because if you speak up, the accountability you face after you leave might be even more severe. Jia Jiu gritted his teeth in frustration, especially after hearing Mang Lang's mocking remarks.
Hey, why aren't you looking for trouble anymore? The special training is over so quickly? You guys are fast. How are you going to find a partner in the future?" As he spoke, Mang Lang cheekily shrugged forward, a gesture that Shueya couldn't bear to watch.
"Xiaoyu, the green hills remain unchanged, the clear waters flow on, see you next time," Jia Jiu said, then turned and left, appearing quite decisive.
Xiaoyu immediately exaggerated to the staff, "He insulted me. He even threatened me. Did you hear that just now?" The staff immediately responded, "It has been recorded."
These words did indeed have a threatening connotation, and he may face more severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Jia Jiu paused, his chest heaving violently even from behind.
What if he insults me? Xiaoyu asked.
After a few seconds of thought, the staff member said somewhat embarrassedly, there was no intention to insult him in those words. If there had been, he would have been held seriously accountable.
No. Xiaoyu said in anguish, he insulted my ancestors. There was an ancestor of mine named Xia Xiai, and he called him Xia Xiai a traitor. The staff members I twitched. Conditions met. Leave it to us.
As Jia Zhou left, he stumbled heavily, covered his mouth tightly, and held back from saying another word. Before long, thanks to the efficiency of the staff at the maze, dozens of people who had caused trouble for Xiaoyu were all cleared out. The only one who slipped through the net was Fei Niao, who had just been terrified by Xiaoyu's talisman. Having regained his mobility, he was probably too ashamed to stay any longer and had likely run off somewhere to cry.
Shueya, however, was somewhat worried and reminded her, this is a bit too much.
Those who were kicked out are all descendants of powerful figures in the capital or other families.
They've made quite a few enemies.
Xiaoyu scoffed, those with connections are even less worth regretting. I'm someone who always seeks revenge. They never intended for me to live in peace before they did it.
Meng Lang leaned closer, that's awesome. From now on, you're my brother Xia. This is a black and gold wristband. Let me touch it and see how the material feels.
Xiaoyu dodged his hand, feeling a chill run down his spine at the thought of him touching him. At this moment, Wan Shizhou said with a smile, Mr. Xia, my task is complete.
With the convenience of the black gold wristband, I will no longer be needed here. We'll meet again next time. By chance.
Furthermore, the matter you requested from General Manager Fong has already been resolved.
In 3 days at most, I will come over again to give you the solidifying spirit array. Thanks, see you next time.
Xiaoyu clasped his hands in a fist and joked, I didn't call Xiaxi's ancestor, huh?
Ha, congratulations on your fortune.
Wan Shizhou vanished into thin air.
Then, I heard a staff member say, Mr. Xia, we have selected a detached villa with the most spacious view for you.
It also has its own martial arts training ground made of ancient ruins. It has 16 rooms and can accommodate up to 12 people.
Are you satisfied with this? Chapter 71 Recognizing Shueya. Upon hearing this, not only was Xiaoyu very satisfied, but even Su Mu's eyes lit up. Living in the same house? No need to separate men and women anymore?
Su Mu unconsciously bit her lip, as if she was thinking of something quite interesting. Meng Lang shouted excitedly, saying that he had long wanted to try the VIP treatment in this labyrinth, and he never expected that it would actually come true. According to him, the water in that top-tier academy swimming pool was made of spiritual liquid. In response, the staff member smiled and refuted the rumors. Mr. Lan, the rumors you heard are too exaggerated. We only provide preferential treatment and convenience to those with black gold status, and we do not advocate extravagance and waste. However, that house is located next to a certain ruin, and the concentration of spiritual energy there is comparable to a great ruin training room. Even the training ground it's equipped with is more advanced than that Starry Sky martial arts arena.
Meng Lang was overjoyed. I've decided. I'll stay in the room and not come out. This is even better than the green wristband benefits I was offered. I'm really benefiting from Brother Xia's wealth. He had come here once last year and had long since stopped believing in the rumors of any relics or opportunities. Now he only looked at the concentration of spiritual energy. The remaining few people from Qingbei Lingyuan, though seemingly invisible, were equally overjoyed, their gazes towards Xiaoyu now filled with admiration and respect. They felt he was terrifyingly powerful in both martial arts and background. Shueya appeared more composed, though she clenched her fists tightly.
She harbored a deep-seated desire to become stronger.
Not long after.
Following the directions of the staff at the maze, the group arrived at the so-called luxury villa. The house was indeed unusual, as it was built next to a huge dead tree. The withered tree had a bizarre and strange appearance, its bare branches coiled like serpents, menacingly pointing outwards. Despite its long-standing dryness, it exuded an aura of indestructibility. Furthermore, no one can touch any of the dead branches. According to staff, this tree is a variant of the peach tree. Its wood is comparable to that of an A-grade magical artifact and also has the effect of serving as a carrier of magic, making it the best wood for making a staff. However, the Xia government strictly regulates the amount of mining, meaning that every bit used is one less available. There are also rumors that the staff is even more valuable to certain Western systems, so some people from those systems came to ask for it, but were directly refused by the Great Xia. The reason this dwelling is so rich in spiritual energy is related to this fallen, withered tree. Xiaoyu's heart burned with desire, and he longed to use the stealing technique to cut down the tree. Perhaps it's related to the house built next to a dead tree. The antique design of the villa perfectly suited Shuei's aesthetic. For the first time ever, Shuei actually asked, "May I take a picture?" The staff smiled and refused, saying, "Taking photos is prohibited in all external environments, but you can take photos freely inside, just be careful to avoid the windows." Shuei nodded silently, her face showing no disappointment, but her eyes were constantly observing every design detail. Seeing this, Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly. Of course he remembered his previous conversation with Shuei. She wanted to build her own antique-style courtyard and design a secret room under the rockery in the back garden. She would move all her favorite props inside so that no one could hear her no matter how loud she was playing with Zero Summer. The group didn't waste too much time. After entering and making dinner arrangements with the staff left. From the moment he entered this place brimming with spiritual energy, Xiaoyu casually brandished his purple short dagger, not giving up any opportunity to improve his strength. Meng Lang even criticized Xiaoyu, a talisman master, for liking to play with daggers, saying it was neglecting his proper profession. He added that talisman masters need to maintain distance in fights, otherwise, if someone gets close, they're doomed. When everyone was choosing their rooms, they were quite casual. Meng Lang insisted on living across from Xiaoyu, so Sumu took the initiative to choose the apartment next to Xiaoyu's and invited Shuei to live next door, saying it would be convenient to visit each other and she might ask Shuei for advice on love. The rest of the people found rooms to stay in on their own. Because of Xiaoyu's black gold wristband, Shuei and Meng Lang, as experienced guides from Qingbei Lingyuan, actually had little room to maneuver. So they let Xiaoyu move around freely, since staff members would accompany him the whole time and knew much more than the two of them. As soon as Xiaoyu returned to his room, he summoned Xian Yanyan from his spatial artifact. After coming out, Xian Yanyan held a bowl of instant noodles, looking unhappy.
Xiaoyu asked her what was wrong.
Xian Yanyan, her little face drooping and her nose wrinkled, said, "I ground some source life stone into powder and added it to instant noodles, but it smelled awful, so it was a failure." Xiaoyu glanced at the bowl of instant noodles.
She actually did it. Who would dare to eat instant noodles now?
Xiaoyu stepped forward and rubbed Nian head, comforting her, "It's okay, this wasn't originally a seasoning, the next pack will taste even better." After Xian Yanyan said "oh," she took out a box of instant noodles from her spatial artifact and casually placed the box of instant noodles with spirit stone powder aside. Xiaoyu stopped her from eating and said, "Nian, I have a task for you." Xian Yanyan blinked, patted her slightly muscular chest, and said confidently, "What is it, brother? Just tell me. I guarantee I'll get it done. Go over there and keep your sister-in-law occupied. Talk about anything, just don't let her come looking for me before I show up. I have some things to take care of." Upon hearing this, Xian Yanyan gave a "oh my" look and bluntly said, "You're having an affair with that third sister-in-law, aren't you? I could see it clearly from my spatial artifact. You peeked at her but 11 times and acted like it was perfectly normal. It must be the third sister-in-law. TSK, the sister-in-law looks like she'll be able to bear children well, she won't let your kids go hungry." Xiaoyu's face darkened as he looked into Nian's clear, bright eyes. What, is this an era where everyone has superhuman eyesight? How could she notice something like this? Kids shouldn't ask such questions, but you're right about what happened to your sister-in-law. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I have something to talk about to keep second sister-in-law occupied. Nian left quickly, but Xiaoyu didn't see that she had a few more Tuoying spirit stones in her hand. Xiaoyu shook his head, not holding out much hope for Nian's proposed topic, guessing that the two would just have an awkward conversation. Now, he wants to go to Shuei alone to confess. Shuei's sighed. Back inside, I sat down in a rosewood armchair. I picked up my phone and stared at the chat window with a melancholy expression. The message above was for Lingxia. She was going to enter the labyrinth for a while, and told him not to worry or think she had changed her mind. Shuei would always submit to him. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Chapter 72 The World, Reconciliation. I'm posting one chapter first, in case it gets delayed and gets rejected. There will be another chapter later. I heard a sound. Shuei hurriedly turned off her phone screen. It was her biggest secret. Before that, she had indeed taken pictures of all the furnishings in the room, partly to preserve inspiration and partly to share with Lingxia later. But I couldn't help but wonder, I had just arrived at my lodgings to rest, who was knocking on the door? Sumu? She's so eager to ask about those love-obsessed questions? Love-obsessed people are all pig brains after all. She got up, straightened her slightly wrinkled skirt, walked to the door, and asked calmly, "Who is it?" "It's me, open the door." A deep, commanding voice came from outside the door. Shueya felt a tremor in her heart. What happened? That tone of voice? It's clearly Xiaoyu's voice, so why does it sound so similar to the voice etched in my mind? Unconsciously, Shueya began to feel nervous, but she knew that Xiaoyu was clearly outside the door, so why did she have this feeling? For a moment, her mind went blank. Could it be that I'm sick from missing you so much? Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations that seem like a delusion? Shueya's breathing became rapid, and she forced herself to take several deep breaths before she could calm down. She steadied herself and asked, trying to appear calm, "Is there something you need?" 5 seconds left, open the door. 5. Hearing that tone of voice, those words, that manner of speaking, Shueya felt a sudden dizziness, and her ears started ringing. Her mind went completely blank, and the wooden door in front of her began to magnify infinitely, as if she had entered some kind of illusion. The whole world was both false and real, and it began to distort and drift further and further away from her. Along with this, the fleeting memories in my mind began to jump out like fragments in a montage. 3 years ago, my parents had a fight, and my father, in the name of love, said, "It's for your own good." Feeling frustrated, I downloaded an app. I added a stranger as a friend. His name is Lingxia. He's quite interesting to talk to. He picked up on everything I was saying. He can understand my emotional perspective. He understands me. He doesn't seem to care about me as much anymore. He's replying to messages slower and slower. He said he had a special talent and only had 2 years left to live. I felt sad and regretful, but I also felt a stronger urge to learn more about him. He hasn't replied to my messages for 18 hours, and I'm angry. I'm starting to throw a tantrum. He actually swore, but I was so excited. I subtly guided him, and he caught it. He understood. It's getting out of control. That was another version of me. Only he knew. What should I do? He's about to disappear, and our 3-year relationship is about to expire. I've decided to be bolder and leave no regrets. He seems to have become even colder towards me since that video call. Shueya's gaze returned to reality. The same lacquered red wooden door still stood before me. It was just a fleeting thought. But the countdown outside the door had only just begun. 3. 2. Each number felt like a blow to her heart. The two figures in my mind began to overlap significantly. Lingxia Xiaoyu Lingxia Xiaoyu Lingxia Xiaoyu Lingxia Xiaoyu Xiaoyu. Lingxia is Xiaoyu. He's right in front of me. Right behind the wooden door. The whole world became clear. 1. Click. As soon as the countdown ended, Shueya uncontrollably twisted the wooden door handle, unlocking the door and leaving a small gap. But her hand was still on the doorknob, and her heartbeat was getting louder and louder in her ears. Feeling Xiaoyu gently push the wooden door, she suddenly burst out with strength and blocked it with all her might. The wooden door began to sway slightly. Xiaoyu, standing outside the wooden door, knew that although the lock was open, it was blocked by Shueya. Xiaoyu let out a questioning sound. This simple question, however, exploded in Shueya's mind once again. She gripped the wooden door tighter, as if it were the last stubbornness in her heart. He pushed. She arrived. It's like the playful banter of lovers in the throes of passion, or the final stubbornness of a bride on her wedding night, hesitant and shy, unwilling to lift her red veil. Do I have to count again? Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. Please wait a moment. Shueya used all her strength to say this slightly defiant sentence. Shueya's mind was completely blank, not like the previous chaotic and false world, but the most real world, clearly reflected before her eyes. And this world originated from the person behind the wooden door. Even she herself didn't know how long this wait a moment would take. It felt like time was constantly stopping, flowing, then freezing at a certain moment, then accelerating to the point where it felt like an eternity in the blink of an eye. Finally, another sound entered her world, breathing from outside the door. As if suddenly enlightened, a surge of spiritual power erupted from her body. The surrounding spiritual energy began to gather around her. She made a breakthrough. Make peace with yourself, and make peace with the SSS level Special Ice Mage talent. Tier 3, Level 1. Another extraordinary individual who broke through to the 3rd rank within a year in nearly 30 years. Another monstrous speed. Sensing the change, Shueya finally came to her senses. Only a few seconds had passed. After regaining her composure, she had just advanced her cultivation level, and now she looked even more ethereal and otherworldly. But the next second, her face flushed with embarrassment yet firm, she said, "Please, come in."
Outside the door,
Xiaoyu suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, which then returned to calm in an instant, leaving only some unstable remnants. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was a state of advancement and breakthrough.
Shueya has broken through? Could it be that the spiritual energy in this room is so concentrated that it has such an effect even before entering the training room and the ruins?
As expected of a genius superhuman, he didn't forget to cultivate even at this moment of recognizing each other. Xiaoyu had a strange feeling for a moment. Upon hearing Shueya finally stop making excuses and speak politely, Xiaoyu felt the force on the wooden door vanish instantly.
Then I heard a rustling sound.
Xiaoyu pushed open the wooden door and entered the house, only to find that Shueya was not at the door.
He walked into the house with suspicion. Although they are all in the same high-level courtyard, the decoration of each room is slightly different.
Whether it is a coincidence or a deliberate choice, Shueya's room, for example, is particularly biased towards ink painting style. In the outer room of the suite was a large desk with the 4 treasures of the study: writing brush, inkstick, inkstone, and paper hanging on it. The bedroom was simply separated by a blue and white embroidered screen. Through the screen, Xiaoyu saw a large bulge made up of a quilt on the bed in the bedroom. The people inside were still shivering, and had even forgotten to take off their shoes. Xiaoyu could tell at a glance that the person inside was Shueya from the glimpse of her clothes. At that moment, she hid inside like a turtle hiding in its shell. Xiaoyu, with a playful expression, slowly walked to the side.
He patted the blanket. What, even the aloof Shueya-senpai has times when she's too ashamed to face people. Chapter 73. That voice again.
After Xiaoyu said that, it was obvious that Shueya became even more nervous. He shrank himself into an even smaller ball, showing no intention of coming out. Hearing Xiaoyu's usual tone, in particular, struck a chord with another part of her inner self.
Although she has ice-type talent, she feels like she's in a furnace right now. If Xiaoyu were to see this, it would be too unacceptable.
Xiaoyu knew she was very nervous, and that such a direct confrontation must have had a great impact on her.
Her current behavior was indeed reasonable. However, there is still a long time ahead.
Her decision to open the door proves that her identity has been accepted in the first step. As for what comes next, we can take it slowly. Given Su Mu's presence, she probably still harbors some resentment.
Then let's retreat as a tactic to advance. Xiaoyu gently ruffled her hair that was covered up and said in a steady tone, "I understand how you feel right now. It's normal that you can't accept it right away. But there's good news too, the 3-year agreement doesn't have to be up for now. I won't die, and I'll only get stronger. Thank you for your companionship over the past 3 years. Today, I mainly wanted to recognize you, to experience a more authentic feeling face to face, and also to ensure that neither of us has any regrets. If you really mind, then I'll disappear from your life forever and never bother you again. You'll become a better Shueya. And forever the most obedient and well-behaved Shueya in my heart." After saying that, Xiaoyu turned and walked out, deliberately slowing his pace slightly. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Still not getting it? Hurry up and say something, or if you don't speak by the time we get to the door, I'm going to use my domineering and forceful approach. Then we'll give you a beating and a scolding first, plus the conditioned reflexes you've developed over the years, and you'll be sure to give in. Of course, this is what I dislike the most. Call me back quickly." Xiaoyu had already walked halfway to the door. I took 2 more steps. "Wait a minute." Shueya's urgent, trembling voice came through. "It's done." Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks. "You speak, and I'm listening." Shueya's weak voice came through. "Could you, in the future, when there are outsiders around, still act like normal people?" "Of course," Xiaoyu replied crisply, adding in his mind, "but you're going to suffer in private from now on." Shueya hesitated for a moment, then said, "Could you promise me that this special relationship is only between me and you?" "Okay," Xiaoyu replied. After saying that, Shueya didn't say anything more. Xiaoyu understood that the matter had been settled, and the rest would be a piece of cake. On the contrary, in front of outsiders, she continues to be that calm and aloof genius superhuman. But when facing Xiaoyu alone, she instantly transforms into the obedient and docile Shueya, which makes her even more interesting. Seeing that Shueya stopped talking, Xiaoyu said, "You should rest well first, and then prepared to go out." Just then, Xiaoyu only felt a flash of blue light before his eyes. The next moment, Shueya appeared in front of him with her head bowed deeply. To Xiaoyu's astonishment, Shueya knelt down immediately, using the standard kneeling etiquette. I, Shueya, greet you. Having just completed the ceremony, Shueya vanished instantly, disappearing once again into a corner. Xiaoyu only glanced at it unintentionally and exclaimed in amazement that a person's face could turn this red. It must be quite something for her. He shook his head slightly, closed Shueya's door, and walked out. He knew that, at least today, it was not the time to complete the system task progress. After Xiaoyu left. When Shueya heard that there was no sound at all, she came out of the wardrobe. Her heart was still racing, and she could feel how hot her face was without even looking in a mirror. Recalling what just happened, I felt a bit lost, but I did it anyway, as if possessed. Strangely enough, she now feels quite at ease. There's a feeling that as long as I'm by Xiaoyu's side, I have the confidence to be supported. A term inexplicably popped into her mind, Stockholm Syndrome, but I'm sure I'm not like that. Shueya sighed softly. What a cruel twist of fate. Why are there such coincidences? I even called Sumu a pig brain because he's obsessed with love. I'm not much better off now. Thinking of Sumu, her brows furrowed slightly, and a wave of bitterness welled up in her heart, but it was fleeting. Having seen much of the capital city, she knew that it was quite normal for powerful superhumans to have multiple partners, and she could accept that. However, maintaining a normal relationship with Xiaoyu in front of outsiders in the future seems a bit difficult. After calming her spiritual energy, she began to adapt to the changes brought about by her recent advancement to the 3rd rank. Suddenly, a smile curved her lips, close combat martial arts instructor. And you have to act normally in front of outsiders. He's a newly awakened talisman master, and his physique is even weaker. My dear Xiaoyu, you're in for a tough time then, you'll have to get back at him. Thinking about this, Shueya's nervousness and excitement completely disappeared, and she even found it quite interesting. But Shueya muttered to herself in complaint, glancing down at herself. Honestly, why were you only being polite through the blanket just now? Am I really unattractive? After leaving Shueya's room, Xiaoyu knocked on Sumu's door, wanting to relieve her from the torment she might be suffering from Xianyanyan. Mumu, let's go to the training room in the ruins to practice. To everyone's surprise, after knocking several times, Sumu's somewhat flustered voice finally came through. Xiaoyu, you go first. I'll go after I finish reading. No, I'll go after I finish teaching Nyanyan these few sentences. Ha? She and Xianyanyan can actually have a pleasant conversation? Xiaoyu couldn't understand it at all. What could an AI like her and a clear-headed, naive girl possibly talk about? That's fine. Xiaoyu instructed, I left that green wristband in my room. Remember to put it away later. That way you'll have 2 days worth of S-rank relic training room to use. My black gold wristband overlaps with it, so I can't use it. Well. Hey Nyanyan, don't change the perspective randomly, I haven't seen it clearly yet. Xiaoyu was completely confused. After giving his instructions, he went downstairs and left. Now that the troubles in Shueya's matter have been resolved, we should seize every second in this enchanted realm, which is perfect for cultivation. Habitually brandishing his purple short dagger flower, Xiaoyu walked out of the courtyard. Immediately, staff members from the maze who were waiting there came up to them and politely asked if they needed any help. Xiaoyu told him directly, S-level relic training room. The other person gestured for them to follow, saying, please come with me. Before leaving, Xiaoyu glanced back at the huge, withered, and crooked sacred tree behind the villa. Suddenly, that voice exploded in his mind once again. Come here quickly. Chapter 74 The Unquenchable Flame? That sound again. This voice exploded in his mind as soon as he entered the maze. Xiaoyu didn't think it was a hallucination, because the sound was too strong. After asking Su Mu and observing the reactions of those around him, he was quite certain that he was the only one who heard the sound. A special existence within the labyrinth? Why would they target me? No, this voice is getting more and more familiar, like a line from a line I remember, and it's from before I time traveled. Xiaoyu tried to respond mentally, excuse me, who are you? Can you hear me? No response. Is the consciousness echo not working properly? Xiaoyu asked, who are you? The staff member next to me immediately replied, I am number 0236. Do you need any other assistance? Making a sound doesn't work either. Xiaoyu then glanced back at the withered tree. Peach tree. Immortal peaches. Palace. Heavenly Palace. Starry Sky Martial Arts Arena. Child. Holy crap! Xiaoyu remembered those words. It is the most classic mythological masterpiece in the world before he traveled to it. He felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Great sage!" Number 0236 looked serious and shouted, "I am number 0236. What help do you need? I didn't tell you to speak so loudly." Xiaoyu scratched his ear and asked again, "Are there any legends about Sun Wukong here?" Upon hearing this, number 0236 pondered for a moment and then took out an electronic tablet, entered the information on it, and then the interface displayed that higher access permissions were required. You can swipe the black gold wristband. Following his instructions, Xiaoyu swiped his wristband, and the tablet beeped to confirm the successful access. The staff member immediately turned their head away and stopped looking at the tablet. The tablet then switched to another interface, which introduced the ancient gods of the Great Xia dynasty. The victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. Traces of this suspected presence have been found in this labyrinth, specifically at the training room of an S-rank ruin, and fragments of the wall of the unquenchable flame furnace. Detailed account: at the beginning of the exploration of the labyrinth, an S-rank talent diviner was dispatched to sense the ruins of the undying flame and obtained relevant clues about the ancient gods. Notes: no other discoveries were made for 69 consecutive years. Scrolling further on, there is no more relevant information. Xiaoyu was absolutely certain that the world he had transmigrated to did not have Journey to the West, so this world had no idea about the title Great Sage equal to heaven. However, there are legends about Buddha and the victorious fighting Buddha. He remembers being quite excited when he was surfing the internet and saw people debating the legendary Monkey King. Upon closer inspection of the content, because they lacked the background of Journey to the West, they had no concept of the Monkey King. In their world, the victorious fighting Buddha was just a title. They didn't even know what the Great Sage's true form was. That's why when Xiaoyu exclaimed Great Sage just now, the staff of the maze misunderstood and thought he was asking him to speak louder. What fragments of an inextinguishable furnace wall? That's clearly the broken alchemy furnace of Laozi. But they knew neither about the havoc in heaven nor about the Great Sage equaling heaven. They only knew about the victorious fighting Buddha. That must have happened long after the Great Sage became a Buddha. This labyrinthine realm is once again the ruins of a dilapidated heavenly palace. Even the Book of Life and Death of the underworld official was corrupted, becoming a divine artifact for extraordinary beings. What exactly happened to the great Xia ancient gods? A great mystery instantly enveloped Xiaoyu's mind. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu handed back the tablet and said, "Go to the training room in the Undying Flame ruins." Number 0236 retrieved the tablet and said in a moderate voice, "Okay, please follow me." Xiaoyu pondered this question throughout the journey. In his heart, he absolutely did not believe that the great sage was dead. Then that voice must belong to Monkey King. Could it be that the great sage chose me because it was inconvenient for him to show himself? He felt there might be an opportunity here. Just like Fang Yanyan and the others chose me to investigate the Book of Life and Death? Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall the debate about whether Monkey King had actually crossed his name off the Book of Life and Death. Some people explicitly say that the age of 342 was crossed out, while others say that it was born with a magical stone and a magical monkey that is immortal. Now, if we were to obtain the Book of Life and Death, we would have the opportunity to truly see it for ourselves. Unfortunately, there's no way to go back to the original world and debate with the network expert. Not long after, Xiaoyu arrived in front of a tall wall. The wall was made of modern structure, as if it was made of some special material, and inscriptions were engraved on the bricks. As soon as he got close, he felt a scorching heat, and the air he inhaled was somewhat spicy. After swiping your wristband, walk through a long stone passage. The further you go in, the hotter it gets. Furthermore, Xiaoyu could clearly feel the positive feedback and changes brought about by the steel technique. Each swing of the short dagger felt like slaying a strange creature in that labyrinthine realm. Ding! You have advanced to Tier 2, Level 3. Heat advanced. No wonder this place was so rich in spiritual energy. Xiaoyu was increasingly looking forward to seeing how far he could improve after this special training. Sensing Xiaoyu's change, number 0236 paused, but didn't say anything and continued to lead the way. Upon arriving at a spacious platform, we found ourselves at the S-rank relic training room Unextinguished Fire. The temperature here was particularly extreme, far beyond just physical heat. Xiaoyu even felt as if his spiritual energy had been ignited, spreading from his body to the outside.
About 2 kilometers away from the platform, a huge flame was burning fiercely, and the source of the heat and spiritual energy was coming from there. Due to the obscuring effect of the flames, it is currently impossible to discern what is burning at the center of the fire. However, Xiaoyu could roughly guess that it was probably the alchemy furnace and the samadhi true fire. It could also be the 6 Ding divine fire, Xiaoyu couldn't remember. It's just called that in this world. We will begin introducing each item from number 0236 onwards. He first pointed to the long, narrow platform that stretched outwards, on which were placed special futons. This is the training area of the Unextinguished Flame Ruins training room. You can choose a training point according to your own strength. The closer you are to the unextinguished flame, the stronger the effect. Similarly, the greater the burning force one must withstand, the more one must act according to one's ability. If the lungs and internal organs are burned, the consequences are unimaginable. The unextinguishable flame has the dual effect of tempering the body and soul, and the medicinal fragrance you can smell now comes from the accumulation on the furnace wall, which is also the source of the unextinguishable flame's effect. Our great Xia's experts have researched this and found that the medicinal fragrance deposited on the furnace walls is absorbed by extraordinary individuals who come here to cultivate, and it is not unlimited.
This is why the training rooms in each S-level ruin cannot be used indiscriminately.
The situation in other ruins is roughly the same.
Remember this: never get close, never touch the flames.
If you get into the unextinguished fire, it will be like a maggot clinging to your bone, never to die or be extinguished.
You must be extremely careful.
After saying that, number 0236 took a few steps back and said, "If you have any special circumstances or needs, please press the button next to you."
Due to our limited time, I will go out and wait.
Okay, thanks.
Xiaoyu nodded in thanks.
He had just noticed that after number 0236 came in, even his breathing slowed down.
After he left, Xiaoyu was the only one left in the cultivation room.
The flickering firelight illuminated the surroundings, dancing with a beautiful glow.
In Xiaoyu's view, it all resembled boiling spiritual energy. He even considered using the word steel as a tactic. What would happen if you struck the samadhi true fire twice with your sword? Chapter 75 Our Light. The thought of this filled Xiaoyu with excitement. If the residue from burning pills can possess such spiritual power, wouldn't the spiritual power contained within the samadhi true fire be heaven-defying? However, the purple dagger cannot be used because its material is of poor quality. Even if you use the sword control technique to fly over, it will probably turn into molten iron before you even get close. Not to mention getting that close. If you were to actually get a little bit of the samadhi true fire, even with 20 seconds of invincibility, you would still be in great danger of losing your life after the invincibility wore off. But Xiaoyu possesses a spirit sword formed from talismans. Even with the dragon intense sword control technique combined with the incantation, it's still possible to steal. Having made up his mind, Xiaoyu began to slowly approach the flames. He also noticed that each meditation cushion had a label indicating the best recommended cultivation level. Over the years, the Great Xia dynasty has developed its ruins to a very comprehensive level, including S-level training rooms in the ruins. The intensity of the edge zone posed absolutely no challenge to Xiaoyu. First Order Region. Second Order Region. It wasn't until Xiaoyu reached the 4th-tier cultivation area that he felt a sense of pressure, as if the spiritual energy in his entire body was about to boil. He gritted his teeth and continued walking forward, ready to use his spiritual talent to deal with any problems that might arise. 5th-tier zone. When they arrived here, beads of sweat began to seep from Xiaoyu's forehead, which evaporated rapidly under the high temperature. He tried his best to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to resist the intense heat, but even so, he still had the illusion that every cell in his body was about to burn. The physical pain and the turmoil in his soul made him feel as if he had been dismantled and thrown into a frying pan, suffering unbearable agony. We can't go any further, we've reached our limit. Xiaoyu shook his head regretfully. It seemed that with his current physical strength, this was the best he could do. However, he could clearly feel that with continuous tempering, the strength of his body and soul was rapidly increasing. This is an enhancement of potential strength that transcends level limitations. What Xiaoyu didn't know was that if number 0236 were still around at that moment, he would definitely have widened his eyes and exclaimed, "I've seen a ghost." Even normal 5th-tier extraordinary beings wouldn't dare to stay in the 5th-tier cultivation area for too long. Most would choose a middle position between the 4th and 5th tiers. Calming his mind, Xiaoyu conjured 5 talismans and instantly threw them out, which transformed into a spirit sword. He was afraid that if he hesitated even a second, the talisman would be ignited.
The spirit sword formed from the talisman flew towards the undying fire, carrying a dragon's shadow. There's also the stealing trick. With the blessing of the character technique, the speed of the spirit sword increased by 100%, which can be described as extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to the inextinguishable fire. Just a dozen meters away from the flames, the spirit sword became unstable and then exploded with a boom, disappearing without a trace. But one of the swords happened to come into contact with the tail of the surging, boiling, inextinguishable flame wave.
Ding! You have advanced to Tier 2, Level 4.
A prompt came to my mind, and then a surge of spiritual energy rushed back, filling my entire body.
Xiaoyu was stunned. Holy crap! Am I about to cheat? I've only just advanced to the second level. I only touched the tail of the unextinguished flame and I advanced to the first level? Why bother with body tempering? Advancing to the next level is the priority.
This time, they threw out 10 talismans directly.
Whoosh! One sword missed. Continue. 10 lucky draws. Another level up. Ding! You have advanced to the 5th level of the second tier.
Xiaoyu focused specifically on the tail of the undying flame, which was relatively close, feeling that this would increase the success rate. I also tried using a single sword to control the enemy midway through. It turned out to be a waste of time. The talismans were basically burned within that distance, and their power and grade were still insufficient. The same goes for those cheap spiritual weapons bought as fodder. They are not even as close as talismans, and they are burned to ashes at a distance of only 100 meters.
10 in the middle of the second. Second order, 6-fold. 1 out of 10. No promotion this time.
Whether you encounter it or not depends entirely on luck, but the speed of improvement is comparable to having a cheat code.
It can also passively increase physical strength. This place is simply paradise.
While Xiaoyu was having a great time exploiting the bug, the flames suddenly stopped. The burning flames suddenly froze. Xiaoyu was startled by this scene.
Could it be that the Samadhi true fire possessed sentience? Was it preparing to take revenge for having so much power stolen from it? That doesn't make sense either. My skill level is far inferior to the flames before me.
He involuntarily took a few steps back and focused intently on dealing with any unexpected situation.
In crucial moments, they become invincible at running away.
Little kid, you have the flair of me, old son.
You're quite clever, knowing to come here to find me.
The sound exploded again, but this time it was clearer, and Xiaoyu felt like his brain was about to shatter.
It really is Monkey King. Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. It was the Monkey King, Sun Wukong.
The light that was in his very bones. Xiaoyu shouted excitedly at the still flame.
Great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Is that you over there? Monkey King. The flames suddenly trembled.
There was no sound for a long time.
The sound didn't come again until several minutes later. Kid, who are you? Why are you calling me Brother Monkey? How many years have passed? Ever since that idiot left, no one has called me that anymore. Chapter 76 Mystery.
It really is the great sage. Xiaoyu had a rather peculiar feeling. Regarding the question about being addressed as Brother Monkey raised by the great sage, he thought for a moment and replied. I have heard your story, great sage. Monkey King clearly didn't care much about this question, and casually said. This story and that story, this world big and small is a mess. I, old son, am tired of hearing them all.
Young man, I, old son, have a favor to ask of you. Of all the young men I've seen, only you can do it. Here he comes. It truly is an opportunity, Xiaoyu said calmly. Great sage, please speak.
Go into the 6th ding fire, and take this monkey hair that is my external avatar with you. You can carry it with you or throw it anywhere.
Ha! Xiaoyu was taken aback. Go into the furnace?
He said bitterly, Great sage, if I go into this fire, I will be burned to death.
I, old son, have sharp eyes. I chose you because you have the ability to resist the 6th ding fire. You are perfectly safe.
Xiaoyu frowned, Great sage, my strength is weak if it brings bad things. Hearing this, he had reservations, even though the great sage in front of him matched the image in his memory.
But how can we tell if it's not contaminated? If there were even the slightest possibility that something was wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. He himself might have to confess.
Furthermore, the great sage was able to see that he possessed invincible abilities this time. He had truly met his match in discerning eyes. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the great sage complained.
You little rascal, you're quite the clever one. No wonder you managed to find me, old Sunday.
With these 6 ding fires, this incarnation can be considered hidden by me, old Sunday.
But what difference is there between it and the 5 Elements mountain? What kind of broken formation did that old geezer Li Dan design? It's so frustrating. But kid, you're worrying too much. If this avatar wants to leave, it will have to dissipate all its remaining immortal power, otherwise it will still be noticed. You'll be perfectly safe then. I won't let you help me for nothing. I'll give you a real elixir to temper your body. It's a treasure from that old man.
Monkey King's thoughts were unpredictable, leaving Xiaoyu completely confused. He only understood that Monkey King wanted to dissipate the immortal power from the monkey hair. And then, there was a body-strengthening elixir.
And he mentioned it and immediately noticed. What could possibly threaten the great sage? Hiss. What is it? Xiaoyu asked the question that had been on his mind. Great sage, have you already passed away? The great sage was silent for a few seconds, then said in a rather riddle-like manner. Yes and no. I, old son, will not die, but now all that's left is this external avatar. What about the other gods? Xiaoyu asked impatiently. Almost all of them are gone. Three-eyed boy, Neza, the fool, my junior brother, and the old man were the first to disappear. Then came those I, old son, used to look down on. Sigh. As the great sage finished speaking, he let out a deep sigh, and Xiaoyu could hear a heavy sadness, regret, and a hint of anger in it. Xiaoyu was startled. Had they all been killed? But he caught the word almost in the great sage's words. This means that it still exists. Great sage, who killed them? Hearing this, the great sage said somewhat anxiously, what do you mean by being killed? They, including me, old son, all did it voluntarily. If they didn't want to do it, who could force them? Then why did you choose to die? Xiaoyu asked directly. The great sage spoke with a heavy tone, giving a righteous reason, for the sake of countless living beings. Then he said something even more vague, also, in order to complete the rules, so that the new rules will no longer be chaotic, so that the monkeys and their offspring can eat peaches in peace, and so that all living beings in the world will no longer be destroyed at will. I, old son, can't say more, for I'm afraid even the array carved by Laozi plus the 6 ding fire can't stop the spying. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, understanding some parts but not others, and then asked a different question. Great sage, you just said that almost all the gods are gone. Who else exists? This time, Monkey King didn't hesitate and said directly, of course, it's those hypocrites who claim to be doing vegetarianism and chanting Buddhist scriptures for the sake of all sentient beings. I, old son, am truly ashamed to have earned the title of victorious fighting Buddha. It's so annoying. What talk of abstaining from greed and precepts? In the end, I think they were the greediest ones. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have failed. Those idiots all died for nothing. I'm so angry. Boy, the reason you can still see this incarnation is because we failed. At the time, Master Bodhi told me he had a backup plan. Now it seems he had foreseen this all along. Xiaoyu nodded, then asked, what about the Western gods, like the Underworld King and the Sea King? The great sage scoffed, what kind of gods are they? Wild demons and monsters, they have no place in the game, they're not worth mentioning. Alright kid, enough nonsense. I, old son, will now dissipate all my immortal power. Come in and take this monkey hair with you. You'll know whether it poses a threat or not once you sense it. By the way, weren't you poking around and trying to absorb spiritual energy just now? When I, old son, release my immortal power later, you can try to absorb some. Okay, great sage. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. He had a feeling that what he was doing was really important. That's all. The flames, which had been stagnant, resumed burning normally. The next second, the flames suddenly contracted, gradually shrinking smaller and smaller. When it contracts to its extreme. Boom! Flames erupted, and an intense heat wave surged forth. Before the heat wave even reached Xiaoyu, it was blocked by a golden shield, and he could instantly feel a coolness, as if the original temperature had been completely blocked. After the flames subsided, a figure could be seen emerging from the distance. It then became clearer and clearer. Xiaoyu finally saw what the great sage truly looked like. The great sage's body was bathed in the blazing flames, turning a deep crimson like the sun. His fur burned with intense fire, shimmering with a fiery aura. His eyes were like torches, revealing a light of untamed fearlessness, as if they could see through all illusion and reality.
His body fluttered in the fire, like a battle flag being burned by flames. Ignoring his appearance, just looking at his current look, Xiaoyu was reminded of a Monkey King skin from a certain game.
Kid, now's your chance.
The great sage's body trembled, and a powerful energy fluctuation began to erupt. Xiaoyu was already prepared. He swiftly took out all the talismans he had drawn and transformed them into spirit swords that flew toward the great sage. Although the great sage appeared, the power of the six-ding divine fire remained undiminished, and the vast majority of spiritual swords were still burned to ashes, making the chance of encountering one even lower than before. But it seems that one of the spirit swords still came into contact with the fluctuations of the fire energy.
Ding!
You have advanced to the 7th level of the 2nd tier.
Ding!
You have advanced to the 2nd tier, 8th level.
Ding!
You have advanced to the 2nd tier, 9th level.
Peak of Tier 2. Remember this well, kid, transcending the myriad realms is difficult, so don't be confused or panicked. This is your only chance. Perhaps we will never see each other again.
After taking it, leave this place as soon as possible, about 3 miles away, because the six-ding fire will burst into flames and then go out.
Ha 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 ha. I, old son, am none other than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, from the water curtain cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain. With a bang.
The great sage's body exploded and shattered, turning into specks of spiritual light. At its very center, a golden monkey hair slowly floated down, its resilience and indestructibility shining through the flames.
Now!
Xiaoyu used the consolidation technique, and for safety, he also added the dragon intense state, maximizing his speed. 7 seconds later, Xiaoyu dived into the flames and retrieved the golden monkey hair. He looked around, bent down to pick it up, and silently counted the time in his mind.
Timed it perfectly, he quickly activated the next stage of invincibility.
Finally, they returned to the platform unharmed. Apart from his clothes being completely burned, there was nothing else unusual. At this moment, Xiaoyu grinned. The right hand holds the monkey hair of the great sage. His left hand was outstretched.
A magical elixir with flowing dark gold patterns has been obtained. Chapter 77. A big melon on a sunny day. However, now is not the time to consume elixirs of immortality.
The great sage said that after it was all over, we should leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise the six-ding fire would explode. He first carefully put away the elixir. After glancing at the light and airy monkey fur that showed no signs of spiritual energy, he decided to put it into his spatial artifact. Fortunately, Su Nanxiong had prepared clothes while preparing supplies, otherwise he would have really run out naked. Looking back at the flames, they were indeed starting to become unstable. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyu opened the door separating the platform from the passage and walked out.
He even made fun of himself.
Well, I've turned this S-class relic training room into a one-time use space. After Xiaoyu went outside, number 0236 was still waiting nearby. He was quite surprised to see Xiaoyu come out so quickly.
He came over and asked, "Why did you come out? What kind of problem did you encounter?" Xiaoyu exaggeratedly, yet still shaken, said, "That was terrifying. The fire might have exploded. We had to run." Upon hearing this, number 0236 dared not slack off and his expression became very serious.
He hurriedly said into the walkie-talkie, "Headquarters, this is number 0236. There seems to be a major change at the unextinguished fire ruins.
Investigate immediately. Black gold wristband feedback.
Headquarters received." Number 0236 turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, the headquarters has received it."
Go to hell, run. Xiaoyu took off running.
"Look, you're in such a hurry. We're here."
"Mr. Xia, please don't run so fast."
Xiaoyu disappeared in a flash in number 0236's eyes. He sighed helplessly. He's someone who has a black gold wristband. He should have seen a lot of things. I didn't expect him to be so unsteady. Then he felt the ground shake a little. When he looked back, the runic paths on the outer wall of the undying fire ruins began to flicker and were faintly turning red.
Boom!
A powerful heat wave shattered the entrance to the passage. The usually composed and steady number 0235, a national treasure, blurted out, "Holy crap!
The unextinguished fire ruins are really going to explode."
He scrambled and stumbled towards Xiaoyu's direction, making sure to report the situation to the central command as more serious. After running several kilometers, he saw Xiaoyu looking out from a broken pillar.
The direction is directly towards the ruins of the unextinguished fire.
He looked up and said urgently, "Mr. Xia, something might really happen at the ruins. Please move to a special refuge."
Xia Yu shook his head. "I'm not in a hurry." He was already more than 3 miles away.
At this moment, red warning lights throughout the maze began to illuminate, and several loudspeakers simultaneously began broadcasting announcements. "All extraordinary individuals and staff, please move away from the unextinguished fire ruins area and proceed to the nearest spirit array refuge point."
The broadcast kept repeating itself. Sudden, a huge explosion rang out.
At the sight of the undying fire ruins, a bright flame shot into the sky. The enormous flames instantly turned the entire sky red, as if the clouds were about to be set ablaze. Moreover, the area engulfed by the flames continues to expand, showing no signs of stopping. Wherever the six-ding divine fire touched, it was almost instantly burned to ashes, especially houses built by humans.
Xia Yu couldn't stand it any longer.
The great sage said it was 3 miles away, but he's already run several kilometers away, so why does it still feel unsafe?
The area is getting bigger and bigger. We were just about to continue the transfer.
Suddenly, chanting began to resound in the sky. As the chanting gradually amplifies, one can almost feel a profound tranquility and a pure power. As the chanting of Buddhist hymns reached his ears, Xia Yu seemed to vaguely see golden lotuses quietly blooming in the pond, which made him feel serene and free from desires.
Xia Yu shook his head vigorously.
Although this feeling was a beneficial buff, for some reason, he felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly took out the purple dagger that he had put away for fear of burning it, and the feeling immediately disappeared. He could only hear the chanting of Sanskrit. He then saw a huge, semi-transparent dome of spiritual light rising up within a radius of about 1,500 meters around the site of the unextinguished fire ruins.
You can vaguely see scriptures flowing on it.
The flames were thus encased inside, unable to spread even a fraction of an inch further.
Xia Yu pondered for a moment.
The 3-mile range mentioned by the great sage was not the range of the explosion by the flames, but the range restricted by someone's intervention.
Could he have predicted this? That can't be right.
But the facts speak for themselves. Xia Yu felt that the events that occurred within the great Xia ancient gods were even more mysterious. In no time, the six-ding divine fire was completely sealed inside the spiritual shield, and not even a trace of heat could be felt. Looking at the flames flickering and struggling under the spiritual shield of the scriptures, Xia Yu couldn't help but think of the great sage again.
I glanced at the key containing monkey hair. What was the great sage planning to do with it after leaving it behind? What did he mean by last chance? Xia Yu stopped thinking about it and asked number 0236, "Is this Sanskrit chant the name of an ancient god who guards the labyrinth? What's his name? Give me the tablet and I'll search for it myself." Number 0236, still somewhat shaken, said, "I can tell you this without a tablet. The one who made the move is the absolute top-tier SSS-level talent expert of this era.
I don't know how many years I have been cultivating in this labyrinth, not for the abundant spiritual power of the labyrinth, but only to protect this labyrinth of the great Xia. And he absolutely hates killing and bloodshed. He is the sect leader of Xianyi sect." Xuanzeng. Xia Yu was struck dumb. This is outrageous. What kind of cunning behavior is this? Is Monkey King's master here? And has he been reincarnated as an extraordinary being? Or is he the sect leader of Xianyi sect? Isn't the Xianyi sect primarily composed of talisman masters? It seems rather unorthodox. Could it just be a coincidence of names? Now, a calm and quiet middle-aged male voice rang out not far from him.
"Young man, you just came out of the Undying Flame ruins, right? Chapter 78, the two of them?" Xia Yu looked in the direction of the sound.
Not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked towards them. The man was dressed in simple linen clothes, with exceptionally handsome features and fair, smooth skin. His gentle, spring-like demeanor, in particular, instilled a sense of peace and tranquility in those who saw him. There's absolutely no sense of awe upon seeing a handsome man. You just feel that he is extraordinary, and that he brings peace to the world. The man had a peaceful expression and slowly approached. Xia Yu was about to ask who number 0236 was. But then I realized that everything around me seemed to have changed and yet remained the same. The ruins of the unextinguished fire in the distance are still trapped by the spirit barrier, and everything, the environment, the buildings, the sky, the clouds, and everything else remains unchanged. But he can't feel the wind or the temperature anymore. And all sounds disappeared, including number 0236 who was just beside me. There's a feeling of being in the most comfortable state, yet everything feels so strange. Xiaoyu unconsciously gripped the purple short dagger tightly, which he had just taken out while listening to the Buddhist chants. However, this situation remains unchanged, which means that this may not be a form of spiritual pollution. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Before long, the man had walked up to Xiaoyu's side. He looked up, smiled gently, and said, "Standing high can sometimes be a dangerous thing." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu found himself standing at the same level as him. Holy crap, that's a pro! Xiaoyu had already locked onto the escape talisman with his consciousness, preparing to make an invincible escape if things went wrong. Who are you? Xiaoyu asked. The man smiled calmly and said, I don't lie. My name is Xuanzang. 4 words were imprinted in my mind. No. Lying. When he uttered those 4 words, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable force begin to disrupt his thinking, making him want to reveal everything he knew, and even telling a lie would make him feel intensely guilty. He regained his senses the moment the dagger in his hand felt slightly hot. This could be mental pollution. Xiaoyu concluded. He is Xuanzang, the sect leader of Xuani sect. Xuanzang asked again, don't be nervous. Did you notice anything unusual or hear anything while you were at the ruins of the unextinguished fire? After thinking quickly, Xiaoyu replied, I had only been in the training room for a short time when I felt the temperature start to rise, and then the flames started to flare. It looked scary, so I ran out. After saying that, Xiaoyu prepared himself to escape at any moment. Xuanzang glanced at Xiaoyu, his gaze lingering on the magical artifact in the key space. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, but he dared not let his mind wander. Xuanzang smiled and asked, how did you obtain this elixir? He saw the elixir? But not the monkey hair? And he didn't see through my lie. Xiaoyu pondered to himself that it was probably the rule-based effect that resisted his not lying. He didn't think that Xiaoyu's rank alone could provide immunity. So Xiaoyu made up a story with even more confidence. When the flames were agitated, this elixir popped out. I caught it with lightning speed, intending to hide it and study it later. I shouldn't have stolen it. Should I hand it over to Master Xian? Xiaoyu deliberately acted like a child who had done something wrong. Xuanzang chuckled and shook his head, no need for that. This is your destiny. If you receive it, it means you are destined to have it. This pill is no ordinary object. It can be said that the reason why the fire in that ruin has a body-tempering effect on extraordinary individuals is all because of this pill. This is an extraordinary opportunity. The pill made with gentle fire is mild in nature. With your physical strength, which is the envy of countless newly promoted extraordinary individuals, taking it will allow you to reach a higher level, and the medicinal properties will also accumulate in your body. Climbing the sacred staircase again in this way will be very beneficial. Alright, remember to take it as soon as possible. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. After speaking, without waiting for Xiaoyu's reply, Xuanzang slowly turned and left. With each step, his figure grew fainter and fainter until he disappeared completely. He's quite talkative. Xiaoyu thought to himself first, then became even more puzzled. It can be basically determined that he is inextricably linked to Jin Chanzi, the master of the Monkey King, but it is very strange that he could find the elixir but not the monkey hair. Fortunately, there was a rule-based immunity effect. Otherwise, if I had revealed everything just now, there might have been some consequences. Xuanzang appears to be a very kind and patient person, explaining the effects of the elixir of immortality, but he always gives off a very uncomfortable feeling. Mr. Xia? When did you come down? At this moment, a voice pulled Xiaoyu back from his thoughts. It was number 0236, who had just disappeared. He stood next to Xiaoyu with a puzzled look on his face, as if he had never disappeared. My senses have returned to normal. It seems he didn't realize that Xuanzang had already been there. Xiaoyu replied, you got distracted when you were in a hurry. You need to concentrate on what you're doing. Yes, I will heed your teachings. Number 0236 scratched his head sheepishly and said, didn't you just ask about the Xianmen master? He is a pillar of our great Xia. Look, he solved the problem of the ruins with ease. But so far, almost no one has seen his true face. My greatest wish is to meet this. Mr. Xia, why are you leaving again? Was I being rude? Where are you going? All the ruins are temporarily closed. Wait for me. Because of the unextinguished fire ruins, the entire trial labyrinth is under special alert, and they say they need to investigate it one by one. As for the time lost, it will be extended according to the closed period.
So now Xiaoyu can only return to his residence. The advantage is that the residence provided by the black gold wristband is almost equivalent to a regular level training room in a ruin.
So at least they were all happy with this closed-off environment. In essence, the people from Tsinghua and Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine still benefited from Xiaoyu's influence. Therefore, they were even more grateful to Xiaoyu. Back in his room, Xiaoyu found the original green wristband still on the table. Sumu hadn't taken it.
I was horrified. I've been gone for over 2 hours, and Sumu and Xian are still inside? What are you talking about that's so frivolous and wasteful?
Xiaoyu first listened while peering over the wall and discovered that the buildings here were made of special spiritual array soundproofing materials, which could not penetrate the walls.
They must be severely reprimanded. At such a young age, how can you be so unambitious?
You should at least go to the practice room downstairs. So he went to Sumu's room and knocked heavily on the door a few times.
What are you doing inside? It's been so long, why aren't you out cultivating? Open the door quickly.
Chapter 79 Suffering from Old Man's Torture.
Ah! Brother, wait a minute. Sister-in-law, quickly put the little stone away.
Oh dear, I've already told you, the way you're squatting is wrong, you can't practice properly with a pillow in front of you. Inside the house, the sound of hurried voices could be faintly heard coming from the doorway.
1 minute later. Nian opened the door, all smiles. What were you doing in there? You've been talking for so long.
Xian cleared her throat and said loudly and seriously to the person behind her, Hey brother, today my sister-in-law and I were discussing various cultivation techniques and breathing methods, and it was all taught to us by Nian. Xiaoyu could tell that she was saying it on purpose for Sumu to hear. After saying that, Nian winked at Xiaoyu, looking quite smug, as if she had done something remarkable.
Xiaoyu was skeptical.
Although Nian did know a lot about the cultivation methods of ancient cultivators, he still felt that something was wrong.
And what did they say when they came in? What kind of cultivation method requires a pillow? A moment later, Sumu came out.
Her clothes were neat and tidy, but her eyes were slightly evasive.
Xiaoyu asked, You've been learning from Nian? How's it going? Sumu paused, then stammered, I'm not lying to you. What and what? Xiaoyu was confused.
Her ancient cultivators' cultivation methods are not necessarily all applicable to extraordinary individuals. You should choose according to your own situation.
If you haven't learned them, then you haven't learned them.
He thought Sumu might not have studied well, so he comforted her like this.
Munhum. Sumu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She just didn't want to say it. I learned quite a lot just now. Then she thought of a new emoji, and her future looked bright. Let's not delay. Let's go to the training room in the ruins.
Sumu suddenly exclaimed. Xiaoyu looked at her suspiciously.
Why was she acting so strangely today? You two are really engrossed in your conversation.
You don't even know that such a big thing is happening outside. Then Xiaoyu briefly recounted what had just happened. He chose to conceal the matter of Monkey King, using a similar rhetoric to that of Xuanzang. It has to be said that Sumu and Nian are incredibly emotionally engaging when it comes to listening to stories. The two listened intently, making various expressions of amazement.
Finally, Nian said with lingering fear, I was so scared. No wonder you changed your clothes.
Brother, if you had burned to death, all the lessons I taught your wife would have been for nothing. After saying that, Xiaoyu told the two of them that they could go to the training room in their residence first, and told them that the opportunity was rare and they should not waste their time, especially Sumu. He said he would go to find them later. He always had a gut feeling that he needed to improve his strength quickly, and he always felt that something big was about to happen. After the two left, Xiaoyu stayed alone in the room and took out the elixir. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp.
About 7 to 8 seconds passed.
Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt unwell, as if something in his stomach was burning. This was accompanied by intense pain, which continued to intensify. Soon, large beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead, and Xiaoyu's forehead veins bulged as he gripped the corner of the table tightly.
I can still endure it.
There's no need to use any spells. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, trying his best to keep his mind clear. He had decided that if there was a problem with the potency of the elixir, he would use the effect of his innate talent.
Bang!
Xiaoyu crushed the corner of the table to pieces. The pain is now several times greater than before, and that burning sensation has returned. Unlike in the unextinguished fire ruins, this time the burning sensation only affects the physical body, not the soul. However, it has increased many times over compared to before. Xiaoyu's entire body began to turn red, and even his nostrils started to emit hot air. He felt as if every cell in his body had turned into flammable material, heating up and ready to ignite or explode at any moment.
Unbearable pain filled his entire body, and his expression was contorted with agony.
Xiaoyu rolled on the ground, barely able to let out a scream. But his eyes remained clear.
Persevere. This is a process of tempering.
These were the words he kept repeating to himself.
Boom.
Suddenly, flames erupted from Xiaoyu's body, instantly covering his entire body. Strangely, Xiaoyu calmed down at this moment, got up from the ground, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged.
The flames continued to burn on his body. The skin under the flames appeared as if it were branded with a layer of dark golden light. He sat there quietly, without moving.
The strength of the body is constantly changing, and the creaking sound of bones can be faintly heard.
About half an hour later, the flames on Xiaoyu's body began to shrink, seeping into his skin, and eventually disappeared completely.
He opened his eyes, shrugged, and smiled knowingly. He muttered to himself, "I'm at least 10 times stronger now. I really want to know what level my physical body has reached."
Talisman masters are physically weak? Ha 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 ha.
He got up and took out another set of clothes. This was already the third set he'd changed into today. The clothes were wearing out terribly.
Luckily, Su Nanxiang had prepared nearly 10 sets, plus what he'd brought with him, which was enough.
After consuming the elixir, Xiaoyu began walking downstairs to the training room. He also needed to familiarize himself with and adapt to his new physique, and while he was at it, he checked on how Su Mu and Shuya were doing with their cultivation.
Because the ruins outside were closed, everyone at Qingbei Lingyuan was currently in their residence's training room.
Apart from Su Mu and Nian Nian arriving the latest, Shuya and everyone else came down early, not wanting to miss a single opportunity to take advantage of the deals. When Xiaoyu arrived at the door, he overheard Meng Lang complaining.
"Snow Goddess. This is bullying. I have a control-type talent, and this is pure physical combat. You're just bullying me. I couldn't even get close before I was sent flying."
Meng Lang rubbed his back as he got up from the ground, looking dejected.
"I'm not fighting anymore. This is too outrageous. If the people from the Spirit Academy knew you were at the 3rd rank, they'd probably treat you like royalty again."
Shuya, dressed in a black and white training uniform with inkwash style, said calmly, "Old Shen said that I should train you."
"You are the highest ranking among them, so you need to come more often. Snow Goddess, Sister Snow, Great Aunt Snow, rank doesn't mean everything."
"Training requires equal strength," Meng Lang said confidently. Then he saw Xian Yanyan laughing and joking with Su Mu not far away. Wearing a JK uniform and a smartwatch, she looks cute, innocent, and adorable. She's definitely an easy target.
Meng Lang pointed at Xian Yanyan. "Hey, you new girl. Stop looking around, it's you. Come over here and spar.
Since you're brother Xiao's friend, you need to take this seriously now that you're in special training."
"Don't worry, I'll be careful."
"Just do your best," Meng Lang said confidently. Xian Yanyan said to Su Mu incredulously, "Oh no, sister-in-law, I've discovered that none of my brother's friends are very smart."
"Luckily, I'm not like that." Xiaoyu, who was not far away, twitched his eye when he heard this. "Where do you and Meng Lang get your confidence from?" At this moment,
Shuya saw Xiaoyu standing at the entrance, and her expression immediately became complicated.
I unconsciously felt the urge to escape.
However, her expression relaxed in an instant, and a smile flashed in her eyes.
I moved my wrists around a bit. This is in front of outsiders.
Master Xiaoyu, you're in for a lot of trouble later.
Chapter 80 Deng 2Z's speech. A spacious training room.
Various weapons are displayed, but upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that none of them are sharpened. They are purely for practice. There are 4 arenas, 2 of which are spirit-suppressing arenas.
They are engraved with spirit arrays that suppress spiritual power, especially for superhumans below the 5th rank. They cannot exert any spiritual power on these arenas and can only rely on their physical abilities. It can be said to be the most perfect arena for physical combat sparring. Furthermore, there was a sign above their heads prohibiting killing. Only now did Xiaoyu understand that the strict rules of this labyrinth were not inherently based on any rules or taboos. It simply stemmed from the personal preferences of Xuanzang, the guardian of the labyrinth. Then why not ban erotic content? Is he only morbidly opposed to killing and bloodshed? Xiaoyu thought with a wicked sense of humor. Xiaoyu entered the training room but did not immediately join them. Instead, he quietly walked over to Sumu and Nian. Nian exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you changed your clothes again. You're so clean."
Yes. Xiaoyu didn't intend to explain further to her, and simply twirled his sword. At this moment, seeing that Xia Nian refused to fight, Meng Lang walked directly in front of them.
"Little girl, I'm talking about you. I've been watching you laughing and joking around for ages. Come on. I'll practice with you." He then said to Xiaoyu, "Brother Xia, I'll train her. Don't worry, I'll be careful with my actions for your sake." Nian asked, still puzzled, "Do you like being hit?"
"Stubborn little girl, I may not be able to beat the snow goddess, but that doesn't mean I'm weak," Meng Lang said arrogantly.
Xiaoyu's expression was strange.
He turned to Nian and instructed, "Be careful with your strength.
Don't use too much force." Nian nodded with a smile, "Okay, brother."
Meng Lang patted his chest and assured him, "I know what I'm doing."
After Xia Nian agreed, she hopped and skipped onto the circular arena.
At the same time, Xueya walked step by step in front of Xiaoyu and the others with a cold face. She deliberately avoided Sumu's gaze, turning instead to Xiaoyu, and said calmly and firmly,
"As a physical training instructor, I have the responsibility and obligation to train you. As a talisman master, one cannot rely solely on talisman's physical constitution is also an important factor, as it can save one's life in critical moments. So, Xiaoyu, let's go to another arena.
I will teach you some basic fighting techniques there." Unconsciously, Xueya became more and more discouraged. She had originally planned to use a commanding tone, but as she spoke, the tone just didn't feel right. It was more like she was asking Xiaoyu to be trained by her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression became even stranger.
"You look so serious now, but you'll be easily proven wrong in a moment. It seems you don't know how valuable I am,"
Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly, but outwardly said with a playful tone,
"Please, Xueya-senpai, do your best."
Xueya was completely deflated and hurriedly avoided eye contact, heading to the second arena first.
"Go, Xueya.
Teach him comprehensively, teach him everything you know, and remember not to use too much force,"
Sumu said from behind. Xueya panicked.
Of course, she could understand the meaning behind Sumu's words. On the surface, he was encouraging her, but in reality, he was fighting for Xiaoyu's rights.
"Damn it, I can't say she's love-struck. I'm not much better." Xueya cried out in her heart.
It's not too much to let Xiaoyu suffer a bit who told him to be a womanizer.
At worst,
I'll let him hit me harder in bed later. Instantly, she felt less discouraged and full of energy and motivation.
Before Xiaoyu and Xueya could even take the stage, Meng Lang's side was already prepared. "Watch closely, little girl, this is what true footwork looks like," Meng Lang said nonchalantly, putting one hand behind his back. "I'll give you a handicap. If you manage to hit my face, you win. Pia."
He had barely finished speaking when he felt stars flash before his eyes and his mind went blank.
My entire left cheek went numb instantly.
A handprint appeared on his face. It was Xia Nian's. Several seconds passed before Meng Lang came to his senses. His ears were still ringing. Then came excruciating pain.
He lowered his head, his lips trembling. No. What are you doing? You lack martial ethics. You launched a sneak attack. When did you hit me? Let's try again. Pia. Another handprint appeared on the other half of his face. This time, Meng Lang was knocked back several steps, staggering and swaying from side to side while covering his face. He felt dizzy and disoriented. Xia Nian was appearing as a double image in front of me. Shaking his head, Meng Lang looked at Nian as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
He felt he had encountered a supernatural event. As a Tier 2 superhuman, even if he was a control type, he still possessed an SS-level talent. Furthermore, with the enhancement from various rare and precious treasures, his overall strength far surpassed that of a normal Tier 2 superhuman.
It's understandable that I had no choice but to confront the prodigy Xueya. But he could at least vaguely see Xueya's movements.
But when it came to Xia Nian, he felt his face was already swollen even though he knew nothing about it.
Are you a speed-type talent?
Meng Lang stubbornly replied, speed is only one aspect without strength, speed alone is useless.
Hey. Ouch, what are you doing? Put me down.
In Meng Lang's eyes, the whole world had turned 180 degrees.
Then it takes off, lands, takes off and lands again.
Nian Nian was holding Meng Lang in one hand, tossing and catching it, having a great time.
Little girl, put me down. I give up. Auntie. You're wrong. Mother. Let me down. Oh.
Nian Nian stopped and muttered, he still calls me mom, I don't have such a stupid son. Meng Lang crashed to the ground with a loud thud, especially after hearing Xia Nian Nian's last words. He simply refused to get up, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, his mind filled with one thought: some people are still alive, but they are already dead.
After this battle, the remaining people changed their opinion of Xia Nian Nian.
The people around Xia Yu are indeed extraordinary, no wonder he has a black gold wristband, there must be hidden talents within his family. Sumu didn't pay much attention, this result was entirely within her expectations. She had long heard that Nian Nian was very strong, and she was just afraid that Nian Nian had hit her too hard. At this moment, her attention was more focused on Xueya and Xia Yu's training. For some reason, she felt that Xueya's attitude towards Xia Yu had changed. Before, it was discussed, but ever since Xia Yu got the black and gold bracelet, her attitude had softened. The future looks bleak. However, since Sister Xueya has such a good personality, it's not impossible. Sumu had already imagined a million possibilities from the novel.
On the Forbidden Spirit Arena,
Xia Yu and Xueya each stood on one side. Xia Yu continued to speak like a lecher. Practice clothes suit you better than long skirts.
Chapter 81: Unequal Strength. This is what I said. Xueya was filled with shame and indignation, but she had to pretend to be calm on the surface.
These words were so powerful that they immediately reminded her of the last video incident and the time she wore a skirt to complete the task. She hates wearing practice clothes and always wraps them around several times to make herself look less big. Now that Xia Yu had praised her, her heart couldn't help but beat a little faster.
After calming herself down, she began to speak. Enough with the nonsense, let's get started.
She had already planned out the process, dislocating tendons and bones with the hand technique, twisting arms and screaming technique, strengthening the flexibility of the back bending technique, plus the newly learned technique, the aerial flying man screaming for his mother.
The process of suffering was arranged very clearly. Anyway, in private, he won't hold back either. Xia Yu nodded. Okay, let's begin.
Everyone began to focus their attention on the arena, and even Meng Lang, who was lying on the ground, secretly squinted one eye. Sumu looked relaxed as he stretched his legs on the equipment and watched the competition. Xia Yu remained calm and composed, standing motionless, and beckoned with a playful expression. How could Xueya possibly tolerate this? With a quick step, his palm transformed into a claw, heading straight for Xia Yu's shoulder blade.
Xia Yu didn't flinch, remaining completely still. Meng Lang, lying on the ground, sighed inwardly. He hoped Xueya would give Xia Gu some face and not go too far like that little devil. After all, he was the esteemed master of the black gold wristband. Without a doubt, Xueya locked onto Xia Yu's shoulder blade in an instant. Xueya succeeded, a slight smile curving her lips. Such a slow reaction time. She gradually increased her strength. Then I realized something was wrong. What's going on? To her shock, Xia Yu's body seemed to be welded to the ground. No matter how hard she tried, it didn't budge an inch. Even her shoulder blades, which she thought were locked in place, could not be locked as normally. Looking at Xia Yu again, a playful smile appeared on his face. Is this considered a pat on the shoulder? Upon hearing this, Xueya was shocked, but continued to exert all her strength. But no matter how hard she tried, Xia Yu remained unmoved. That's impossible. Unable to believe it, Xueya looked at the arena mark again and tried to use her spiritual power, only to find that she couldn't do it at all, confirming that it was a spirit-suppressing arena. She had previously suspected that Xia Yu might have something to rely on, that his physical strength might be greater than that of a normal superhuman. After all, she had witnessed Xia Yu smashing through rocks. But now, wasn't it all too exaggerated? He was just a talisman master. Xueya, who had always been defiant, released her right hand, turned it into a fist, and punched Xia Yu in the chest. She immediately felt as if she had been struck on a stone. Continue, Xia Yu said with a smile. Xueya panicked and unleashed a barrage of frantic attacks on Xia Yu. The audience was stunned. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. Is the snow god going easy on us? What are they doing? Aren't they teaching martial arts and close combat techniques? What's this scene? Meng Lang lay on the ground, quite shocked, and exclaimed in his heart, Snow God is awesome. As expected of a genius, she gave Brother Xia a lot of face.
This is a true genius. He recalled that many years ago, his father, the dean, had earnestly told him, the world of the extraordinary is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. Then Xia Nian kicked him, little blue-haired guy, you're not dizzy, get up quickly, or my sister-in-law will think I hit you too hard. I only used less than 10% of my strength, stop pretending. Meng Lang felt like crying but had no tears left. He added in his mind, clearly, she doesn't understand social etiquette. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged, feeling that it was reasonable. The plot of the domineering CEO novel in his mind matched up again. The female supporting character was about to slap the domineering CEO in the face, but was impressed by the domineering CEO's powerful strength and fell in love with him instead. Oh no! It's green! A few minutes later, Xu Weiya stopped because her hand was in too much pain. Xia Yu, on the other hand, was completely unharmed and didn't even move an inch. On the contrary, she was panting heavily from exhaustion. She had just unleashed her maximum physical strength in a short period of time. Xia Yu chuckled, noting that the completion rate of the task he had been given after being beaten was only 1.9%. Looks like I'll have to beat her up in private to speed things up. Is that all? Xia Yu asked the exhausted Xu Weiya. How can your defense be so strong? This isn't right. Xu Weiya said incredulously. It's my turn. Xia Yu reminded him. Xu Weiya was jolted awake and retreated at lightning speed. But the next second, she felt as if she had crashed into a steel plate. When I turned around, it was Xia Yu. She didn't even see when Xia Yu moved before he was already standing behind her. How can its speed be so exaggerated? She couldn't believe it. The sheer absurdity of the defense alone was already excessive, and now the speed was just as bad. Could it be? She recalled the scene of Meng Lang being abused just now. Are all the people in the Xia family so abnormal? To prevent a situation like Meng Lang's from happening again, Xu Weiya decisively said, I admit defeat. Then she felt a sharp, burning pain as she was slapped across the face. There was no one else but Xia Yu behind him. In an instant, her expression became so stoic that she could barely maintain her composure. She knew, of course, that no one would notice at this speed, but this wasn't a private setting. She could only quickly walk off the stage and hurriedly use her ice-type spiritual power to cool down her burning buttocks. The others from Tsinghua and Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine were simply dumbfounded. Did the snow goddess lose? This is incredible. And they were completely powerless to fight back. Take Xia Yu's speed just now, for example, it didn't seem like he was acting at all. This is too monstrous. His talisman skills are strong, and his physique is strong too. Is he trying to kill anyone? Only Xia Nian smiled mysteriously, she really is third sister-in-law. Should I go and teach her too? I still have several Tuoying spirit stones. After catching her breath, Xu Weiya calmly said, let's train freely. Upon hearing her speak, the others quickly dispersed, assuming that Xu Weiya had lost face. In reality, although Xu Weiya was defiant just now, her inner monologue was, it's over, it's over. I have a strong admiration for strength, and now I'm completely defeated. I'm not even as smart as a pig. After that, the afternoon passed relatively peacefully. The training room at the ruins has not yet opened, and most of the surrounding area remains closed. After familiarizing himself with the changes brought about by his new realm and physique, Xia Yu spent more time drawing talismans. Because the undying fire ruins had consumed all the talismans, he had to replenish them for any eventuality. Similarly, he also wants to try his luck with those rule-based effects to increase his options. Ding, triggering a spirit restoration rune rule-based effect. This rune's attack can ignore the timeline and appear in the future or the past. Xia Yu stopped, paused for a moment, and then created a mind-bending effect. He carefully put it away. He was thinking, wouldn't knowing someone's past age, time, and place allow him to kill them perfectly? But how do we calculate the disrupted timeline? Xia Yu did not intend to use it lightly. Su Mu stayed close to Xia Yu, watching him draw talismans and chuckling as he pretended to be cultivating. When I'm bored, I take out my phone and read a novel. In Su Mu's own words, when you need to improve, you need to burn. Xia Yu assumed that this was a poor driving technique he had learned from a novel, so he didn't take it to heart. He also had to deal with the upcoming mirror breaker, so he continued to bury himself in drawing talismans and gambling on his cards. Suddenly, Su Mu, who was standing to the side, said in surprise. I've finished reading the downloaded chapters. This time, the author didn't seem to have writer's block. I'll send him some gifts once I get out of the maze.
Chapter 82, A Gift of Apology.
Ding, triggering the Spirit Restoration Rune rule-based effect. This rune, when attacking any non-living target, will change its texture to that of a plush toy. Xiaoyu carefully kept it. It was another talisman specifically designed to kill divine artifacts. The first image that popped into his mind was the Monkey King wielding the Rui Jingu Bang magic headband, a plush staff that could change size at will. The image was simply too beautiful.
Currently, the second phase of system tasks has reached 43%.
Sumu himself accounted for 27%.
Fong Yanyan 11%.
Snowbuds are the least abundant, accounting for less than 5%.
There's still a lot of work to be done with Shueya.
Because of the convenient conditions, everyone practiced with great enthusiasm. Even Sumu, who had finished reading the novel, started to take it seriously. Shueya was the first to leave the training room, glancing at Xiaoyu several times before she left, as he was diligently drawing talismans. Seeing that Xiaoyu was completely absorbed in his work and didn't come over to greet her, she felt conflicted, both afraid and wanting. She was afraid that he would follow her upstairs to spend time with her in private, but she also really wanted to spend time with him in private.
As soon as Shueya left, Meng Lang, who had been feeling extremely uneasy, breathed a sigh of relief and ran upstairs as if fleeing, not wanting to see Xian Yanyan. To everyone's surprise, Xian Yanyan giggled and skipped after Shueya after she went upstairs.
Seeing this, Meng Lang quickened his pace, afraid that his father might have gotten addicted to throwing him around and wouldn't let him leave. Meanwhile, in a corner of the special training labyrinth, a man hidden in a black robe said somberly,
"Go apologize. While you're at it, teach Xiaoyu this thing as an apology."
The man in the black robe stretched out his hand, which held a brown wooden box. The gold wristband on his wrist was particularly eye-catching.
"As you say, sir."
Fei Niao respectfully accepted the wooden box, his body trembling slightly, very nervous. "Remember, you must open the wooden box in his presence," the man in black instructed.
Upon hearing this, Fei Niao's effeminate face instantly showed fear. Master, are you going to kill Xiaoyu here? This place is forbidden." "Shut up, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, just do it."
The man in black robes coldly shouted to stop him.
"Yes, sir."
The bird transformed its right hand into a palm blade and made a gesture of slashing towards the heart as a sign of respect. But he was filled with despair. He dared not think about the consequences of killing someone here, especially a holder of the black gold wristband. Yet he had no choice but to comply with the organization's orders. The figure in black robes slowly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there. All that remained was Fei Niao's heavy sigh as he rubbed his temples with his delicate fingers. Now, the only hope is that after Xiaoyu is killed, his family can help him minimize his guilt. For some inexplicable reason, he put on an even better makeup look for himself.
The residence is on the 3rd floor.
Meng Lang walked faster and faster, trying to stay as far away from Xian Yanyan, who was following behind him, as possible.
But no matter what, it felt like Xian Yanyan was relentlessly pursuing him. That's too much. This isn't training time anymore. I've already been beaten badly enough. Please don't follow me." Meng Lang turned around and said bluffingly. "Ha?" Xian Yanyan was taken aback. "I knew you weren't very bright. Why would I follow you? Then why did you follow me all the way here?" Meng Lang pointed to the room not far ahead, which was his residence.
Hein Yanyan stepped forward and patted Meng Lang's head like Xiaoyu did, saying in a mature tone, "I might have really made you stupid.
I also live here, but now I'm going to be a little teacher." She pointed to Shueya's room.
Meng Lang snorted, turned his head away, and walked off angrily.
Xian Yanyan called out to him, "Hey, little blue-haired guy, don't be so stingy. I'll treat you to something delicious, okay?" Meng Lang asked rather arrogantly, "What is it?" He thought that since such a cute little girl had apologized, he, as a man, should be magnanimous and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Come on, I guarantee it'll be delicious. It'll even boost your strength," Xian Yanyan said with a grin. "Improve my strength, really?" Meng Lang muttered to himself as he followed Nian Nian into the house. Xian Yanyan said confidently, "I want to treat you to the best and most delicious food in the world. I would only treat a true friend to this. Look."
Xian Yanyan took out the bowl of instant noodles from behind her back, feeling a little guilty. She wasn't guilty about adding a tiny bit of origin spirit stone powder, but rather about not letting the other person discover that this was the instant noodles she didn't want because she disliked the taste. So after taking out the instant noodles, she ran out of the house like lightning and knocked on her third sister-in-law Shuya's door. Meng Lang, who was left behind, blushed.
That's incredibly insulting. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated.
After all that hype, it turns out to be just a bowl of instant noodles that had been cooled down and then soaked until it was a mess. I, the young Master Meng, a prominent figure in the capital's elite playboy circle, possess an SS-level talent and extraordinary ability, with a dean as my father, dare to insult me with a bowl of cold instant noodles.
Damn it! Why not eat it while it's free? Meng Lang treated instant noodles as his beloved food, turning his grief and anger into appetite.
In no time, the bowl of noodles was finished, and even the soup was drunk up.
Hiss. I must say, it's actually kind of delicious.
Meng Lang smacked his lips. He had been pampered since childhood, and this was the first time he had ever eaten instant noodles.
This broth has a Michelin or Black Pearl feel to it.
Then, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he abandoned his unruly demeanor.
What's going on?
Such a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly appeared within my body.
Signs of an impending breakthrough.
He quickly sat down and began to regulate his spiritual energy. But for a brief moment, he unconsciously thought of his wife and her husband.
Love between men and women will ultimately lead me astray. I must continue to focus on my breakthrough. Meng Lang encouraged himself and then concentrated on his breakthrough. At this time,
following the staff's directions, Fei Niao arrived at the entrance of Xia Yu's residence.
He was received by number 0236. In order to get close to Xia Yu, he fabricated a story about being friends with Xia Yu, and with the help of someone with ulterior motives, he managed to deceive the staff at the bottom of the labyrinth. Number 0236 first knocked politely, and when no one answered, waited, then knocked again after 10 minutes. The door was only opened when one of the students from Tsinghua and Peking University who happened to be taking a break bumped into it. The girl was very polite when she saw number 0236. She knew it was this person who had been serving Xia Yu. Number 0236 politely asked, "Madam, is Mr. Xia Yu here? Do you know the man next to me?" Number 0236 pointed at the bird and asked again to confirm. The girl looked up and realized, isn't this the guy who knelt down before Brother Xia? Has he come to pay his respects? The girl nodded. I know him. Brother Xia is in the training room. After entering the room, the group quickly arrived at the training room. Strangely, Xia Yu, who was just drawing talismans, has disappeared. Sumu also disappeared along with them. The girl said doubtfully, maybe he went back to rest. Brother Xia has been working hard for a long time. Would it be convenient to tell me the location of his room? I have something that will really appeal to him. Fei Niao patted the exquisitely crafted wooden box. The girl pointed upstairs and told her where Xia Yu's room was. Seeing this, since everyone knew each other, number 0236 stopped following and left the residence. Fei Niao took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She was about to subconsciously take out her makeup mirror to check herself, but she held back. Following the girl's directions, the bird arrived at the third floor. Ton, ton, ton. Fei Niao, carrying a gift, knocked on Xia Yu's door. Chapter 83. Even the tree couldn't stand it anymore. The bird's heartbeat gradually quickened. He dared not imagine what punishment he would suffer if he violated the bewitching rules of killing. However, the thought that he was going to kill Xia Yu gave him a sense of relief. Unconsciously, he made a chop motion with his hand over his heart and silently recited, offering a hypocritical heart. Click. The door was suddenly pulled open. Just as Fei Niao was about to speak, he was met with a blood-red gaze, which then gradually turned to greed. Come in. Meng Lang suddenly pulled Fei Niao into the house, so fast that Fei Niao didn't even have time to react. When Fei Niao saw that it was the somewhat irritable Meng Lang, he was a little confused. I went to the wrong room. I came to find Brother Xia. Fei Niao calmly pulled his hand away from the one he was holding, only to find it was locked tightly. Meng Lang rubbed his index finger against the back of his hand. Brother, your hands are so small. On Xia Yu's side. At this moment, he and Su Mu were walking in the back garden behind their residence. In the distance, the dense, haphazardly laid bare branches of the ancient tree created a desolate and forlorn scene. He had just gotten really bored with the endless drawing of talismans, so Sumu invited him to go out for a walk, which he considered a good way to relax. Sumu naturally linked arms with Xia Yu and simply walked slowly without saying a word. In contrast, Xia Yu's mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts.
The Book of Life and Death of the Underworld Official. The Sacrifice of the Ancient God of Great Xia.
What is Monkey King waiting for? Did Xuanzang actually discover the monkey hair? What was Xuanzang's purpose in establishing the Xianyi sect? And what faction does the Broken Mirror Man belong to?
In less than 10 days since the awakening, one mystery after another has surrounded me. The only saving grace is that their strength has improved rapidly. Not only is he on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier, but his physical strength has also reached an extremely terrifying level. Combined with the character spell and the random enchanted dragon state, it will be even more powerful. With such defensive capabilities, the offensive power comes from the flying sword strike achieved through diligent talisman drawing.
Xia Yu wants to be a well-rounded warrior.
As the sun set, the two strolled along the pebble path in the courtyard by the flowing water, casting sweet shadows. The tender scene stood in stark contrast to the post-apocalyptic heavenly landscape around them.
Just then, a creaking sound broke the silence.
A withered branch of a sacred tree that had extended into the courtyard suddenly plummeted, almost breaking off completely and falling to the ground. Sumu stopped and looked at the tree branch for a while, thinking.
Xia Yu smiled and said, "Don't overthink it.
That's a sacred tree with extremely precious materials.
Unless it falls in front of us on its own, touching it will trigger the alarm array." Sumu shook her head. "That's not what I was thinking about."
I suddenly thought of a flirtatious phrase that I learned online, and it seems like I can use it.
Xia Yu asked curiously, "Tell me about it." Sumu pointed to the branch of the sacred tree that was about to break, and said mechanically, word by word, "I am Xia Yu, charming yet dangerous."
This branch is hailed as a divine tree, but it is not as strong as yours.
Xia Yu's eyes twitched wildly. What the hell are these flirting words? Isn't this the kind of thing you only see in low-quality domineering CEO romance novels? I just finished speaking.
The branch snapped off completely with a crack and fell onto the road in front of them.
Xia Yu covered his face, even the trees can't stand it anymore. Sumu quickly ran forward, picked it up, and handed it to Xia Yu, saying, "Keep it safe, it's ours now."
Okay. Xia Yu weighed the materials in his hand and quickly put them away. This can make several magical weapons. I'll process them and make a powerful staff or stick for you.
Mum.
Sumu nodded obediently, then counted on her fingers and said,
"It's been 24 hours.
"What, 24 hours?
Sumu smiled and said, "If it's more than 24 hours, it's not considered frequent. Let's go back to the room. I've learned some new things that are perfect for someone like you who's into legs." "You're testing me with this? Walk."
The two immediately decided to return to Xia Yu's room on the 3rd floor.
Just as Xia Yu approached the 3rd floor, he sensed something was wrong. Such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Something seems to have happened. After arriving on the 3rd floor,
as expected, everyone from Tsinghua University's School of Spirituality was present, along with Fei Niao, who was the first to challenge Xia Yu. But his current appearance is really quite strange. His face was haggard and filled with anger, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The clothes were slightly disheveled and torn in some places. There were still tear stains on her face. The source of the unstable spiritual energy fluctuations is the Fey bird, and the extent of it is already on the verge of a battle. Shueya, standing at the front, said coldly with a dark face, "Excuse me, this is the rest area of Qingbei Lingyuan. No matter what grievances you have suffered, you can hold them accountable after the special training is over. Now, please leave this place. If you attempt to attack, I will not show mercy because of what happened to you."
You've gone too far."
Bird's anger flared even higher as he gritted his teeth and said, "If he didn't know he had a mission to complete, he would have wanted to fight to the death right now."
He swallowed his humiliation and forced out a voice, "I'm here to see Xia Yu.
I want to hear him personally clarify right and wrong and see how he evaluates that beast." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang, who had been behind the wall, became agitated.
"Who are you calling a beast? I don't know what happened just now. Why did you have to deliver yourself to my doorstep? I even felt like I was at a disadvantage."
"You."
"Shut up," Shueya snapped. "When you get back to the academy, you'll be in for a beating." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang tilted his head and became obedient.
At this moment, Xia Yu stepped forward, looked coldly at Fei Niao, and asked in a chilling voice, "What's wrong?"
"What do you want with me?"
When Fei Niao saw that it was Xia Yu, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. He never expected that such a pervert could be hiding in Xia Yu's room. He never imagined that being an assassin would require him to sacrifice himself.
He hated it.
Fei Niao suppressed his anger and tried to speak calmly. Brother Xia, I originally came to apologize to you, and I even prepared a gift. As he spoke, Fei Niao took out a wooden box, then changed the subject again. But that blue-haired guy is going too far.
Let's not talk about that now, Brother Xia, please take a look at the gift.
The bird, with its little finger raised, was about to open the wooden box.
Wait.
Xia Yu placed one hand on the wooden box, stopping him.
How could someone still be in the mood to give gifts after being bullied? Has Meng Lang driven you crazy? There's probably something fishy going on. I'm not afraid because I'm invincible, but what if there's an area of effect magical artifact in the box? Sumu and Shuya might be in trouble.
Xia Yu said calmly, come with me to the first floor, just the two of us.
The bird panicked. Here we go again? Thinking about Meng Lang in his room. Good heavens! Are there any straight people at Tsinghua and Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine?
However, knowing that Xia Yu was about to become a corpse, he was less afraid.
They even felt extremely satisfied. We went downstairs.
Xia Yu said expressionlessly, speak, who sent you? Fei Niao chuckled and said, Brother Xia, I'm truly here to apologize sincerely.
Look, the gifts are all ready. The bird quickly opened the wooden box.
Xia Yu had already used the solidify technique 2 seconds in advance. Swoosh. Only a single streak of light pierced through the wooden box. Then came the scene of his head exploding and blood splattering everywhere.
Buzz.
A low, ringing sound suddenly erupted throughout the entire area within a 1-kilometer radius of the residence. And it wasn't just Xia Yu, the world before the eyes of everyone from Qingbei Lingyuan on the 3rd floor was slowly turning blood red.
7 words appeared before my eyes. Those who kill will surely suffer retribution. Chapter 84 Blackmail. A dozen seconds ago. The moment the bird opened the wooden box, a surge of talismanic power emanated from it. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light appeared, and the bird's head was pierced through. After that, it was as if some kind of rule was triggered, and Xia Yu and his group were surrounded by an unknown energy. Xia Yu had assumed that if there was anything fishy going on, it would be directed at him, but it turned out that this effeminate man was being used as a pawn. They're practically offering themselves up to be framed. I need to find out which force is behind Fei Niao that's so hostile towards me, willing to sacrifice a genius superhuman just to annoy me. The people upstairs also sensed the change and immediately realized that something might have happened to Xia Yu, so they all ran downstairs. They guessed that Xia Yu couldn't help but kill Fei Niao, which triggered the alarm in the maze. Upon seeing the bloody scene, the crowd merely frowned slightly, without showing any strong discomfort. After all, most of those who can come to this special training labyrinth have some knowledge, and the Tsinghua Biling Academy is no exception. They are all people with connections. Meng Lang said disdainfully, Brother Xia, I'm telling you, you're being impulsive. This guy is annoying and disgusting, but there's no need to kill him here. Wouldn't it be better to just knock him out with a club after we get out? Shuai gave a forced smile. Disgusting? How could you bring yourself to eat it? Meng Lang retorted, that was during my promotion, and there might have been a problem because of my special talent. Normally, I wouldn't even give such a second glance. Speaking of which, I've actually advanced 3 levels in a row. This labyrinth is strange. Could it be that Brother Xia's black gold card is that powerful? Shut up, Shueya said coldly, adding firmly, we'll share the blame. I was also involved in killing him. Xiaoyu calmly said, he committed suicide using the wooden box he brought with him. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang said with a touch of righteous indignation, Brother Xia. That reason is too flimsy. Nobody believes it. I, Meng Lang, will call you Brother Xia for life. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to rise through 3 levels and live in such a rare place. So, I also participated in killing the Felbird. After his emotional outburst, Meng Lang confidently added, with my Dean father and Brother Xia's black gold wristband, I'm confident there won't be any problems. Sumu raised her hand, I was an accomplice too. Seeing the atmosphere heating up, Xian Yan shouted, yes. It was my brother who killed him. I can testify. The remaining 3 people from Tsinghua and Peking University Lingyuan remained silent, their expressions hesitant. Meng Lang, acting like a big brother, said, you 3, hurry up and say you killed them together, you hear me? Well, okay. Will I be held accountable? The people reacted differently. Xia Yu reiterated, I didn't kill him. But the mud has already been thrown up, so we have to deal with it as it comes. You don't need to help carry it, let's see what the situation is first, and don't say anything out of turn. Shueya, Sumu, and the others nodded, trusting that Xiaoyu knew what he was doing. The others breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, there was a rapid knocking on the door, and the voice of number 0236 came from outside. Mr. Xiaoyu, it's me. Open the door quickly, what happened? Meng Lang stepped forward and opened the door. Upon entering, number 0236 first looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiaoyu was safe and sound. Immediately afterward, he felt a bit overwhelmed. I have never served such an outrageous owner of a black and gold wristband. First, we went to the unextinguished fire ruins, but the ruins exploded. We went back to our lodgings to calm down, but then my friend died again, violating such a serious rule of the labyrinth. Number 0236 stepped forward and asked seriously, Mr. Xia, did you do it? Xiaoyu shook his head. No, he committed suicide. Huh? Number 0236 was completely confused. Then who was present when he died? Just me, Xiaoyu replied. Number 0236 looked bitter and sighed softly, Mr. Xia, you may not know, but this labyrinth has very severe penalties for murder. You must find a way to prove your innocence, otherwise the identity of the black gold wristband will be useless. Xiaoyu frowned and asked, could you reveal what kind of severe punishment you're referring to? Number 0236 said in a deep voice, deprive him of his 5 senses and seal off his spiritual power for 30 years. He added, it may seem like a relief, but based on past experience, most of the superhumans who are punished don't last long before going insane. During the conversation, the door was suddenly pushed open. A whole team of superhumans dressed in khaki uniforms walked in. They weren't just dressed the same, even their weapons were identical, all wooden sticks engraved with strange symbols. His face was covered by a pure white mask, and his eyes showed no emotion. One of them stepped forward, his voice hollow, those who have broken the precept against killing, step forward. No one moved. Xiaoyu wouldn't move either, he hadn't killed anyone. Meng Lang stepped forward and explained with a laugh, everyone, this is a misunderstanding. This person committed suicide, and it has nothing to do with us. Those who have broken the rules, step forward. The man in yellow mechanically repeated the sentence, his tone unchanged, devoid of any emotion. Since the yellow team appeared, number 0236 has become unusually quiet, simply staying silently beside Xiaoyu. The situation became awkward for a moment. Aside from repeating that sentence, the yellow-clad squad did nothing else. They would only use this one sentence to answer any of Meng Lang's words. Xiaoyu observed carefully, and he felt that something was off about these men in yellow. A short while later, the yellow-clad squad turned around, faced the crowd, and said in unison. 15 minutes later, no one answered. All of them violated the precept against lying. Bring them all back. Those who break the precept against killing will be punished more severely. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward, blocking the way for the crowd. Wait, he committed suicide. I saw it with my own eyes. The others were just listening to what I said, so there was no falsehood involved. As soon as Xiaoyu opened his mouth, the man in yellow's gaze visibly shifted to the black and gold wristband on Xiaoyu's wrist, and he finally changed his approach. There is resentment here, but no possibility of suicide. Since you have broken the rules, then come with us to be punished. Suddenly, all the men in yellow robes pulled out wooden sticks from behind them and raised them, aiming them at the group from Qingbei Lingyuan. Xiaoyu was the one who was accused of having the most wooden sticks on his body. Xiaoyu's mind went blank for a moment, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly took out the purple short dagger. Sure enough, he noticed something was wrong. Except for Xia Nianyan, everyone else on their side became quiet and calm. It wasn't like being bewitched by some kind of illusion, it was more like the description, never mind, I don't have those worldly desires. Xiaoyu asked in a cold voice. Are you making such a hasty judgment? Is there no room for discussion? Chapter 85 Dragon appears. Chapter 15 minutes later, come back with us to be punished. Resistance will be overcome by force. I urge you to do good. The man in yellow said emotionlessly. Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and he cursed inwardly. What kind of bullshit, idiotic rules are these? And this bunch of yellow rats in front of him are just indiscriminate. They certainly have some kind of perception ability, but it's not that perfect, which is why they made that judgment. It's likely that someone took advantage of this. Xiaoyu mentally searched for an escape talisman and quickly thought. The best course of action now is not to drag Sumu and Shueya into this mess, but to take them all on first.
With invincible and rule-based escape talismans, he'll eventually be able to get out. But before we run, we must give these yellow-skinned idiots a good beating. He planned to unleash his full power, beat everyone up, and then run away. Xiaoyu stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "I killed him, and they were all kept in the dark." After saying that, all the wooden sticks were aimed at Xiaoyu at once. When Xiaoyu admitted it, the others didn't react at all, remaining as indifferent as ever.
Only Xia Nian muttered, "See.
I told you my brother was the murderer.
It's just that we might have to fight." The man in yellow said, "The transgressor has been identified. Come with us to receive your punishment, or we will subdue you by force."
Upon hearing this, Xia Nian's expression turned serious, and she felt hostility towards the man in yellow.
Xiaoyu turned to Nian and instructed, "No matter what, don't do anything. I have my own way.
Just wait here patiently.
Fa Nian will solve your problem with the solidifying spirit array. Remember to find a female array artist."
After explaining, Xiaoyu shrugged. "Come on, let me test the strength of this special operations team in the labyrinth,"
he said dismissively.
"A bunch of unevolved mechanical idiots who can't even distinguish right from wrong, yet they ridiculously punish others.
I refuse to be punished."
In an instant, spiritual power ignited on Xiaoyu's body.
A divine-level innate spiritual network, the combination of characters.
Please let the dragon appear.
A deep, muffled roar, as if from ancient times, resounded.
Suddenly, the black spiritual flames ignited without warning, engulfing Xiaoyu with lightning speed. A few seconds later, a pair of dark golden eyes slowly appeared in the raging black flames, like two dazzling stars, radiating a mysterious and powerful light. Then, the black flames gradually dissipated, as if absorbed by some invisible force, eventually transforming into the jet-black dragon scales covering Xiaoyu's body. These scales tightly covered his body, shimmering with a cold luster, like an indestructible armor. Not only that, even his fingernails turned a deep black, like sharp daggers, exuding a chilling aura. Xiaoyu clenched his fists, carefully sensing the surging power within his body. The power of the Black Dragon, already enhanced by 300%, was now greatly amplified, and a brand new ability domain manipulation was also added. He attempted to unleash a black flame domain, and instantly the surrounding space was enveloped in darkness, with endless black flames burning and dancing within. Within this domain, an enemy's mind would be corrupted, their life force and armor would be eroded, becoming nourishment for the domain. The man in yellow had remained silent since hearing Xiaoyu's refusal. However, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He stared at Xiaoyu, seemingly bewildered by what was happening before him. Instead of making a move immediately, he murmured, "Turning back is the right path." After a moment, they said in unison, "The quarter of an hour has passed." As soon as they finished speaking, they vanished, leaving only faint afterimages. In the blink of an eye, 18 stick shadows struck Xiaoyu simultaneously. Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged, and he let out a cold laugh. Steel secure, in effect. The opponent has lost all defensive capabilities. The moment the 36 talismans were unleashed, the purple dagger followed closely behind. A total of 37 spiritual swords flew out in a circle, piercing through the body of the man in yellow. Under the spirit sword, their bodies were as fragile as paper, pierced through one after another. Strangely, instead of a scene of blood splattering, golden light shone from their wounds, repairing their injured bodies. Upon seeing this, a strange look flashed in number 0236's eyes, which then turned into shock. The next moment, a jet-black energy began to spread from Xiaoyu's side and then spread outwards. The black energy was as sticky as glue, and the air it touched seemed to be swallowed up. The entire room became dim under this dark energy, as if the light here was being slowly absorbed. Black Dragon Domain. Activate. Xiaoyu disappeared into the darkness. In the pitch blackness of this area, only a pair of dark golden dragon eyes remained. Faint, sinister dragon roars could be heard emanating from them. The black energy spread rapidly, enveloping the entire yellow-clad squad in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, several golden rays of light flashed out from the black energy, but were quickly swallowed up by the black energy. After another angry dragon roar, a chorus of muffled groans rang out. Sudden, unexpected changes occurred. A golden light suddenly tore through the black mist and shot into the sky. Then the crack grew larger and larger until the black energy was completely split in two. Taking this opportunity, the men in yellow robes gradually fell out of the black dragon's territory. Looking at them again, they had completely lost their composure from before.
Each person was tainted with some dark spiritual energy, and even their aura was much weaker than before.
Xiaoyu was silently calculating the time, already holding the rule-type talisman in his hand, ready to use his mind to lock onto the second-tier maze at any moment. He sensed that the man in yellow was more than he appeared to be.
Any random man in yellow could kill hundreds of ordinary third-tier superhumans with a single blow. He must not take any risks if all his statuses disappear.
Moreover, the final golden light seemed to indicate that they had used some kind of combination technique.
Before it's over. Keep fighting them, you bunch of yellow-skinned idiots. The black flames continued to surge, sweeping towards the man in yellow. Just at this moment,
the man in yellow suddenly stopped, as if his computer had crashed. It neither dodged nor avoided the approaching black flames. Just as the black flames were about to engulf them once again, their figures vanished and reappeared in another location. They all held the sticks horizontally in front of their chests, clasped their hands together, and said in unison,
"Wait a minute, this matter is neither a blessing nor a curse. Good and evil are determined by heaven. Please ascend the 81st floor of the God-stepping ladder to appease the grievances of the deceased." Chapter 86 Dowry.
The sudden change in tone puzzled Xiaoyu.
But he didn't kill the person, so what does it mean to climb the God ladder to quell resentment? If there's any resentment, it should be my own.
None of these are as stupid as artificial intelligence.
All they're saying is moral blackmail by hypocrites. Xiaoyu said dismissively, "Keep fighting." Then dozens of spirit swords, wreathed in black flames, circled around, poised to strike. Xiaoyu's idea was that if he was going to leave, he should at least make a hole in the road before he left. At this moment, the man in yellow calmly put away all the wooden sticks, and said in his still mechanical tone, "This is a mistake in the rules, we apologize for the inconvenience.
As an apology, you may choose any 4 people to use the S-level relic training room an unlimited number of times during the special training period. And what I just mentioned about climbing the ladder of gods was a wish of Prashun to quell the resentment, not to say that you were the culprit." As he spoke, the leader in yellow spread his palm, revealing a strip of earth-yellow cloth. Carrying this item up the stairs can protect up to 7 floors. May you do good with the heart of a strong person.
After speaking, the men in yellow uniformly bowed slightly in unison, then turned and left without looking back.
The yellow cloth strip floated lightly towards Xiaoyu.
Xia Niannian, quick-witted and agile, ran over and grabbed the yellow cloth strip.
She examined it closely, puzzled, and said,
"That's strange, brother.
This magical artifact looks so familiar.
I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Does Nian Nian look familiar?"
Xiaoyu deactivated all his status effects, but he was somewhat puzzled by the yellow-clad man's reaction. They were just having a really intense fight, and then suddenly the tone changed drastically, as if the game had crashed.
It turned into a gift. The contrast before and after is too great.
Furthermore, Xiaoyu strangely discovered that during the recent exchange, apart from the Black Dragon domain absorbing some of the energy they emitted and turning it into nourishment for its domain, he himself had not extracted any spiritual power. That is to say, the other party has absolutely no spiritual power, which is incredible.
More like a puppet without a foundation. Could it be that Xuanzang intervened again and helped him?
This is highly likely, because the man in yellow is entirely Buddhist in his manner. And they gave themselves 4 spots. Xiaoyu glanced at Sumu, Shuya, Meng Lang, and the others who had returned to normal, plus Xian Yanyan, making a total of 4. He didn't even need to make a choice himself, he already knew who should receive the benefits during this special training. The scene still retained powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, so when the people from the Spirit Academy woke up, they only saw a scene of devastation and did not understand what had happened.
I was just about to be taken away for punishment, how come all those people in yellow are gone in the blink of an eye?
At that moment, the silence was broken by a beep from the communicator of number 0236.
After listening for a few seconds, number 0236 respectfully approached Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful.
The headquarters has just confirmed that you have the right to grant 4 people unlimited access to the S-level relic training room during your special training.
Please make your choice."
Upon hearing this, Meng Lang, who had been completely bewildered, was the first to come to his senses.
Holy crap! What just happened? How did it turn out like this in the blink of an eye?
Meng Lang jumped in front of Xiaoyu quickly and exclaimed enthusiastically,
"Brother Xia! Dear Brother Xia, although I'm a little confused right now, you know what rights are." Meng Lang started winking.
Xiaoyu already had his choices in mind, pointing to Sumu, Shuya, Meng Lang, and Nian Nian one by one, they're the ones.
Number 0236 nodded quickly, took out a device, and began scanning their wristbands one by one.
Nian Nian used Xiaoyu's original green wristband. The rest of the students from Qingbei Lingyuan who did not receive this right were filled with disappointment and envy, and they regretted not having cultivated a better relationship with Xiaoyu. That's S-level training room resources for 7 consecutive days.
Upon receiving the wristband, Meng Lang looked at it with great delight.
This special training had been incredibly rewarding, potentially bringing him far more than just a 3-level improvement.
He might even be able to break through to the peak of the second tier. He said to Xiaoyu with a fawning expression. Brother Xia, I knew you were the best to me. As a brother, I have to show my appreciation. After we get out of the maze, I'm willing to give you all the remaining money and all the sports cars and magical artifacts. Although it's far from enough, it's worth a small goal. If all else fails, how about I repay you with my body? Get lost, you son of a bitch. Xiaoyu laughed and kicked him.
Xueya also had to put on an act, calmly stating, I don't have much money, only 6 million, plus I owe you a favor. Xiaoyu gave her a meaningful look, which startled Xueya, who quickly looked away, knowing that doing this favor might bring her some trouble. Sumu raised her hand, I will repay you with my body.
Xia Niannian exclaimed in surprise, I remember now.
They forced our hometown into this situation. It's people dressed like these who want to turn their hometown into what they want, saying they're waiting for the old village chief, the former sect leader who was taken away by the broken mirror man, to return and retrieve their things.
Xia Niannian was somewhat agitated.
Xiaoyu stepped forward and gently hugged her to calm her down, then took the yellow cloth strip from her.
In fact, even without being told, he was wary of Xuanzang.
Putting aside the fact that he is the leader of the Xianyi sect, his parents' words also told him not to trust them. Furthermore, their behavior and mannerisms genuinely made Xiaoyu feel inexplicably disgusted. The strip of cloth in his hand looked ordinary, without any spiritual energy fluctuations, but Xiaoyu did not intend to keep it by his side. There's no issue with mental pollution, but the real concern is that these top-tier superhumans might be carrying surveillance capabilities, which we must guard against. Here, take this. Use it when you climb the god's ladder. It will keep you safe for 7 floors.
Xiaoyu casually tossed it to Meng Lang. Meng Lang almost prostrated himself before his godfather. Is there anything else you want? Your unfilial son will offer it to you with both hands. After joking around, everyone got back to the main topic. Some practiced their training, others ate instant noodles, all while waiting for the training room and the ruins to reopen. Outside the city. It's a hilltop estate overlooking the entire capital city. Wearing a bright red bodycon dress, Fang Yanyan kicked open the door.
Behind the door was a large golden tree, the highest point of which was exactly at the ceiling of the room, about 30 meters high.
The golden branches were covered with a dense array of extraordinary magical artifacts.
Behind the tree, there is a simple wooden office table and chair. Above the chair hangs a calligraphy scroll that reads Heaven rewards diligence. Fan Yanyan walked around the golden tree, casually tossed a comfortable sofa out of her spatial artifact, and leaned back lazily on it. Holding a wineglass in his left hand, he said impatiently,
Old man. Prepare the dowry. Chapter 87. A certain transaction.
The middle-aged man in the chair behind the wooden table was startled. The man was dressed simply, with an average appearance and a common face. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses that made him look like a middle-aged teacher. The only slightly incongruous thing was his practiced way of smoking, which made him look like a seasoned smoker who had been smoking for a long time.
He is Fang Wani, the head of Wanbao Trading Company and the patriarch of the Fang family.
He didn't seem to be in a hurry when Fang Yanyan said she wanted to get married. He stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette, lit another one, and slowly said, Let me guess, it's that boy who got Juan Sergio to transfer the black gold card? Fang Yanyan said lazily, the old man is quite good at guessing.
Fang Wani smiled and produced a notebook from his hand, opened it and said, Let me read it to you.
Last year, the second young master of the Lu group said at a party that he wanted to pursue you. You secretly drugged him and sent him to a gay bar, where 11 big men took care of him and took pictures of him, causing irreversible psychological damage. 2 years ago, the eldest son of the Hua family confessed his love to you at his birthday banquet. The next day, you bribed his chef and fed him a magic potion several times. From then on, he became neither male nor female and was no longer a pure man.
There are many more, but I won't read them all out. But this time, you've shown such concern for a man, going so far as to demolish a building and give him a black gold card. It's definitely not just about investing in a superhuman. Is that hard to guess? Fang Yanyan said impatiently. Stop nagging. I'm just here to let you know and borrow something. No way. Fang Wani immediately refused. You didn't even ask what it was.
I already said it was part of the dowry. Don't be so stingy, old man, Fang Yanyan said with a smile, swirling her wine glass. Fang Wani stubbed out his cigarette again and said in a deep voice, the myriad spirit soul hooking brush is something that must never be exposed. It is also the core trump card of our Wanbao Trading Company. What do you need it for?
Yay! Fang Yanyan threw down her wine glass and clapped her hands.
The old man is indeed clever.
You got it right. That's exactly what I want.
I want this, of course, for Wanbao Trading Company.
I don't mean to keep it for myself.
With this, the story becomes really interesting, ha 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 ha.
Fang Yanyan kept giggling. Fang Wani frowned. You mean, the Book of Life and Death of the Underworld official might change hands? That's impossible. This matter is far too complex, there's no guarantee it won't escalate into something drastic. Yan, you must be joking. Fang Yanyan straightened up, wiped away the tears of laughter, and said lightly. Old man, do I look like I'm joking? Upon hearing this, Fang Wan's expression tightened. He lit a cigarette and opened a notebook filled with Xia Yu's information. Xia Yu.
A native of Haibei City, I grew up with my aunt and uncle, and I have no information about my parents.
3 years ago, my grades suddenly dropped, and I've been giving up ever since.
Awakened talisman master, suspected to be above S rank, and in a lover relationship with Su Mu. Speaking of Su Mu, Fang Wan glanced at Fang Yanyan and, finding no change in her expression, continued reading. The only one who managed to get through the HBC 004 labyrinth and use talismans to kill a group of mid-level 4th tier superhumans.
Fang Wani closed the notebook and asked, Did you find a problem? Fang Yanyan said nonchalantly, That little girlfriend? Ha, you old man, I have 16 stepmothers, and you're talking to me about this? Fang Wani gave an awkward smile, Of course I didn't mean that. I meant his identity is suspicious. Oh. Fang Yanyan said nonchalantly, It's good that the parents' information is unfounded, it reduces conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
Fang Wani said in a slightly serious tone, Yanyan, you should know very well what the phrase information without a source means, given the intelligence network of our Wanbao Trading Company. If someone has existed in the past, there will be traces of their existence, instead of being completely untraceable.
So are you sure you want to bet on such a person?
And the latest news is that after he entered the special training maze, the unextinguished flame ruins exploded, and people died inside.
However, he ended up unharmed, or perhaps. I'm pregnant, Fang Yanyan said calmly. Fang Wan jumped to his feet, dropping his cigarette in shock. What did you say? Ha 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 ha. Fang Yanyan laughed loudly. You actually believe that?
You even call yourself a calm and collected businessman. Then, Fang Yanyan suddenly changed to a serious and cold expression and said,
Fang Wani, lend me the myriad spirit soul hooking brush, I guarantee the return will far exceed expectations.
In the past 50 years, the Great Xia has become increasingly chaotic, and its order has long been on the verge of collapse.
Coupled with interference from external countries, how long do you think it can last? It's a joke that Wanbao Trading Company wants to protect itself under these circumstances. I'll come pick it up in 7 days.
You'll also have some surprises in terms of intelligence then. After saying that, Fang Yanyan stood up, snapped her fingers, and the sofa she was sitting on burst into flames. He kicked Fang Wani's wooden table again, and Fang Wani's face was instantly illuminated by the firelight. Old man, take this to light a cigarette. Smoking will ruin your lungs and you'll die young. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yanyan walked out of Fang Wani's study in a cheerful mood. After she left, Fang Wani indeed took out another cigarette, lit it on the still burned sofa, took a deep drag, and shook his head with a helpless bitter smile. He tapped on the wooden table. In an instant, 2 figures appeared. Fang Wani's tone completely changed compared to before, and he said without any emotion. 16 or 17,000, make arrangements to bring out those family members who were expelled by Xia Yu. Also, find a way to intensify their hostility towards Xia Yu. Make it flawless. I also need to see if he's worth betting on. Yes. After receiving their orders, the 2 disappeared immediately. Fang Wani stood up and threw away the cigarette in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the giant golden tree in front of him began to sway. Immediately afterwards, the golden tree began to split in the middle, revealing a small, colorful, circular opening.
Fong Wan squeezed out a drop of blood and flicked it onto the barrier, then the barrier disappeared. He reached in and laboriously pulled out a pen and a small piece of paper. The pen felt incredibly heavy, his hand trembled slightly as he held it. He carefully placed the small piece of paper aside, and muttered to himself. Alright, let's leave it at that. Let's leave this last chance for gambling. On Xia Yu's side, everything was peaceful until near nightfall, and the ruins were not opened, which meant he got a free day in the spiritually rich maze. However, even with Xia Yu's best efforts to shake the dagger and draw talismans, he still failed to break through to the third rank. He was still somewhat looking forward to the third tier, since it would unlock another primordial word. A sumptuous dinner was delivered by number 0236, and everyone once again benefited from Xia Yu's generosity. However, when Nian Nian took out the instant noodles again, Meng Lang seemed a little scared. After thinking about it all afternoon, he realized that something might have been added to the instant noodles. For a moment, Meng Lang started to imagine the relationship between the siblings, the sister drugging the brother. Was this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? During the afternoon training session, Xia Yu took the opportunity to increase Shui's task completion rate by about 5%. This was already the maximum increase possible within the scope of sparring. To go any higher, they would need to spar privately. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Before Sumu could even extend an invitation, Xia Yu ushered Nian Nian into her room, telling her to continue teaching. Sumu was taken aback, thinking that Xia Yu already knew about Nian Nian's teaching content, and couldn't help but wonder, was he really that worried about not being happy? It's even more golden now. Shui's feelings became complicated, and she started to imagine things with a mix of shyness and excitement. He sent Nian Nian away to Sumu's place, so he's definitely coming to my place tonight. What should I do? Unexpectedly, Xia Yu slammed the door shut and said, Tonight, everyone stay in your rooms and don't go out. No one is allowed to disturb me. Remember that. Upon hearing this, Shuya felt inexplicably disappointed and returned to her room, feeling rather unhappy. She glanced down at her chest again. Was it really unattractive? With a strong pull, the bandage that had been wrapped many times came loose. She walked to the table, lifted it up with her paws, and muttered to herself, a little sullenly, could it be that he thinks it's too big? Xia Yu locked himself in his room. They continued drawing talismans while waiting for the person who broke the mirror to arrive. Time slowly passed. Click. The hour hand points to 3 o'clock. The sound of a mirror shattering came from the direction of the bathroom. A person walks out of the bathroom. Xia Yu took a look. Ah. Is that you? Chapter 88. You're still young. It was only the hour of 5 a.m. when the sound of a mirror shattering was heard. Xia Yu's heart tightened. They're here. He didn't expect them to be so punctual, at least not arriving close to 5 o'clock. He looked towards the bathroom, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious Mirror Breakers organization. As he took his first step, Xia Yu felt a strange sense of familiarity. He had seen these shoes before. Upon seeing the whole picture, Xia Yu was utterly astonished. Was it him? Number 0236? At this time, compared to the daytime, only the shoes were the same for item 0236. Otherwise, the overall design was completely different. He was wearing a sharp white suit with a large white cape behind him, and even his hair, which was originally a normal hairstyle, was combed into a slicked back style. You can tell he used hairspray and hair wax. He looked at Xia Yu's puzzled expression, seemingly enjoying it, and said in a deliberately elegant tone. We meet again, Mr. Xia Yu. I wonder if this was unexpected. Number 0236 flicked his cloak, the character mirror on it flashing before his eyes, before he gracefully sat down in a chair. It's not so bad that it was unexpected, but the contrast is a bit. Xia Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Broken Mirror Organization. You can call me, Mirror Yellow. He paused for a moment when it came to the form of address. Ginghuang? Does it mean applying makeup in front of a mirror? I didn't expect his name to be so poetic, though a bit effeminate. Xia Yu looked puzzled and said. Jinghuang, a good name. Wrong, this isn't a name, it's a code, the yellow of heaven and earth, black and yellow. I personally think it sounds better than 0236. I'm not the only one with the code name Shen, but we can't reveal our real names, which makes us seem more mysterious. Fortunately, after meeting you, this labyrinth work can no longer be done, and I will be promoted to the codename Mirror Profound next year. Although he was representing the Broken Mirror Organization this time,
he still hadn't changed his talkative nature, and his words didn't get to the point.
Xia Yu thought to himself. They're all so cool. Xia Yu nodded in agreement.
Jing Huang tidied his meticulously styled hair again and said smugly, I know this is cool, including the way you enter and leave, but only our broken mirror people's unique rule artifact can make it possible.
When I leave, you should keep a close eye on it, because it's really cool. Xia Yu's eye twitched. Seriously, are you even going to talk about serious matters? Can you stop pretending? I know you have a lot of inner conflict.
Finally, number 0236 pulled a bank card from his suit pocket, casually tossed it on the table, and said in a pretentious manner.
This is 88,000. Tell me all the details about the HBC 004 labyrinth.
Okay. Xia Yu agreed readily, took out a piece of paper from his spatial artifact and handed it to him. All the information is recorded on it. That was something Xia Yu had prepared long ago. Apart from concealing the fact that he had brought Xia Nianyan out, he had written everything else on it, including the murals of the Inua sect. The main objective is to achieve a quick victory without giving the broken mirror a chance to cause trouble. At this moment, number 0236's face twitched slightly, and he picked up the bank card again, saying in a deep voice. Listen carefully, this card is worth 88,000.
Yes, I heard you. Xia Yu nodded. Don't you think it's a bit too little? Not bad, I'm satisfied.
Number 0236 snorted and said, strictly speaking, that's a pioneering labyrinth, 88,000.
That's too low. Wait, what's this guy up to? Is he trying to force me to negotiate a lower price, which would violate the rules, and then cause me trouble?
Luckily, Su Nanxiang had warned me beforehand. Xia Yu refused to fall for it and calmly said, I have tens of millions in my account right now, as well as a spiritual artifact worth hundreds of millions, and I am also the owner of the prestigious black gold wristband. After leaving the labyrinth, that Meng Lang is going to give me nearly 100 million worth of things.
I don't lack money. Tooth number 0236 is itchy from biting. Fine, you're the real show-off, aren't you?
He patiently reminded him, you can negotiate the price.
No need to explain, it's settled then. That's something I can talk about. I really won't tell.
Finally, number 0236 couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to her feet, screaming, Aya.
How exactly do we do this job? Who exactly are you? Someone gave you a black gold wristband after you entered the maze.
The unextinguished fire ruins were blown up and that was the end of it, but you were even rewarded for suspected killing. I finally got a mission from the organization, and when I saw it was you, I thought I could finally show off in front of you. I even deliberately made myself look like a big shot, but I didn't expect. Before you set off, someone instructed me to offer you the best possible terms.
It's still the entrustment of the character in the mirror. Are you the chosen one of heaven? Iya.
After venting, number 0236 became listless and sat in a chair sighing.
However, this information took on a different meaning to Xia Yu. Did the higher-ups in the Broken Mirror organization instruct them to open a back door? He was completely baffled.
If the black gold card was related to Fang Yanyan, the matter of climbing the divine ladder was related to Xuanzang, and the reason why the fire was not extinguished was because Monkey King saw that he had invincible abilities. Then what was the Broken Mirror man relying on?
Let's try to get more information out of them for now.
Xia Yu stepped forward and patted number 0236 on the shoulder, comforting him.
To be honest, I don't know what you're talking about. But I can perfectly cooperate with you to complete this mission.
After all, when you're working as a staff member in the labyrinth, the kind of obsequious service you put on is quite good.
I believe this is the real you.
0236 My heart ached, as if I had been stabbed again. However, thinking that he would be promoted to the Xian generation after completing this task, he encouraged himself and said, Since you put it that way, I don't like my current unruly demeanor either.
It always feels distant to me.
He stood up and said arrogantly, Humph, I'll go get you a glass of water, and then we can chat.
Xia Yu.
A glass of water was handed to Xia Yu, and number 0236, with his head held high, said,
Okay, then please start bidding.
Just a reminder, each bid must be at least 10 million.
Xia Yu tentatively asked, then 50 million?
He felt it was enough and raised it from 88,000 to 50 million. Number 0236 scoffed, before you lies the ancient and mysterious Broken Mirror organization.
You know nothing of our power. 200 million. You're still young, 200 million is too little. Listen to me, 10 billion.
Number 0236 waved his hand with such decisiveness and boldness that he resembled a nouveau riche who had just received compensation for his property demolished.
Deal! Xia Yu exclaimed happily. Pay up.
It feels so good to have an unknown big shot protecting me, Xia Yu thought to himself. Number 0236 retrieved the bank card and said, "We don't have 10 billion. Xia Yu's expression changed.
Was there a trap?
Then, number 0236 took something out of his pocket.
But we can give you this. Chapter 89, one link after another.
As they spoke, number 0236 took out a ring engraved with the words, "I will only love one person in my life." Xia Yu sensed that this was a spatial storage artifact.
Please don't have any improper thoughts.
This is just a storage ring I picked up casually, number 0236 said seriously.
Xia Yu was speechless. You're overthinking it.
He took the ring and focused his mind on it. In the vast space, there was only one huge purple crystal stone. The crystal shimmered with a captivating light, and within it, a purplish black dagger was concealed. It is slightly longer than a regular dagger, about the length of a forearm, and has a simple bone handle engraved with a dense array of strange symbols.
Its blade was also encircled by concentric rings of deep purple patterns. The entire weapon looked both sinister and exquisite. Number 0236 chatted eloquently from the side. This is the reward for selling us the information about the labyrinth. Everything is reasonable and compliant, and it's an equivalent exchange.
This dagger is called Dark Knight Rose, and it belongs to the SS grade high-quality spiritual weapon.
10 billion is just the upper limit of its estimated value, not its actual value.
It means that it is a spiritual weapon that is priceless and has no market.
Its effects are also very powerful.
Putting aside its SS level sharpness, if it pierces the heart, it will temporarily bewitch the victim into becoming a puppet, and the victim will die after 7 days. Furthermore, it can turn into a rose, making you appear very romantic and gentlemanly. Xia Yu nodded slightly, but felt that things were not so simple. The Broken Mirror organization's act of giving a gift is clearly illogical, because it's a dagger. That means at least that mysterious sky level being knows about his backup weapon.
This is incredible in itself.
It's important to know that Xia Yu has almost never used the purple dagger in public. To say that he was used to wielding the dagger in a flowery manner and that the other party catered to his tastes, that's a huge exaggeration.
This is a top-grade SS rank spiritual weapon with special effects.
This effect, in particular, could be considered a miracle worker when certain specific needs arise.
Xia Yu began tentatively probing, what exactly is the Broken Mirror Clan?
Upon hearing this, number 0236 suddenly became serious.
We have strict rules that we cannot say this. But Venerable Mirror Heaven asked me to pass on a message to you. We need to find a prop to match.
Number 0236 walked to the dressing table again and broke off the large round mirror inlaid with white jade. With a bang, the mirror fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Number 0236 pointed to the mirror and said, "This is what he wanted me to convey, a broken mirror is broken, and a broken mirror cannot be put back together.
There is no need to glue it back together.
But there are always people who want to melt all the pieces, big and small, and put them together to form a new mirror, and try to make the new mirror reflect the image they want. It is really ridiculous."
Number 0236 stopped, saying, "Okay, I'm done." Xia Yu roughly understood. So, the goal of the broken mirror person is to prevent the shattered mirror from melting and returning to one?
Hiss.
Xia Yu suddenly sensed something was wrong.
He remembered the 4 symbols formation diagram that his parents had left him. When the 4 elements unite, the illusion can be dispelled. If we compare the labyrinth to fragments of a mirror, large and small, then the key to truly melting those fragments lies in our own hands. He originally thought that the Broken Mirror organization was inseparable from his parents, but now it seems that it's not as simple as it appears. At this moment, number 0236 stood up and straightened his white suit.
I'm leaving now, but we'll meet again. Are you still going to work here? Xia Yu asked. Number 0236 shook his head.
No, this identity can no longer be used. Besides, nobody likes being a service worker with a black and gold wristband. So number 0236 said confidently, her eyes shining with a captivating light, "I want to go to the bustling city and become an elegant and sophisticated office worker, and learn to love myself. Still cattle or horses."
Xia Yu was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Then I wish you a raise soon? Ha, I will perfectly adapt to every role.
I have a noble soul in my bones.
Watch closely, this departure is going to be cool.
After number 0236 finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly shone from between his eyebrows. The light was exceptionally bright, and under such exposure, he truly looked incredibly handsome. Paired with a white suit, he exuded the noble air of a male lead in a TV drama. The white light shone on the broken mirror on the ground, and the light refracted in all directions to form countless lines, instantly filling the entire room with white lines. Xiaoyu was astonished to discover that in an instant, the fragments cut out by the white line gradually transformed into fragmented images of varying sizes, and they were still moving, like countless strangely shaped surveillance cameras. There are cities, wilderness, cemeteries, forests with ferocious beasts, and even a female streamer taking a bath? Number 0236 waved his hand, obscuring the entire scene, and then slowly disappeared. Finally, Xiaoyu vaguely heard, "Next time, Jingxian, will be even cooler. Oh, by the way, please remember to settle the bill when you leave for the damaged mirror in the room, it's worth 1.98 million. Then the room returned to silence. Xiaoyu felt a slight itch in his head, perhaps his brain was about to grow. At first, he guessed that the higher-ups of the Broken Mirror clan were definitely influenced by their parents. At the very least, if not two kings, then one king. It was all because of that last sentence that was relayed. Something doesn't seem right, because their demand seems to be to maintain the status quo? To ensure that the labyrinth won't be merged or destroyed? The things left by the parents are completely contrary to what was intended. And what about the invasive labyrinth that appeared in the Great Xia dynasty? Once those labyrinths appear, their boundaries with the original world become blurred, and they can even be hostile. After thinking it over and over, Xiaoyu couldn't come up with a solution, so he simply started drawing talismans to calm his mind. I checked the time, it was already past 4 a.m. There's no point in sleeping anymore, it's better to keep improving. This time, there was an additional gain. A vague feeling told him that the effect of the Dark Rose dagger was probably intentional. Manipulating murdered people, there are just too many scenarios for this to be applied to. Before long, the sky was beginning to brighten. During this period, Xiaoyu not only drew talismans, but also inscribed many miniature attack spirit arrays, which increased the bonus to 152 times. However, the rule didn't work even once. As expected, talismans have a relatively higher success rate. But the number of times the padding has been done is already quite large. Once again, the spirit array was inscribed without deviating from the rules. Xiaoyu felt it was about time, in slang, it was probably time to cash out. He took out the dark rose and began to engrave it on a small area of the back of the dagger. The dark rose can only have 3 engraving slots available. Engraving once. No. Let's inscribe it once more. Ding, triggering a spirit restoration rune rule-based effect. Could you please give me a tiny bit of a tip, sir? Just asking timidly. Chapter 90, Be Yourself. It worked. Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Miniature attack spirit array trigger rule-based effect. Upon hitting a target, this weapon has a 100% chance to randomly steal one item imbued with spiritual power from the target, including personal items such as storage space. Seeing this effect, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of, yes, this is the magic weapon to bankrupt the other party. Go up and grab a few things, and all of the other party's magical artifacts will be yours. If the other party's clothing happens to possess spiritual power, then dealing with female superhumans would have a rather additional effect. Being able to steal both spiritual energy and physical objects, Xiaoyu felt that now, if he didn't act, he wouldn't act at all, but if he did, he would make a huge profit. Afterwards, he tied the original purple dagger to his calf. Having learned from the previous incident, he no longer intended to store the purple dagger in his storage space. He wanted to maintain a rule-based immunity to mental contamination at all times for greater security. Anyway, his sword control technique allows him to control many swords at once, and the more spirit swords he carries, the better. The bonus from the Flying Sword Strike talisman has reached 526 times, and the talismans become stronger as you progress. This is because as the rank increases, the injection of spiritual power becomes more abundant and refined, resulting in a stronger base value. This is a characteristic of talisman masters. The spirit sword that has now been formed is already comparable to some high-grade spirit weapons in terms of appearance alone. After working through the night, Xiaoyu went downstairs to stretch his muscles. I checked the time, it was just before 6 o'clock. Previously, he would never have gotten up at this time. But since becoming a superhuman, his uncle was right about one thing: he stayed up all night several times. The temperature in this labyrinth is generally low, but Xiaoyu's physique is now extraordinary, so it doesn't affect him much. I pushed open the door, stepped out of my residence, and took a few breaths of fresh air. Just as I stepped outside, 2 staff members from the maze appeared in front of me. It's exactly the same as the work uniform of the previous employee number 0236. One of them bowed respectfully and smiled.
Good morning, Mr. Xia. I am number 088.
Because the previous colleague encountered some issues, I will be your dedicated service representative from now on. He took out his tablet and said with practiced ease and politeness, please choose your breakfast.
Xiaoyu glanced upstairs.
They must have been exhausted from training yesterday, they'd probably all be sleeping in late.
Please feel free to bring it, I'll deliver it a little later.
Okay. After hearing this, the staff immediately went to the side to start working, and intentionally kept a good distance from Xiaoyu so as not to obstruct his possible route. This black and gold wristband is quite a convenient service, allowing for timely replacements in case of emergency. It's just that this newcomer lacks a certain noble soul. Xiaoyu thought to himself with amusement. While strolling around, Xiaoyu arrived at the courtyard garden of his residence and instructed the staff not to follow him. The garden is large and perfect for a stroll and quiet contemplation. He had just turned the corner of the gravel road when he saw a familiar figure.
On the other side of the small lake in the courtyard, Shueya was jogging.
It's more accurate to say she was taking a walk than exercising, because for a superhuman, such a running speed wouldn't be enough to provide any real workout. She wore a tight-fitting outfit similar to yoga pants, with a loose-fitting sports sweatshirt on top, and spotless pure white sneakers. Her hair was simply tied up in a ponytail, and her sweatshirt swayed as she ran. This was the first time Xiaoyu had seen her wear this kind of clothing. In his memory, apart from her various traditional Chinese ink painting-style long dresses, this was the only time he had seen her dressed like this. Xiaoyu sat down in a pavilion, deliberately concealing her presence, as this was the route she would inevitably take to run here later.
Shueya was clearly distracted while running, and she didn't notice Xiaoyu sitting on the stone bench until she was almost past the pavilion. Good morning.
Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up.
Shueya was startled and took a few steps back, instinctively reacting to fight. They relaxed only after realizing it was Xiaoyu. What are you thinking about?
You're so distracted.
If this were the enemy, you'd be dead already, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shueya's eyes darted away.
Of course, she couldn't say that she had been thinking about why Xiaoyu didn't seem very interested in her. She glanced around to make sure no one was there, and said somewhat awkwardly, I was daydreaming, I'll be more careful next time.
Come on, sit down.
Xiaoyu invited, making room for a stone bench.
Shueya hesitated and remained rooted to the spot, feeling a little embarrassed. Hurry up, what are you standing there for?
Yes, master. Shueya jolted, the 2 words almost slipping out reflexively, but then realized it was inappropriate. This was a public place and quickly corrected herself, understood. She obediently walked over and sat down next to Xiaoyu, but her body was a little tense. Facing Xiaoyu alone like this, her mind was going to be in complete chaos again. She didn't know how to behave in front of others, to act as obedient and submissive as she was online. The thought of it filled her with shame. If she acts as cold and indifferent as usual, Xiaoyu might dislike her even more. Helpless, her mind was a complete mess, and all she could do was keep pulling on the 2 drawstrings in front of her hoodie to ease her tension. Xiaoyu sensed her emotions and said, don't be so reserved. This is a public place.
Do you think I'm going to eat you up? Hearing this, Shueya relaxed a little.
But then, Xiaoyu smiled mischievously and whispered in her ear, but I believe that eating Shueya will definitely not make me hungry.
Upon hearing this, Shueya's originally cool face instantly turned blood red.
Of course she understood what Xiaoyu was referring to. She had heard the joke online about children never going hungry. Feeling helpless, she steadied herself, as if she had made up her mind.
Anyway, we're already in a relationship.
I've done everything for him, expressed all my thoughts, what's there to be afraid of?
Shueya mustered her courage and asked. Do you really like it?
I thought you'd think it was too big. Xiaoyu was stunned, never expecting her to say that. Then he realized what she meant.
After talking for so long, he naturally knew Shueya's personality.
She seemed aloof, but was actually very sensitive. From a young age, she had been trying to prove something and wanted to be the best at everything. Xiaoyu speculated that his personality might have been caused by his parents' manipulation under the guise of love. Xiaoyu did not continue to flirt with her or make lewd remarks. Instead, he turned her around, looked her straight in the eyes, and said with absolute certainty,
Shueya, remember, you are always the best, especially to me.
I will never look down on you, and this will become your source of confidence and strength in the future. Let me show you that the person you have spiritually submitted to is the one you made the right choice. Just be yourself. After saying that, Xiaoyu gave her a big hug. Xueya was struck dumb, her mind went completely blank. It's that feeling of being recognized. So many people praised me as a genius, as beautiful, and for everything about me, but they were all living in their shadows. Only at this moment did she feel a sense of peace she had never felt before. With a sob in her voice, she said softly but firmly, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 91, Third Tier. Because of her special status, Xueya listened to Xiaoyu's words with exceptional attentiveness. In particular, Xiaoyu is far stronger than her in terms of martial arts. Her prize talent seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Xiaoyu. I wanted to play around with some physical skills, but I ended up being completely outmatched. I had previously suspected that Xiaoyu had changed. However, at this moment, all her worries had completely disappeared, and she felt completely fulfilled. If they weren't in a public place, the thing she'd most want to do right now is lie next to him and have her hair patted. The breeze was gentle, carrying a hint of chill, but it couldn't dampen the passion in her heart. Xueya quickly calmed herself down and looked up at Xiaoyu with some emotion. She stammered, "Yesterday afternoon, did you ask Xia Nian to bring the Tuoying Spirit Stone?" Xiaoyu was puzzled at first, then thought about it again. It makes sense. It's quite reasonable for Nian to do anything. She's so innocent. Facing Xueya, he didn't care, he'd take the blame. Xiaoyu nodded, "Yes, I'll let you learn more." Upon hearing this, Xueya seemed to have made up her mind. Speaking in a voice barely above a whisper, it mainly talks about the application of ice. You surely understand. You haven't seen what my true extraordinary talent is like, have you? Let me show you. Please come with me. With that, Xueya stood up and walked towards the lake shore. As you approach the lake, the water begins to churn and separate to both sides, gradually condensing into azure ice crystals. Soon, a channel made of ice formed on the bottom of the lake. Xueya stepped into the lake first, followed closely by Xiaoyu, wondering what this girl was up to. Upon entering, it was discovered that Xueya had created a small ice chamber at the bottom of the lake. A glint of icy blue light flashed in her eyes, and the ice chamber was completely sealed off. Xueya said somewhat shyly, "I don't know if I've learned it well, but I'm happy to serve you." As soon as she finished speaking, in the living room of the residence. At the dining table, everyone had gotten up, washed up, and gathered around to eat breakfast. Apart from Xueya, who had already tried it, everyone else was just starting out. Besides Sumu, Nian said she wanted to sleep in a little longer to conserve her energy for cultivating her cultivation level today. Meng Lang continued to ramble on, recounting his past glory in the capital's social circles, mostly about his time before he became aware of his past. Strangely, Xueya didn't stop him today, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. He felt that Xueshan seemed a little different, not so cold anymore. Xiaoyu picked up a steak and muttered to himself, "One bite and I've only gained 11.2% progress. At this rate, even if I get a real reward, it won't be a very significant progress bonus. Does this mean the system wants him to try out more different methods? What an evil system. It must reward me with a god-level magical artifact." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xia Nian, who was closest to the door, ran to open it. It was a staff member from the labyrinth who informed them that all the training rooms in the ruins had been restored to normal use. Upon hearing the news, some were overjoyed while others felt regret. Meng Lang was overjoyed. He had been coveting the S-level relic training room for a long time, and now that he had the freedom to use it, he rushed out without even having time to eat. Xueya calmed down slightly, but still left the dining table and walked out the door expressionlessly. She quickened her pace as she passed Xiaoyu. She was still a little embarrassed about her impulsive act of taking the initiative not long ago. Both she and Meng Lang were visiting this labyrinth for the second time, so they knew very well which relic training room was more suitable for them. Xiaoyu summoned number 88 and explained the attributes of several training rooms, mainly focusing on the effects of S-level training. The remaining students from Qingbei Spiritual Academy listened with extreme envy. Ultimately, Xiaoyu's choice for today was the training room in the Gale Land ruins. It is said that as long as one can withstand the domineering wind blades, one can increase spiritual power while tempering one's physical body. The same place was recommended to both Nian and Sumu, called Godfall Platform, which focuses on cultivating spiritual energy and is most suitable for newly awakened superhumans or individuals like Nian. Although Nian is currently in her original form, she is capable of cultivation, but she has never been very interested in cultivation.
Xia Yu quickly tidied himself up and went out.
According to descriptions, the land of gale winds was also a ruin that was extremely damaging to clothing. Looking at the less than 10 sets of clothes left in his spatial artifact, Xia Yu fell into deep thought.
Do all superhumans wear out their clothes this much?
On the way, Xia Yu encountered many other extraordinary individuals who had come in with him in the same batch for special training. After yesterday's commotion, Xia Yu's name has spread far and wide among them. His possession of the black and gold wristband and his public expulsion of so many privileged children made him an instant celebrity. Especially the talismans he possesses, rumored to be able to instantly kill 5th-tier extraordinary beings, while those below the 3rd tier are simply terrified into fainting. Even more outrageous are the rumors that Xia Yu is the illegitimate son of the Wanbao Merchant Guild's patriarch. In short, the more the rumors spread, the more bizarre they became. Of course, many people remain skeptical. However, the black and gold wristbands are a done deal, so no one dares to provoke them now. Several people came up to greet him and try to get closer, but Xia Yu politely dealt with them all. His goal now is simple: to advance to the 3rd tier as soon as possible and unlock the 3rd fundamental word technique. The stronger you are, the more confident you will be in the labyrinthine realm within the Book of Life and Death. The training room in the land of Gale Wind's ruins was relatively far away, and it took Xia Yu a little time to arrive at his training destination for the day. Just like last time, the staff explained the precautions for the training room to him according to the procedure. The overall layout is similar to the unextinguished fire ruins, where one finds a suitable location based on distance.
However, these wind blades seem to pose less of a threat.
As soon as Xia Yu stepped into this area, he felt a gust of wind that felt like blades cutting into his body. Now Xia Yu no longer wields his dagger, but transforms into rose petals. The Dark Night Rose can change into any form of rose, so he chooses to become the smallest petal, which is less noticeable but has the same effect. The only difference between the unextinguishable fire and the gale is that the source of the gale is not fixed. The more intense ones are formed by the gathering of wind, creating terrifying vortices. It is said that even an 8th-level superhuman would be reduced to dust if caught in the core area of the vortex. Xia Yu sat in meditation in a suitable spot, letting the fierce wind temper him. Rose petals danced in the wind around him, constantly absorbing spiritual energy. There were hundreds of spirit swords transformed from talismans all around, along with the cultivator's ability to control the swords. As evening approached, he suddenly opened his eyes.
The spiritual energy surged dramatically. It's at level 3. Chapter 92: The Power of Word Techniques.
Sensing the surging spiritual energy, Xia Yu opened his eyes. The 3rd tier can be considered the first hurdle for extraordinary individuals.
Most extraordinary individuals spend their entire lives stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier.
This also depends on the level of talent awakening. For example, even if an A-level talent is low-level or impractical, as long as one is not too unlucky and dies unexpectedly in the maze, one can still cross the 3rd tier. Conversely, even if it's a D-level or F-level talent, which is very practical for martial artists, it requires extremely difficult training or the nurturing of rare and precious materials to advance beyond the 3rd tier. If the system is Xia Yu's cheat code, then the awakened talents of the extraordinary individuals in this world are their unique cheat codes. Their talents come with skills and certain knowledge that can be called techniques. Xia Yu had asked Nian about the cultivation world they had been in before, and there were no rumors of awakening or innate talent. They relied entirely on cultivation techniques and systems.
In other words, the awakening of talent is currently unique to their world.
After advancing to the 3rd tier, Xia Yu's overall strength increased by several orders of magnitude compared to the peak of the 2nd tier. The reward that follows is the system's innate talent word.
Ding! Congratulations on advancing to Tier 3. The God-level talent, the Spirit Network Dagger, has comprehended a new rule-based mantra, Saint. Saint, the highest principle and key word.
Supreme power, the meaning of reverence. The effect of the Saint rule: when using daggers or swords, it will inflict a sense of oppression, forcibly weakening the target's overall strength including their magical weapon, status, domain, etc. by 33.3%. Against evil spirits, the suppression effect increases to 66.7%. Seeing this, Xia Yu summarized it as very simple: forcibly weaken the opponent's strength by 1/3.
If it's an evil spirit, then it's even stronger.
He couldn't help but think of the previous technique, which was for suppressing ferocious beasts. This one was for evil spirits, giving the impression that it was deliberately complementing something.
Let's continue with the combination of words. Sacred Dragon, the true dragon descends, all things submit.
transforms into a dragon form, possessing all the abilities of the ancestral dragon, with a maximum capacity determined by 100 times current strength. In true dragon form, immune to all spells and 50% physical attacks for 1 hour.
This incantation has a 48-hour cooldown.
Sacred Theft steals one of the 5 elements' power and bestows it upon oneself, granting absolute control over any spiritual object or skill of that element for 10 minutes.
Cooldown, 2 hours.
Holy Solidification, solidified in the holy body, immune to all attacks for 3 minutes.
20-minute cooldown. Note, the 4th word combo skill needs to be upgraded to level 4.
The effectiveness of using the 3-word mantra in combination techniques is affected by your current strength and status. Use with caution. Xiaoyu examined and analyzed it carefully. The first is to directly transform into a dragon, resulting in a qualitative leap in combat power, but the cooldown time is a bit long. Then he glanced at his clothes, which were torn to shreds by the gale. It seemed this transformation was also taking a toll on his clothes. The effect of the second combination of characters requires experimentation and is quite random, much like the ability of that random dragon. You won't know the specific effect until you've tried it a few times. The third one is concise and to the point, an enhanced version of the solid effect, with the invincibility time extended to 3 minutes.
A true man for 3 minutes. Not even the King of Heaven himself can frighten me.
As for using 3 words directly, it seems that it might trigger some kind of price. Having only recently awakened, Xiaoyu had already advanced to the 3rd rank, which pleased him greatly. Furthermore, his trump cards and various potential strengths far exceed what can be defined as a 3rd-tier being. After changing his clothes, he saw that it was getting late and decided to return to his residence to rest. When they returned, they found that in the huge residence, only Nian Nian was lying on the sofa in the living room playing with her phone watch. She was probably playing a simple, mindless photo-taking game. Upon seeing Xiaoyu lie, Nian Nian pointed her watch at him. "Brother,
there's a monster behind you, watch me kill it, by Yubu."
Xiaoyu dodged the attack with a quick movement, then asked curiously,
"Has no one else returned?"
Nian Nian pressed pause on her watch, rested her chin on her hand, and said with dissatisfaction,
"Yes, my second sister-in-law went there and started to focus on cultivation.
She turned herself into a fireball and it seems she won't be back for a while. I was so bored during training that I went to my 3rd sister-in-law's place.
But she was busy making ice cubes and didn't have time to pay attention to me."
Even little blue hair was all serious and said that he was going to stay in that S-class ruins and stay up all night until the special training ended.
Ugh, I'm so bored with no one to keep me company. My physical body is almost dissipating. I just want to find someone to talk to and do something for my brother.
Xiaoyu felt a little uncomfortable upon hearing this. It seemed he had forgotten to tell her about the solidifying spirit array. However, she really hadn't listened to the words he left behind when fighting those men in yellow.
Still unreliable. Nian Nian 1T disappear.
I've already found the solidifying spirit array, and it will be delivered by the day after tomorrow at the latest.
Oh right. It was delivered by that chubby uncle, right? Xia Nian Nian said, as if she had just realized something. That Nian Nian is also very bored, doesn't want to cultivate. Xiaoyu was speechless. It felt like you were just being sentimental to slack off and be lazy. Looking at the empty upstairs, well, they've all rolled it up, haven't they? A bunch of rolling kings. Let's see who can roll the other up. Xiaoyu turned to leave. Nian Nian asked anxiously from behind, "Brother, you just got back, where are you going again?" "Following my uncle's wishes. I'll stay up all night. I'll give him a surprise." Outside the city.
A detention center somewhere on the technology upside-down mountain.
Alright, after review by the higher-ups, considering this is your first offense, you'll only have to pay a fine. Interfering with the holder of the black gold wristband will result in a fine of 1 million, and insulting the holder's ancestors will result in a fine of 10 million. Once you've paid, you can leave. The caregiver spoke coldly to Jiajiu. Jiajiu felt a surge of resentment. What did he mean by Xia Xi's ancestor? It sounded like something made up.
But he dared not say anything more, fearing that a single complaint would only worsen his situation, so he could only swallow his anger. Although he is a talisman master of the Xianyi sect and his family is quite powerful, he has only been awakened for a year. He has used all the pocket money and resources his family gives him to improve himself.
This fine is very damaging. Helpless, he could only ask his family for money to scrape together the funds before leaving.
As Jia Jiu walked out of the detention center, he discovered that almost everyone else who had been kicked out by Xiaoyu, just like him, had been released.
The only difference is that others only paid 1 million.
They had been locked up for almost 2 days, and were feeling very depressed. The repression wasn't just from being detained and fined, but also from missing this special training opportunity.
Just then, a few people walked over from the front.
Jia Jiu was startled and hurriedly stepped forward respectfully, saying,
"Elder Lu, what brings you here?" Chapter 93, Solidifying Spirit Array. The visitor was Elder Lu, who had previously recruited students for the Xianyi sect in Hebei City and already harbored considerable resentment towards Xiaoyu. His talent leaned somewhat towards the aura observation type among talisman masters, so before he became powerful, he was a highly sought-after guest of many ordinary merchants. Some merchants even offered tens of millions of dollars just to have Elder Lu examine the feng shui and tomb locations once. However, since Elder Lu was promoted and successfully became an elder, he has gradually distanced himself from the circle of ordinary people. To put it bluntly, they looked down on him even more. The top businessman among ordinary people was nothing in the eyes of these self-proclaimed superior extraordinary individuals, especially since he was a talisman master from the Xianyi sect. Elder Lu simply said calmly, "Let's chat over there." After saying that, Jia Jiu followed Elder Lu to a secluded place. "Elder Lu, please speak. I want you to do one thing, gather all of you who were kicked out together for a meal. The reason doesn't matter. At the meal, deliberately stir up emotions against Xiaoyu." "Okay." Jia Jiu agreed readily, but then said indignantly, "Even if I don't stir things up, they still have a lot of opinions about Xiaoyu." Elder Lu scoffed, "He's nothing but a clown, a mere victim of the Feng family's political infighting. He really thinks he's something special. Isn't he being supported by the Feng family?" Jia Jiu asked doubtfully. Elder Lu said dismissively, "Things are different now. You shouldn't be asking about the specifics. Just do your job. There will be other people at the dinner table to help you. Completion is guaranteed." Jia Jiu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Elder Lu, now that you've stepped in, are there any chances for us to go back for special training again?" Elder Lu glanced at Jia Jiu, thinking to himself that this kid really didn't know what was good for him. Did he think the black and gold wristband was a joke? "I've lived most of my life and I don't even have a gold wristband." He sneered, "Rules are rules. Don't forget, our Xianyi sect master is also meditating inside. We should act in accordance with the rules and regulations." "Your teachings are correct." Jia Jiu nodded quickly. "Elder Lu, there's one more thing." "Explain." "It's what you mentioned before, the preparations for that newly appeared labyrinth, and combined with the fact that you want us to target Xiaoyu, does that mean we should put them in the labyrinth?" Jia Jiu made a throat-slitting gesture. Elder Lu said with some disdain, "That kid is destined to die young. There's no need for him to stay in that labyrinth. Once they come out of the special training camp and arrive in the capital, won't that be your territory? Did you really think that inviting you to dinner was just to incite hatred towards Xiaoyu? The sooner we can resolve this, the sooner we can." In today's world, as long as it's not a high-level superhuman malicious massacre, there aren't that many concerns, Elder Lu said coldly. Jia Jiu added, "But he is, after all, a member of the Tsinghua Beiling Academy, and it seems he has a rather good relationship with the son of that Dean Meng." "Ha, that's even simpler. Do you know how he got his black gold wristband? The Feng family gave it to him for that special maze. In other words, Xiaoyu is now a double man. As long as you continue to spread the rumors, he will be disliked by both sides. At that time, will either that young master Mang or that somewhat famous young genius Shui help him? All right, go ahead. No matter how serious the consequences of your grudges as young people are, they can be forgiven." When Elder Lu mentioned Xiaoyu, he seemed to open up, and you could tell there was a hint of resentment in his voice. Given his status, he certainly couldn't do it himself, nor could he hire someone to kill him. Once discovered, it would break the subtle unspoken rules between various organizations. It is a grave taboo to harm someone's fresh blood without cause. But it's different when young people fight whether they kill or maim, it's all acceptable. After this explanation, Jia Jiu finally understood. He immediately said, "I know what to do. I'll make Xiaoyu the target of everyone's criticism in Qingbei Lingyuan and in the capital." "No, a broken arrow. The younger generation of the Jia family is quite good. If anything happens within the sect in the future, you can come to me. My eyes are my ruler." Elder Lu smiled slightly kindly, then turned and left. After meeting Elder Lu, the gloom in Jiajiu's heart was swept away. Based on Elder Lu's words, he felt that his future in the sect was limitless, and he might become an inner disciple in a few years. Especially since all those actions were directed at Xiaoyu, the thought of it made him feel really good. Then he excitedly ran back and called over a dozen of his colleagues to discuss getting together. Surprisingly, the invitations went very smoothly, with almost no one refusing. He couldn't help but sigh that the reputation of Xianyi's sect was truly effective, far more convincing than the strength of the family behind him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu returned a few times during that period. It was discovered that apart from Xian Yanyan and the Lingyuan staff who returned to their residences to practice martial arts, Meng Lang, Su Mu, and Shuya had indeed not returned. Xiaoyu had visited the S-level ruins once, as far as Su Mu was concerned. She really did turn into a golden fireball, the kind that never stops burning. Xiaoyu wasn't surprised, perhaps it was her unique cultivation method, so he didn't disturb her. Shuya didn't find it. There were a total of 11 S-level relic training rooms. Xiaoyu didn't need to waste time finding them one by one just to exchange a few words. He had a suitable place for him to cultivate. After 3 days, Xiaoyu advanced to the 3rd level of the 3rd rank. Having only advanced to the 2nd level, it's certainly not comparable to the speed he gained from his previous fortuitous encounters, but it's already a speed that would make ordinary superhumans exclaim that it's impossible. It's worth mentioning that, according to Nianyan, Meng Lang is also focused on breaking through to the 3rd tier, determined to achieve it before the special training ends. If he succeeds, he will become the fastest person in history to advance to the 3rd tier among control-type superhumans. Actually, Xiaoyu already knew about Meng Lang sleeping with Fei Niao that day. It must be because of Nian Nian's bowl of instant noodles, which contained source life stones, causing Meng Lang's rank to increase rapidly. Xiaoyu returned to his residence this time to wait for someone. The person had already asked the staff of the maze to inform Xiaoyu that he would arrive on time and would bring the solidifying spirit array. It was Wan Shizhou who had helped Xiaoyu out of a predicament a few days ago. Just as it was 7 o'clock, the door was knocked. When the door opened, Wan Shizhou still had his usual smiling and kind expression. "May you make a fortune today, Mr. Xia." He then took out a scroll and handed it over. "This is the spirit strengthening array you requested." Xiaoyu nodded his thanks and politely invited him in for a cup of tea. Upon hearing the words solidifying spirit array, Xian Yanyan, who was in the distance, began to show a strange expression. You could say she was happy, shy, conflicted, and a little awkward. She wrinkled her nose, pouted, and muttered to herself. Ugh, why do we really have to draw a spirit array? This feels so weird. So annoying. Chapter 94. He acted really well. Wan Shizhou readily accepted Xiaoyu's invitation. This made him realize that Wan Shizhou definitely had something else to say. The two sat down at the tea table, and Wan Shizhou skillfully took out a tea set and brewed tea. Looking at this technique, you can tell how many times it has been practiced. Mr. Xia, this is a special spiritual tea unique to a certain mysterious realm. Please enjoy it. Wan Shizhou smiled and pushed the teacup over. Xiaoyu took a sip and found that it indeed left a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, with a sweet and refreshing aftertaste. Then he asked directly. Is there anything else Fan Yanyan wants to say? Mr. Xia is indeed wise. President Fan does have some things to say, and a certain action for me to convey. Wan Shizhou paused for a moment as he spoke, as if he were saying something difficult to say. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, first of all, she specifically asked someone about some precautions for the solidifying spirit array. This spirit array can only be used by talisman masters of the 3rd rank or above, otherwise it is easy to suffer a mental breakdown. Xiaoyu nodded. Coincidentally, he had already advanced to the 3rd rank. Fan Yanyan might seem crazy, but she was actually quite attentive as a lover. Then there's the stairway to gods. Mr. Fang said you absolutely must climb it at least once, and do your best. Because it involves some ancient god power. The power of an ancient god? Xiaoyu asked, which ancient god? It doesn't refer to any specific ancient god, but rather that the power involved is related to an ancient god. This is unique intelligence belonging to our Wanbao Trading Company. Furthermore, President Fang specifically instructed. Wan Shizhou paused for a moment, then threw out a gold coin. The coin exploded and turned into gold dust, which then formed a barrier around the tea table. After the barrier was formed, Wan Shizhou said very solemnly. Mr. Xia, go up to the 81st step. Mr. Fang left something for you up there. It's something very important. Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat. 81 again? What the hell?
Furthermore, since records began, no one has ever climbed more than 30 steps on the divine ladder, so how could Fang Yanyan have left anything behind?
Could it be that her identity is special, and the mystery has no record of her? He asked incredulously. Fang Yanyan went up there? Wan Shizhou shook his head. No. Then how did she leave those things on it?
Wan Shizhou said solemnly, these words were not conveyed to me by Miss Fang. It was that the Fang family head, the manager of our Wanbao trading company, asked me to convey this message.
Xia Yu frowned. Another father-in-law? But why were his demands the same as the man in yellows? He asked, has the Fang family head ever gone up the 81 steps?
Of course not, Wan Shizhou replied with certainty.
Since its appearance, the highest record set by the divine ladder is the 28 steps officially recorded. Is he bluffing me?
Xia Yu was very suspicious.
Could it be that his father-in-law was trying to test his son-in-law and was trying to put him in a difficult position?
Wan Shizhou said very seriously, Mr. Xia, merchants value their reputation most.
Since the head of the family said that something was left behind, then it must be true. I don't know how the patriarch did it.
Unless a superhuman climbs the ladder himself, it's impossible to put things up there by any other method.
But I have unconditional faith in the patriarch.
Xia Yu's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought.
His intuition told him that the so-called 81st floor was definitely not simple. Also, the highest record is only 28 floors. My father-in-law really has a lot of confidence in himself. No, this might also be a test. Xia Yu couldn't help but start to guess. Anything else? Xia Yu asked. Wan Shizhou's expression softened. That's all the patriarch has to say. The rest are things that President Fang asked me to remind you of.
First, you may be recruited or assassinated by evil cultivation organizations, but there's no need to worry too much.
You're only ranked 272nd on the Evil Cultivation New Awakened Assassination list.
Oh, by the way, New Awakened refers to those who have awakened within the last 3 years.
Furthermore, unless it's a very special kind of blood feud, they can only let evil cultivators who have awakened within the last 3 years take action.
There are certain unwritten rules in the world of extraordinary beings, and everyone still maintains a delicate balance.
This is similar to competition between organizations.
Hearing this, Xia Yu thought to himself.
Damn it, who do they think they are? Only 272nd place. Xia Yu understood the underlying rules immediately.
If it was just a superhuman who had awakened within the last 3 years, then it posed no threat to him.
Xia Yu asked curiously, where does Shueya rank?
Wan Shizhou paused for a moment, a look of reminiscence on his face, and said a few seconds later, 19th place.
He might improve after leaving the maze.
He does have great potential to reach the peak of the second tier within a year.
Continue, Xia Yu gestured.
Secondly, the incident involving Fei Niao is related to an evil cultivation organization, and it is very likely related to the Book of Life and Death of the underworld officials. We are still investigating which organization it is.
So Mr. Xia, please be careful. Xia Yu understood and nodded in agreement. At last.
Wan Shizhou stood up somewhat awkwardly and said stiffly, President Fang asked me to convey a message to you. He suddenly tilted his head to one side, drew a circle in front of his chest with his 2 fat arms, raised them above his head, and finally touched the top of his head with his fingertips.
Given his physique, it's like he's imitating a gorilla.
I miss you so much, little brother. Wan Shizhou said mechanically and with great intonation.
Xia Yu's eye twitched violently. This was too damaging. What crime did I commit that I have to see this?
Besides, if it weren't for what Wan Shizhou said later, he really wouldn't have realized it was a heart-shaped gesture.
He imitated it like a female gorilla scratching her head. This is definitely something that crazy Fang Yanyan would do, no doubt about it.
After Wan Shizhou finished, he quickly returned to normal and said somewhat hastily, Mr. Xia, I've finished speaking, so I'll be leaving now.
It's clear he really wants to escape. There's something else I wanted to ask, Xia Yu called out to him.
Wan Shizhou froze, please speak.
What kind of organization is the Broken Mirror People?
Upon hearing this, Wan Shizhou thought for a moment and said, an ancient organization, whose stance is unclear, and which is both righteous and evil.
Their intelligence is very unified.
They are concise and only concerned with news about various mysteries no one knows their purpose.
But they may be some kind of special kind of immortal beings. Xia Yu nodded.
It seems that the Broken Mirror people are the kind of organization that neither hides its existence nor makes it easy for others to see through it. The description, concise and to the point, doesn't seem to fit with number 0236. At this point, Juan Sergio reminded him, Mr. Xia must have received the mirror book because of the HBC 004 maze, right? Just don't haggle, and say what you mean. They're easy to deal with, so don't worry.
Not bargaining is something every businessman finds utterly disgusting, Juan Sergio rarely complained. Chapter 95, Helping Nian draw an array.
Xia Yu could only reply with an O to indicate that he understood.
Addendum.
I didn't even intend to negotiate the price, but he forced me to raise it. Who could stand that? After asking that question, Xia Yu said there was nothing else. Juan Sergio left with a sense of relief. Ever since he made a heart gesture, he didn't want to face his socially dead self. Then, Xia Yu walked up to Xia Nian. She was sitting at a large European-style dining table, her legs swinging back and forth. The heels of her brown leather shoes were kicking the table legs with a thump, thump. Xia Yu helped her straighten her JK knee-length skirt. Nian, you're wearing a skirt now, so you need to be mindful of your posture.
Roar.
Nian jumped off the table, closed her eyes, opened her arms, and gave a look that said, "Come on, bro."
I'm ready. What's ready?
Xia Yu was completely confused.
Nian shouted loudly, let's draw the spirit-strengthening array. Let's begin. Xia Yu's face darkened. This won't do. This is the dining table. We need to find a closed environment. He muttered to himself.
If someone suddenly came back, not only would Nian suffer a loss, but she would also doubt whether she was the kind of person who could be served food by a good person.
Oh. Nian pointed upstairs. Shall we go upstairs? Okay. Xia Yu nodded.
He was thinking that if he could resolve this quickly, he could put an end to his current little troubles and then start becoming a scroll king to continuously improve his strength.
Back in Xia Yu's room, Xia Nian became a little hesitant. The courage she had just mustered up was now waning. Before some things happen, it's easy to talk about them casually and easily. When the moment actually arrived, Xia Nian felt something was off. She suddenly said, "Should I take a shower first?"
Xia Yu glanced at her sideways. You're already above the 6th level, and you're still in your Yuan body state.
You're no longer tainted by the mortal world, so why would you need a bath? Oh.
Nian pursed her lips, sniffed herself, and muttered, I smell like instant noodles.
Xia Yu was speechless. A top-grade spiritual artifact garment, how could it smell like instant noodles?
Of course, he knew that Nian was a little embarrassed to say that, so he said, It's okay, Nian.
You can prepare more.
If it doesn't work, I'll help you solidify your position in a few days.
Nian pouted, fine, let's do it now.
Anyway, he's my brother, and I've already made up my mind. With that, she threw herself onto the bed, closed her eyes, and sprawled out in a starfish shape.
Come on.
Xia Yu shook his head helplessly and took out the solidifying spirit array to examine it. The above describes the direction of the relevant spirit array, which is quite mysterious.
Moreover, this spirit array only targets the flow of a person's meridians, making it a very niche phenomenon.
The description is quite simple, only stating, strengthen the body of spiritual essence and restore the power of life.
Indeed, only an organization like Wanbao Trading Company could find it so quickly. This is because the scope of application for this spirit array is too narrow. For Xia Yu, who was already at the 3rd level, the complexity of this spirit array was no problem at all. In just a few minutes, he had deeply memorized the runes and spirit paths within it. Xia Yu coughed lightly and walked to Nian's side. Nian, get ready to begin. Nian kept her eyes tightly shut, her brows furrowed in frustration. Drawl.
Then take off your watch and other things first, Xia Yu said gently. His implication was clear, to draw this spirit array, one needed to remove not only the watch, but also this JK uniform. Xia Nian quickly took off her phone watch and threw it aside. Without even opening her eyes, she resumed her spread-eagled position. Xia Yu was both amused and exasperated. Anything else? Brother, come here. Xia Nian made up her mind. All right then. Xia Yu looked at Nian and found her strangely adorable. But when it comes to actually stripping her naked, I still feel a little guilty. Also that she wouldn't disappear. Xia Yu took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand towards Nian's little leather shoes. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound suddenly rang out. Xia Yu cursed under his breath, who is this?
They really know how to pick their timing. Luckily, it hasn't started yet. Someone's here, go open the door. Nian Nian quickly got up and practically jumped to the door to open it. Oh. It's my sister-in-law. Xia Nian Nian said excitedly, you're back. That's great. Which one?
Xia Yu turned and walked towards the porch, only to find that Sumu had returned.
But Sumu seems to have changed a bit now.
Her originally jet black hair had become slightly matte with a dark gold sheen, though it wasn't very noticeable, it still looked black overall. Her skin became more radiant, and there was a subtle sense of holiness between her brows and her demeanor. But the moment she opened her mouth, all her sacred aura vanished, replaced by the domineering air of a CEO. I missed him, so I came back to see my man.
You're back just in time, sister-in-law. Nian Nian turned around happily and looked at Xia Yu, saying, brother, this is inconvenient. Should we reschedule for another day? What's the point of delaying?
Xia Yu said helplessly.
Sumu asked in confusion, is there something you need? Xia Nian Nian quickly said guiltily, no, it's just about taking off clothes. Sumu's face darkened. Just as she thought. The novels were right. How could the male lead not make a move on such an adorable younger sister? But Nian Nian seems to be doing quite well. It's almost green. No need for bananas anymore.
Upon hearing this, Xia Yu explained the special circumstances surrounding the solidifying spirit array and Xia Nian Nian in an annoyed manner.
He also mentioned the consequences if Xia Nian Nian wasn't drawn.
Sumu's eyes grew brighter as she listened.
So that's how it is. I'm guilty, I doubted him again. I promise I won't do it again next time.
She turned to look at Nian Nian beside her and said with some heartache, fortunately, we found the solidifying spirit array.
Nian Nian said carefree, there are still several days to go. Since my sister-in-law is here, let's go eat.
I discovered a new instant noodle flavor, it's so delicious, it's called something like Thick Soup Master.
With a ripping sound.
Sumu held a tattered white shirt in her hand, which then turned into specks of spiritual light and disappeared.
Nian Nian was stunned because Sumu had just ripped off her shirt.
Because the clothes were a manifestation of a magical artifact, the outer garments were all fragile virtual items. Only when the original defense mode was triggered would they become indestructible, so Sumu could easily tear them off.
Sumu smiled and said to Xia Yu, don't just stand there, hurry up and help get started. No. Sister-in-law, how could you do this? Nian Nian ran into the inner room.
Sumu followed closely behind and said with great interest,
Nian Nian, this is all for your own good. Be a good girl and let me peel it clean for you. Nian Nian is so fair-skinned, I'm quite curious to see what she looks like.
From inside the house came Xia Nian Nian's frightened scream.
Brother, save me. My sister-in-law is the most lecherous one. Chapter 96 Nian Nian has changed. With Sumu's help, completing the spirit array inscription went much more smoothly.
The main reason is that Sumu didn't tolerate Nian Nian's fussiness at all, and quickly got her to sit still. What's even more outrageous is that Sumu would comment on each position individually, as if it were intentional. She only calmed down after Xia Yu said, you need to concentrate on drawing the array.
Nian Nian looked utterly hopeless.
She felt like the female protagonist in the game Tuo Yinglingshi, with her brother and sister-in-law turning into ferocious demons who had pinned her to this spot and were preparing to subject her to inhuman torture.
Fortunately, the whole process went very quickly, and Xia Yu remained focused and had no ulterior motives whatsoever.
Half an hour later, Xia Yu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then, the entire spirit array burst forth with dazzling light, which finally receded into Nian Nian's body, completing the array drawing. Then a powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted, faintly carrying an oppressive aura.
A crescent-shaped mark appeared on Nian Nian's forehead.
Her eyes also became blank, and she seemed to have crashed. Seeing this, Sumu was about to get anxious when she realized that something was wrong with Nian Nian.
However, Nian Nian's eyes returned to normal very quickly.
Compared to before, it is deeper and brighter, as if countless stars are contained in the eyes, surrounding the bright moon in the pupil.
For some reason, she now gives off an even stronger aura that makes it impossible for anyone to harbor any evil thoughts.
Even the slightest impure thought would make one feel guilty.
Xia Yu frowned.
Nian Nian had probably recovered her strength, which corresponds to the early stage of the 7th rank.
He wondered if her memories had returned. The 7th and 6th ranks are a huge dividing line. In the world of extraordinary beings, 1-2 is the common situation, 3-6 is a stage, 7-9 is basically among the top powerhouses, and as for 9th rank and above,
there are only 3 known individuals.
Her magical garments, as if possessing their own consciousness, transformed into a long purple-blue dress and draped over Nian Nian's body once more. Nian Nian? Sumu couldn't help but call out to her. Xia Nian Nian did not react and continued to stare at the ceiling.
Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and murmured, "I'm so hungry."
Xia Yu was shocked. Oh no! Had she regained a confused memory and was possessed by a demon and was now going to eat people?
Xia Yu silently shielded Sumu in front of him. Then, as if she had come to her senses, Xia Nian said impatiently, I'm so hungry, brother, I want to eat instant noodles." "Oh, it's alright then," she's still clear-headed. With a wave of his hand, Xia Yu conjured up dozens more boxes of instant noodles. Nian hurriedly grabbed a few boxes and ran downstairs, shouting, "Brother, I'm going downstairs to eat instant noodles." Xia Yu knew, of course, that she was still embarrassed because of the array drawing.
At this moment, Sumu pointed at Xia Yu with her finger and asked with a smile, "I've seen it online, Nian's kind of thing seems to be called something like Line Day, do you like it?"
Xia Yu glanced at the smiling Sumu and said irritably, "You seem to know a lot." "I simply treat her like a younger sister."
"Oh." Sumu's smile faded, and she said seriously, "But she likes you." "Whom?" Xia Yu asked, "How did you determine that?"
Sumu suddenly reached out and slapped the wall next to Xia Yu's head, supporting himself as he recited lines as if reciting a script.
"Men, don't question my judgment, you're dangerous." Good heavens! What on earth did that author write about this domineering CEO novel? In the blink of an eye. 7 days have passed. There are only a little over 3 days left until the end of the special training.
During this period, almost everyone was in a state of high-intensity cultivation, except for Nian. Xia Yu has advanced to the 5th level of the 3rd tier, and is not far from the 6th level. He had traveled to several S-class relic training rooms. Since the great sage of the undying fire relic, he had never heard the voices of any other ancient gods. Furthermore, the unextinguished fire ruins are the most effective at exploiting the steel technique bug, while the remaining ruins are generally less effective. However, they are indeed remarkably effective for increasing spiritual power and various abilities, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary training rooms. Everyone was diligently cultivating, and opportunities to gather were few. Nian traveled through the various ruins even more frequently, so she naturally became the messenger between Xia Yu, Shuya, and Sumu. And every time, Nian would bring a bowl of instant noodles, saying it was to reward everyone for their hard work and cultivation, but Meng Lang didn't dare to eat a single bite.
Shuya seized the opportunity to meet Xia Yu and took a bite.
Sumu was practically a fireball for 7 consecutive days. Nian advised Xia Yu to keep an eye on his second sister-in-law's firework, as she loved playing with fire so much that she might wet the bed at night. Xia Yu also tried the experiment with the Holy Thief when he had some free time. It's less about stealing the power of the 5 elements and more about creating a domain. The element of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, when randomly assigned, forms an absolute domain around it.
You can create anything under this property within the domain. For example, with the wood attribute, Xia Yu can perfectly replicate the divine peach tree within his domain and use it. Unfortunately, the items created will disappear when the domain dissipates, otherwise, this single skill would be incredibly powerful, making him at least the richest superhuman. Furthermore, this is not an ability to make words come true, it only works when one has concretely seen and experienced something tangible. For example, trying to imagine describing the most invincible wooden shield in the world would not succeed.
On the contrary, even if he imagined and fabricated Ultraman with the peach tree, he could succeed because Xia Yu had seen the peach tree in a concrete form before.
However, this skill is not useless, because, when using the fire attribute, you can use the 6-ding divine fire. This 6-ding divine fire alone can burn most extraordinary beings to death. Xia Yu didn't even try the sacred dragon word technique, fearing that transforming into a dragon here would attract unnecessary trouble. And then there's the dwindling stock of clothes. Another day has passed. Early in the morning, everyone from Qingbei Lingyuan gathered. They agreed today that they would climb the sacred staircase. Shuya and Meng Lang have already logged on once last year, so they don't plan to log on again. They're just here to take a look. The experience of countless extraordinary individuals regarding the divine ladder is this: no matter how many times you climb it, you will only reach the record of the first time, and it is impossible to break through it. Even if you climbed 1 step the first time and 9 steps the second time, the result will still be the same. Furthermore, climbing the divine ladder is not based on rank, it doesn't matter when you climb it. To call it a potential testing instrument would be even more inaccurate.
Past cases and research have shown that it doesn't automatically elevate a person's level simply because they have high potential. Based on what Fan Yanyan said, Xiaoyu speculated that since it was related to the power of the ancient gods, it was possible that it was not a tempering process, but rather an activation of the divine power within the body of an extraordinary person. Because the special training was nearing its end, the area around the god ladder was quite lively. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they all chose to log in only near the end of the term. It's also possible that they've used up all the privileges granted by their respective organizations. After all, there aren't many people like Xiaoyu and his group who have unlimited access to the training rooms of S-level relics. In particular, some people discovered that the spiritual energy around the god stepping ladder was no weaker than that of a C-level relic training room. Besides Xueya and Meng Lang, the remaining 3 students from Qingbei Lingyuan also came. It was their first time in the special training maze, so you could see that they were quite excited. Everyone wants to be that lucky one, dreaming of breaking the record for climbing the ladder of gods. After all, everyone is equal before climbing the ladder of God.
Chapter 97: The Truth of the Domineering CEO.
When Xiaoyu and his group appeared in front of the stepping god ladder, everyone around them fell silent.
Xiaoyu walked at the front, flanked by Sumu and Xueya on either side. As for the rest of the group, led by Nian Nian and Meng Lang's antics, the group was in complete chaos, otherwise it would have maintained a semblance of order. Xiaoyu was already a celebrity in this issue. His story of driving away so many superhumans in one go and being a holder of the black gold wristband had already spread among them. Now that he has come to climb the sacred staircase, he has attracted even more attention. After all, even with a background involving black money, one could still kneel after only 3 steps on the divine ladder. If Xiaoyu were to experience something like that, they would actually enjoy seeing the spectacle, akin to resentment towards the wealthy. When Xiaoyu arrived at the divine ladder, he truly witnessed just how magnificent it was. Each step was a full 3 or 4 meters high. To say you were stepping was an understatement, it was more like climbing. Stone is also a material that has never been seen before. What would happen if the word combination randomly came up with earth and it was created? Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder. Looking out, the stone steps seemed to reach straight into the sky. Xiaoyu started counting, all the way up to the 81st floor. Indeed, something strange was discovered. Starting from the 81st floor, the color of the stairway to God seemed slightly different from the previous floors. Old Master Fawn thinks too highly of people. I really don't know what he put on it or how he put it there.
Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain, but he was very confident because he had the rules and techniques. Since the arrival of the people from Qingbei Lingyuan, those who originally wanted to climb the divine ladder have put their plans aside, whether intentionally or unintentionally. First, they wanted to see how many floors Xiaoyu could climb. Secondly, they stood in front of Xiaoyu, fearing what would happen if they were kicked out. They didn't think Xiaoyu was a kind person. Rumors circulated that he might have killed Fanio, but no one had concrete evidence. On the Tsinghua and Peking University side, the first person to climb the ladder was that rather reserved young girl.
Just 5 minutes after going up there,
she returned, her face full of disappointment. Only 6 floors, it's basically like not climbing at all. Then the second boy climbed the steps.
11 floors.
His expression was somewhere between disappointment and joy, because he had already been tempered, which was better than nothing.
The third person seemed hesitant and indecisive.
After being kicked hard by Meng Lang, he scrambled up the stairs.
I only climbed 5 floors. He came back crying very sadly. I don't know if it was because Meng Lang's kick hurt too much. At this moment, the other organizations or people from the Spiritual Academy who were watching all had the same thought: is this all the Spiritual Academy of Tsinghua University is? Some people even started whispering among themselves.
Meng Lang could not tolerate this any longer and shouted at them.
What are you guys muttering about? Don't you know our main event is yet to come? If you keep whispering, I'll have Brother Xia kick you all out and hold them accountable.
Sure enough, after that shout, no one dared to murmur anymore. Only their eyes revealed an even stronger sense of defiance. Xueya felt that Meng Lang was making a fool of himself and said coldly, "Say less, and stop using the name Brother Xia all the time.
It's not good for him." Meng Lang immediately retorted, "Brother Xia is my true god. It is my honor to call him brother. If he does not reject me, I am also willing to call him godfather."
Xueya turned her head away in disgust.
"Stop messing around."
Xiaoyu stopped him, then added in his mind, "Who do you think you are, arguing with Xueya about the right to call him dad?" At this moment, Xiaoyu also knew that it was time for him to step up and try to make a good impression again. He had only taken one step when Sumu reached out and stopped him.
Xia Yu looked puzzled. Sumu shook her head and said with certainty, "You go last.
That way, you'll have a better chance of being proven wrong, which also means you can climb to a higher level, and it will be very helpful."
Is this metaphysics? Xia Yu asked.
Sumu answered seriously, "The study of domineering CEO novels."
Xia Yu. Author, don't let me run into you.
Look what you've done to my girlfriend.
Then I'll go first.
Nian Nian jumped out, volunteered, and strode forward with great momentum.
Xia Yu began to watch carefully, estimating that Nian Nian's level might be quite high. Others shared the same view. Xueya and Meng Lang had both witnessed Xia Nian Nian's strength and believed that Nian Nian was simply unfathomable. Sumu thought. Ah.
After reciting it, in general, the third to last character to appear definitely can't fake it.
Nian Nian walked confidently to the steps leading to the god's ladder.
In an instant, all eyes were on her, with over 80% of them marveling at her unique, pure aura. The rest were looking at the smartwatch on her wrist, finding it very trendy.
Nian Nian leaped up, ready to step onto the stairs. Bang! Nian Nian was thrown back with a heavy thud, failing to even step onto the first floor. Ha! Nian Nian was confused.
She rubbed her head, which was sore from the bump, and then rushed upwards again.
The result was the same instead, they were bounced even further away.
She was even more unconvinced and wanted to try again, but Xia Yu stopped her.
Nian Nian, you're all done. Xia Yu looked thoughtful. The divine ladder rejected Nian Nian? That shouldn't be the case. After the solidifying spirit array, Nian Nian was no different from an ordinary person.
The only difference was that she came from the maze. But this stairway to the gods is also a product of the labyrinth.
To avoid increasing suspicion, Xia Yu stopped letting Nian Nian try. Nian Nian pouted and became sullen.
Meng Lang stepped forward to comfort her and showered her with compliments. "Heroine, it must be because you are too strong.
The divine ladder is not worthy of you." Nian Nian immediately cheered up. "That's right. Little blue hair, you have such a nice voice, I'll treat you to instant noodles when we get back." Meng Lang retreated in fear. Xueya's expression was unusual, perhaps indicating that Xia Nian Nian's background was not simple.
The onlookers thought to themselves, Tsinghua and Peking University's School of Spiritual Medicine is too lame.
Only Sumu acted as if it were perfectly normal, right? Absolutely right.
Next, before Xia Yu could speak, Sumu took the initiative to step forward.
She already knew it all along. The second to last. It's setting the stage for the main character. A domineering CEO who learns the truth will never make a mistake.
Just to explain, the cover violated regulations, so it has been changed to its original form. It will take a few days to be reviewed and corrected, but updates will continue as usual. The amount of content will definitely decrease significantly, but it won't affect my enthusiasm for updating for you.
If you could send me a small gift, I would be extremely grateful. If not, that's fine too. I'm happy to have your daily companionship. Chapter 98. She's obsessed.
Sumu walked towards the divine staircase with a blank expression, as if he were about to go upstairs to rest.
With an easy leap, I landed firmly on the first level without any pressure. Then comes the second floor, the third floor, the sixth floor, the 19th floor.
By this time, the entire room had fallen silent.
It's the 19th floor. The next floor is the 20th floor.
It seems that no one has been able to reach the 20th floor in this special training maze. Moreover, it seems that this newcomer from Tsinghua Beiyuan Spiritual Academy, who is essentially the final act, doesn't feel any pressure.
Xia Yu was also paying attention to Sumu's path to advancement and intuitively felt that she was not bad at all.
Meng Lang shouted from the side, "You bunch of trash, take a good look. This is from our Tsinghua Beiyuan School of Spirituality, and she's also Brother Xiao's girlfriend."
Nian Nian, yes. This is my second sister-in-law.
Xia Yu glared at her, but luckily Sumu couldn't hear him from up there.
Xueya frowned. Second sister-in-law? Eldest sister-in-law? Impossible.
Sigh, no wonder Sumu always likes to send the future is bleak emoji when chatting, it's really unlucky. Looking at Sumu again, he only paused briefly at the 19th floor platform. Immediately afterwards, she stepped onto the 20th floor without any pressure.
21, 22, 26. 27 floors.
The entire audience was completely silent, their eyes fixed on the graceful figure high in the sky.
She's just one level away from tying the record. equaled the highest record for climbing the divine ladder. They will possess the true qualities of a strong person.
And judging from this momentum, there's no sign of it stopping. The onlookers held their breath, as if they were about to witness a historic event unfold.
Even the usually noisy Nyan quieted down.
Although she didn't know why everyone was so nervous, she just followed suit when she saw that everyone else was focused. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sumu leaped effortlessly once again.
28 floors. She really tied the record.
Before everyone could react in surprise,
Sumu went up another floor. 29th floor. Breaking the record. 30-31-32. All the way up to the 36th floor. Sumu stopped.
At this moment, everyone was stunned.
Breaking the record was already extremely rare, but to raise it by 8 floors in a row, what did that even mean?
It should be noted that the record for climbing the god's ladder has not been broken for a long time. Even the strongman who climbed to the 28th floor broke it many years ago. Before that, I broke through one level at a time, never like now where I broke through 8 levels in a row. Sumu, standing on the 36th floor, paused for a long time, remaining motionless. Because of the distance and her back being turned, Xiaoyu couldn't see her specific expression. He only felt that she seemed to be deep in thought. This puzzled him. He had heard Meng Lang and the others describe how the divine ladder would rapidly temper the body with each level, almost instantly, without any pause. Similarly, unlike the traditional image of tempering, the strengthening effect of climbing the divine ladder is completely painless and comfortable. It feels like it's a buff machine, simply applying a status effect. But it is a genuine physical enhancement, and it also increases physical training potential. At this moment, Sumu had been standing on the 36th floor of the divine staircase for a full 5 minutes without moving an inch, showing no intention of continuing to go up or coming down. Everyone else started whispering and speculating, saying all sorts of things. Some say there might be new opportunities, others say they are planning to climb higher, and still others say they are enjoying the envy of others.
Xiaoyu wasn't in a hurry.
It was obvious that nothing was wrong with her. As for what exactly happened, she would find out when she came down and asked. Finally, after another 10 minutes or so, Sumu moved. As if she had just come to her senses, she looked up at the higher part of the ladder to the gods. She shook her head and stopped climbing. Then, unlike the others, she didn't go back the way she came, but instead, leaped into the air. She jumped from a height of over 100 meters. In the air, she transformed into a ball of dark golden flame, which spread out like phoenix wings, leaving a dazzling tail of flame that streaked across the sky.
With a loud boom,
she crashed into the ground, golden flames bursting forth before slowly disappearing, like a magnificent fireworks display with stunning visual effects.
Everyone else was stunned.
Bathed in golden flames, Sumu looked like a saint, with lifelike flame patterns on her forehead. Coupled with her exquisite and beautiful face, she was like a fairy who had just descended to earth. Moreover, she has just broken the record for climbing the god ladder, and unless she dies young, she will surely join the ranks of the strong. Under everyone's gaze, Sumu walked straight to Xiaoyu, hooked her arm around his, and appeared obedient and well-behaved. In that instant, I felt a lot of gritted teeth sounds coming from all around me.
Xiaoyu secretly asked Sumu, "What happened up there just now?"
Sumu thought for a moment and said, "I'm just trying to see if I can go up another level." Xiaoyu listened with some skepticism, but did not ask any further questions.
Is it because there's been a significant improvement that they chose such an exaggerated way to come down? Sumu smiled slightly. No, because that would be too cool and pretentious, making people think that this is the main event of the day. Little do they know that what will shock them is yet to come. Xiaoyu, she seems to be using the word truth more and more skillfully. You didn't deliberately let her pass, did you? Xiaoyu asked, frowning. If she was so stupid as to not go up when she clearly could, Xiaoyu would want to dig up that author's ancestral grave. No, it really is the limit, Sumu affirmed. Xiaoyu nodded, relieved. Next up is the last one from Tsinghua Beiyuan Spiritual Academy, Xiaoyu Dingdi. Xiaoyu slowly walked towards the divine staircase. Cheers came from behind Nyan and the others. Go for it, bro. Just go straight to the sky. Brother Xia is the best. Come on. Compared to the expectations of the students from Tsinghua and Peking University's Lingyuan Academy, the others were looking forward to Xiaoyu losing face. Especially after Sumu started showing off their love, the male superhumans hated it even more. They were all hoping that Xiaoyu would embarrass himself. Although he possessed the identity of the black gold wristband and dared not openly mock him, it would be more dramatic if he went out to gossip and told the story together with Sumu, who had just broken the record. Xiaoyu arrived at the first step and took a deep breath. When he actually faced it, he was a little afraid that he would end up like Nian Nian. As he stepped onto the first floor, he felt relieved. There is a rather strange feeling on the staircase leading to the gods, but I can't quite put my finger on it. And he naturally assumed that he could move up to the second level. So they went up to the second floor. After that, he unconsciously continued to walk uphill, consciously sensing this feeling of déjà vu. Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. I now know what this subtle, gradual increase in physical strength feels like. Like the system's first task. That task where you increase your physical strength based on the progress of your online relationship feels very, very similar to this. Chapter 99: A Strange Twist. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. This divine ladder is truly a golden finger for extraordinary people. However, this cheat system is quite random. Some people are blocked after a few levels, while others can achieve a huge boost of dozens of levels. In terms of specific feelings, Xiaoyu felt that this was becoming more and more similar to the reward of the first task. There was no pain, no stress, and the enhancement happened in an instant, as if it originated from inside the body. He continued climbing, sensing the sensations as he went, trying to find the similarities and differences between the two feelings. He climbed upwards unconsciously. Only those who descended the staircase to the gods were dumbfounded. No, what is Xiaoyu doing? It doesn't even stop, it's over 40 floors. Another record has been broken? No, he is still going up. He is on the 45th floor. Nian Nian shouted excitedly, brother is so amazing. Shuei's icy expression vanished, replaced by excitement. Sumu nodded in satisfaction and decided that after leaving the maze, she would give the author a gift. Her cool act earlier was justified. On Xiaoyu's side. Feeling the wondrous changes in my body, I am gradually becoming stronger, or perhaps it is a kind of foundation building. Without realizing it, he glanced at the scenery below. It's already this tall? It's very rare for me to get distracted while trying to find a similar spot between the system and the stepping onto the ladder. He hurriedly looked down, preparing to count how many steps he had climbed. However, his body also had a strong desire that drove him to continue upwards, like a primal craving originating from his cells. Moreover, the purple dagger was always on his person, so it couldn't be a result of mental influence. In other words, it was indeed an instinct-driven need for this power. He was more inclined to accept the conjecture about the ladder to the gods. Suppressing his thoughts, Xiaoyu arrived at a definite number. 57th floor, 58th floor. He counted and then stepped onto another floor. He no longer cared about how amazed the people below would be, he was only thinking about what was on the 81st floor. Another question is, what is my own limit? Will I reach the limit directly? So Xiaoyu continued upwards. This time, he began to mentally record the numbers for each floor. 59th floor. 69th floor. 79th floor. They said there was a sense of obstruction at every integer number of steps, but Xiaoyu didn't feel any of that at all. He still passed through without any hindrance. Finally, Xiaoyu arrived at the 80th floor. The next floor is the 81st floor, but strangely, that inner desire to keep moving forward is gone. Xiaoyu could comfortably and easily stay on the 80th floor. Looking up from here, the 81st floor and the 80th floor are not very different, except for a slight difference in the color of the stones. Starting from the 81st floor, the surface of the stones is slightly brownish red. And there seemed to be nothing on the steps. Could there be danger up there? Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder. However, he possessed invincibility and immunity to mental pollution, so he still had to go up and take a look no matter what. In case his father-in-law wanted to harm him, he would be prepared to know what was going on. At this moment, below the stairway to godhood, everyone was stunned into silence. Xiaoyu had truly ascended to heaven. Xiaoyu was slightly delayed for a few dozen seconds on the 80th floor before quickly making a decision. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, the solid technique activates an invincible state. He then held his breath and stepped onto the 81st floor in one go. As soon as he came up, Xiaoyu sensed the difference. It's different, it's definitely different. The feeling of being elevated to a superhuman level has disappeared, replaced by a heavy pressure, or perhaps a sense of tragic grandeur and destiny lingering in my heart. The capital city. In front of the enormous golden tree, Famwani looked at the small, strange piece of paper on the wooden table and muttered to himself calmly. We've put our last bet on this kid. We don't even know if he'll break even. Never mind, going all in is a kind of wisdom. Beside the desk was a strangely shaped object with text constantly appearing on it.
It was a magical artifact used by Wanbao Trading Company for information transmission, functioning similarly to a mobile phone. Someone was specifically tasked with relaying information about Xiaoyu's ascent of the divine ladder.
When a line of small print appeared above, Feng Wanyi revealed a satisfied smile.
The sign above reads, Xiaoyu has climbed 81 steps.
Then, Feng Wanyi looked at the strange pieces of paper and suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief.
How is this possible? He exclaimed in surprise.
The transaction has not been processed?
He could hardly believe his eyes. He had used his last chance to write down Xiaoyu can ascend to the 81st floor of the divine ladder to allow him to undergo complete tempering and rapidly increase his strength and potential. If he becomes a powerful figure in the future, he will be a great help to the Feng family. After all, it was my daughter who chose him. They consulted fortune tellers who said that the first 81 floors of the divine ladder were beneficial, but the situation on the 82nd floor was unknown, because all the fortune tellers who predicted the 82nd floor died on the spot.
But now, the deal has failed. Could it be that he originally possessed the ability to reach the 81st floor? Feng Wanyi looked at the shredded paper.
The transaction had indeed not been completed. The writing on the surface gradually lost its luster, and the shredded paper itself began to wither.
This is a manifestation of a failed transaction. Feng Wanyi frowned and thought.
Xiaoyu, this young man, was becoming more and more incomprehensible.
Then his heart sank. Oh no! Is he going to keep climbing to the 82nd floor?
Stepping down the ladder of gods. More and more people gathered to watch, and even staff members from the labyrinth came out to witness the birth of this miracle. In the middle of the crowd, there was a handsome middle-aged man, smiling as he looked towards the distant sky in the direction of Xiaoyu. He stood there, but no one noticed him. The other superhumans unconsciously moved away from the area where the man was, doing so naturally and finding it reasonable, as if they had never intended to stand in that spot in the first place. He murmured softly to himself.
Your Majesty, wait for me.
After saying that, he disappeared from the spot, as if he had never existed. As soon as he left, the open space was quickly filled with people waiting to see what would happen after Xiaoyu came down from the god stepping ladder. Xiaoyu was a bit confused on the 81st floor.
They promised this opportunity and that reward, but there's nothing at all? Are these two just messing around? Did I wait all this time for nothing?
The tempering did indeed make him many times stronger, but he felt like he'd been given a pep talk.
He suddenly thought of.
Perhaps Xuanzang was just saying it casually, and the Feng family head was just looking at the result, who knows? But the thought had only just begun to form. Xiaoyu felt the stone steps beneath his feet begin to sway. The 81st step suddenly split in the middle. Xiaoyu looked towards the center.
Hiss. They hit it well. Chapter 100 Divine Artifact Components.
Xiaoyu was just complaining in his heart that after climbing up, there was no benefit other than tempering his physical body. It was all bark and no bite. This subsequent change told him that a reward was coming. The once intact stone steps now cracked in the middle, accompanied by an intensely chilling aura. His aura was filled with intense killing intent and brutality. This killing intent alone was enough to make one's heart tremble involuntarily.
Xiaoyu stepped forward and looked into the crack.
It is a small, lifelike sculpture of a white tiger with its eyes closed. The material is similar to a silvery white metal, and the surface shimmers with a spiritual luster. This material reminded Xiaoyu of a movie called Terminator, and it was similar to the villain liquid metal in the movie.
Xiaoyu bent down and picked it up.
Then, an ancient message entered his mind. White Tiger Silver Feather Armor, one of the 4 symbol spirit set of divine artifacts.
Forged using the breath of the ancient divine beast, the White Tiger, this armor's murderous intent cannot be erased due to special circumstances.
Using it requires immense mental strength to withstand its killing intent, otherwise, one will become a killing machine, losing oneself. The other 3 pieces of the set are similar, each with a drawback. Possessing one piece will trigger an affinity for other pieces within a 100-mile radius.
Once all 4 are collected, the complete artifact can break through the barrier of the maze.
Those who defy the way must endure the evils of greed, anger, lust, and sorrow before they can take action. Gongsun Xian Yuan.
Xian Yuan? Isn't that the name of the ancient emperor who was the ancestor of mankind?
Xiaoyu asked in surprise.
How could he have left something on the god stepping ladder, especially a set of divine artifacts?
Based on the description and the information, Xiaoyu's first thought was of the 4 symbols formation diagram he possessed. The 4 symbols formation is the shattered realm, and the set effect of this artifact is to break through barriers. There must be a connection between them. However, he is currently on the divine ladder, so it is not appropriate for him to take out the four symbols formation diagram for casual viewing. He picked up the white tiger statue, and with a mere thought, the statue instantly emitted a white light. The next second, a gleaming silver armor was donned on Xiaoyu's body. The moment the white tiger's silver feather armor was donned, a powerful force surged into the body. The armor was pure white, gleaming brightly, and exuded an aura of mystery and majesty. Two white tiger heads adorned the shoulders, radiating a chilling aura. What followed was the slow intrusion of killing intent. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu was immune to the rules. Apart from feeling a bit cold, his thoughts were completely unaffected. He recalled that the information left behind indicated that the four symbols set had drawbacks. The white tiger's tyranny corresponded to anger, while the rest were lust, greed, and sorrow. If Xiaoyu obtains the remaining kits later, he can use the purple dagger to exploit the bug and become immune. Thinking about this, he loved the mental pollution immunity effect even more. With another thought, the white tiger armor concealed itself, transforming into a small piece of feather armor that adhered to its chest, making it less conspicuous. Xiaoyu was very satisfied with his own magical armor set. Next, he faced a choice. Looking at the steps above, should I climb them or not? Because after reaching the 81st floor, the feeling of elevation completely disappeared, replaced by an extremely uncomfortable sense of oppression. It's like the feeling of helplessness when someone is gradually heading towards a dead end. Regardless, with all our trump cards at our disposal, we should give it another try. So he went up to another floor. Then, nothing happened, and there was no improvement. The sense of tragedy just intensified. Continue. 83 steps. Still, there was no effect. Forget it. Continuing like this is bad for my mental health. Xiaoyu gave up. After all, there was no benefit to it, and there wouldn't be any more artifact sets, so it was unnecessary. Looking at the steps in the distance, I realized we were very close to the break at the end, with about 50 more steps to go. However, the higher you go, the more the steps seem to stretch on, as if there are far more than the number of steps you can see on the surface. Xiaoyu wouldn't take risks if there was no benefit to be gained. I walked to the edge of the stone steps. He is now nearly 300 meters in the air, and from this angle, the people below the ladder of gods look like just a bunch of small black dots. To satisfy Sumu's strange hobby, Xiaoyu also planned to jump down and pretend to be someone else. There's no way around it. I have to maximize my girlfriend's emotional value and fulfill her little expectations. With a leap, Xiaoyu hurtled down the slope at high speed. In the air, he first used the sword control talisman, and then used his flight ability. He casually flicked out several spirit swords that swirled around him, while the Dark Knight Rose was simultaneously unsheathed, transforming into a giant rose flower. When he was less than a few dozen meters from the ground, Xiaoyu lightly tapped his toes on the spirit sword to adjust his body, and then suddenly accelerated and slammed into the ground. A giant rose burst open, turning into countless tiny rose petals that drifted down. Roses bloomed, and Xiaoyu's figure appeared among them, surrounded by 6 spirit swords. Okay, that's pretty cool. Xiaoyu thought with a wicked sense of humor. Holy crap, Xiaogu, you're so cool. Meng Lang was the first to shout. You're an angel. You actually made it to the 83rd floor. My God. His tone was filled with amazement, exhilaration, and utter admiration. If Sumu's record-breaking performance made Qingbei Spiritual Academy look bad, then Xiaoyu's actions were like rubbing everyone's faces into the ground. Instead of enjoying the spectacle, they were utterly devastated. The differences between people are enormous. Sumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and she thought to herself. This final, divine appearance, the choice of roses was perfect. Even domineering CEOs love using roses. A bright future awaits. Shueya was equally unsettled. She admired strength, and even more so Xiaoyu's strength. Seeing him standing in the distance, surrounded by envious glances from everyone, she felt a surge of immense satisfaction, as if that affirmation had been bestowed upon her. For a moment, she couldn't resist the urge to quickly lie down at Xiaoyu's feet and act like a good girl. That was when she felt most relaxed. Xiaoyu walked towards them with a smile, appearing completely calm and collected. Meng Lang ran over and asked, Brother Xia, you actually climbed so many steps? Almost 3 times the record. Is it harder as you go up? Upon hearing this question, the surrounding extraordinary individuals all strained their ears, eager to hear if things were different above, or if there were any secrets or secrets. If you ask that, don't blame me for pretending to be a big shot. Xiaoyu waved his hand with a light smile and said casually, "It's not difficult, I'll just treat it as a walk."
Let's go back and continue our cultivation.
After all, we all have unlimited training opportunities in the S-level ruins training room, so it's not worth wasting time here. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he led everyone away without saying another word, keeping his achievements and fame hidden.
The remaining superhumans froze on the spot, petrified. That's outrageous. He broke such a high record, and now he's going to be criticized for his actions. Why treat it like a walk? It's not difficult. The most unbelievable thing is that they all actually have unlimited access to the S-rank relic training room? Why don't our organizations and spiritual homes have this kind of benefit? Who exactly is Xiaoyu? Good heavens! Chapter 101 Celebrities. In the blink of an eye.
The special training has reached its final day and is nearing its end.
The progress of each person is as follows. Sumu, 2nd tier, 1st level.
Her speed almost made Xiaoyu suspect she had some kind of cheat code. To this, she smiled slightly and said it was just playing with fire. Snow Bud, 3rd tier, 3rd level.
Meng Lang, level 3, 1st stage. Nian Nian, 30 boxes of instant noodles.
The fact that Xiaoyu and the others had their divine ladder broken twice before they even left the special training maze had already caused a huge uproar outside. After all, having a silver wristband allows free access to this labyrinth, facilitating intelligence work for various organizations. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, Sumu breaking the record would have been explosive enough. Now that Xiaoyu has climbed 83 steps in a row, people are focusing all their attention on him. Especially on the forum for extraordinary individuals, Xiaoyu's name has become an absolute hot topic.
Shocking. Records for climbing the divine ladder have been broken one after another, and it turns out to be a talisman master. 3 times the original record. Was the God-stepping ladder being too generous, or is Xiaoyu simply too strong?
A genius talisman master is suspected of being a puppet of the Wanbao Trading Company, infiltrating the Qingbei Spiritual Academy. Various posts emerged one after another, generally falling into 2 categories. One was shocking and attention-grabbing, and the other was inexplicably stirring up trouble by accusing Xiaoyu of being a traitor. The comments section below was also filled with messages.
Lu Mang Xiao Xiao, first comment. My junior is unbeatable. Yes, this is my junior. DM me if you need his gossip, I'm bored at work anyway.
Northwest Hammer King, lately, it's all been news about Xiaoyu. It seems like someone is deliberately promoting him, but the facts speak for themselves. His ability to clear the Abyss Maze and his powerful talismans are undeniable. Now he's broken a record, and his future is limitless. The only thing to watch out for is being targeted by evil cultivators. Little god of wealth, it's not just evil cultivators, many people want to kick him while he's down. The holy son of online novels, continuing to recommend books. By the way, where did the #1 rich lady on the bestseller list go? Sister Tongue Dance, Xiaoyu is so handsome. No wonder he's the one I like. I really want to meet him. Jiajiu, don't burn it upstairs. A bit of luck doesn't guarantee future success, he's just a puppet propped up by Wanbao Trading Company. Tongue dancing sister at Jiajiu, go to hell, you stinking idiot, I'll sit on you and kill you. Inscription, climbing the divine ladder doesn't consider aptitude, and talisman masters are often physically weak, much like altitude sickness, the weaker they are, the higher they might climb. That's my guess. Zhang Sansui, woohoo, speaking of which, could the divine ladder be opened up to ordinary extraordinary individuals for a chance to try? We also have the desire to soar to the heavens. Heaven is unjust, forget about it, it's all rigged. We ordinary kids, sigh, let's just save up and ask Xiaoyu to provide a guide and tips for climbing the god's ladder. I'll save up enough money and try it myself. Ada, who loves walnuts, I know the trick. The young master loves instant noodles, and that's related confident sunglasses expression. The capital city, Tsinghua University. The dean's room is simple and unpretentious. Dean Meng, this time our Tsinghua Peking University Spiritual Academy has been thrust into the spotlight because of that Xiaoyu. What do you think? A man dressed in a conservative style asked respectfully. Dean Meng grunted in acknowledgement and glanced at the submitted documents. He is the vice dean of Qingbei Spiritual Academy, but calling him vice dean is less accurate than saying he is the dean. The dean of Qingbei Spiritual Academy is one of the 3 top experts, and is rarely seen. All affairs and decision-making power within the academy are handled by Dean Meng. The Fong family really went all out by sending a black gold identity card, huh? Dean Meng said calmly.
No matter what, they will be students of my Qingbei Lingyuan when they come out. Send people to take good care of them. We will have much more time to interact with them than Wanbao Trading Company. We should make good use of our teacher-student relationship. Yes, Dean. However,
young Master Meng is also traveling with us this time, the man reported hesitantly.
Nonsense.
Dean Meng slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces.
Who sent him in? How come I didn't know? Didn't he already go once?
The man trembled as he said, "It was your wife who arranged for someone to add young Master Meng's name. You're usually too busy, and you've never been informed about the annual recommendation list."
Dean Meng took a deep breath and calmed down. He wasn't angry about the backdoor admission.
As the de facto manager, having held a high position for so many years, he had seen countless instances of subordinates abusing their power for personal gain, and he wouldn't interfere unless it went too far. Balancing management and personal relationships is always difficult, especially in the world of extraordinary individuals, where personal connections can sometimes be crucial in matters of life and death, potentially leading to a life or death situation where someone might lend a helping hand. What angered him was that at this crucial juncture, they had actually sent Meng Lang to jail. As Meng Lang's father, he knows best what kind of temper Meng Lang has. He was a spoiled brat from a young age, loved to bully geniuses, had a chaotic private life, and was involved in all sorts of evil deeds, including fighting, harassing girls and boys. She was incredibly lucky to awaken her dual S-rank control abilities, but after awakening, she became even more ruthless, using her talent to control married men. Furthermore, despite his talent, his cultivation progress was slow. In Dean Meng's view, Meng Lang's displays of diligent cultivation were all an act for him. Wasting a special training spot would probably mean his rank would remain stagnant. Dean Meng became increasingly angry as he thought about it. Now, he has entered the special training maze with Xiaoyu. That's likely to cause trouble. Xiaoyu might suffer all sorts of bullying and exclusion from Meng Lang inside.
If this incites Xiaoyu to become dissatisfied with Qingbei Spiritual Academy, the consequences will be truly severe.
Quickly arrange for someone to guard that rebellious son at the entrance of the labyrinth.
You ungrateful wretch.
Exit of the special training maze. The group waited in line for the elevator to arrive before exiting the special training maze.
Brother Xia, is it too light or too heavy? Just let me know.
Meng Lang stood on the stone bench, massaging Xiaoyu's shoulders from behind while speaking flattering words.
Stop hammering, calm down.
You're the dignified young Master Meng, the top dog in the capital. Xiaoyu stopped him, mainly because he was afraid that Meng Lang would start to grope his shoulder while hammering him, which would be suspicious and make him feel disgusted. Meng Lang said righteously, "Without Brother Xia and your sister Nian Nian, I would have been stuck at the second level for a long time. Thanks to you all, I won't become a good-for-nothing playboy in the old man's eyes. This time when I go out, I will shock him. So, I'm happy to do anything for Brother Xia."
Then remember to buy Nian Nian instant noodles when you go out, Xiaoyu teased. I'll go ask Nian Nian right now. Meng Lang excitedly ran off to find Nian Nian. Xiaoyu smiled knowingly. He knew Meng Lang's personality.
His playboy appearance was just a facade in reality, he cultivated himself dozens of times harder than others. Putting everything else aside, after entering the training room in the ruins, Meng Lang didn't rest once for 14 days, didn't sleep for a minute, and spent the whole time cultivating. In the last few days, he ate instant noodles that Nian Nian brought him to fill his stomach, just to save time for cultivation. To be fair, Meng Lang wasn't afraid of Nian Nian's instant noodles anymore, because Nian Nian had explained that there was a magical medicine added to that bowl. Finally, the special training maze platform slowly rose. The 15-day period has ended. As soon as he emerged from the maze, Xiaoyu saw an unexpected scene.
Chapter 102 Your home address?
I have just emerged from the maze. A constant stream of cell phone notification ringtones rang in my ears. Because everyone had been in a state of confusion for more than 10 days, and now that there is a signal, all kinds of messages, comments, and push notifications are flooding in. Among them, Meng Lang and Xiaoyu's cell phones rang the most frequently. There were very few snowbuds, and Sumu was too lazy to turn the computer back on after shutting it down. Even Nian Nian's little watch chimed a few times.
Meng Lang shouted back via voice message from the side, "Baby brother, baby sister, I'm back."
On the contrary, Xiaoyu didn't check his phone immediately, since his girlfriend was right beside him. His other girlfriend, that crazy rich woman, would handle anything important directly with Wan Shizhou, so there was no need to worry about any important messages on his phone.
But what he saw not far away puzzled him.
In the reception and waiting area of the technology upside-down mountain, a group of men and women who appeared to be foreigners stood. They were all dressed formally, in sharp suits and neat ties. Only the man and woman at the very front were dressed casually. The men were dressed in robes resembling those of medieval witches, while the women wore hot, tight-fitting leather jackets and shorts, which attracted the attention of many men present. Ahead of them was a staff member from the maze who was carrying an iron box, the contents of which were unknown. When the tin box was handed to them, the blond foreign man in the lead smiled with satisfaction. Did they trade the divine peach tree? That was Xiaoyu's first thought. Although the sacred peach tree has always been strictly controlled, it would be reasonable for the government to use it to exchange for something of equal value. If it were a private business, it wouldn't be so blatant. But that blonde girl has a really good figure, that but is just? Xiaoyu snapped out of his reverie and stopped his thoughts. He guessed she was probably a seductive superhuman. Shueya had just given him some words of concern before she left last night. He shouldn't have been so lacking in self-control. Then he remembered that he had a purple dagger. Oh, so I was just a simple person who appreciated beautiful things. Meanwhile, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign superhuman woman in the distance glanced at Xiaoyu, seemingly unintentionally. She paid no attention to the countless greedy glances cast at her by the men around her. On the contrary, she was more pleased with this deliberate display and puffed out her chest again. But when she locked her gaze on Xiaoyu, a smile curved her lips, and her blue eyes became alluring. After handing over their green wristbands, the group left in the flying car. It's worth noting that Meng Lang didn't leave with them. Someone from Qingbei Lingyuan came to pick him up, and this person looked worried and repeatedly glanced at Xiaoyu's expression and demeanor. Xiaoyu felt confused. Why did he look at me with such a worried expression, as if he was afraid that Meng Lang would bully me? After the special training, everyone will have 2 days of rest. After the rest period, they will go to the Spirit Academy to study, attend classes, participate in cultivation missions, and achieve targets until they reach level 5 to graduate. If you don't reach that goal within 6 years, you can continue to enjoy the teachings and resources at the Spiritual Academy, but you will need to pay tuition of 1.8 million yen per year. I heard that the oldest student spends his days taking his grandson for walks at the monastery. However, Xiaoyu was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this rule. He had been awakened for less than 20 days and was already close to the 4th level. Wouldn't that mean he would have to graduate in a hurry? He imagined the scene. The senior students asked, "Hey, can you fill out the freshman form?" Xiaoyu replied arrogantly, "Excuse me, please give me the graduate form." It was only in the car that Xiaoyu had time to look at his phone. The screen lit up, and various news and posts were pushed to the viewer, along with notifications that deliveries were delayed. Before the message was even unlocked, his expression turned strange. Why were so many of these posts mentioning my name? How could they be spreading the message so quickly? Then I opened it and saw, scroll down. I enjoyed reading this. I hope there will be more posts praising me for being awesome. I'm struggling to find a chance to show off my skills, but this generation of netizens is really helpful. He used an unverified account to like all the posts and replies praising and flattering him. Then came the chat software messages. Because so many have been released in the past, news about the options will continue to emerge from time to time. Lu Mang Qiao Qiao, Jr. Tell me your story of climbing the ladder of gods after you come out, please. Hands clasped together emoji 10. Fatty Wang, Brother Xia, you're famous now. No wonder you're called Brother Xia. I've been moving steel bars at a construction site lately. Let's get together sometime. Xiaoyu replied, "Okay, no problem." Xiaofang, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other. How have you been lately? Xiaoli, I miss you. Xiaoyan, are you there? Do you have any spare cash on hand lately? Fang Yanyan, a picture. Xiaoyu silently turned his phone aside, subtly avoiding Su Mu's gaze. When I clicked on it, I saw a selfie of her in a bright pink bikini by the pool. Wow, this crazy rich woman is really well maintained. Her butt is even more impressive than that blonde foreign girl from before. Xiaoyu replied, I've finished my special training. Looking further down, I found there wasn't much informative news. I glanced at my uncle and aunt's message boxes and found that they had neither called nor left messages. They were still in a state of being out of contact, lost in some mystery. Actually, while Xiaoyu found this situation unusual, he wasn't too surprised. They had encountered similar situations before when traveling for work and ending up in a maze, but they had never actually done it together. Delivery expiration notice: the men's full body outfit you purchased during the live stream for 129 yuan has been placed in the express locker for 16 days past its expiration date. Ha, I'm a superhuman worth over 100 million now, how can I wear clothes of this kind? Xiaoyu thought about returning the clothes, but then changed his mind.
In the car, Xueya and Sumu sat in the front row. Xueya chose to go back to Hebei City with them, and did not plan to return to the capital.
When Meng Lang left, he asked her if she wanted a ride back to Lingyuan, but she shook her head and said she still had things in Hebei City. Meng Lang, oblivious to her feelings, didn't ask her what else she had, but Sumu, standing to the side, wore a thoughtful expression.
On the way, Sumu suddenly said, "Sister Xueya, shall we stay at my place when we go back to Hebei City?" Xueya smiled and declined, "I left something at the hotel last time.
I'll just make do for one night when I get it."
Oh.
Sumu felt that something was not quite right.
"And what about you?" Sumu turned around and asked Xiaoyu in the back row.
"I'm going home for a bit to prepare some things," Xiaoyu replied frankly. He wasn't lying, he really needed to go back and pack his things properly, because he didn't know how long it would take to get to Qingbei Lingyuan, and he would encounter various labyrinths along the way. Sumu hummed in agreement, which sounded reasonable but was a little strange. For no apparent reason, she wondered, lately, he'd been asking her to help him much less often.
Had he gotten tired of it? Was it time to try something new?
Before long, the group returned to where they had started, the Su family's villa. Upon receiving Su Mu's message, Su Nanxiong waited by the roadside early in the morning, looking very happy. As soon as he got out of the car, Su Nanxiong ran over excitedly. After giving the staff some more gifts, he urged everyone to hurry inside.
Xiaoyu originally intended to leave after a few words, but Su Nanxiong was unwilling and insisted that they come in for a meal before leaving.
Unable to resist his father-in-law's enthusiasm, Xiaoyu had no choice but to stay for dinner.
Xueya did not stay, she politely said goodbye to Su Nanxiong and then left.
She had only been gone for 5 minutes when Xiaoyu received a message on his phone.
Ding. Xueya, master, what is your address and which floor? I'll be waiting for you when I get home. Chapter 103, Sweating Profusely.
Xiaoyu glanced at the message and realized how savvy he was. I had heard that Xueya was going to stay in Hebei City, and that must be because of me. Furthermore, given that she directly refused Su Mu's invitation, it's almost certainly true. During their brief chat in the maze, Xiaoyu had mentioned that he wanted to spend some private time with her after the special training ended, making the implication quite clear. The training opportunities in the special training maze were too precious to waste for too long, so he would feel guilty if he did. Therefore, he would only find time to eat Xiaoyu's breakfast or dinner each time, and even that would take more than half an hour.
Now that we're out of the maze, Xueya is indeed very sensible.
Xiaoyu had told her that he was alone at home now, which was much better than a hotel. Xueya was even more willing. She also felt that hotels were rather cold, and she wanted to see where Xiaoyu had grown up and lived. Xiaoyu took a moment to reply to her. The address is 404, XXX Community.
Could you also pick up my package? It's at the East Gate parcel locker, the pickup code is.
Use your spiritual power to open the door, the key is broken. After replying, Xiaoyu turned off his phone, thinking about how to get Nian Nian away from him.
He couldn't let this little tagalong see any programs that were inappropriate for children. The main problem is that she's too innocent.
Saying things she doesn't mean much is a big deal. She might actually do something outrageous like secretly recording something with her smartwatch, then proudly show it to Sumu and say, "See, second sister-in-law? My brother's got some nerve."
At the dinner table, Su Nanxiong was very happy.
He opened more than a dozen bottles of various expensive wines and drank one glass after another. Judging from his complexion, he was a little tipsy. For a fifth-tier superhuman, alcohol is like water unless they deliberately want to get drunk. He kept asking about what he had seen and heard in the special training maze, but unfortunately, Xiaoyu and the others were really just cultivating.
When asked how much Su Mu had improved, he sobered up. What? Second tier? Su Nanxiong was greatly shocked.
How could she possibly advance to the second tier in just over 10 days? Su Nanxiong shouted excitedly, "My daughter is a true genius.
She even broke the record for the divine ladder, which was the 36th floor, right?
She'll definitely be an absolute powerhouse in the future, with limitless potential."
Ha 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 ha. Sumu casually placed a piece of stir-fried pork kidney on Xiaoyu's plate and said to Su Nanxiong, "Xiaoyu, 83rd floor." Ah, Xiaoyu is great too. He's a celebrity now. Su Nanxiong refilled Xiaoyu's glass of baijiu. How's it going? I heard online that you have some kind of black gold card. How many levels have you upgraded? Xiaoyu was speechless, momentarily afraid of frightening his father-in-law. It's all right. You've climbed 83 floors of the divine ladder. That's an unprecedented achievement. Compared to that, this little improvement is nothing. Even if you don't become a talisman master, you can still be a body training tank. Su Nanxiang comforted him cheerfully. I've already thought it through. Before you go to Qingbei Spiritual Academy, I'll find enough bodyguards at the peak of the 3rd rank to protect you. You don't need to worry about those evil cultivators. Xiaoyu frankly admitted, I'm at the 5th level of the 3rd rank. Ha ha, this is a joke, but you should be careful with your drinking. Su Nanxiang assumed that Xiaoyu was just trying to lighten the mood. Xiaoyu had no need to hide anything. Spiritual energy surged between his palms, and his extreme control instantly shattered the steel fork in front of him. Su Nanxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. As a peak 4th tier expert, how could he not sense the control that Xiaoyu had just released through his spiritual energy fluctuations? It was no weaker than that of a 5th tier 3rd tier expert. How is this possible? Less than 20 days for stage 3? This is a serious violation of common sense. Xiaoyu said casually, it really is at the 3rd level, almost at the 6th level. Ha 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 ha. Ada, sitting on the far side, grinned mechanically a few times, then looked around. Why aren't they laughing anymore after all my support? Can't they laugh at the same joke a second time? Ada scratched his head, and seeing the shocked expression on the head of the family, he understood. No joking around after drinking. Su Nanxiang's expression gradually changed from shock to disbelief, then to ecstasy, and finally to solemnity. He let out a heavy sigh and asked, is it because of climbing the god's ladder? Then he abruptly stopped talking. Don't answer me, I don't want to know anymore. Remember, this is your own talent. He suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If Xiaoyu's rapid advancement was due to external factors, he would inevitably be used as a guinea pig, dissected and targeted by various organizations or evil cultivators. They might even resort to any means necessary, no longer adhering to that delicate balance. Xiaoyu nodded, Uncle Su, I understand. Su Nanxiang pondered for a moment and said, your rank is probably not easy to hide. You can't just avoid entering any dungeons or engaging in any sparring, as that won't help you improve. But you absolutely cannot say it's because of a special method. Xiaoyu thought to himself, I can't say this because of the system. Alright, let's drink. In short, I had a very happy day. Su Nanxiang resumed his family banquet mode. Sumo listened from the side with a blank expression, but a golden flame flashed in his eyes as he secretly clenched his fist. After a few rounds of drinks, Xiaoyu's phone suddenly rang. He was afraid that the person calling was Shueya, since extraordinary people have exceptional hearing, and judging by the time, she should have arrived at her home by now. Feeling somewhat guilty, he made an excuse to go to the restroom to answer the phone. However, upon looking at the screen, Xiaoyu was stunned. It was his aunt? Had they emerged from the work maze? Answer the phone. Aunt, Xia, did you miss your aunt? Your aunt is back from her business trip. You're back? Xiaoyu was startled. Of course I missed you. Aunt, did you come back to Haibei City? Aunt, your uncle and I are downstairs at home. We wanted to give you a surprise, but your uncle said he was afraid you'd do something naughty up there, like finding a girlfriend to take home while we were away, huh? I also said that Xiaoyu isn't that kind of person. Aunt, you guessed wrong. I am that kind of person, but right now only my girlfriend is here, and the thing she's doing while waiting for me at home might be a bit. Xiaoyu was almost sweating profusely and quickly said, Auntie, listen to me first. Don't go upstairs with Uncle. My girlfriend is upstairs. Make sure to knock on the door first, then wait patiently. I'll be home in a bit. The aunt on the other end of the phone paused for a few seconds, then said with a hint of gossip, I've been through this, of course I know. Don't worry, she definitely won't scare the little girl. Where is she from? How do you know her? Is there any? The uncle chimed in, don't ask. We'll find out when we go up and see for ourselves. I'm really curious to see what kind of taste Xiaoyu has. Alright, that's settled then. I'll see Xiaoyu later. Auntie's going upstairs to meet her daughter-in-law first, huh? Xiaoyu quickly added, your aunt is very introverted. Why don't you and your uncle stay out for the night first? Beep beep beep. Wipe. My aunt hung up the phone.
At this time, at Xiaoyu's home, Fan Yanyan, dressed in a bright red silk robe, leaned lazily against the sofa, her shapely thighs propped up on the coffee table, her toenails painted bright red. She lit countless red candles all around, making the whole room romantic and enchanting.
Fan Yanyan used a high-level spiritual artifact to shield the entire building from spiritual energy and soundproofing.
She scrolled through the chat history and said somewhat drunkenly, "Really coming home so late on the first day out? I wonder where he's been gallivanting around.
I'll have to ask him about it when I get home. I really love this surprise."
She kept laughing, her red lips were vibrant.
Chapter 104. He has a problem. Xiaoyu sighed. I was definitely drenched in sweat. He quickly called Shueya to tell her that her aunt and uncle were coming upstairs soon, so she could be prepared. Otherwise, according to the procedures discussed online before, she would most likely be standing naked at the door, waiting in an extremely obedient posture. The call connected. Xiaoyu, listen to me, my aunt and uncle will be home soon.
Quickly get yourself together and tell them you're my girlfriend. Shueya paused for a moment on the other end of the phone, then stammered, I went out to buy some things, and I just got to this road in front of your neighborhood.
Oh, it hasn't arrived yet, that's reassuring. Huh? That's not right.
I've already spoken to my aunt, but Shueya still hasn't gone. If Shueya were to go and stay outside for the night at this point, her aunt would definitely hold a grudge. But that's not the most important thing. The main thing is that we've already told Shueya about this, and if we ask her to avoid her family again, it will touch her sensitive heart. She has already regressed so much, why let her get hurt for no reason? So Xiaoyu said, it's okay, just get ready and go upstairs first.
They're waiting for you at home. I've already introduced you as their girlfriend.
Shueya paused for a long time, then said excitedly, okay. On the highway, Shueya glanced at the residential area where Xiaoyu lived, located in the central area of Haibei City. It was an old neighborhood, but surprisingly, it wasn't surrounded by high-rise buildings. She had just hung up Xiaoyu's call, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings, but the main feeling was a mixture of trepidation and satisfaction. It's a warmth of being recognized, a happiness that isn't hidden behind you, and the nervousness of meeting Xiaoyu's parents. Even though she had seen many grand occasions in the capital, she was now in a state of panic. She forced herself to calm down and glanced at the surrounding facilities.
Never meet the parents empty-handed, especially if you're visiting them in person.
It was only 8:45 p.m., and most shopping malls were still open. She rushed into a large shopping mall, first carefully tidying her appearance in front of the mirror, and then changing into her most appropriate clothes in the fitting room. Then, without stopping, they selected several sets of high-end cosmetics, scarves, high-end razors, and nutritional supplements. Still feeling it wasn't enough, she checked her spatial storage artifact. Having already heard Xiaoyu say that his aunt and uncle, who had raised him since childhood, were ordinary extraordinary beings, she also took out her own precious spiritual herbs and handed them to the shop assistant packing the gifts. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after doing all that. She silently recited her opening lines as she walked towards Xiaoyu's house.
Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Xiaoyu's girlfriend, Shueya. Just call me Shue. Hello, uncle and aunt, this is a small gift for you. She walked slowly, striving to practice until she was perfect. At the Su family's dinner table.
The dozen or so bottles of liquor were already empty, so Su Nanxiong sent people to bring over dozens more bottles, all of which were his treasured vintage liquors that he usually couldn't bear to drink.
Xiaoyu was somewhat absent-minded, but he believed that with Shueya's intelligence, she would probably be able to handle such a situation without any problems. The most important thing is to go back as soon as possible, otherwise things might change.
Fan Yanyan replied to the message midway, don't go fooling around, I'll be waiting for you here.
Xiaoyu replied, you little devil, I'll teach you a lesson with the dog beating stick technique when we get back.
Seeing that the time was right, Xiaoyu stood up and apologized.
Uncle Su, it's getting late. I want to go back and see my aunt and uncle as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll have the driver take you.
Su Nanxiong was very understanding. Sumu frowned slightly. Something was wrong.
He had overheard that his aunt and uncle were away on a business trip.
He was in a hurry to get home, and according to the logic of domineering CEO novels, he was keeping a mistress. And most likely, she was some kind of vixen. Sure enough, as soon as he became famous, he was surrounded by beautiful women. The banana green.
After smiling and saying goodbye to Sumu, Xiaoyu urged the driver who was taking him to hurry up. The driver listened to this killer son-in-law very much and stepped on the gas pedal recklessly. Both of them were superhumans and weren't that afraid of car accidents, they just needed to be careful not to hit anyone.
Xiaoyu had just stepped out the door. Sumu followed him out expressionlessly. She said calmly, "Ada, take me to Xiaoyu's house." She thought about it, and decided that, at least as the leading lady in a typical domineering CEO novel, the supporting female character was definitely someone she had to see. She was just worried that she might be some kind of shady, seductive vixen, which wouldn't be good for Xiaoyu's health or reputation. The novel features many spies sent by business rivals, all in an attempt to bring down the male protagonist. After Sumu left, when Su Nanxiong came out of the restroom and saw that Xiaomu was gone, he couldn't help but ask the housekeeper, "Where's Xiaomu?" The butler replied, "Miss had to escort her to young Master Xiaoyu's house," and he followed right after her.
Damn! This kid. These two are planning to sneak away and taste forbidden fruit. No, I absolutely cannot become a grandfather so early and let Brother Xia's evil scheme succeed.
Someone!
Prepare the car immediately, we're going to Xiaoyu's house.
Su Nanxiong shouted. Downstairs at Xiaoyu's house, Uncle Zhang Beichen and his wife were also downstairs, feeling uneasy. "Hey Lao Zhang, I'm getting a little nervous. I'm the mother-in-law, so how should I behave? Should I be strict or kind?"
Auntie was unsure of what to do. Zhang Beichen stubbed out his second cigarette and said seriously, "I think we can play it by ear. If she looks like the kind of girl who's not exactly respectable, you can pretend to be difficult to get along with and intimidate her with your presence. If she looks gentle and virtuous, we should act as enlightened and polite parents."
"Okay, whatever you say." Auntie tidied her hair. "Old Zhang, what do you think of my outfit?" "No problem. I dressed up nicely today, and besides, we're the parents,"
Zhang Beichen said, bowing his head to wipe his leather shoes.
"No gift for meeting,"
Auntie exclaimed, then suddenly remembered something.
Zhang Beichen took out a necklace from his pocket. "If that girl is nice, give her this."
His aunt glanced at him sideways and said, "You're really generous.
You weren't this lavish when you were courting me."
"We were poor back then," Zhang Beichen said, rubbing his hands together sheepishly.
"This is it." Auntie snatched the necklace, very satisfied. Then, the couple slowly walked upstairs, deliberately making loud footsteps. "Why were all the buildings in front of our house demolished? What time is it, and you're still concerned about this?" At home,
Fan Yanyan was scrolling through her phone, looking at online comments about Xiaoyu. For those trolls who were clearly making malicious personal attacks, she made a phone call and gave them instructions. Check out the superhuman forum user ID keyboard saint, send tons of dog shit to his house, and make him type out the Great Xia dictionary on his keyboard. He's not allowed to be released until he finishes typing it out. After giving the instructions, she continued reading the posts. She doesn't reject those who question, speculate, or suppress her. After all, everyone has independent thoughts, but she cannot tolerate those who clearly and maliciously insult and personally attack Xiaoyu. As she was looking, she heard a voice coming from the doorway, speaking slowly but loudly.
"Old Zhang, we're finally home." "Huh, where's my key?" "Honey, keep looking. It should take about 5 minutes to find it, right?" Chapter 105. This can produce a son. Fan Yanyan's body stiffened.
The lazy, casual expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of dread. She had known for a long time that Xiaoyu had grown up with his aunt and uncle, and that they had a deep bond, treating each other like parents. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu didn't arrive, but his parents arrived first. My subordinates also said they went on a business trip to the Enchanted Realm and wouldn't be back for a while, which was quite a coincidence. Fan Yanyan quickly stood up, waved her hand, and all the pearl-like magical artifacts on her body disappeared.
Her silk pajamas vanished, replaced by a black business-style bodycon skirt.
Even her bare feet were now adorned with a pair of low-heeled, dark red high heels. The burgundy hair deepened until it was almost black to the naked eye. Perhaps feeling it wasn't enough, she took out a pair of black-rimmed glasses and put them on, making her red lips less noticeable. Looking at it now, she does have the air of a charming homeroom teacher. Fan Yanyan probably felt that standing and waiting was too deliberate, so she quickly walked to the dining table, sat down properly, and pretended to be playing on her phone. She scrolled aimlessly, her mind completely elsewhere, keeping an eye on the situation at the door while silently repeating to herself.
"Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Xiaoyu's girlfriend." Finally, 5 minutes passed.
The door lock opened with an extremely slow turn.
Fan Yanyan's heartstrings were touched.
Zhang Beichen and his aunt slowly pushed open the door and walked into the house with smiles.
As soon as I entered, I saw Fang Yanyan scrolling through her phone at the dining table.
They feigned surprise.
Fang Yanyan quickly stood up, feigning surprise. Hello, uncles and aunts, I am Xiaoyu's girlfriend. My name is Fang Yanyan. You can just call me Xiaoyan. Fang Yanyan introduced herself in a natural and confident manner, without any hesitation. Hello, hello.
Auntie smiled, while quickly assessing him in her mind. She has a top-notch appearance and figure, second only to my mother in her youth. Her clothes look like a simple business style, but the fabric is not simple and looks very expensive. Her speech and behavior weren't petty. She possessed a noble air, unlike someone from a poor family. She looked a few years older than Xiaoyu. Hello, sister.
You're so caring. In conclusion, she can have a son.
Looking around, surrounded by candlelight, the young couple really knows how to be romantic, much better than that blockhead Zhang Beichang. Aunt smiled brightly and stepped forward to greet her. Please sit down, please sit down.
Look at Xia, why didn't you give us a heads up beforehand? Have you eaten? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? My aunt was unusually enthusiastic. Fang Yanyan smiled gently and said, Aunt, uncle, please sit down and rest. Xiaoyu said you were away on a business trip and must be tired after just getting back.
I'm not hungry. Not eating tonight helps with weight loss.
Have you eaten? Shall I make you something? Fang Yanyan looked so virtuous. If Xiaoyu were here, he would definitely exclaim, Holy crap, is this still the crazy one? Auntie smiled even more broadly, this girl is quite good. He warmly took Fang Yanyan's hand, saying, How can you not eat? You can't come to our house and not eat. Zhang Beichen, hurry up and do it. Never mind, it's too late to do it now. Let's order takeout.
Order a lot, find the cleanest one, and order some light and low oil dishes for Xiaoyan.
Zhang Beichen quickly nodded with a smile and went to the side to open his phone. He then sent a message to Xiaoyu, arrived. You have good taste, kid. I'll be waiting for you to come back for dinner. On the sofa, Aunt held Fang Yanyan's hand and deliberately asked. Where's Xiaoyu? I haven't seen him. Did he go out to buy something? Fang Yanyan paused for a moment, then quickly thought for a moment and said with a smile, Aunt, he has some things to do, so I'll wait for him here. Oh, it's the same whether he's here or not. We'll just chat, mother and daughter. You can treat him like you're in your own home. Auntie then asked, Xiaoyan, right? That's what I'll call you. What do you do for a living? Here it comes. Fang Yanyan perked up as expected. No one could escape the three soul-searching questions from parents. Fang Yanyan replied calmly, Aunt, I work for a company that specializes in serving people with supernatural abilities, such as mediating conflicts and handling after-sales issues. The salary and benefits are pretty good, right? Fang Yanyan replied, It depends on the commission. It's enough for my daily expenses. Young people need to learn to save money. There will be many places to spend money in the future.
But don't worry, your uncle and I are quite capable, so you will definitely not go hungry, Aunt said warmly.
What do your parents do for a living? The third question.
Fang Yanyan calmly replied, My dad runs a small business, and my mother helps him manage it.
It's also somewhat related to my work. Doing business is good. Business people are quick-witted. No wonder Xiaoyan looks so smart.
Get them together sometime, Auntie called out to Zhang Beicheng.
Old Zhang, bring that thing out. Turning to Fang Yanyan, he said. It's our first meeting.
My aunt came back in a hurry, but luckily she had prepared a gift for her daughter-in-law in advance.
Ugh, look at my mouth. Before you, Xiaoyu had never had a girlfriend.
Fang Yanyan smiled and said, No need, Aunt, you're too kind.
I'm embarrassed.
Meanwhile, he thought to himself.
Never had a girlfriend?
He has a clueless girlfriend and a younger sister who's willing to sacrifice herself for him. Xiaoyu is quite good at hiding his true feelings from his family.
But sorry, I'm going to seize the initiative.
Zhang Beichen hadn't said a word since he came in. He knew he should be a quiet and reserved male head of the household, and that it was best to leave the questioning to his wife. He poured them both a glass of water and placed the necklace in Xiaoyu's aunt's hand.
The necklace has a very simple design, consisting of just an orange-yellow transparent crystal pendant, which also has a slightly old and rustic feel. Without hesitation, her aunt stuffed it into Fang Yanyan's palm.
This isn't valuable, but it was left by Xiaoyu's parents.
It has sentimental value, so don't be disgusted, Xiaoyan. You're joking, aunt.
Fang Yan felt a warmth in her heart, then her pupils dilated.
This is actually a top-grade defensive magical artifact.
She had seen countless treasures since she was a child, so how could she not recognize their value? Moreover, the potential value of this treasure was far beyond what she could judge by her senses. It needs to be handed over to Wanbao Trading Company's special appraisal team to give an accurate result.
Xia Yu's parents are indeed extraordinary. Fang Yanyan was shocked, but said shyly, "Thank you, aunt and uncle. I will definitely keep it safe."
Then my aunt started talking about Xia Yu in bits and pieces, and casually inquired about how they met, such as how far their relationship had progressed, whether they had any plans to get married, and whether they liked boys or girls. When he got really excited, he even pulled her into Xia Yu's room and said he wanted to show her photos of Xia Yu when he was a child.
Outside the living room. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Zhang Beichen went to open the door, thinking to himself that the delivery was fast. Wasn't that restaurant busy today? Chapter 106 This round of mahjong. At this moment, outside the door,
Xueya was carrying a large pile of things in each hand. She felt that it was impolite to put them in her spatial storage artifacts and then take them out. She mustered up her courage and mentally prepared herself before knocking on the door. Strangely, the building was isolated from spiritual energy, and even her enhanced hearing, as a superhuman, was somewhat dulled. She only felt surprised for a few seconds, thinking it might be Xia Yu's doing. Her focus was primarily on what was to come. She was still reciting her opening remarks silently until just before opening the door. A moment later, the door opened, and her heart skipped a beat.
Upon seeing Xueya, Zhang Beicheng looked surprised as he opened the door. "Ha? Is the food delivery industry this competitive now? Such an elegant and fair-skinned girl, working as a food delivery worker?"
Looking at her hands again, it wasn't takeout, it was all sorts of gifts.
Who was she? Just as she was pondering, she heard Xueya say gently and quietly, "Hello uncle, I'm Xia Yu's girlfriend, Xueya. Just call me Xiao Xue. This is a small gift for you and auntie."
Zhang Beicheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
He's her girlfriend. But what about that girl in Xia Yu's room, the one having that family-like interaction with her mother-in-law? What is Xiao Yu up to? This isn't a surprise, it's a shock.
However, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly calmed down and began to ponder. He knows his nephew's character well. He stays up all night chatting online, and now he's all over Tushio, a Chinese news and information platform, so he's bound to get a little arrogant.
But men, who hasn't been young?
They all wanted to have more children for the Xia family, and having more girlfriends meant more options.
But this is a chaotic situation. Your uncle can only try his best to save you. Thankfully, I only have 2 girlfriends. Anymore, and even the King of Heaven couldn't save me.
Zhang Beichen had already prepared his words.
He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Xiao Xue, right? I heard from Xiao Yu. Look, you came all this way, and you brought so much stuff. It's so heavy, let me help you carry it."
Zhang Beichen reached out and took the thing from Xueya's hand, almost like a surprise attack.
Caught off guard, the item in Xueya's hand was taken away.
Then Zhang Beichen deliberately loosened his grip, and the things fell to the ground with a clatter, especially the nutritional supplements he had bought, which scattered all over the floor.
"Oh dear, look at my hands, they're not as good as they used to be. Let me pick them up." No, uncle, I can do it." Xueya quickly bent down to pick up the things.
"It's good to be young," Zhang Beichen sighed, then quickly took out his phone from his pocket.
In the chat box labeled wife, type big news. Another girlfriend of Xiao Yu has arrived, named Xiao Xue. She's outside the door. Cover for her and act according to the situation. She could be Zhang Wei's girlfriend. Zhang Wei is their biological son.
He has been guarding the border in Daxia for more than 10 years and rarely comes home.
After sending the message, Zhang Beichen shouted into the house, "Wife! Look at me." This is their secret code for looking at their phones. My aunt replied instantly with an emoji, "Understood." Immediately afterward, Zhang Beichen quickly sent Xia Yu a message, "Check this message immediately. Your 2 girlfriends are arriving one after the other, named Xiaoyan and Xiaoxue respectively. Your aunt and uncle are helping you this time, so you need to quickly find a way to get one of them away from you, hurry." After distributing everything, Zhang Beichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then pretended to be struggling and bent down to help Xueya tidy up the scattered items. After a short while, everything was packed up, and Zhang Beichen said apologetically, "I shouldn't try to be too strong with this hand in the future. Look at the mess this has made, I'm so sorry to have troubled you."
Shueya was flattered and said, "No, no, it was I who disturbed you." Upon entering the room, Shueya was somewhat surprised to see it filled with candles, creating a romantic atmosphere. Zhang Beichen explained from the side, these were originally intended as a candlelight dinner for his aunt. But, now it's more appropriate to prepare them for you young people, ha ha. He himself felt it was somewhat far-fetched. Shueya felt a little embarrassed, thinking that she had disturbed them, and said guiltily, "I came at a bad time." "Indeed, you've come at the perfect time. Even if you don't come, our candlelight dinner is not allowed, because my son's girlfriend is coming too." Zhang Beicheng felt that the role was very difficult for him. At this moment, in Xia Yu's room inside, his aunt also said, "My son's girlfriend will be here soon. You can meet her later. She's probably already at the door. Xiaoyan, you look at the photos first, I'll go out and take a look." Fang Yanyan nodded, but sensed something was off. What a coincidence! Shueya sat down on the sofa. At this moment, she felt a little socially awkward. Xia Yu's uncle seemed to be too enthusiastic, busying himself with pouring water and making tea. Then, she saw a woman come out of the inner room. Judging from her age, she must be Xia Yu's aunt. Shueya quickly stood up. "Hello, auntie, I'm Shueya." "Oh, Xiao Xue, I've heard Xia Yu mention her many times before. Now that I see her, she really is a lady from a prominent family. Come, sit here with me." Auntie smiled and took Shueya's hand, the gesture so natural that there was almost no trace of acting. Zhang Beichen stared in disbelief. How could it be so natural? It's still the Xia family that's powerful. While the aunt warmly greeted her, the mother-in-law's innate insight automatically activated, and her brain rapidly scanned and evaluated her. This one is classically elegant and refined, quiet and serene. Her looks are just as good as the previous one, each with its own merits, and she exudes the air of a scholarly family. They might be too reserved, which could cause them to miss out on some of the little joys of communication between couples. After another glance at her figure, my aunt, who is also a woman, immediately came to a conclusion. The children won't go hungry. I'm very satisfied with both, it's hard to choose. However, after Fang Yanyan's actions, now that she has another girlfriend, Auntie doesn't have the energy to ask any more of those 3 soul-searching questions. But having multiple girlfriends means having multiple options. She had the same thought as Zhang Beicheng. Aunt said to Zhang Beichen, "Old Zhang, bring the gift that Xia Yu's mother prepared for her daughter-in-law." Zhang Beichen was taken aback. Not again? He thought for a moment, then took out a pair of light green bracelets from his pocket and handed them to his aunt. Auntie immediately stuffed it into Shueya's hand and warmly put it on her. "Xiao Xue, this is something left by Xiao Yu's parents. They said it was prepared for their future daughter-in-law. It's not expensive, so please don't mind it. Xiao Yu is a very well-behaved child, but I've never heard of him having a girlfriend. Auntie finds you very pleasing to the eye." Zhang Beicheng, okay, really okay. At this moment, clunk, clunk. Fang Yanyan walked out of the inner room in her short heels. Zhang Beichen was a little flustered and looked at Xia Yu's aunt. His aunt raised an eyebrow and gave him a look, as if to say, "Don't panic, watch how I help Xia Yu cover it up. He's just 2-timing, not 3-timing." When Xia Yu saw his uncle's text message, he felt like the sky had fallen. What's going on? Why did that crazy rich woman go there without even giving us a heads up? Now they've run right into Shueya, and there's also her aunt and uncle. Oh no, this is a mahjong game. He quickly considered what to do. Beside him was Nian Nian, who was playing with her smartwatch. Since the plans had changed and he couldn't be alone with Shueya, he simply didn't choose to send her away. Shueya, Fang Yanyan. After hopping left and right and thinking for a while, he quickly made a decision. It's decided, let's get the crazy guy out of here first. Although Shueya and he had that kind of relationship, and both were in control, Xia Yu's disrespect only occurred in private, not in their daily lives. Besides, she's too sensitive. Funpi could understand this better. After all, Fang Yanyan had already investigated Su Mu's existence. Even if she discovered more Shueya at the end, it would only make her go crazy a few more times. So, Xia Yu began composing a text message and sending it to Fang Yan's D team. Chapter 107. She didn't leave. At the small dining table, aunt and uncle sat facing each other, with Shueya and Fang Yanyan on their respective sides. Fang Yanyan glanced at Shueya without making a sound, a meaningful look flashing in her eyes. Shueya appeared relatively reserved, keeping her head slightly lowered and not initiating any conversation.
Fan Yanyan extended her hand to Shueya and said, "Hello, my name is Fan Yanyan, and I am."
Oh dear. Auntie quickly stood up, grabbed Fang Yanyan's hand, and then grabbed Shueya's hand.
"We're all family now, why are you being so polite?" "Shueya. She'll be your sister-in-law from now on, she'll be your brother's wife from now on, haha." Aunt laughed to herself, looking every bit like a matchmaker. Shueya nodded, thinking to herself,
Xia Yu actually has an older brother.
Fan Yanyan's smile remained unchanged.
Oh, Xia Yu, the one in the military, is his younger brother.
Fan Yanyan echoed her aunt, "That's right, we'll probably all be family from now on, won't we, little Shui?"
Shueya hummed in agreement, then said somewhat shyly, "We've only just begun, I don't know if we can."
"Yes. Of course." Auntie interjected. "They're a match made in heaven.
I feel completely at ease leaving him in your care."
Zhang Beichang, me too.
Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Beichen quickly sent a message to Xia Yu under the table, "Get one of them out of here right now. We can't hold on much longer." Hearing her aunt and uncle say this, Shueya became even more uneasy, but at the same time, she was secretly delighted. So his family is so satisfied with me, but they are too enthusiastic, and I can hardly handle it.
"Is this Xiao Shue's first time entering our home?" Fang Yanyan asked casually. For some reason, Shueya felt that Fan Yanyan's tone was a little off.
The aunt continued to smooth things over, saying, "Although this is the first time either of you has come into our home, as the head of the family, I am very satisfied with both of you daughters-in-law. If Zhang Wei or Xia Yu treat you badly in the future, just tell me, and I'll definitely beat them up."
When my aunt called my name, I deliberately looked away. Wow, that's brilliant. Really brilliant.
With a brain like his wife's, Xia Yu could handle even another girlfriend.
Zhang Beichen praised inwardly. Just then, Fang Yanyan's phone rang. She opened it and saw that it was sent by Xia Yu. "Xia Yu, Sister Fang, I heard from my uncle that you have arrived. I have something important to discuss with you. Please come to room 8808 of the Haibei Xingyao Hotel as soon as possible." Fan Yanyan saw the text message, a smile curving her lips. After thinking for a minute, she replied to Xia Yu, "Okay, let's go immediately." Fan Yanyan put away her phone and then stood up.
Seeing this, the aunt and uncle breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fan Yanyan checked her phone first and then got up, suggesting she might have received news from Xia Yu and could finally get rid of one of them.
Unexpectedly, Fan Yanyan then said virtuously, "I'll go make you some tea, and we can chat slowly. You've been busy all night, so let me handle these little things." Zhang Beichen's lips twitched, cursing inwardly. How can Xiaoyu be so slow? With this kind of emergency response speed, he dares to try to be a time management master? On Xiaoyu's side, he had just checked into a hotel he was passing by. He felt relieved after receiving Fang Yanyan's reply. It was a close call, but thankfully nothing serious happened. My aunt and uncle are really capable, they managed to keep this a secret. Once Shueya leaves, we should give them a good compliment. As for his private life, he is a bit socially awkward, but not that much. Thanks to his 3 years of diligently being a bad student, he has given them a psychological basis, so the matter of having 2 girlfriends is probably reasonable. After finishing, Xia Yu left the hotel without stopping and headed back to his aunt's house. He deliberately took a different route to avoid running into Fang Yanyan. To ensure everything went smoothly, Xia Yu sent Fang Yan another message asking, "Have you started walking yet?" The reply I received was, "We're almost at the hotel." He was relieved. Xia Yu brought Nian to the bottom of the apartment building. He had the same question, why were the surrounding buildings being demolished when everything was perfectly fine? His intuition told him that this matter was probably related to Fang Yanyan. Xia Yu had taught Nian on the way that she should greet her aunt and uncle politely, and that she should just greet them along with him. She was also instructed that her third sister-in-law was upstairs, so she should speak as little as possible and absolutely avoid saying anything shocking. Nian patted her chest, indicating that it was very simple. After knowing the floor, Nian rushed upstairs and excitedly knocked on the door. The door opened with a click. Zhang Beichen was stunned again. No way? There's more? He immediately felt relieved when he saw Xia Yu walking upstairs. But I immediately realized something was wrong. Didn't you send one of your girlfriends away? Just as he was about to speak up to remind them, it was too late. I missed you so much, uncle. Xia Yu shouted happily, his voice echoing down the corridor. Without a doubt, the people inside the house heard it too.
Zhang Beichen felt utterly hopeless and whispered, Xiaoyu, otherwise, you should stop thinking about me and run away.
I really can't teach you anything. Xiaoyu was taken aback. What's wrong, uncle? I was planning to thank you properly afterward for saving my life. Zhang Beichen sighed and stopped struggling. He had already heard that Xiaoyu had returned. Was there any hope for him?
Zhang Beichen stepped aside. Go, Xiaoyu, a true warrior dares to face a life filled with bloodshed.
You are indeed braver than your uncle.
You were acting strangely tonight, uncle.
All I did was let you cover for me once.
Xiaoyu muttered to himself as he walked through the door.
The atmosphere suddenly became quiet.
My aunt was stunned ever since she heard the sound, and she cursed inwardly.
What a wicked son.
He's really stubborn.
He can't even understand after all this teaching, all my good acting skills have been wasted.
Xiaoyu was dumbfounded.
Fang Yanyan didn't leave? Sitting opposite Yukiya? At the entrance.
Zhang Beichen covered his eyes, unable to bear looking. Xian Yanyan, standing beside him, nudged him and whispered, Hello, uncle, I'm Xiaoyu's sister.
Does your eye hurt? Where did he get a sister from?
Zhang Beichen felt a pain in his heart.
Inside the house.
Fang Yanyan adjusted her glasses and said with great interest.
Oh my, whose handsome young man is this? He's home at this hour.
His whole family has been missing him terribly.
Chapter 108 The Power of a Seasoned Veteran. You're asking which family's handsome guy I am. He belongs to everyone. Xiaoyu is feeling a bit numb right now. It's obvious that Fang Yanyan did it on purpose. Okay, so now you're betraying me behind my aunt and uncle's back, aren't you?
Next time, I'll make sure you lunatic, experience what it's like to be backstabbed in a hotel. Xiaoyu forced himself to remain calm and raised his hand to greet them. Hi, have you all eaten yet?
He was speaking to everyone.
My aunt didn't answer, her mind racing. What else could I do to help Xiaoyu get through this? I take back my previous statement that it would be easy to resolve if I were just playing both sides. The situation is complicated now. Shueya smiled gently and replied, Please sit down, I'll get you a glass of water. As she spoke, she started to get up.
What a gentle and virtuous little Shui. Let me do it instead. Fang Yanyan eagerly picked up a bowl of tea. Shueya frowned. Her sister-in-law, was she being so enthusiastic? Was this the whole family like this?
Fang Yanyan picked up a teacup, walked up to Xiaoyu with a serious air, and teased, I wonder if the tea I brought is better, or if little Shui's tea is better.
This question.
Xiaoyu and his aunt were both drenched in sweat. Zhang Beichen held his breath, the air felt heavy.
Shueya frowned. Why is she arguing with me? This is getting stranger and stranger. She acts like she knew Xiaoyu before. No need. Xiaoyan, you should rest.
The aunt stopped her from speaking, and in an instant, she had an idea. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyan wanted to see photos of our family when we were little, but I couldn't find them in the inner room.
Could you take her in and look for them? Okay. Xiaoyu nodded quickly, thinking that his aunt was quick to react.
This way, he would have some alone time with Fang Yanyan inside the house. Perfect.
Yes, I also want to see what he looked like when he was a child. Let's go. Fang Yanyan secretly winked at Xiaoyu. Surprisingly, Fang Yanyan didn't cause any trouble and actually went into Xiaoyu's room first.
Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine.
Could this trick really be kept secret? Or is Fang Yanyan planning something big?
However, he can only hope that his aunt will get Shueya away from the scene first, and then he can take them down one by one.
Trust your aunt. She's an old hand at this.
Xiaoyu comforted himself with this thought.
After Xiaoyu entered the house,
the aunt standing nearby immediately smiled and said to Shueya, Zhang Wei's girlfriend is very outgoing. I prefer a girl like Shueya, who is quiet and gentle.
She would definitely be a good wife and mother.
This compliment immediately brought Shueya back to her senses, leaving her somewhat flustered by the flattery. No matter how many people outside praise her as a favored daughter of heaven, none of them can compare to the directness of her aunt's words.
No, auntie, please don't think I'm bad at speaking.
Shueya said shyly.
Her aunt grabbed her hand again. Honestly,
Zhang Beichen is so slow, taking forever to order takeout. After all these years, he's still useless at everything.
Little Shui, it's not too late. Why don't you come with me to the restaurant across the street to buy some food? We can pack it up and bring it back.
I'd like to talk to you a little more by myself. Not far away, Zhang Beichen silently took out his phone and left a message for the delivery driver: "Don't deliver the food. I'll treat you to a meal as a treat, please don't deliver it." He sent a 100 yuan tip. "Okay, auntie." Before Xueya could answer, her aunt pulled her up. She felt that Xiaoyu's family was really both assertive and enthusiastic. Xiaoyu must have inherited his strong personality from his aunt, right? Before leaving, Xueya glanced at Nian Nian, who was covering her mouth in the corner. Strangely, Nian Nian was unusually quiet this time. Even when she passed by her, she only winked at her in greeting. As soon as Xueya stepped out, Zhang Beichen relaxed considerably. I thought to myself, now I have enough time for Xiaoyu to handle it, right? In contrast, the JK girl next to them, the younger sister? Judging from their reactions, Xueya and Fang Yanyan seemed to know each other, and neither of them showed any curiosity about her appearance. Zhang Beicheng was very puzzled by this. "Little girl, are you Xiaoyu's sister? When did you meet?" Nian Nian shook her head and continued to cover her mouth without saying a word. "Your mouth is injured?" Still no response. "Forget it, what kind of people are around Xiaoyu?" Zhang Beichen shook his head with a wry smile, ran into the kitchen and started cutting fruit, which was a gift from Xueya. He had just finished peeling a large plate of pears when he heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He froze, almost instinctively. Didn't the delivery guy see the message? Or maybe his wife came back so soon? Impossible. His aunt isn't that stupid. It can only be the neighbor. It can't be his girlfriend, right? He was about to use his spiritual power to sense it, but then he thought better of it. The building was shielded by a spiritual artifact. It might be a prop set up by Xiaoyu, and it wouldn't be good to damage it. He walked to the door and opened it. "Hello uncle, I am Sumu, Xiaoyu's girlfriend. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a gift. I will make it up to you next time." "Zhang Beichen, Xiaoyu. Why don't you just come out and face your death?" 10 minutes ago, inside Xiaoyu's room. As soon as she entered, Fang Yanyan sat directly on Xiaoyu's bed, her round buttocks causing 2 crescent-shaped indentations in the bed surface. "Come sit down, why are you standing so far away from me?" Fang Yanyan smiled and patted the bed beside her. Dressed in business attire and black-rimmed glasses, if the scene weren't in a bedroom, it would really look like a classroom play. Xiaoyu didn't stand on ceremony and threw himself next to her, pretending to be clueless as he said, "What kind of photos do you want to see? I'll find them for you." "Oh, the kind where you don't wear clothes. Do you have any?" Fang Yanyan deliberately leaned very close and whispered in Xiaoyu's ear. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance, mingled with a hint of alcohol. Xiaoyu calmly dealt with the situation and analyzed the situation. Her rant started again. The fact that she was still driving meant she was in a good mood. As for whether she had investigated or discovered anything suspicious about Xueya, that was still uncertain. Xiaoyu, also a car enthusiast, said seriously, "I'm not surnamed Chen, so I certainly don't have that kind of hobby of taking photos. If you want to see them, I don't want to work on it anymore. Just please don't buy steel wool." Ha 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 ha. Fang Yan laughed so hard she almost fell over, gently pinching Xiaoyu's collar and saying with a hint of coquettishness, "Steel wool. I can't bear to break it. If I break it, I won't be able to use it anymore. It's okay if you don't want to work hard, but you should work hard in other areas." Changing the subject, she narrowed her eyes. "I wonder if that little Shui girl outside has ever encouraged you to work hard." Hiss. "It's here." Xiaoyu's spirits lifted. Since she asked that question, it couldn't be without reason, or perhaps she was still doubtful and uncertain? Xiaoyu prepared to stall for time, cleverly using the topic of driving as a springboard to answer. "How could that be? I swear to God, I'm still a virgin." Fang Yanyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected this answer. Did he and that love-obsessed Sumu not eat? Fang Yanyan said oh, and added, "You seem quite proud of yourself. Or, how about I help you become a man right here?" Ha 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 ha. Chapter 109. I'm going to die. She started again. Xiaoyu was exasperated. At this time, under these circumstances, how can someone still be considered a man? My aunt and uncle are still trying to get me to become a movie star, and I'm doing this with a rich woman in the movie? That's outrageous. This isn't good. There are so many people here, I'll get shy. How about we go to room 8808 instead? Xiaoyu suggested. There are too many people, your dear little Mumu hasn't arrived yet, Fang Yanyan said sarcastically. Sumu's legs are so enviable, even I, your older sister, can't help but admire them.
You actually managed to resist eating them.
I never knew you had such willpower.
Fortunately, Sumu didn't come, otherwise there would have been no solution.
Xiaoyu thought to himself. Xiaoyu said decisively, my sister has more charm, and that kind of demeanor is something those young girls can't understand. He wants to flatter Fang Yanyan first. He wants to elevate her to a high level. Oh, Fang Yanyan glanced at him sideways and said insincerely, you're quite good at flattering people. You're still the same as before on the internet, with a whole set of sweet talk skills to coax people. So Fang Yanyan crossed one leg and casually placed it on Xiaoyu's leg, asking, and who is Xiaoxua outside the door?
My sister isn't stupid. Telling the truth won't lead to bloodshed, you know. Who told you to be my nemesis?
Sure enough, I knew she was too shrewd, she couldn't hide her love for two people.
Xiaoyu simply confessed. Yes, that's exactly what you think. Fang Yanyan asked in a sour tone, is it that contract again, the one about dying from Dayu's constitution for 3 years? Yes. So, between her and me, who should I get to know first? She.
Oh, Fang Yanyan paused for a moment and said, seriously, I'll have to rack my brains to keep these younger girls in line in the future.
Let's go. Fang Yanyan stood up. My sister is the best. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief.
Sure enough, the rich woman was more magnanimous.
Fang Yanyan stopped in her tracks.
Oh dear, what are you saying?
I didn't say I was going to leave right away. I'm going out to have a good chat with Xiaoxue. This is so funny, ha ha ha. Xiaoyu, you praised me too early.
Before Xiaoyu could call her back, Fang Yanyan opened the door and walked out. Xiaoyu could only continue to hope that his aunt wouldn't bring Xueya back. He took out his phone, intending to text his aunt, but found that his phone had no signal.
This damn net failed me at the crucial moment. The intersection in front of the residential area.
Xueya and her aunt were waiting at a red light, but the light bulb was flickering.
Auntie waved her phone. Xiaoxue, does your phone still have a signal? Why can't I get a signal? Xueya took out her phone and saw that it was also blank.
She shook her head and said, Auntie, I don't have it either.
It might be under maintenance.
Looking around, I saw several passers-by fiddling with their phones, probably because they had no signal. Aunt frowned, stretched out her palm, and a small grain of salt condensed in her palm. Her brows furrowed even deeper as she looked toward the distant beach of Haibei City. Strange, the saltiness in the air seems off.
Auntie, what's wrong? Xueya asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Look, this traffic light might be broken. It keeps flashing.
Let's just go straight across.
Aunt pulled Xueya forward.
Since she couldn't contact Xiaoyu and Zhang Beichen by phone, she decided to take Xueya for a while longer so that there would be one less person when they got back. On the way, Auntie didn't forget to ask Xueya 3 soul-searching questions. Xiaoyu. He was hoping for the best. Auntie is so clever and quick-witted, how could she easily bring Xueya back? Once the cell phone signal returns to normal, he'll receive the message he sent to his aunt, and then things will be simple.
With a confident air, Xiaoyu walked out of the bedroom. He was stunned again as soon as he came out. Sumu? Why is she here too? Is this ever going to end?
My uncle stood to the side with a look of utter despair, shrugging his shoulders as if to say, you do it, I really can't do anything else.
Fang Yanyan picked up a peeled pear and held it out to Sumu. Who is this pretty young lady?
Have some pear to soothe your throat.
Maybe we're family too. Sumu didn't answer, and looked at Xiaoyu with a slightly puzzled expression. She felt she had guessed right. This woman looked a bit shady. Was she one of those vixens from novels? Who are you? Sumu asked calmly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Xiaoyu didn't know what to say. Bringing up Zhang Wei's girlfriend again was obviously unrealistic. Things had already gone too far. Zhang Beichen couldn't bear to look at him.
Xiaoyu had brought this upon himself. He really was juggling 3 relationships at once. I underestimated him.
Oh, little sister. I'm your good older sister.
Fang Yanyan took Sumu's hand and, imitating her aunt, pulled her to the sofa.
You can call me Sister Fang, you know? Xiaoyu also has an older brother named Zhang Wei, so does my little sister know who I am? Fang Yanyan said with a smile.
She also used ambiguous methods.
Ha?
Xiaoyu was dumbfounded.
What was going on? Was she possessed by her aunt? Zhang Beichen's eyes widened. She's been possessed by my wife?
Sumu's eyes lit up, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Oh, so it's my eldest sister. Sumu then realized, so they really were having a family dinner tonight. It seems I arrived at the wrong time.
Then you guys have your meal first. I'll come find Xiaoyu another day.
I don't want to disturb you, Sumu said earnestly, her tone very sincere. Your little sister is so cute. Fang Yanyan stopped her. It's not bothering us at all, let's sit down and chat together. Then she turned around and asked.
Is it alright if I don't disturb you, Xiaoyu?
What else could I say?
Xiaoyu nodded, forcing a smile. Yes. Uncle doesn't mind, does he? Zhang Beichen gave a dry laugh. We're all family.
Zhang Beichen reached into his pocket again, wanting to take out a gift, but then stopped.
Without his aunt, he really can't act very well.
Furthermore, he was filled with questions about Fang Yanyan's performance.
This is even more mind-bending than the ethical relationships depicted in a certain South Korean TV drama. After everyone was seated at the dining table, the atmosphere was a little awkward.
The table, meant for 6, now only has 2 empty seats.
It was as if the remaining 2 seats were reserved for Shueya and her aunt.
Zhang Beichen sat for a few minutes and then went to the kitchen. He couldn't bear to look anymore.
Nian Yan remained silent the entire time, but she was almost bursting with pent-up emotions.
She deduced that her sister-in-law was about to start a battle over whether the child was legitimate or illegitimate.
She was going to watch the show tonight.
Fang Yanyan ate a piece of pear and said leisurely, actually, I still really like men like Xiaoyu.
I wonder how far things have progressed between you two, Sumimi? Can you tell me about it?
Sumu thought for a moment, then said earnestly with a hint of pride. He often made me change into different kinds of silk stockings, and had my sister show me the techniques using the shadow stone, saying that my legs were the most beautiful in the world, and also,
Xiaoyu, I'm going to die. Chapter 110. The Shura field is complete.
At the dining table, Sumu gave a long and detailed account of all the details about their relationship. And there are also strange poses, and what is called flower hand gestures. She even explained how to use the silky smoothness to enhance the sensation. It was clear to the naked eye that although Fang Yanyan maintained a smile on her face, a dangerous glint had already appeared in her eyes.
Oh, Xiaoyu is such a good teacher, he teaches so comprehensively. Fang Yanyan said with a hint of jealousy. Why is it that when it comes to me, my partner is so clueless about romance? Is that right, Xiaoyu? Fang Yanyan squinted at Xiaoyu. Maybe, probably, perhaps he just hasn't had the time yet. Otherwise, who could resist someone like my sister?
Xiaoyu said righteously.
And what about you? Will you be able to maintain it? Fang Yanyan asked with a hint of coquettishness, picking up a piece of pear and putting it in her mouth.
Sumu looked at Xiaoyu warily, waiting for his answer.
Xiaoyu cursed inwardly. No wonder she didn't leave. She wanted to stay and fight me. It's impossible to say whether you can control yourself or not right now. This problem is simply unsolvable. Any answer will offend someone. Then don't blame me for being ruthless.
Although Fang Yanyan appeared wild and uninhibited on the surface, Xiaoyu had witnessed it during that kiss. She was clearly not even as good as him, a novice.
Especially when he made the slightest move, Fang Yanyan would instinctively become incredibly nervous.
Xiaoyu had noticed these details beforehand.
Xiaoyu replied calmly, of course. I can control myself.
Sumu immediately flashed a sweet smile. Upon hearing this, Fang Yanyan frowned slightly, about to retort, it seems I. Her words caught in her throat. She didn't finish them, her expression changed, and her beautiful eyes widened. She then saw Xiaoyu across from her give her a mischievous smile. You can definitely hold back, right? Fang Yanyan froze, because under the table, a hand grabbed her leg tightly and wasn't behaving itself.
Especially since she's wearing a business suit now. She felt that if she said anything more, Xiaoyu would not hesitate to go even further. With the help of the curtain hanging over the dining table, no one noticed anything amiss. Fang Yanyan didn't know whether to get up or stay seated, and said somewhat indignantly, what kind of temporary trick is this? Sumu was a little confused and thought Fang Yanyan was talking about the previous incident where her boyfriend was clueless about romance. So she kindly said, Sister Fang, these things depend on learning and guidance. I can recommend a novel to you. This isn't very intuitive, so here you go.
Sumu spread his hands and took out the Tuoying spirit stone that he had just taken from the spatial artifact.
Xiaoyu's eye twitched. Now all 3 of them have something, right? Nian Nian really made the most of all the things she bought.
While covering her mouth, Nian Nian exclaimed inwardly, wow, it has to be my sister-in-law. With just a few words, she got the concubine to share the good stuff. I don't even need to send it to her.
Fang Yanyan hesitated for only a few seconds before taking the Tuiying spirit stone from Sumu's hand.
She was about to make a joke, but then she swallowed her words back, because Xiaoyu didn't play by the rules.
Thank you, Sister Su. I will definitely take a good look and then put what I've learned into practice. Fang Yanyan emphasized the word practice and glared at Xiaoyu fiercely.
At this moment, Zhang Beicheng, who had been squatting in the kitchen for a long time, came out. He was holding a shiny, washed apple in his hand.
Surprisingly, no fight broke out outside? And these people are sitting together so harmoniously? Zhang Beicheng couldn't help but wonder.
He sat down and coughed a few times. Everyone, have some apples.
Thank you, Uncle, Sumu said politely. Then the atmosphere became a little awkward.
Sumu wasn't sure what to say, so she just silently peeled the apple, intending to hand it to Xiaoyu as soon as she finished, to show that she was an obedient and good girlfriend.
Fang Yanyan dared not speak carelessly, fearing that Xiaoyu might make some inappropriate moves. In reality, she was far from being so uninhibited.
Xiaoyu only needs to guarantee one thing: don't let Fang Yanyan talk nonsense. By the way, Fang Yanyan is indeed a mature woman. The texture of those thighs,
I can also boost the quest progress.
The cumulative quest progress has now reached 63%.
If I continue to spread the rewards evenly, I won't be far from getting a divine artifact. Nian Nian is still mute and listens to Xiaoyu very much.
The atmosphere remained in a delicate balance, and neither of them would easily break it.
Zhang Beicheng thought to himself. This can't go on forever. The longer it drags on, the more his aunt and Shueya will come back. It's been so long, why don't you go check on your aunt and see why she hasn't come back from buying food yet? Zhang Beicheng suggested. Yes, what if Auntie and Shueya get separated? It would be so worrying. Fang Yanyan added, risking her own safety to say it. As expected, Xiaoyu retaliated, stretching his hand forward, almost touching the edge of danger. Fang Yanyan immediately shut up and stopped talking. Sumu frowned slightly. Shueya? What does this have to do with Shueya-senpai? Aunt Xiaoyu and Shueya went out? They've known each other for a long time? Which Shueya?
Sumu asked, puzzled. Before Xiaoyu could answer, his aunt's voice came from the doorway. Honestly, all the payment systems are down today.
Buying food is so slow and has taken so long. I hope Xiao Shui is hungry. Xiaoyu sighed. Well, no need to answer. I've got them all.
Outside the door, Auntie hesitantly took out her key, only to find that the door was actually ajar.
Shueya followed behind, carrying a takeout box.
Auntie thought to herself, if Xiaoyu and Zhang Beicheng are both idiots, they should have resolved the matter by now, even if they've been deliberately dragging things out for so long.
Finding a reason to take someone away is an easy thing to do. She left Shueya alone, confident that she could portray Shueya flawlessly and without any trace of artifice. But the moment she opened the door, she was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. At the dining table, all 5 people turned their gazes toward her. Xiaoyu's helplessness, Zhang Beicheng's gloom, Sumu's kindness, Fang Yanyan's schadenfreude, plus Nian Nian looking up and down for something delicious. Sumu stood up. Hello, Auntie, I am Xiaoyu's girlfriend, my name is Sumu.
A million possibilities flashed through my aunt's mind, but when she realized there was no hope, she resigned herself to her fate and sighed deeply.
Xiaoyu. Others are two-timing, and you've gone to learn from the centipede, haven't you? Fine, I'll learn then. But you can't even time a date properly. You're just making things difficult for us. And walked into the room, forcing a dry laugh, and said to Sumu. Sumu, girlfriend, hello. I like you the moment I saw you. Please have a seat.
Sumu glanced at Shueya behind him and saw her head down.
Sumu paused, lost in thought. Chapter 111 so colorful.
Shueya stood helplessly at the door, her eyes dimming like a child who had done something wrong. She never expected things to develop this way, and that Sumu would witness it. She stood at the doorway, unsure whether to go in or leave, her heart filled with a mix of panic and confusion.
She especially didn't want to cause Xiaoyu any trouble.
Xiaoyu observed her emotions. Just as Fang Yanyan was about to speak and tease Xiaoyu about his current situation, she met Xiaoyu's domineering gaze. And Xiaoyu had already let go of her. That look in his eyes was a warning to her not to say anything more.
Fang Yanyan felt a pang of fear when she saw that look in his eyes. But she didn't say anything, instead tilting her head and pouting slightly, somewhat unconvinced. A few seconds of sudden silence followed. Then Xiaoyu said firmly, "All right. Xiaoxue, bring the food in, sit down and let's eat together." The voice wasn't loud, but every word was powerful, meant for everyone to hear. Xueya felt a glimmer of light in her heart, but she still couldn't move her feet. Upon hearing this, Sumu was surprised to learn that Xiaoyu had called her Xiaoxue. Sure enough, the novel was right. I had predicted that Xueya would be impressed by Xiaoyu. She immediately immersed herself in the plot and felt that everything was within the realm of truth. The future looks incredibly bright. Fortunately, Sister Xueya is a very nice person. She is my first female friend, and she is well educated, polite, and gentle. She is much better than those vixens and courtesans outside. Thinking of this, Su Muwen smiled and said, "Sister Xueya, come and eat. I'm starving." Zhang Beichang, huh? Aunt, huh? Nian Nian, second sister-in-law's move is brilliant. The concubines have formed an alliance to deal with the empress. After Sumu said that, Xueya nodded silently, a surge of warmth welling up in her heart, and her eyes brightened considerably. Sumu stepped forward to take half of the takeout box from her and let her into the house. She recalled that there was also such a door in the special training maze. One touches the heartstrings, the other leads towards brightness and the future. Downstairs in the residential complex, Su Nanxiong and Adis stood at the entrance of the building. Su Nanxiong's eyes narrowed. The spiritual energy in this building is completely blocked. That brat Xiaoyu, he's really going all out. But if I go up to them directly and they don't do anything, and it's just a normal heart-to-heart talk, wouldn't it make me seem petty and suspicious? Never mind, I'll call Xiaomu first. Su Nanxiong took out his phone, only to find there was no signal. Humph, they've even blocked cell phone signals. Ada, do you have any good ideas? Ada replied instantly, "Master, I recently switched to a different data plan. The signal is good, and most importantly, it has unlimited general data." Su Nanxiong's cheek twitched. Why did I ask him that again? Here's what we'll do, Ada. When you go up there later, just say that you feel Hebei City is unsafe and that you want to come and protect them. Just be a third wheel, don't let them do anything, just keep them within the protection zone. Do you know what a light bulb is? Su Nanxiong asked, somewhat uneasy. Ada nodded solemnly, of course I know what it is. Rest assured, Master. Su Nanxiong wasn't entirely at ease, but as long as Ada stayed with them, the two of them couldn't do anything. He patted Ada on the shoulder and suggested, since you have unlimited data, spend more time browsing online forums and such. It would be best to enroll in an adult education program and ask the housekeeper to reimburse the fees. Yes, Master. Xiaoyu's home. The dining table was full of people. A sumptuous dinner was served entirely in takeout containers. Since Sumu had already eaten, he had only given Xueya a way out, so he didn't eat much. The situation is starting to become very delicate. If we're talking about being carefree, then Nian Nian is the one. She tried every dish, and then just kept eating that stir-fried instant noodles. Just like Nian Nian, Zhang Beichen was rendered speechless by having his acupoints pressed, and he sighed inwardly. Xiaoyu's love life is truly outrageous and bizarre. 3 girlfriends, each with their own unique characteristics, and they're even eating together. What kind of situation is this? Aunt had recovered from the shock. She searched through the dictionary and could only describe the scene in 4 words, flourishing and multiplying. She heard the echo of a house full of children and grandchildren. These 3 all seem like they'd be easy to raise, it's so hard to choose. Oh no, for high-level superhumans, having several lovers is practically a common phenomenon. The aunt became happier and happier as she thought about it, having already forgotten the carnage in front of her. A carnage can also be a nursery, after all. Xiaoyu remained silent, choosing to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Sister Xueya, have some food. Sumu broke the silence, picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it in her bowl. Thank you. Xueya replied softly. Sister Xueya, when did you and Xiaoyu meet? Sumu asked casually. Danger. Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Zhang Beicheng and his aunt perked up their ears. Oh, there's gossip to hear? Xiaoyu said calmly and forcefully, Mumu, let's eat first. We'll talk about it later. There's nothing to hide. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, and I will be sincere with you all as well, Sumu said earnestly. I can be sincere, but please don't make me die of injustice while I'm with my aunt and uncle. Xiaoyu thought to himself. Xueya nodded, her cool face slightly flushed, and she said shyly.
We've known each other for 913 days. We only chatted online before, but after meeting in person for a few days, I found out it was him. Sumu, I really didn't know who Xiaoyu was at first. I didn't lie to you on purpose. I only found out during the special training maze. He did it on purpose at first. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoyu coughed heavily a few times, interrupting her.
My aunt and uncle, with expressions of utter disbelief, asked simultaneously, and then? What were you doing on purpose?
That's all, Xiaoyu answered for her.
TCH, who knows if they'll be shameless afterward, Fong Yanyan added sarcastically.
Thank you, Sister Fong, Sumu said earnestly to Fong Yanyan.
Fong Yanyan was taken aback. Why are you thanking me?
The black gold bracelet that Xiaoyu received in the maze was a gift from the Fong family.
He doesn't have any other friends, so it must have been given to him by Sister Fong.
It also helped us out of our predicament, so we definitely have to thank Sister Fong, Sumu said sincerely. Fong Yanyan nodded to accept her thanks, but at the same time seemed thoughtful.
Xiaoyu's naturally innocent and adorable girlfriend didn't seem to be as simple as she appeared.
My aunt also agreed in her heart.
This last one might be a major enemy in future conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
With just a few words, Sumu eased the atmosphere considerably. She remained outwardly calm, but a hint of smugness rose in her heart.
Learning from the female lead in domineering CEO stories is indeed the truth. Sudden.
The unlocked front door was pushed open. Ada, dressed in a black suit, barged in. He suddenly jumped in front of everyone, and to their astonishment, Adi placed both palms on his chin, making a flowering motion, and said loudly with a serious expression.
I'm a third wheel. Bueling. If you're satisfied, I'd appreciate a small gift. Chapter 112 Bloodstained Art. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What kind of performance art is he doing? And the poses and limbs are so uncoordinated. Xiaoyu, who is this?
Auntie asked, her face full of questions.
Xiaoyu said helplessly, Sumu's bodyguard is quite honest, his name is Adi.
Based on the conversation, he immediately realized that Su Nanxiong had summoned him to prevent him from becoming a grandfather too soon.
Auntie chuckled awkwardly a few times and said to Ada, why don't you come and have some with us, Ada?
Ada refused, a light bulb only needs to be charged, it doesn't need to eat. The aunt was speechless, realizing what Xiaoyu meant by really.
Ada, you should go back first.
Tell Lao Deng that I'm having dinner with Xiaoyu's family, and he'll understand what I mean, Sumu said calmly.
Yes, miss. Ada nodded and rushed downstairs.
After Ada left, his aunt and uncle urged everyone to eat more, without mentioning a word about Xiaoyu's love life. They won't even say what happened recently, for fear of saying the wrong thing and making their nephew misunderstand when it comes to time management. At this moment, Fong Yanyan stood up somewhat listlessly and said,
Uncle, Aunt, it's getting late, I should go back now. I'll visit you properly next time. You're welcome to come anytime.
Auntie said with a smile, standing up.
I'll see Xiaoyan out, you all stay seated. Aunt took Fong Yanyan's hand and led her out warmly, her expression affectionate.
Just before leaving, Fong Yanyan turned back and said to Xiaoyu with a playful expression.
Good little brother, don't forget to teach me some things that others don't know, especially things that your two younger sisters don't know. Damn it! They're going to rip me off again before they leave. Sure enough, when he looked up, he met Shueya and Sumu's questioning gazes, as if they were asking, what other secrets do you and she have that are kept hidden?
Xiaoyu immediately gave some trivial information about the special labyrinth to brush it off.
On the stairwell. My aunt murmured reluctantly as she said goodbye. Xiaoyan, to be honest, I like you the most. I'll teach Xiaoyu a lesson when I get back. How can he do things like this? If you need anything in the future, you can just call your aunt. This is my phone number.
She slipped a note to Fong Yanyan. It was clearly something she had prepared in advance.
Fong Yanyan accepted the note and said obediently, thank you, Auntie. Don't call me Auntie, call me Auntie. My aunt didn't return until she escorted me all the way down to the first floor.
Fong Yanyan carefully put away the note, her obedient expression vanishing. She took off her black-rimmed glasses and threw them aside. The glasses exploded in mid-air as a burst of flame, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Then she took a step forward, and flames suddenly burst into flames on her body. In the flames, her formal and dignified clothes suddenly changed into a blood-red long dress, her hair returned to its original dark red, and even her shoes were completely changed. Its entire body was blood red. She snapped her fingers not far from the apartment complex.
The female subordinate from before appeared instantly. Fang Yanyan asked lazily, "Give me the address of a hideout for evil cultivators in Haibei City. I want to have some fun."
The female subordinate hesitated for a moment before saying, "President Fang, there's a situation in Haibei City today.
All network communications are down, and even the communication devices are malfunctioning. I suggest you leave this place."
"That's really interesting, ha ha ha,"
Fang Yanyan said indifferently. "Give me the address, not some nonsense." A dozen minutes later.
In an alley in Haibei City, the walls on both sides are covered with rebellious, evil, and large-scale graffiti. There was an iron gate in the middle, and two girls on the side were wearing leather shorts, fishnet stockings, nose rings, and lip piercings, looking like trendy young women.
Their tattoos are even more elaborate than graffiti.
In front of them was a bald, burly man, shirtless, laughing loudly and making lewd jokes with the two young women. At the end of the alley, a woman in a bright red dress and high heels walked slowly towards us. In an instant, her stunningly beautiful and voluptuous face, coupled with her tall and mature figure, immediately caught the bald man's attention.
Fang Yanyan ignored him and walked straight to the door. "Hey, sister, this isn't a place for you.
Wearing such red, showing off here, you'll probably get eaten alive by those old men if you go inside."
"Little sister, don't say that. Some older sisters may seem dignified on the surface, but they might just like this kind of thing. Maybe there's nothing under that red dress, ha ha." "Oh?" Fang Yanyan asked with great interest, "Then tell me, my legs are the most beautiful legs in the world, right?" Without waiting for their reply, Fang Yanyan walked directly through the iron gate. Outside the door, three evil cultivators stood motionless, their eye sockets hollow, with only charred marks remaining. With a gust of wind, the legs of the three men shattered with a crash, leaving only half of their upper bodies. Inside the iron gate was an unusually noisy bar. The brightly lit bar was filled with the smells of tobacco, alcohol, and hormones. Men and women reveled, and the corners were especially erotic. "Holy crap, what a beauty! I don't recognize her. Let me have some fun with you and have a drink." The drunken man was about to grab Fang Yanyan's shoulder when he realized he had missed. The next second, Fang Yanyan appeared on the bar counter. She tossed a black card into the stone counter and said to the stunned bartender, "All drinks tonight are on me." The bartender was overjoyed, but asked in confusion, "Which organization are you from? I've never seen you before?" Fang Yan made a shushing gesture. "Being a heretical cultivator means learning to enjoy life while you can, and don't go asking around. My sister's in a bad mood today, so she's treating you to drinks. But this is a farewell drink, ha 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 ha." Soon after, crimson blood seeped from inside the iron gate. Xia Yu's home. Shueya felt that she had stayed long enough and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Sumu also stood up and said she would stay with her. Her purpose was not only to exchange feelings, but also to prevent Xia Yu from having another secret rendezvous at night. So she planned to stay at the hotel with Shueya. When it was time to leave, Auntie asked Zheng Beiqing to take Sumu to the study to get something first, while she saw Shueya off. Zheng Beiqing understood immediately and had already prepared the family heirloom in his arms. He then told Sumu the same thing again, but his delivery was not as fluent and natural as his aunt's. "In the stairwell. Xiao Shui, you're the one I like the most. The note has a phone number on it. From now on, don't call me Auntie. Just call me Auntie." Auntie ran back upstairs again. "Xiaomu, just change your address to Auntie, come visit often, and call me when you come." Xia Yu went downstairs with them, intending to help them book a hotel room. And he made up his mind that he must not open the hotel where Fang Yanyan stayed. I left the residential area. Sumu walked ahead, holding Shueya's hand, looking very much like best friends. Just then, a series of muffled booming sounds came from the air. The three of them looked south at the same time. Xia Yu listened carefully. "It's the seaside. It could be a massive tsunami." Chapter 113 Great Crisis. The three of them stopped in their tracks simultaneously. As superhumans, they are not afraid of natural disasters like tsunamis and they pose no threat to them at all. However, Xia Yu was able to sense a trace of malevolent energy from the tsunami, which was very strange. Xia Yu's home is less than 5 kilometers from the sea, which means it's not far from the sea. "You guys go back to the community first, I'll go check what's going on." Xia Yu gave an instruction, and several talismans appeared between his fingers. She knew that Shueya had the ability to control water, so the tsunami posed no threat to her.
Using the flight effect of the sword control talisman, Xiaoyu rode his spirit sword and sped away. He had spent some time improving the sword control talisman, so choosing a talisman that could sustain flight for a full 3 minutes was more than enough. Upon arriving at the beach, large areas of reefs were exposed, and the lowest water level was hundreds of meters deeper than it usually is at low tide. Many sea fish and crabs were stranded on the rocks, rolling and crawling around. Looking further into the distance, the usual coastline and the reflection of the bright moon are no longer visible. Instead, massive, dark waves are surging in. Right now, the giant waves are estimated to be nearly 100 meters high, roaring and surging towards Haibei City like a ferocious beast. At this speed, we'll arrive in Haibei City in about 5 minutes.
No signal plus a tsunami? What a coincidence. Xia Yuxing had a bad feeling. It was 10:40 p.m.
In the distance, the sea was dark and gloomy, while behind me, the city of Haibei was brightly lit. The emergency response team for superhumans in Haibei City is so slow.
Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain.
He's been here for several minutes, but he hasn't seen any members of the task force come to check on the situation yet.
Xiaoyu thought of a kind of useless talisman called Sound Talisman. Its function was very simple, it was a loudspeaker. Almost no one drew it.
He quickly took out the talismans and drew about 10 of them.
These talismans were very simple and not difficult at all.
He threw it towards his residential area, and the talisman exploded violently, a visible sonic wave spreading outwards.
The shockwave even caused the buildings to tremble slightly. A tsunami is coming.
The loud sound of the 4 words traveled straight into the distance and began to spread, especially in the neighborhood where Xiaoyu had lived since childhood, which was a key area for protection. Then he launched several spirit swords towards the huge waves, and a few seconds later, a faint spiritual energy feedback was indeed received from the steel technique.
Xiaoyu was certain that this was man-made, or perhaps influenced by the illusion, and definitely not a normal tsunami.
After confirming the decision, Xiaoyu felt there was no need for him to be the first to speak out, so he flew straight back to his residential compound. His aunt and her family lived in the neighborhood, but he didn't care much about the others.
He had already done more than enough by reminding them.
Along the way, the lights in the buildings were noticeably brighter, and the citizens still strolling outside were clearly panicked, exhibiting a variety of reactions. Of course, some people didn't believe it and continued walking towards the sea, wanting to see who was playing a prank in the middle of the night. Before he even landed, Xiaoyu saw Su Mu and the other 2 looking somewhat anxious downstairs.
Xiaoyu jumped off the spirit sword and asked, "What's wrong? Your aunt and uncle are still missing."
Su Mu and I returned immediately and knocked on the door, but no one answered.
We used our spiritual power to open the door, but the house was empty, Shueya said with great concern. Nian Nian blinked, I just turned my head and they disappeared, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation. Xiaoyu seemed to be thinking. It's true that they are extraordinary individuals, and their strength appears weak on the surface, but these 2 may be far more complex than that. Furthermore, if someone could abduct someone right under the nose of a 7th-tier Nian Nian, how terrifying would their strength be? It's only a possibility, we can't rule out the possibility that this is a targeted conspiracy. Were they kidnapped? Because of themselves? That's probably unlikely.
In the world of superhumans, the damage caused by ordinary natural disasters is limited, but a premeditated act involving spiritual power is a different story. If any organization dares to defy public opinion and turn a blind eye to the lives of countless civilians, it will find it difficult to survive in the future.
Moreover, this wouldn't be particularly targeted at Xiaoyu.
Anyone above the 7th rank could simply attack him directly. There's no need for such a complicated process. In that instant, countless guesses flashed through Xiaoyu's mind.
When you came, there was no residual spiritual energy downstairs, right? Xiaoyu asked. No, no one has ever left this unit. Su Nanxiang emerged from behind the holly bushes not far away, his face grave. Behind him was a day. What a worried father-in-law.
Xiaoyu felt embarrassed, but he had no intention of making fun of him.
I just went to see it.
It's a man-made tsunami. The disaster will be even more terrible, Xiaoyu said in a deep voice.
Su Nanxiang nodded. I could guess.
A lot of things are not quite right tonight.
I estimate that the superhuman team will react soon.
I need to go to the Su family's outpost to give them some pointers.
You protect Xiaomu. Good.
Su Nanxiang disappeared quickly, without using any means of transportation, relying solely on the speed enhanced by his spiritual power. Finally, after about 4 minutes, the entire city experienced a noticeable tremor. Looking at the distant sky,
Towering waves are approaching Hebei City and could crash down at any moment, engulfing the entire city. This was even more terrifying than when Xiaoyu looked at it from afar. Shueya, how large an area can you control the water to protect? Xiaoyu asked.
Shueya thought for a moment and said, there's no problem with this neighborhood. Yes, be careful not to overexert yourself.
The danger isn't just the tsunami. Only then did the entire city descend into extreme panic.
Many people rushed to higher ground, and screams, honking horns, and children crying filled the air.
Is that kid downstairs, Xiaoyu?
A tsunami is coming, and you and your friend are still downstairs instead of running.
Come to the rooftop, kid.
An old woman's voice came from the upstairs window.
Don't worry, Grandma Lu, I'm fine, Xiaoyu replied with a smile.
After saying that, Xiaoyu stepped onto his sword and rose into the air under Grandma Lu's disappointed gaze, facing the giant wave from the most direct perspective to guard against unexpected situations.
Grandma Lu exclaimed, this child, Xiaoyu, has awakened the talent to fly. Shueya's eyes flashed with blue light, ready to strike at any moment. Before the giant wave arrived, a chilling wail came from the sea. Immediately afterwards, a dark red flame shot into the sky from the coastline of Hebei City.
Xiaoyu looked at the flame, which seemed very familiar.
Is she going to get involved in this? That shouldn't be the case.
Then Xiaoyu had a flash of inspiration.
I see. Blanche. This is clearly a sacrifice. They want to sacrifice innocent civilians from Hebei City. Chapter 114 The Big Shot.
In the distance, a dark red wall of fire rose, preparing to block the advance of the giant wave. Seeing the color of this spiritual energy, Xiaoyu could basically confirm that it was Fang Yanyan.
However, he did not think that Fang Yanyan was overly compassionate.
He suddenly remembered that Fang Yanyan had mentioned the Book of Life and Death of the underworld official. Currently, there is still no definite solution to Yan Shu's predicament, and some organizations are probably impatient to take such actions. Judging from Fang Yanyan's reaction, it seems that Wanbao Trading Company is quite afraid of the ghost servants' riot in the Book of Life and Death of the underworld official.
Regardless, doing this is a bit excessive. Although Hebei City is a small 4th or 5th tier city, it still has several million ordinary citizens.
Now that Fang Yanyan was involved, Xiaoyu didn't plan to stay here any longer and went to check on her situation. After giving instructions to Su Mu and the others, Xiaoyu rode away on his sword. As for Yanyan, he kept her behind to ensure everything went smoothly. This time, several figures imbued with spiritual power could be seen high in the sky, rapidly approaching the coastline. It was likely that the Hebei City Extraordinary Personnel Team had discovered the crisis. Before even getting close to the shore, a bright red dress could be seen standing on a large rock in the distance. Xiaoyu jumped down from the air and landed next to Fang Yanyan. Oh, instead of enjoying the blissful time of having women on both sides, you've come here to worry about the people, Fang Yanyan said jokingly, but her eyes didn't look so relaxed. Xiaoyu then realized that the wall of fire he had seen slowly rising in the distance was actually released by a spiritual artifact resembling a piece of silk in Fang Yanyan's hand. The flames continued to emanate outwards, but compared to the impending giant wave, it still seemed insufficient. Xiaoyu didn't argue with her, and said directly, this is man-made, and there are also fluctuations in spiritual energy, which may pose unknown dangers. And there's a strong smell of blood. Fang Yanyan chuckled a few times, pretty clever, the giant wave is indeed strange. She pointed to the crimson pendant that flickered on and off on her chest. Not far away, there are dangers above level 6. If you're scared, little brother, you can hide under my skirt. It's very pretty under my skirt. Also, the smell of blood is from me. I just killed more than 100 evil cultivators, ha 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 ha. This madman. Xiaoyu wasn't too worried. He had too many trump cards. He could even hold his own against the powerful 18 yellow-clad men for a while, let alone a 6th tier one. Can your Hun Tianling a magical ribbon stop it? Xiaoyu asked. The Hun Tianling? Fang Yanyan asked in surprise, then realized that Xiaoyu was referring to the magical artifact in her hand. It can't stop it. It's just an SS-grade magical artifact. At most, it can only delay the time and consume a lot of spirit stones. As she spoke, Fang Yanyan flicked her wrist again, and thousands of spirit stones exploded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, transforming into the wall of fire. Suddenly, the wall of fire intensified, burning even more fiercely, stretching for tens of kilometers along the coastline. Xiaoyu's eye twitched. She's really rich. Those spirit stones she just threw away were worth millions, and she just tossed them out like beans.
Speaking of which, I've never known what rank you are. Xia Yu asked. Fan Yanyan tossed out another handful of spirit stones. If you don't spend money, you'll reach the 4th tier, 6th level, with an SSS level talent. If you're willing to spend money on in-game purchases, there's no upper limit if you don't consider the costs. No wonder she wasn't flustered, turns out she's a whale, someone who spends a lot of money on in-game. As they spoke, the first massive wave crashed heavily onto the wall of fire. With a deafening roar, the seawater churned and boiled violently, and the entire sky was shrouded in scorching steam, turning into a thick fog. Even so, a small number of waves still crashed over the firewalls, spilling a considerable amount of seawater. However, this seawater posed almost no threat to High Bay City. All I could hear was the sizzling sound of seawater and flames mingling together. Gradually, the power of the firewall weakened. Both Xia Yu and Fan Yanyan were protected by spiritual energy shields, and the surrounding area was already flooded by the overflowing seawater. How long can we keep going like this? Xia Yu asked. Fan Yanyan added more spirit stones as if adding fuel to the fire, and said lazily, let's try to delay it for a while. You see, the superhuman teams from High Bay City are arriving one after another. Once the surrounding cities send people over, the tsunami won't be a threat. What would be the consequences if the tsunami really flooded the area? Xia Yu's implication was, changes in the Book of Life and Death of the Underworld official. Fan Yanyan's voice tightened as she said in a low voice, Yan Shu was already corrupted and was in a very delicate state. Now that it has appeared in the world and suddenly received so much death energy, it will completely lose the spirituality of a divine artifact and become an outright evil book. At that time, there's no need to enter that special labyrinth anymore. Just wait for chaos to ensue and for order to completely collapse. Plus, there are foreign races that aren't part of our great Xia eyeing us covetously. The consequences will be unimaginable. Xia Yu nodded, carefully observing the interplay between water and fire. For the time being, with Fan Yanyan's ability to make money, the flames could basically stop the impact of the tsunami. One after another, extraordinary individuals from High Bay City arrived, especially those with water-based talents, but most of these individuals belonged to the official organization or were unofficial members of the official extraordinary individual group. Other extraordinary individuals prioritize protecting their family and friends. Hello? We are Sui 1, the leader of the High Bay City Extraordinary Individuals Group. Thank you for turning the tide and saving the lives of thousands of residents in High Bay City. Is there anything we can do to help? A middle-aged male voice came from behind Xia Yu and his companion. Fan Yanyan didn't turn around, too lazy to pay attention to the person behind her, adding fuel to the fire. Xia Yu turned around and reminded him, evacuate people as much as possible, the danger isn't just the tsunami. All right. Sui Wen solemnly agreed, then asked, I haven't yet asked your names. May I ask them? Xia Yu was about to wave his hand, thinking that saying the name was meaningless, when he heard a joyful shout from behind him. Xia Yu. Those are Xia Yu and his friends. Xia Yu turned his head and recognized the person. Wasn't this the principal? Oh right, he was also part of the official special task force for extraordinary individuals, usually serving as the principal on a temporary basis, but required to take on responsibilities in emergencies. He just remembered that the principal's rank wasn't high. The principal hurriedly waded through the water and ran over, a proud expression on his face. He didn't use his spiritual power to raise a barrier, and his clothes were almost completely soaked. Team leader Sui Wen was secretly shocked. He was Xia Yu? The person who broke the record by climbing the god ladder was a big name on the superhuman forum. However, it seems he has only just awakened, and while his potential is extraordinary, it won't have much impact on the current situation. The main force was the aloof woman beside him. Sui Wen made this judgment in his mind. Hello, Principal. Xia Yu greeted him with a smile. It had only been a short time, and seeing the principal again, it felt like everything had changed. Before, he was just a problem student, but now he was at least a potential star. Team leader Sui 1, this is one of our school's genius students. A student from High Bay South High School, the principal introduced with a smile. Sui Wen snapped out of his daze, scrutinizing Xia Yu repeatedly, and politely asked. Xia, is that lady your friend? Could you tell me how things are going? Sui Wen wanted to ask how long her magical artifact could last, but he phrased it more subtly. Fan Yanyan still didn't turn around, and said leisurely. What friend? I'm not his friend at all. He has plenty of girlfriends now. I'm just a tool sister who comes and goes as she pleases. Chapter 115 is finished. The principal was taken aback. Sui Wen was dumbfounded. In such a serious situation, why do they seem to be flirting? And even a little sarcastic. Especially this woman, just by looking at her back, you can tell she has extraordinary temperament and looks. She throws away spirit stones worth millions as if they're nothing, spending billions in a single move. She's no ordinary person. Why is she still so jealous of Xiaoyu? The principal couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoyu is really something else. He stole the heart of the school's #1 genius and most beautiful girl, and then after entering society, he won over a rich woman. He unconsciously wanted to become an apprentice. Xiaoyu, may I ask you, a friend, how long can this situation last? So we can come up with a targeted strategy. Sui Wen could tell that he still had to get Xiaoyu involved. Since his friend didn't want to talk to others, he decided to be more direct. Yes, Xiaoyu, all communications are down right now. We're only using makeshift communication tools. Apart from those rushing over here, everyone else in each group is maintaining order. Haibei City is in complete chaos. This is a serious matter, the principal added from the side. To everyone's surprise, after they finished speaking, Xiaoyu and Fang Yanyan fell silent. Xiaoyu looked solemn and did not answer, instead looking behind the wall of fire. Fang Yanyan also stared in that direction. That's pretty impressive. Xiaoyu's voice tightened. What's so amazing, Xiaoyu? What are you talking about? The principal asked, puzzled. Xiaoyu said to him seriously, you have to leave the principal's place. What comes next is something you can't handle. Xiaoyu sensed extreme evil, tyranny, chaos, and a faint oppressive aura. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a situation. Previously, both Monkey King and Xuanzang had deliberately concealed their auras, while the man in yellow exuded a kind of oppressive aura without hostility. Huh? Could Xiaoyu please explain in more detail? The principal was even more confused. Xiaoyu has no intention of retreating, so how can he persuade them to leave? The principal acknowledged Xiaoyu's extraordinary potential, but didn't think he was that powerful in reality. Even if he had easily defeated some extraordinary individuals from small families in Haibei City, that was only due to the talismans he obtained in the labyrinth. The next second, a deafening buzzing sound rang out. The sound was like a blade scraping against smooth glass, mixed with a deep, hissing sound like a tiger's roar. The sound was so loud that the flames on the firewall trembled. This caused the principal and Sui Wen to stiffen abruptly. Some of the superhumans on the beach even clutched their ears in pain, blood seeping from their fingers. It's a high-level ferocious beast, possibly involved in an invasive labyrinth, and this beast has been corrupted by Yin Shu. Fang Yan's voice was serious. You should leave first. However, only Xiaoyu heard this reminder. The principal and Sui Wen were still in a daze. I'll stay with you, Xiaoyu replied. Paying real money isn't always the best solution. Oh? I might not be able to protect you in a moment, Fang Yanyan joked. It wasn't until a minute later that the principal and his companion came to their senses, their faces filled with fear. What is this thing? Xiaoyu, let's go. This is beyond our capabilities. Sui Wen pulled out a special pager and shouted anxiously, notify all teams to evacuate all citizens from Haibei City with all their might. High alert. Speed-type superhumans, do everything in your power to request assistance from surrounding areas. Hurry. They've arrived, Xiaoyu said calmly, then took out the talisman. Suddenly, hundreds of spirit swords surrounded Xiaoyu, each radiating a terrifying cold light, with faint dragon-shaped phantoms covering them. The tips of all the spirit swords pointed to the same point, which was also the direction Fang Yanyan was staring at. Fang Yanyan took out a magical artifact resembling a compass. The compass needle swung wildly before finally stabilizing in the range of 7-8. We're almost at the 8th level. Logically, we should run. But I hate it when people question my spending power, so I'm going to go crazy, ha. Fang Yanyan giggled, her full lips becoming even redder. Dark red flames ignited from the hem of her crimson dress and the ends of her hair, transforming her long dress and hair into a neat short hairstyle and a remarkably gleaming leather armor. In her hand appeared a folding fan with phoenix feather patterns, exquisite and dazzling. Do you like it, you little brat? Fang Yanyan opened her folding fan, fanned herself lightly, then winked at Xiaoyu. Before he could answer, she soared into the sky, leaving a dazzling trail of flame. Fang Yanyan broke through the wall of fire and plunged directly into the surging seawater. You think you can transform like that? Xiaoyu muttered to himself. In truth,
He wasn't afraid of beast-like creatures at all. The effects of the character technique can be up to 90% effective against ferocious beasts. Whether in Dragon Intent state or True Dragon Power state, it is very effective against ferocious beasts. Xiaoyu, can you handle your girlfriend? The principal asked uncertainly. Xiaoyu truthfully replied, it's hard to say. She's not even at the 5th rank yet, while that's a ferocious beast that's close to the 8th rank.
What? She's not even at level 5 yet? Go deal with an 8th tier ferocious beast? The principal was completely panicked. What did this mean? Let alone High City, even 2nd tier or new 1st tier cities would be destroyed if they encountered such a ferocious beast. 8th tier ferocious beasts require at least superhuman beings who are close to the ceiling of human capabilities to deal with them. Ordinary cities don't have that kind of equipment. Now, the flames of the firewall are getting weaker and weaker, and a huge amount of seawater could pour down at any time, at least submerging half of High City. Adding to the devastation of the city-level ferocious beast, the principal felt utterly hopeless. Xiaoyu, you should leave too. This level of ferocious beast can't be dealt with by talismans like these. You are the future, the hope. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. The principal advised with a touch of sadness, thinking that Xiaoyu was guarding Fang Yanyan. As they were talking, the wall of fire suddenly shook. With a loud thud, a fiery red figure flew out and crashed deeply into the beach, shattering a large area of rocks. Immediately afterwards, a huge tentacle burst through the wall of fire and stretched out. The tentacle was entirely black, and each of its tiny suckers was covered with sharp bone spikes. The diameter of just this one extended tentacle is a staggering tens of meters. As the firewall was breached, a torrent of water poured out from the holes. It's over. The principal's face turned deathly pale. Chapter 116 Battle. Upon seeing this situation, apart from Xiaoyu, the other extraordinary individuals present turned deathly pale. Even a mere trace of the killer's oppressive aura was enough to instill a deep sense of despair in them. Not only the principal, but also Sui-Wan, all had the same thought in their minds. High City is doomed, and they had to run for their lives. The figure that just crashed onto the beach was clearly Xiaoyu's friend, and it seemed that he was no match for the ferocious beast. With the firewall breached, seawater poured down relentlessly, like a floodgate being opened. As the tentacles tore through, the gap in the firewall continued to widen. Almost in the blink of an eye, the beach was filled with seawater. Because the roar of the ferocious beast had been too destructive to the minds of some superhumans, they had not yet recovered and were left to be submerged and swept away by the seawater. Those with slightly better superhuman abilities immediately mobilized their spiritual power or rode the waves. Xiaoyu, let's leave first, the principal reminded him again. Xiaoyu shook his head, a thought flashing through his mind. Holy thief! The power of the 5 elements, stolen. The 5 elements are randomized, the power of earth. An invisible domain unfolds around Xiaoyu, appearing no different from usual to outsiders. I didn't get fire randomly, otherwise I could have used the 6 Ding Divine Fire. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. But now, Xiaoyu feels that the area around him possesses absolute creativity regarding the earth element, like a creator. Xiaoyu took one step at a time, and stone steps appeared out of thin air where he stood. Anyone who has been to the God Stepping Ladder will find that the stone steps under his feet are made of the same material as the God Stepping Ladder. Xiaoyu casually pointed, and the rocks where Fang Yanyan had fallen rose up in layers, lifting her up. At this moment, she looked slightly more disheveled than before, holding a pistol-shaped magical weapon surrounded by spiritual energy, as if she had been charging up her power below. She was somewhat surprised when Xiaoyu was lifted up. You also know earth magic? Is this also a talisman? Fang Yanyan asked. Explaining it would be too complicated, so Xiaoyu simply said, it counts. With a powerful stomp, countless steps appeared out of thin air, paving the previously submerged beach with stone steps that provided footholds for the drowning superhumans. After finishing this, Xiaoyu jumped to Fang Yanyan's side and asked with concern. How are you? That's great. At this moment, Fang Yanyan's pistol-shaped magical weapon was fully charged. With a bang, it exploded and shattered, turning into specks of fluorescent light that wrapped around her hand. Fang Yanyan raised her hand, making a gun shape with her fingers, aimed at the enormous tentacle of the ferocious beast, and closed her left eye. Make way, this is a one-time consumable SS-grade spiritual artifact. She whispered, bang. As soon as she finished speaking, the space around her suddenly froze, as if a distortion had occurred. The next second, a huge, dark brown beam of light shot out towards the ferocious beast, carrying destructive power as it slammed into the beast's tentacles.
The moment the beam of light made contact, a protective shield could be seen on the surface of the tentacle, but it only provided a momentary resistance. Immediately afterward, it broke through the tentacle, and everything it could touch rotted away, forming a charred black hole. A painful scream followed, sharper than the first one, and filled with rage. Xiaoyu was secretly shocked. The power of that attack was truly remarkable. Without any buffs, it could have instantly killed him.
Even his enhanced superhuman physique couldn't withstand it. As expected of an SS-grade consumable spirit artifact. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to kill, just as I expected. Fang Yanyan's tone showed no regret.
She blew on her fingers and took out another identical spiritual weapon. Fortunately, I still have 9 of these spiritual weapons.
Xiaoyu's eye twitched. Those big spenders really have the confidence. But your wind-up is too long.
The thought had barely formed when several sharp tentacles shot out from all directions, their attack aimed precisely at the location where Xiaoyu, Fang, and Yanyan were. Xiaoyu raised his hand, and the densely packed stone steps instantly formed a fortress, creating a stone shield 100 meters thick. With a loud boom, the rock mass shook, but the shield made of stone steps remained intact.
Fang Yanyan's beautiful eyes lit up. What a powerful defensive technique.
And the fact that Xiaoyu could create such rocks out of thin air shows that he is indeed extraordinary. It's quite tough, she teased, praising it.
Driving in such a serious battlefield? Xiaoyu said speechlessly.
The principal and Sui One, who were both covered by the stone steps and shield, were completely dumbfounded.
Was this the kind of method that a newly awakened superhuman should use?
Enraged, the ferocious beast outside lashed out at the stone shield, trying to drag out the human who had just injured it and tear him apart.
As if in a contest, Fang Yanyan began to accumulate the potential energy of her spiritual artifact again.
Then, Xiaoyu felt the entire fortress shake and heard a creaking sound.
I'm entangled. Then let you experience what it's like to go from a turtle to a hedgehog.
Xiaoyu raised his hand and flicked it upwards, causing the originally flat stone shield to suddenly be pulled up by stone spikes and thrust out. The next moment, an even more painful howl of the ferocious beast resounded through the sky. Judging from the beast's reaction alone, it was much more powerful than the attack that Fang Yanyan had just launched.
What kind of move is this? Fang Yanyan asked with great interest.
Xiaoyu pointed to the ceiling, and a stone spike suddenly fell down. He drove off in response, saying, an 18-year-old male high school student. TCH Fang Yanyan glanced at the stone pillar and waved her index finger back and forth. I'm afraid someone is just this small, ha 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 ha.
Xiaoyu instinctively flinched. Don't point randomly. What if you can't control this magical artifact?
Outside the fortress, frenzied beasts attacked repeatedly, accompanied by powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. Xiaoyu and Fang Yanyan both knew that although the beast appeared to be injured, those attacks had not fundamentally damaged it. Under the protection of the earth element, the ferocious beasts currently lack the ability to breach the fortress, but this is not a long-term solution, as the effect of holy steel has a duration. This shield has a maximum of 7 minutes left, Xiaoyu told Fang Yanyan, adding to prevent her from driving, don't drive a low-end car with time restrictions.
Fang Yanyan immediately understood and tossed Xiaoyu a protective mirror, saying, this is a defensive magical artifact.
It can only defend against its attacks 3 times at most. If we don't have a magical artifact, we'll both die if we get hit by it. The implication is clear, setting aside the money spent on in-game purchases and Xiaoyu's defensive tactics, the current situation is not good.
No need. Xiaoyu tossed the breastplate back and said calmly. You're not the only one who can transform. Offense is the only way to win.
Suddenly, the sound of dragon roars echoed around, and a flash of silver light appeared on Xiaoyu's body.
Dragons will state. The ferocious beast is suppressed. 90%. Randomly triggered, the power of the silver dragon, manifest. Chapter 117 Silver Dragon annihilates Heavenly Thunder Spirit Realm. A powerful aura suddenly unfolded. Fang Yanyan couldn't help but be surprised.
Xiaoyu's trump cards were really coming one after another, and it was impossible to figure out what his talent was. In the world of extraordinary beings, any ability associated with dragons is anything but simple. However, no matter how powerful the transformation is, it can't bridge the gap in rank. Xiaoyu was now completely covered in silver dragon scale armor, even his hair had turned into flowing silver strands, his skin was even whiter, his eyebrows were snow white, and he looked both holy and handsome. Behind him, the faint phantom of dragon wings could be seen, and around him, there was the reflection of golden, shimmering dragon scales. To ensure absolute safety, the Dragon Solid technique is activated simultaneously, granting the highest suppression power while also providing the reverse scale state which grants immunity to the vast majority of damage.
A 300% strength boost. 100% damage reflection. 90 plus 5% of the beast's suppression power. Upon hitting, reduces the current target's overall strength by 33%.
Aside from transforming into a true dragon, all other buffs targeting ferocious beasts are maxed out.
Open.
Xiaoyu said calmly, and the stone shield began to tilt, slowly unfolding from its original fortress shape into a huge flat wall in front of the ferocious beast. Then, with a flash of silver light, he disappeared from his spot and instantly reappeared in mid-air, with the phantom of dragon wings opening and closing behind him. The surging seawater has already reached far into the distance, with some coastal residential areas experiencing seawater depths reaching the level of a 3-story building, and the seawater continues to rise.
Point.
A crack appeared in the middle of the stone slab, just wide enough for Xiaoyu to pass through. Only then did he see the true appearance of the ferocious beast. Its body was enormous and thick, like a giant rock reef. Sharp spikes protruding from its surface grew in layers around its entire body. The spikes on its tentacles were brightly colored. Its trunk was thick and long, twisted and contorted, as if from an ancient incantation. What a spiky version of King of the Hill! Xiaoyu recalled the descriptions of this thing from his previous life. At that moment, the ferocious beast fixed its gaze on Xiaoyu. However, in the instant their fierce gazes met, its massive body suddenly trembled. Behind the stone steps, Fang Yanyan stared in astonishment at Xiaoyu's retreating figure.
Was he going to confront him head-on? What? The principal was even more baffled. Was this really the same person as Xiaoyu from his school?
Team leader Sui Wen kept his eyes glued to the situation. Xiaoyu's defensive prowess had already astonished them, and now he was flying into the air alone to face the ferocious beast. This was completely beyond their comprehension. Xiaoyu sensed that the suppression effect had taken effect. The tentacle beast even stopped making any offensive moves, as if it were sizing out the tiny human in front of it, wondering why it felt such deep fear and why it had entered a period of severe weakness.
Come and boost my spiritual power.
Xiaoyu waved his hand sharply. In the blink of an eye, countless huge, sharp stone pillars appeared in the sky, all made of the material used for the god stepping ladder. Immediately afterwards, the stone spikes pierced the beast's body with a whooshing sound. The beast, which originally had extraordinary self-healing and defensive capabilities, was thus pierced through and pinned to the sea, unable to even let out a howl. Even more strangely, the beast's powerful self-healing ability seemed to have lost its effect, and purplish-brown blood holes appeared on its body. Only after this blow did the ferocious beast seem to be awakened and launch a counterattack. It emitted a purple mist, within which countless tiny spores were hidden.
Upon closer inspection, these spores resemble eyeballs. Then the fog enveloped Xiaoyu. Despite having an absolute advantage due to his damage immunity and the suppressive power of ferocious beasts, Xiaoyu never let his guard down when facing the attack. After all, there was a significant difference in their ranks. Even if a 7th-tier peak ferocious beast only has 1% of its strength left, it is still more powerful than a 6th-tier beast. The major tier change of a ferocious beast is a qualitative leap. A purple mist rushed towards them, almost impossible to avoid. Countless tiny spores within it emanated an eerie, chaotic energy.
Xiaoyu's stone spikes continued to attack, but, creating earth elemental objects did not consume spiritual power, while driving the attack did. If he hadn't been stealing the beast's abundant spiritual power during the attack, his 3rd-tier spiritual power reserves would have been exhausted long ago with such a dense barrage. Xiaoyu kept changing positions, and in a very regular manner, he stopped at the 6 points around the ferocious beast. Xiaoyu also tried it, but with the current attack of the talisman spirit sword, it could only barely break through the ferocious beast's defense and could not cause much damage at all.
I still need to keep practicing.
Xiaoyu made a decision in his heart. Suddenly, countless tiny spore eyes in the air all turned to Xiaoyu, staring at a single point. Suddenly, a chilling feeling spread from the bottom of my heart.
Xiaoyu dared not be careless and immediately used his 20-second invincibility.
Sure enough, in an instant, countless dark purple rays shot towards him, carrying chaotic, destructive, and evil power. The light beam moved at incredible speed, engulfing Xiaoyu completely, leaving him no way to escape. Fang Yanyan was shocked and her heart clenched. She soared into the sky and threw out dozens of attack-type spiritual weapons in the blink of an eye. But the next moment, instead, the ferocious beast let out a muffled roar of pain and weakness. Looking at the ferocious beast again, its enormous body was almost half gone, its dozens of tentacles had become few and far between, and the spiritual energy on its body had become dim and lifeless.
Ignoring the ferocious beast's condition, Fan Yanyan headed straight for Xiaoyu. Before they could even get close, the purple light that had been covering Xiaoyu dissipated, leaving him perfectly unharmed and suspended in the air. Watch out! Xiaoyu warned, rushing to Fan Yanyan's side and pulling her down rapidly, as stone steps appeared in front of them. Another tentacle slammed down, striking the spot where Fan Yanyan had just been standing. Seeing that Xiaoyu was alright, Fan Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she hugged Xiaoyu tightly, saying in a sweet voice, "Really, you saved the beauty. What kind of time is this to be joking around?" Xiaoyu said irritably. "This thing is too resilient. You should stay away from it." With a thought, Xiaoyu arranged the 6 stone steps into a cube to protect Fan Yanyan. Then he exposed himself to the beast's attack range. The layout is complete. The beast launched its next attack, striking Xiaoyu hard. Steel Solid takes effect, and the target loses all defensive capabilities. The Silver Dragon annihilates the Heavenly Thunder Spirit Realm. 6 points of light lit up around the ferocious beast, and a loud dragon roar resounded above its head. The huge silver dragon head emerged from the clouds, and the deafening thunderclap was deafening and incessant. In the blink of an eye, the silver dragon plunged down from the sky, transforming into a silver lightning bolt mid-air, which struck the ferocious beast heavily. The lightning was dazzling, illuminating almost the entire city of Haibei. The ferocious beasts were also engulfed by the silver lightning. A few breaths later, where the ferocious beast once stood, only a huge pit remained, with several severed tentacles lying on one side, now lifeless, as seawater poured madly into it. The superhumans watching the battle on the beach stared blankly at the silver figure in the sky, unsure how to describe it. Chapter 118: The magical artifact malfunctioned? Except for the still-flowing seawater, the coastline has returned to calm. Xiaoyu's head throbbed with pain, followed by a feeling of utter exhaustion. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a complete depletion of his spiritual energy. The power of the Silver Dragon possesses formidable offensive spiritual domains, but it consumes an enormous amount of spiritual energy, almost reaching the maximum limit of one's own spiritual energy. In contrast, the domain of the Black Dragon's power is better, as it has the ability to absorb enemy attacks and convert them into potential energy. Xiaoyu temporarily retracted his Silver Dragon form, retaining only his ability to fly, in order to conserve his spiritual energy. Fortunately, there were pre-drawn sword-controlling talismans, which could be used in case of emergency. After glancing at the still twitching and trembling tentacles of the ferocious beast, Xiaoyu threw out several spirit swords. After absorbing the spiritual energy using the steel technique, he only received a weak feedback and then stopped using it. Xiaoyu knew that he was able to kill this ferocious beast entirely due to the suppression of its power by the rules. Then, taking advantage of the material of the God Stepping Ladder, he gradually weakened its strength. Finally, by stripping away the defense, he delivered the fatal blow. If it weren't for the suppression of its ferocious beast attribute, even with the strongest attack of the current Silver Dragon power, it would probably only be able to inflict minor injuries. Xiaoyu, who only retained the phantom image of the Silver Dragon wings, flew back to Fan Yanyan's side. At this moment, she had been released from her special state, and her hair had returned to its original wine-red color, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She had no idea that Xiaoyu could be so strong. That was a ferocious beast that was close to the peak of the 7th rank. How did he, a newly awakened superhuman, manage to do that? Furthermore, the spiritual energy fluctuations that Xiaoyu displayed were definitely at the 3rd level. Less than a month to reach the 3rd tier? This can't be called genius, this is downright freakish prodigy. Fan Yanyan circled around Xiaoyu, looking him over from the left and right. Do I have flowers on me? Xiaoyu teased. Fan Yanyan said with amusement, it's really strange. There are no side effects from this kind of attack. What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? To become an immortal. Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Gods are great. I love gods the most. I just wonder if I can become a god, ha ha ha. Fan Yanyan laughed freely, then curiously pinched Xiaoyu's arm. Silver hair is handsome, and it's even a matching color with that little Shui sister. As they spoke, the principal, Sui Wan, and members of the Haibei City Extraordinary Individuals group gathered around. Their faces were filled with admiration, excitement, and the joy of surviving a catastrophe. The principal, in particular, had the most interesting expression, his face beaming with pride as he walked and spoke to the others. See? That's Xiaoyu, a student from our school. He has S-level or higher talent. He's from our school.
You wouldn't believe it, although he was mischievous in school, I never imagined he would achieve such great things. He single-handedly killed a high-level ferocious beast. When I get back, I'm going to tell all the students in the school how amazing their senior is, and I'll write it in the school history. With such continuous and direct praise, even the usually stern team leader, Sway-won, nodded in response frequently.
Because that is absolutely true.
A beast of that level could easily wipe them all out with a single wave of its tentacles.
Forget killing them, even escaping would be a problem. Upon reaching Xiaoyu, the principal was too excited to speak, stammering, Xiaoyu. You're amazing. The principal, who was just talking non-stop, is now just shaking his thumb repeatedly. Xiaoyu nodded and said, there shouldn't be any other dangers for the time being, but we should still notify the authorities as soon as possible so they can investigate. Team leader Sway-won immediately said, a fast-moving team member has already gone to relay the message. Once communications are restored, this incident will definitely be taken very seriously. Moreover, the signal jamming is too suspicious. If it weren't for the two of you, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
At this point, Sway-won clasped his hands and bowed deeply.
On behalf of the Haibei City Special Task Force, I thank you both for saving countless Haibei City residents. I also thank you for saving my life. Please accept my bow.
The others all spoke in unison, please accept our bow. Hearing them say that, Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed and smiled as he waved his hand, saying, you're too kind, it's nothing.
Fan Yanyan said leisurely, you can thank him, I didn't do anything.
Sway-won glanced at the firewall that was still burning and blocking the seawater. Because the influence of the ferocious beast was gone, the holes in the firewall had slowly healed and closed. In addition, with the ferocious beast dead, the aftershocks of the tsunami were getting weaker and weaker, and less seawater could get in, so it was almost no longer a disaster.
Team leader Sway-won solemnly said to Fan Yanyan, we have all seen your generosity.
In the subsequent report, I will truthfully submit it to the superiors to apply for relevant subsidies for you to make up for your losses.
Fan Yanyan ignored him and took out her compass artifact, pointing it towards the distant sea. Her expression immediately changed drastically.
5 Tier 7 beasts, she exclaimed instinctively.
What? Xiaoyu pressed. Fan Yanyan stared intently at the compass, then frowned. 5, 4, 3, 1, 0. Ha? Fan Yanyan looked puzzled, then said, it's nothing, I just misread it.
She was filled with doubt and kept looking at the compass. Just now, it clearly showed that there were 5 ferocious beasts within a few hundred kilometers in the distance, but then their number kept decreasing, and instead of leaving the test range, they simply disappeared.
Could it be that the magical artifact malfunctioned? In such a short time, without any movement, Fan Yanyan killed 5 high-level 7th-tier ferocious beasts. He didn't think there would be such an expert in Haibei City. That would require at least a 9th-level transcendent being to accomplish, and in the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are only a handful of such peak transcendents. The chances of finding one in Haibei City by chance are extremely low. Fan Yanyan planned to take this magical artifact to the Magical Artifact Research Group of Wanbao Trading Company when she got back. What just happened? Xiaoyu noticed Fan Yanyan's change in demeanor and asked. It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy and lightheaded, maybe it's because some people are too dazzling, Fan Yanyan joked.
Xiaoyu said irritably, Team Leader Sui just told you that you can apply for a subsidy.
Oh?
Fan Yanyan said calmly, if you were to compensate me for my losses, it would be a more terrible disaster for Haibei City than a tsunami.
Let's save it for disaster relief.
I need to investigate the extent of this beast's contamination as soon as possible.
No hugging referring to women on either side. Remember to keep the Eternal Flame Spirit Belt safe for me.
After saying that, Fan Yanyan took out a magical artifact, which transformed into a red light and circled around Xiaoyu before flying away, also taking away a section of the ferocious beast's spiked tentacle. Xiaoyu felt a heat on his face, and a bright red hickey appeared on his cheek.
Progress increased by 0.11%.
Sui-won asked politely, Mr. Xiaoyu, your friend is very generous. But I will still help her submit the application.
You can inquire about her losses again. Haibei City's finances have been quite good in the past 2 years.
Xiaoyu said, half laughing and half crying, just listen to her.
She won't keep nagging, she'll just find it troublesome.
Also, if you don't want Haibei City to go bankrupt, or scare your boss to death, don't bring this up again. Sui-won reluctantly agreed, but felt that this matter was still inappropriate.
He planned to write down Fan Yanyan's consumption in detail in the report and see what the superiors thought.
As the tsunami subsided, the impact of removing the Eternal Flame ribbon artifact left behind by Fang Yanyan was minimal, so Xiaoyu simply took it back. As the wall of fire dissipated, nearly 100 spirit stones that had not yet fully burned and released their energy scattered and fell into the seawater.
That's all money.
Maintaining the composure of a master, Xiaoyu resisted the urge to pick it up, and instead elegantly put away the magical artifact.
Alright, you must all have other things to do. I'll take my leave now. Xiaoyu clasped his hands in farewell.
Xiaoyu, you must come back to visit your alma mater more often. Especially the teachers and the headmaster, they often talk about you, the principal said hurriedly. Suiwen clasped his hands in return, saying, thank you again for your help. With a flash of silver light, Xiaoyulong spread his dragon wings and soared into the sky, leaving only a silver streak behind. After Xiaoyu left, Sui Wenchao sternly ordered the others. Teams 2 and 3, go retrieve the spirit stones. No embezzlement is allowed. These are the criteria for determining how much compensation that lady will receive. I will find a professional to appraise it and make an estimate based on the value of the spirit stone, and then submit a report to the higher-ups to compensate her.
Our high-base city still has sufficient funds. I am a dividing line. P.S. The following content is a supplementary introduction to the talents of each character. If you don't like reading it, you can directly click on the next chapter.
There is no substantial content, just a pure introduction to the talent cards.
Su Mu. Talent level, SSS grade, superior. Talent name, Nirvana. That's right, it's not fire attribute. The Phoenix phenomenon is just one representative manifestation.
Basic introduction, possesses the power of resurrection, and each death before the 7th rank increases their overall strength by 20%, including appearance, skin, and physical strength. They can maximize their strength through self-immolation in golden flames, but this requires enduring unimaginable pain.
Self-immolation in golden flames can increase their current overall strength by 50%. There is a limit to the number of resurrections, once a week for Tier 1, 4 times a week for Tier 2, 6 times a week for Tier 3, and so on. After Tier 7, the number doubles, meaning 14 resurrection opportunities per week and 2 per day. Furthermore, after reaching the 7th rank, the effect of increasing strength upon death disappears, replaced by a temporary boost of 7 to 16 times the current strength upon resurrection depending on the rank, lasting for 4 hours. Repeated deaths within a short period only add to the original strength multiplier.
For example, if you are reborn at the 7th rank, your current strength is multiplied by 7. If you are reborn again within 4 hours, your strength will be multiplied by 14, not 49 times.
Note, this talent has certain side effects.
Before reaching the 7th tier, increasing strength through resurrection will worsen the individual's nerve sensitivity, making them more ticklish or more sensitive to stimulation.
Snow Buds. Talent level, SSS grade, mid-grade. Talent name, Plague Poisonous Chill.
Basic introduction, primarily an absolute ice attribute talent, with an affinity for water elements, making it immune to most water-based attacks and spells. All its attacks are ice-based, and it possesses an absolute ice poison, a unique poison that freezes spiritual energy, and only Shueya can cure it. The frozen spiritual energy consumes the superhuman's current spiritual energy reserves. For example, if the opponent is at the 3rd rank and their entire spiritual energy is completely infected by the poison, their own spiritual energy reserves will remain in their current state and cannot be mobilized or used. They will become a pseudo-3rd rank. Furthermore, this poison is contagious. Those attempting to cure it will become infected through contact.
Note, this talent is susceptible to water poison, which amplifies evil thoughts within. After reaching the 7th rank, one becomes completely immune to water poison.
Water poison is Yin in nature and accumulates primordial Yin energy over time. When the water poison is released, it replenishes one's own strength.
Fang Yanyan. Talent level, SSS grade, superior. Talent name, Chaotic Flames.
Basic introduction, her fire ability is a fusion of countless flames from the world.
These flames contain both good and evil, yin and yang.
This also grants her immunity to most fire-based attacks. Her fire attacks are filled with chaos and violence. Targets struck by them will unconsciously fall into a state of emotional turmoil, and the likelihood of them developing inner demons and going mad is greatly increased.
Note, this talent has no negative effects, she's just being delusional. Xia Nian Nian. Ancient cultivators, without talent.
Cultivation technique, Moon Devouring Yin technique. Description, an extremely powerful and unparalleled cultivation technique that rapidly increases strength by absorbing extreme Yin energy in an incredibly short time. However, it also gives rise to inner demons that gradually consume the user.
Once absorbed, the user transforms into an evil moon demon, succumbing to the allure of desire. After removing her inner demon, her strength was greatly reduced. Currently, her strength is at the 3rd level of the 7th rank. The more she uses this technique, the closer she will get to the side effects of the moon demon. However, Xiaoyu has already removed her inner demon with rule-based talismans, so there is no possibility of her being devoured by evil. Note, although she has returned to her original state and her inner demons have disappeared, the more spiritual power she uses, the more she will succumb to the moon demon's depravity. She will unconsciously gravitate towards a more lewd and unsavory direction.
Okay, that's enough about these 3 basic introductions for now. As for other supporting characters like Meng Lang, Su Nanxiong, and Adi, mentioning them here isn't very meaningful, you'll learn about them later.
Thank you for reading this far, gentlemen. You won't be disappointed later. Thank you. Chapter 119 Current Situation of Haibei City. Haibei City was now in complete chaos, a scene of utter devastation.
Most people heard the beast's roar, but they didn't know that the beast had already been dealt with.
Although the deadly tsunami was averted, the seawater that poured out from the holes torn open during the battle still caused considerable disaster.
At least, now the cars on the road have been completely submerged by the sea, and some low-lying areas have even turned into a vast ocean. The city's power system was severely damaged, plunging it into darkness, with only occasional flashes of spiritual energy illuminating a small area. Seeing the scene, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. This time, Haibei City has suffered a real loss. From the air, Xiaoyu immediately located his residential compound.
The reason is simple, it's too conspicuous.
The seawater around the residential area flooded up to at least the 3rd floor, but Xiaoyu's building remained unscathed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the entire building was completely encased in a thick layer of ice crystals, with only a small hole left on the rooftop.
On the rooftop, Sumu, Shueya, and Nian stood. Besides them, there were other residents of the building, mostly elderly men and women, with only a few young couples.
Without a second thought, Xiaoyu knew that these ice crystals were Shueya's handiwork. As Xiaoyu flew down from the sky and landed on the side of the rooftop, he could still hear the conversations of the surrounding residents.
Did you see that lightning bolt in the distance just now? Is this divine wrath? What should we do? With this tsunami, my family has no food left. Thanks to the powerful superhuman in our building, otherwise all the families on the lower floors would be wiped out.
They looked anxious and talked to each other, as if that could calm their panic. As soon as Xiaoyu landed, Sumu and the others surrounded him.
Are you all right? Sumu asked with concern.
Shueya also looked worried, because they both noticed that Xiaoyu's appearance had changed and his breathing was somewhat uneven.
Xiaoyu laughed easily. It's nothing. I just killed a 7th tier ferocious beast, so my spiritual energy is a bit low. Sumu said, oh, looks like he's alright, only at the 7th level. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What do you mean, only 7th rank?
And that was only because of the system's various rules and the restraining effect that he was able to kill him.
What level of ferocious beast can remove the word talent from its name?
Sumu thought about it seriously. 7 or 8 level 10 peerless ferocious beasts, you can also turn the tide and unleash the final blow to kill them all, and the scene has to be very exciting, preferably with the villain questioning it.
Well, she's projecting her own thoughts again.
Xiaoyu affirmed, it will be like that in the future. Shueya chuckled to herself. She was growing to like Sumu more and more. She completely dismissed their talk about 7th and 10th tier ferocious beasts as a joke. Let alone a 7th tier beast, even a 6th tier ferocious beast would have wiped out Haibei City long ago if it were to appear. Just then, Nian, who was playing with ice cubes not far away, ran over and said with a look of surprise, "Brother, your white hair is so handsome.
Did you learn it from 3rd sister-in-law? Sister Shui? It's because of the cultivation technique." Xiaoyu rubbed her head and then asked, have my aunt and uncle been found? Nian shook her head.
No, I scanned the surroundings with my divine sense, and I didn't detect their presence.
Are these two even going to stop pretending anymore? Xiaoyu nodded. Let's go home first.
Stay at my place tonight, and after resting tomorrow, we'll head to the capital.
Mum. Nian was the first to agree.
As long as she had instant noodles, she didn't care about anything else. Then she muttered to herself, that strange beast that was yelling just now was a half-step 7th level great perfection cultivator.
I thought a big battle was about to break out, but why is there no excitement to watch?
Because of prolonged contact, Nian has become accustomed to using ranks instead of realms, and simply prefers to call the peak great perfection.
Upon hearing this, Shueya was shocked. There really was a 7th-tier ferocious beast, and at its peak. Could Xiaoyu have really killed it?
Sumu remained calm, frowned slightly, and said, Xiaoyu, Hebei City is in such a mess, I want to go and see how Lao Deng is doing. She was still somewhat worried about Su Nanxiong.
Looking down from the high point, Hebei City was in a state of utter disarray.
Police lights from the Public Security Bureau were flashing everywhere, and fires were breaking out from time to time.
In such a chaotic state, evil is more likely to breed.
The Su family has just become dominant, and it is inevitable that some unscrupulous people will take the opportunity to retaliate against the Su family.
I'll go take a look for you.
I'm faster, Xiaoyu suggested. Despite Sumu's peculiar way of thinking about emotions, after tonight's chaotic scene and her reactions to many things, she actually has a great sense of the big picture.
Xiaoyu praised her in his heart. Okay, I'll give you a few addresses. Shueya, Nian, and I will go home and wait for you.
Sumu nodded, then took out her phone and started typing.
Oh, no signal, I forgot.
Sumu simply handed the phone to Xiaoyu.
You can take my phone, the address is already entered. Okay, I'll be right back.
Xiaoyu took the phone, and then the silver dragon wings behind him unfolded, soaring into the sky. There are still 28 minutes left before the silver dragon power state of the Dragon Steel technique ends, and he needs to be as fast as possible.
If it's just flying, the remaining spiritual energy is more than enough. Sumu's phone wasn't password protected.
When she took it out, the screen lit up automatically. The screensaver was covered in dense text, which were sticky notes for various things, such as egg tart baking time, mochi ingredient ratios, and a complete list of macaron colors. At the bottom, there are several rows about Xiaoyu. He doesn't like waking up early, he doesn't eat cilantro, and he always plays on his phone while it's charging.
Don't reply to messages with single words, it sounds cold. Remember to use cute emojis in chats. You can talk about slightly more intimate topics in the evening. Don't give him gifts casually. He likes to look at legs. Stocking styles.
At the bottom is a string of strange symbols, DFJ, ZJ, KJ, KP, XT, 69, BH, and SW. Xiaoyu looked at her strangely and unlocked the screensaver to find the chat history where she had just typed in the address.
Sumu's contact name for him was My Man.
What a domineering CEO nickname, Xiaoyu thought to himself. The custom emoticons below are all of various Bright Future XXX series emoticons. Having determined the direction, Xiaoyu flew towards the first address.
In just 5 minutes, they arrived at the Su family's first office, an office building, the place where Su Nanxiong was most likely to be.
The area is low-lying, and the 30-plus story office building has been flooded up to the 6th floor. Strangely, this building houses not only the Su family but also other companies. The Su family simply hid one of their departments on one of the floors, yet the rooftop of this office building was completely deserted.
Don't the companies upstairs have any overtime workers? Do they all leave on time? According to Sumu's writing, floors 17-19 are where the Su family's financial and logistical staff are located.
Xiaoyu simply flew down from outside.
You don't even need to count, it's easy to tell which one is the 17th floor.
The glass curtain walls on these floors are engraved with spirit arrays, which serve to prevent soundproofing and peeping. To save his father-in-law some money, Xiaoyu smashed the window of the 16th floor company with a sword and climbed into the office building. As soon as he entered the building, he smelled a strong stench of blood.
Chapter 120 Evil Symbols.
It wasn't just the smell of blood, there was also a familiar feeling, a sense of chaos and eeriness. It was the same feeling I had just experienced from the ferocious beast.
If I hadn't been in close contact with it, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference.
Moreover, it felt very similar to the black runes on the body of the ferocious beast. With a slight thought, Xiaoyu's body shone with silver light, illuminating the room. The company he entered was the general manager's office, which was luxuriously decorated. There was a woman's bra hanging on the leather sofa opposite the boss's chair, which looked like the secretary's. Xiaoyu wasted no time, disappearing in a flash and quickly moving upstairs. Before he could go upstairs, he stopped in the corridor.
Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the scene before him.
In the corridor, more than a dozen men and women lay unconscious on both sides of the passageway. Their clothes were disheveled, some even naked from the waist down, and several had already lost their breath. This alone wouldn't seem particularly unusual, but what's shocking is that these people all have extremely gruesome wounds, dripping with blood, a truly horrific sight. However, in stark contrast to these horrific injuries, their faces display an unusually strange expression: satisfaction and greed.
This eerie expression is chilling, as if they have just experienced an incredibly pleasurable feast. A closer look at their attire reveals that they are all office workers toiling away in an office building. Judging from their clothing and working environment, they should be ordinary office workers. But at this moment, their appearance has become so ferocious and terrifying, which is truly incomprehensible. Xiaoyu speculated that these people must have engaged in some frenzied activity before collapsing. Furthermore, their distorted expressions indicated they were definitely not in a normal mental state at the time. Perhaps something had driven them into a frenzy, causing them to lose their reason and commit such insane acts. Just as Xiaoyu was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis approaching. Without hesitation, he quickly conjured several talismans, transforming them into sharp spiritual swords that floated silently in the air, pointing directly behind him. He vigilantly watched the surrounding movements, preparing to deal with any danger that might arise at any moment.
Not bad, your reaction speed is not slow.
At the top of the stairs, Su Nanxiong slowly walked down from upstairs, looking slightly tired.
Uncle Su, what happened here?
Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Su Nanxiong, smoking a cigar, waved his hand, and a male corpse flew from the stairwell to Xiaoyu's front. Xiaoyu was startled when he saw it clearly. The male corpse had strange black symbols on its body that were exactly the same as those on the ferocious beast.
Has the corrupted Yen Shu already taken effect?
Wasn't the sacrifice unsuccessful?
Su Nanxiong said in a tense voice, you heard that beasts roar too, didn't you?
After it roared, some superhumans changed, becoming bizarre, violent, and full of evil, as if they had become completely different people. The Su family has many extraordinary individuals in this building, and 2 of them have undergone mutations. Before he died, he was a peak tier 2 spiritual transcendent. When I found him and killed him, his spiritual energy fluctuations were tier 4.
Most importantly, he became even more evil than evil cultivators and had independent thinking abilities. Haibei City is about to undergo a major transformation.
Su Nanxiong exclaimed.
Uncle Su, I might know the reason, Xiaoyu said seriously.
Oh?
Tell me about it.
Xiaoyu gave Su Nanxiong a general account of the matter concerning the Book of Life and Death of the Underworld official, as well as the relevant information he currently possessed. Especially regarding that special labyrinth, it only appeared because of Yen Shu's Book of Life and Death.
The appearance of a treasure-type labyrinth is merely a facade.
It seems that Yen Shu is deliberately attracting newly awakened extraordinary individuals to enter.
So, according to you, Xiaomu will be entering that labyrinth next.
Xiaoyu then said, actually, the safest way is to not let Mumu in. I will find a way to stop her from going in, and she will listen to me.
Su Nanxiong thought for a moment, I'm afraid it's not easy to persuade her. I know this girl best.
She's actually very stubborn at heart, and she won't easily change her mind once she's made up her mind.
Besides, the path of the extraordinary is never one where you can grow by running away.
Just let things take their course when the time comes.
Okay.
Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, then said, there's one more thing I'd like to ask Uncle Su.
Please feel free to speak.
Xiaoyu took out the spatial artifact key given to him by Su Nanxiong. Now I realize that this spatial artifact key to the labyrinth is extraordinary. I want to ask Uncle Su, when you found this thing back then, it was also around Haibei City.
Su Nanxiong nodded, yes. The process of obtaining it was not easy.
You suspect this incident is also related to this?
That's impossible.
When I entered that treasure maze back then, although it was dangerous, there wasn't anything particularly strange about it.
If you say that what happened today is related to Yen Shu.
Su Nanxiong frowned as he spoke, forgetting to even smoke the cigar in his hand. After a while, he said with some confusion, but I know these 2 people who underwent the mutation very well. They couldn't possibly have had the opportunity to come into contact with such a high-level artifact.
How could they have been contaminated? Besides, how old are they? The Book of Life and Death of the Underworld is something from many years ago.
At this point, Su Nanxiong suddenly froze, his cigar falling to the ground, and exclaimed.
Etc. You mean these black runes are a sign of corruption?
Xiaoyu hummed in agreement, it's basically certain.
Su Nanxiong was horrified. What the hell? Ah De's body is covered in these symbols. Hurry, let's go find him.